A cascade of golden radiance poured down from the eastern sky, draping the vast earth in the first light of dawn. At the edge of the cliff upon the bluestone before a thatched hut, a lone figure sat motionless like a statue, breathing long and deep, as though his very respiration echoed the rhythm of heaven and earth. The youth's features were clear and handsome, not the soft refinement of a delicate young lord, but sharply cut, with broad shoulders and a straight, sturdy waist. A veil of morning light spilled over him, and a faint halo seemed to shimmer along the surface of his body. It was like rosy clouds and drifting mist, flowing and shifting without form, as if a mortal body had been lightly stained with immortal chi. Old one, look at that. Young Master Lin. Could he really be cultivating immortality? Nearby, Wang Jinshuan and He Jifeng, who were responsible for security, widened their eyes at the same time, forcing their voices down to a hushed murmur. Wang Jinshuan's Adam's apple rolled as he muttered, something's off. Wasn't he practicing internal martial arts? How could there be such a phenomenon? The two men met each other's gaze as if a crack had been torn open in the bedrock of their hearts. All this time, they had believed themselves to be living firmly within the bounds of reality. Yet what they had just witnessed had clearly surpassed common sense. Upon the stone, the youth slowly drew his cultivation to a close. His closed eyelids trembled lightly before opening. In that instant, it felt as though thunder were tearing through the sky. He merely exhaled softly, yet the turbid breath that had accumulated within his chest surged forth like thick smoke leaving a chimney. It condensed into a column of gray-white chi extending straight ahead for half a meter before it thinned and dissolved into the wind. Lin Yi's lips curved faintly. That single bowl of medicinal cuisine from yesterday had matched half a month of his past bitter cultivation. It had not only forced open the Zhuyinshu point that had long been shackled, but had also broken through the Xinshu and Shinshu gates in succession, allowing his chi flow to gather into a gentle, continuous stream. No wonder Taoist Yunyang had repeatedly urged him that only by finding those rare medicinal ingredients could he take this very first step. With such treasures, cultivation would be like riding the wind, advancing 1,000 miles in a single day. If the resources were sufficient, within a month he might master the basic breathing technique, guiding chi through his meridians under his own power, no longer reliant on external aids. Unfortunately, such heaven-sent treasures were priceless and nearly unobtainable. He had ordered Zheng Shouzhong to scour every major pharmacy across Hong Kong Island, yet they found nothing. In the end, it was Tian Gang who, relying on his network of contacts, managed to unearth a hint of a lead. And the medicinal cuisine he had eaten this morning had consumed 1/3 of a century-old ginseng root. The market price of that single root was already over 2 million. Its value was high, for a reason. With the Shinshu point open, his waist and abdomen burned like fire. Heat surged from his kidneys, his spirit sharpened, chi and blood brimmed. His entire frame of muscles and bones felt as though it were being reforged. Could this cultivation method truly possess such marvelous effects? If he were to fully open all the 100 apertures of his body, what would it be like then? He stepped into the open space and, following Yunyang's instruction, began to practice the 5 elements fist. His fists moved like the wind, his steps fell like rolling thunder. Each movement and form carried an invisible surge of force. Wherever his fist edge swept, fallen leaves spiraled upward and branches shivered in response. When the set was complete, his blood was boiling. He did not pause, running through the sequence a second time, a third, up to the 5th. When he finally gathered the form, sweat had soaked through his clothes as though he had stood beneath a heavy rain. Yet far from feeling tired, his muscles swelled with strength and power surged through him. He felt as though a single punch could shatter rock and one step could crack thick earth. Of course he knew it was merely the illusion born of a sudden leap in cultivation. Let's go. Down the mountain. Lin Yi raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow and beckoned to the two men standing dazed by the stone. Wang Jinshuan and He Jifeng snapped awake as if from a dream and hurried to fall and step behind him. Young Master Lin, just now did you break through? Halfway down the path, He Jifeng could no longer hold back and asked in a low, tentative voice. Bodyguards were not supposed to pry, especially in wealthy households. But the two of them were former special forces soldiers, never trained in the creed that silence is golden, and Lin Yi treated people with warmth and ease. Over time, the boundaries had simply dissolved. You noticed? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. You didn't realize? Wang Jinshuan blurted. Your body clearly flared with a 7-colored halo like a deity descending to earth. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. 7-colored, immortal light. He practiced internal martial arts, not immortal cultivation. You saw light. Of course. Gold, green, blue, bright red, all flowing in layers. It was like a rainbow, yet not like a rainbow. Just too unreal. He Jifeng gestured excitedly as he spoke. Lin Yi fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. That's just refracted sunlight. From where you were standing, the slanting morning rays cut through the mountain mist. Water vapor condenses into fine particles, and when light passes through it, naturally separates by color. It's basic science. You learned the principle in junior high physics. And you two soldiers actually believed otherwise. Wang Jinshuan and He Jifeng looked at each other in mute confusion. After a long moment, both men gave awkward smiles and rubbed their hands. Does seem to make sense. The absurd notion in their hearts quietly folded itself away. By the time they returned home, the clock hands had silently crept toward 9. Lin, big brother, you're back. Guan Jiahui had long been waiting in the living room. She had thought that getting up at 6:30 was early enough. Only after asking the butler did she learn that Lin he had left at 5. No wonder his figure is so impressive. In her mind surfaced the firm contours beneath his clothes from the day before. Even in profile, his body carried an undeniable sense of strength. The tips of her ears flushed quietly, and her heartbeat skipped without warning. Morning, Miss Guan. Lin nodded to her, his smile gentle. Morning light poured through the windows onto his sweat-dampened brow, a rising masculine vigor rushing straight toward her. Guan Jiahui lowered her head, the burn in her cheeks deepening. Her voice grew soft as a mosquito's hum. Lin, big brother, just call me Jiahui. Lin chuckled lightly, a hint of tenderness flickering in his gaze. All right, Jiahui. Have you had breakfast yet? Beside them, Zheng Shouzhong chimed in cheerfully. Young master, Miss Jiahui insisted on waiting for you to return before she would eat. I understand. Lin did not elaborate. He simply instructed Uncle Zheng, have the kitchen warm the dishes. I'll go upstairs for a quick shower, then come down and eat together. Yes, young master. Zheng Shouzhong turned and said softly, Miss Jiahui, please come with me. Oh, all right. She stole a furtive glance at Lin. He then answered in a low voice and followed along. Lin did not look back at her, heading straight upstairs. 15 minutes later, he descended in loose home-clothes footsteps, unhurried. In the dining room, an exquisite breakfast spread had already been laid out. Guan Jiahui sat quietly at the table, hands resting on her knees, looking very well behaved. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lin, he said as he took his seat, voice gentle. Don't be reserved. Take whatever you'd like. Guan Jiahui nodded, but did not reach out. Lin lifted his glass of milk and took a sip, then forked a fried egg and picked up a sandwich, eating at his own pace and ease. Only when she saw him start did Guan Jiahui cautiously begin to eat in tiny bites, as though afraid to disturb. Just as he was nearly finished, a maid stepped lightly into the room and spoke with a hint of hesitation. Young master, there is a gentleman and a lady at the door. They say they are looking for their daughter. At her words, out of the corner of his eye, Lin saw Guan Jiahui's fingertips tighten abruptly around her napkin, a tide of helplessness flooding into her gaze. He calmly swallowed the last bite of egg, then lifted his gaze to her with a small smile, nodding in quiet reassurance before saying to the maid, invite them in. Brew a pot of Longjing. I'll be there shortly. Yes, young master. When the door closed again, Guan Jiahui snapped her head up, her voice trembling. Lin, big brother. No. Lin answered cleanly without a trace of hesitation. Realizing his tone was too hard, he eased it slightly, but the firmness remained. The two outside are your birth parents. No matter how ugly things have become between you, blood cannot be changed. Running away will not solve anything. You might avoid them once. Can you avoid them for a lifetime? Even if I let you stay here, do you think they wouldn't come looking? You dodged the first day of the month. Can you dodge the 15th? Her lips were pressed so hard they had turned pale, her eyes rimmed red, tears swirling yet refusing to fall. Lin did not move, nor did he reach out to touch her. He simply watched her quietly. After a long moment, Guan Jiahui drew a deep breath and, biting her lip, whispered, I'll do as you say. She paused, then added in a low, hesitant voice, but, Lin, big brother, in the future, may I still come here? Lin Yi's lips lifted. The gate guards know you. Just tell them you're here to see me, or Uncle Zheng. You're welcome anytime. Guan Jiahui nodded lightly. Lin Yi rose and dabbed at the corner of his mouth. Finished eating? Then let's go. Your parents must be getting anxious. I'm done. Guan Jiahui shot to her feet and hurried to his side. Suddenly she lifted onto her toes, leaned in, and brushed a light kiss against his cheek. Thank you. The touch was soft and fleeting, like butterfly wings skimming past. Lin Yi froze for a heartbeat, then smiled and gently tousled the top of her head. Silly girl, what is there to thank me for? Come on. With that, Lin Yi turned and strode out ahead. She remained standing where she was, watching the line of his back. First her lips curved into a foolish grin, then she puffed them in a pout. As if displeased by how lightly he'd taken her gesture, she stamped her foot, then hurried to catch up. Walking ahead, Lin Yi could still feel the faint warmth of that dragonfly-like touch at his ear, yet in his heart, he sighed in silence. In times like these, having a face that looked too good was its own kind of trouble. After barely 3 seconds, he smirked at himself for being melodramatic. In the hall, a man and a woman sat side by side on the sofa. The woman's demeanor was cool and aloof. Her brows and eyes bore a 5-part resemblance to Guan Jiahui. She was her mother, Zhou Ning. The other, in a gray-white suit with refined features, was her father, Guan Haoming. My apologies, Mr. Guan, Miss Zhou, for keeping you waiting. Lin Yi's smile did not fade as he approached with unhurried steps, raising his hand in a light, courteous gesture before sitting down. Standing before the courtyard gate, Lin Yi watched the Guan family's car gradually disappear into the distance. The corners of his lips lifted slightly as he recalled Guan Haoming and Zhou Ning's attitudes, just now a faint smile tugging at his face. On the whole, Zhou Ning was as enthusiastic as ever. No, it should be said, he was overly attentive, bordering on obsequious. Guan Haoming, however, had remained wary of Lin Yi throughout, watching him as though guarding against a thief. especially when he saw Guan Jiahui's cheeks flushed as she followed him out of the dining room. The look in Guan Haoming's eyes was blazing, as if he wished he could smash a fist into Lin Yi's face. Yet if it truly came to blows, Lin Yi alone could floor 3 Guan Haomings, not to mention the dozen-odd armed bodyguards crouching in the house. Even if the old man were given the courage of 8 men, he would not dare so much as lift a finger. Therefore Lin Yi had not bothered to show him a pleasant face. He had not taken advantage of Guan Jiahui in the slightest. On the contrary, he had even taken the initiative to serve the old man a cup of hot tea. After a brief chat, he had urged them to leave neat and decisive without the slightest delay. Once the Guan family departed, Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then turned and walked toward the training ground in the back courtyard. With more than a dozen bodyguards kept on staff, they could not simply stand at the door every day like ornamental guardians. Without training, their bodies would inevitably degenerate and their skills would rust. Thus, one corner of the backyard had long been outfitted with barbells, sandbags, resistance machines, and even a spacious room dedicated to physical conditioning. The moment Lin Yi appeared, the bodyguards, some upside down on rings, some lifting iron until their faces flushed red, immediately halted their movements. "Young Master Lin," they snapped to attention in unison, greeting him with solemn respect. Keep training." Lin Yi waved his hand casually, a lazy smile on his face. "I'm just here to test my strength recently. Young Master Lin, do you want to test punching power or try the bench press? I'll set up the machine for you." A sharp-eyed bodyguard hurried over, his face wreathed in smiles. Lin Yi considered briefly. "Let's test the punch first." "All right." The man dashed off, swiftly activating. It was a high-precision impact force tester designed specifically for professional boxers, costing close to $100,000. The other bodyguards gathered around as well, whispering excitedly among themselves. "Young Master Lin, give us a blast. Let us see what you've got." Lin Yi had never put on airs. He often joked and bantered with them. They had long regarded him as half a brother, so they dared to speak more freely. Lin Yi said nothing. He simply stepped forward, feet apart, knees bent, lowering his waist. In the next instant, his center of gravity sank, and his right arm lashed out like a whip. Bang! With a dull, heavy thud, the numbers on the display leapt wildly before finally settling 341 pounds. 341. At that sight, the onlookers instantly erupted in uproar. That figure already surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. It was said that at his peak, the boxing king Ali could deliver about 400 pounds with a single punch. The Chinese Grandmaster Bruce Lee's limit was no more than 350 pounds. Lin Yi's punch was nearly on par with Bruce Lee's. Yet how long had he been training? Those men had been immersed in the training ground since they were barely able to speak. He drew in a deep breath and launched another punch. Bang! The digits flickered, then stopped at 347 pounds, 6 pounds higher than before. "Which of you wants to try?" Lin Yi lifted his gaze and swept it across the group. "I will." A tall, robust bodyguard stepped out, at once a trace of skepticism lingering in his eyes. He took his stance, focused his mind, and drove out a punch. Bang! The display lit up. 285 pounds. For a professional bodyguard, that was a standard passing level. Yet when that number fixed in place, everyone could not help but turn their gaze toward Lin Yi. The tester was clearly functioning properly, which meant Lin Yi truly had just unleashed such a terrifying force with a single punch. How could this be? 3 months ago, he could not even lift 100 Gene. Now he could drive out a punch weighing more than a ton. The air seemed to congeal. The bodyguards exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. The corners of Lin Yi's lips rose slightly. "So it isn't an illusion. My strength really has surged." The medicinal meal worth 3 million that he had swallowed at dawn had not been for nothing. Though he still could not shatter a bull's bones with a single punch, he was no longer the weakling who could not even lift a dumbbell. Switched to bench press. He walked straight to another bench rack, put on no protective gear, and relied solely on his own strength to press the weight. The display flashed 180 kilograms. Money well spent. Watching the bodyguards around him standing their mouths agape, Lin Yi chuckled inwardly. In this world, it is the fist that ultimately speaks. After his midday nap, Lin Yi stretched lazily, changed into a light shirt and long trousers, and strolled down the staircase. Just as he stepped off the last stairs, Zheng Shouzhong came up to meet him, wearing his habitual gentle smile. "Young master, you're awake." "Uncle Zheng, is something the matter?" Without pausing his stride, Lin Yi casually accepted the warm tea Zheng handed him. "Yes, young master," Zheng replied. "Just now a man named Kevin Rock is called. He said the person you asked him to find has already been located and requested that you go to Hisco tomorrow morning before 9. Zheng's speech was unhurried, yet every word was clear. Lin Yi lifted his brows lightly, having not expected such astonishing efficiency. It had been handled within only a week. Had he known, he would not have needed to press his assistant so urgently at the outset. Still, since the person had been found, it would be convenient to meet tomorrow. If suitable, he would bring that person into his own ranks. "We're going to Wanxiang Media now." After a glance at his wristwatch, Lin Yi made up his mind. Before the sedan had even driven out of the garage, a bodyguard came running up at speed, his expression grave. "What is it?" Lin Yi lowered the window, his voice even. "Young Master Lin, several cars have arrived at the gate." A dozen tattooed men got out and said there. "Here for you," the bodyguard reported quietly. "Men from a triad." Lin Yi's gaze sank, but he did not say much. He pushed the door open and stepped out. Come, let's take a look. Young Master Lin, better to be careful. He Jifeng followed a step behind, at once lowering his voice over the earpiece. All units assemble, enter alert status. In an instant, a dozen security men from the estate seemed to materialize, closing in around Lin Yi. No need to be so tense, they're just here to talk. Lin Yi smiled faintly and raised his hand to calm them, then turned and headed toward the main gate. Young Master Lin, still better stay wary, Wang Jinshuan murmured at his side, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. Lin Yi gave no further reply. He understood well that the purpose of these men's existence was to shield him from unnecessary trouble. The iron gate slowly slid open, revealing more than a dozen figures waiting outside. Their clothes were gaudy, their tattoos modeled their faces steeped in street arrogance. Lin Yi recognized the leader. This was Zhang Yaoyang. A guest is still a guest. Open the gate, Lin Yi said after only a brief glance, his tone light as a spring breeze. The gatekeeper's tense expression eased at his words, and he hurried to press the unlock button. The iron gate slid open without a sound. Lin Yi walked out at an unhurried pace, tranquil as drifting clouds. Just then the rear door of a black Bentley abruptly swung open. A middle-aged man stepped out with steady composure, hair jet black, expression cold as ice. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened slightly. It was him. Why would this man come in person? Though puzzlement flickered in his heart, Lin Yi showed nothing on his face, continuing to walk forward at a measured pace. Only when he was 10 meters away did he come to a halt. Lin Yi's gaze swept past the fierce faces flanking the man and finally settled on the middle-aged figure himself. His lips curved. For Mr. Xiang to come in person, do you have some instruction for me? Xiang Huaqiang's brows rose slightly, a hint of surprise in his tone. So Mr. Lin recognizes me. I'm truly honored. You flatter me, Mr. Xiang. Lin Yi replied with his smile intact. Xian He Sheng holds half of Hong Kong Island in its grasp, and you sit at its helm. If I failed to recognize you, I'd best change trades tomorrow and start selling pancakes on the street. His words sounded like banter, yet each sentence laid bare the truth. Xian He Sheng's power was immense, but far from monopolizing everything. Mr. Lin overestimates me. My humble name is hardly worth mentioning. Xiang Huaqiang's smile grew a touch more genuine. He extended his hand. A pleasure, Lin Yi echoed. He raised his hand to meet Xiang's, his palm warmed, the strength of his grip perfectly measured. I've already heard about what happened yesterday, he added. Xiang Huaqiang's tone shifted, tinged with apology. My men didn't know their place and disturbed you. I apologize on their behalf. Contrary to expectations, he had not come to demand an explanation, but rather with his posture held remarkably low. Then Xiang Huaqiang's voice cooled. Bring him over. A car door was flung open and a burly man dragged out, a bedraggled figure hurling him heavily onto the ground. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. It was Zhang Long, who had caused trouble at the accounting firm yesterday. Yet the man before him was utterly changed from yesterday's swaggering self. His face was ashen as paper, hair a bird's nest of tangles, clothing torn to shreds. Most striking of all, his left arm had been severed cleanly at the wrist. Layer upon layer of gauze was soaked through with blood, dark red seeping outward, a ghastly sight. Kneel. The burly man kicked the back of his knee and Zhang Long collapsed forward, knees thudding against the ground. Xiang Huaqiang glanced down at him, then lifted his eyes to Lin Yi. My subordinate failed to understand the rules. I've dealt with him according to our code. I wonder if Mr. Lin is satisfied. After a brief pause, his tone softened further. If you find this punishment too light, I'll hand him over to you for any disposition you deem fit. Spare me, young Master Lin. I truly know I was wrong. Zhang Long pressed his forehead to the ground, voice breaking, tears and mucus streaming down his face. I was blind. Please spare me. Among these executives, Chao Jiming was the most low-key, hardly saying anything, while in front of the grand gate Lin Yi stood with more than 10 burly bodyguards behind him, each standing tall, like pines, their eyes sharp and fierce. Opposite him stood Xiang Huaqiang, surrounded by a group of street thugs, smoking and exuding a rebellious air. They were standing askew, already losing in terms of momentum. Not to mention at Xiang Huaqiang's feet knelt a trembling lackey, his head lowered in fear. This only emphasized how New Husheng was being suffocated. Lin Yi glanced at Zhang Long, who was shivering at his feet, and looked at Xiang Huaqiang with a warm smile, saying, No need for that, Mr. Xiang. I appreciate your kindness. He'll remember this favor. I'm relieved that Mr. Lin is willing to accept it. Xiang Huaqiang smiled and waved his hand. A young subordinate quickly stepped forward, presenting a check with both hands. This small compensation counts as the damages for Zhang Long and the others smashing your company. Please don't think it's too little. Xiang Huaqiang's tone was humble, with no anger on his face. Lin Yi stared at him, a hint of profundity flashing in his eyes, then smiled and nodded. If Mr. Xiang is so generous, it would be ungracious of me to decline further. Jinshuan, take it. Yes, young Master Lin. Wang Jinshuan stepped forward, firmly accepting the check and stepping back. Then Lin Yi said with a gentle smile, It's so hot today, why not come in for some iced tea? I just brewed some pure, it would be perfect. Let's do it another day. Xiang Huaqiang waved his hand. I have a meeting to attend today and truly cannot spare the time. Next time I will certainly host a banquet to personally apologize and properly toast Mr. Lin. Not at all, you are too polite. Lin Yi shook his head repeatedly. Since there is something I won't insist. Mr. Xiang, please. The two shook hands, the grip neither too hard nor too light, and after a few seconds they released. Xiang Huaqiang turned and got into the car with his gang. The engine softly hummed as the car slowly turned and drove away from the Lin family's residence. Inside the car, a middle-aged man resembling Xiang Huaqiang leaned back in the rear seat, gazing through the darkened window at the receding gate, quietly asking, "Big brother, what do you think?" Xiang Huaqiang closed his eyes against the seat, lightly tapping his knee with his fingertips before slowly replying. He is composed and knows how to measure, not an ordinary person. I never expected such a figure to be hidden in Hong Kong Island. Xiang Huaqiang sighed. Who said the richest are Yi Hongjun and Li Jiaqing? Currently the wealthiest in Hong Kong Island is likely that youth who is as low-key as a student. A smirk appeared on Xiang Huaqiang's lips, yet there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. He recalled the information he had discovered last night, a chill running through his mind. As one of the three major gangs, New Hushing had spies all over the city, and their intelligence network was as intricate as spider silk. Zhang Yaoyang reported the events from that night at Wanxiang Financial, immediately alarming his brother Xiang Huaxing. He was the brains behind New Hushing, exceptionally capable. Upon hearing that someone could casually get Citibank to cash out $100 million, Xiang Huaxing fell silent for a full 10 minutes. This was not something that could be accomplished merely with money. Yet a young man could make a call and Citibank would be ready to release $100 million at any time. What did this mean? It meant that what stood behind him was not just numbers in an account, but resources capable of shaking the international financial system. Not to mention the subsequent findings. Previously, he had made a net profit of $600 million through stock trading in 4 months. There were also witnesses who saw him attending Old Chin's funeral. Later, a small gang attempted to move against him. As a result, they were wiped out overnight by the Triads, their leader's corpse floating in Victoria Harbor. Most astonishingly, someone witnessed him visiting 6 banks in one day, depositing $200 million in each. That made $1,200 million across 6 banks. And that money all came from a transfer from HSBC. How much more was in his HSBC account? 20 billion, 30 billion, or even more. Moreover, what was even more chilling was his security company had over 100 members, all retired special forces. There were also rumors about the private gathering he attended last night. Present were 3 legislative council members, 2 high-ranking police officials, and influential figures from the Financial Bureau. After these people left, their only evaluation of him was, "This kid is unfathomable. Wealth, not frightening. Power, that might not be terrifying either. But a person who possesses a $1 trillion fortune, military background, connections in the underworld, and relationships in politics. That is a legend." The Xiang brothers exchanged glances, remaining silent for a long time. Ultimately, Xiang Huaqiang decided to take Zhang Long and personally visit to apologize. Such a person should not be made an enemy, only a good acquaintance. Standing in front of the estate's gate, watching Xiang Huaqiang's car slowly depart, Lin Yi, although unaware that his past had already been thoroughly investigated, felt a clarity in his heart. As one of the 3 major gangs in Hong Kong Island, holding tens of thousands of brothers, how could New Hushing just casually come to apologize? Unfortunately, Lin Yi was not a fortune teller and truly could not guess Xiang Huaqiang's true intentions for this visit. Young Master Lin. Wang Jinshuan hurried over, holding a check. Lin Yi took it, glanced at the number, and smiled. 500,000. Haha, Mr. Xiang is indeed generous. Jinshuan distributed 10,000 each and transferred the rest to Uncle Zhang. With that, Lin Yi pushed the check back. Thank you, young Master Lin. Young Master Lin is magnanimous. The bodyguards in the yard erupted in cheers. Some pounded their chests, some clenched their fists, their eyes shining with excitement, eager to kneel and bow right there. $10,000 in this era is enough to support a family for half a year. All right, everyone disperse. Don't block the entrance like the gate gods. Lin Yi waved his hand, smiling lightly as he turned to walk inside. Several hundred thousand was merely pocket change to him. But to those who followed him to make a living, 10,000 was a lifeline. He understood deeply that if he wanted people to risk their lives to shield him from bullets, he could not merely pay a monthly salary of 3,000. Relying on sentiment to support a team. Ridiculous. People's hearts are made of flesh. A stack of cash is more effective than any words. He dared not say that on a day when bullets fly, these people would use their bodies as shields. But if dozens of knife-wielding thugs rushed in, at least 99% would stand in front of him. That was enough. Let's take a break today and not go to Wanxiang Media. On his way back, Lin Yi raised his hand to dismiss the thought of going to Wanxiang Media. Initially, he intended to go there just to skim through the news and pass the time. Who would have thought that Xiang Huaqiang would block the door with a severed hand, causing an uproar across the city? He had no time to look at the news now. Young Master Lin. Just as he was about to step into the foyer, a young man hurried over. Lin Yi stepped aside, his gaze sharpening. The man's name was Zhao Bin. He was the most capable among the 10 bodyguards sent by Lu Wenchuan. Is there something you need? Lin Yi stopped and asked casually. Young Master Lin. Zhao Bin swallowed hard, his eyes trembling slightly. Is our company still hiring? Oh, you want to recommend a friend? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, asking back. Yes. Zhao Bin lowered his voice. There are more than 10 all from Hanging Neck Ridge with no background, no connections, but willing to work hard. Hanging Neck Ridge. That name pierced his memory like a thorn suddenly jabbing into his recollection. After 49, a group of retired soldiers were relocated there with their families. It was supposed to be a resettlement, but it ended up with leftists surrounding and brawling, blood staining the alleys. It was so poor that even newspapers were too lazy to report, and the relief station refused to go because it was too far, leaving children to scavenge for food in piles of scrap metal. Lenny squinted. Isn't Lu Gu quite amiable? You can just go to him, why come to me? Lu Gu is a good but Instructor Zhou. He looks down on our background, saying we tarnish the team's reputation. Zhou Jia. Lin Yi's expression darkened. Zhao Bin nodded yes. I understand, you can go back now, I'll handle this. Lin Yi's tone was not heavy, but a frost had already settled in his eyes. Thank you, young Master Lin. Zhao Bin turned and walked away with a lighter step. After he left, Lin Yi went straight back inside and picked up the phone to dial. Hello Lu Gu, come back immediately, I need to ask you something. Okay, I'm on my way now. With the call ended, Lin Yi sat on the sofa, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. The winds of Hanging Neck Ridge cannot blow into the skyscrapers, but those who are in those winds can tear open a gap, allowing the sunlight to shine through. In the living room, Lin Yi sat upright on the sofa, holding a newspaper in his hands, while waves of turmoil churned within him. If it weren't for Zhao Bin revealing it today, he wouldn't have known that the security company he established was already riddled with corruption. What was the purpose of establishing this security company? Was it not to have a group of truly trustworthy people by his side? But just as it was starting out, someone had already reached in. Lin Yi sighed lightly. He hoped there was still room for maneuver. Otherwise, he would have to completely reshuffle the entire security company himself. After more than half an hour, Lu Wenchuan finally rushed in. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Lin Yi leisurely flipping through the newspaper, his expression calm and unperturbed. A sudden heaviness settled in his heart, as something was amiss. Young Master Lin. Lu Wenchuan lowered his head, his voice deep. You're here, sit. Lin Yi didn't even lift his eyelids. The tone was as cold as ice, a stark contrast to the usual brother Lu. Lu Wenchuan's throat tightened, not daring to say much. He sat down gently, but his back was already rigid with tension. Yet Lin Yi remained unruffled, turning the pages of the newspaper, slowly, the atmosphere becoming somewhat heavy. As time crawled by, beads of sweat formed on Lu Wenchuan's forehead, and he felt as though a heavy stone was pressing down on his chest. With every passing moment, it felt like receiving another blow in the execution ground. For a full 10 minutes, he felt trapped, afraid that even his breath would disturb the eerie silence. Finally, he swallowed hard, and with a hoarse voice asked, Young Master Lin, what has happened? Lin Yi responded slowly, raising his gaze. He neatly folded the newspaper and placed it at the corner of the coffee table, his eyes locking onto Lu Wenchuan's. Brother Lu, how do you think I treat you? Lu Wenchuan was taken aback and then straightened his back abruptly, saying, Young Master Lin has given me a life-saving grace. Without your support, I would still be wallowing in the mud. From that day on, my life belongs entirely to you. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his tone steady. But what I hate the most are those who repay kindness with enmity. Do you understand? Young Master Lin, I absolutely did not. Lu Wenchuan stood up suddenly, his eyes reddening, his voice trembling. I would never betray you, heaven can witness. Lin Yi waved his hand, and the bodyguards outside the door immediately stepped back. Sit down. His voice was not loud, yet it was as solid as a rock. If I didn't trust you, why would I hand over the entire security company to you? Lu Wenchuan's breath hitched, and he slowly sat down again, his chest rising and falling violently, yet he did not speak further. The reason I called you here is because I heard from the subordinates that someone in the instructor team is bullying students from humble backgrounds. Have you heard anything about this? Lin Yi's gaze was piercing, directly aimed at him. Lu Wenchuan was stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment. Young Master Lin, where did this come from? There has never been such a case in the company. I conduct daily inspections and have never overlooked anything. His expression was one of shock, confusion, and fear, showing no signs of deceit. Lin Yi's eyes flickered slightly, and he suddenly spoke. Wang Jinshuan, go invite Zhao Bin in. Wang Jinshuan responded, yes, young Master Lin. Moments later, Zhao Bin walked in, nervously lowering his head and not daring to look up. Lin Yi calmly said, Zhao Bin, tell brother Lu again what you told me today in front of him. Yes, young Master Lin. Zhao Bin swallowed hard, meeting Lu Wenchuan's gaze, his voice trembling. Brother Lu, this matter. Actually, as Zhao Bin revealed the details one by one, Lu Wenchuan's complexion shifted from pale to green. He never expected that the core members he had personally trained would be so ungrateful. Fury surged within him, and he nearly ground his teeth to dust. All right, Zhao Bin, you can leave now. Lin Yi waved his hand. I've agreed to the matter you raised. Soon I will personally go to Hanging Neck Ridge to take a look. Young Master Lin. Lu Wenchuan suddenly stood up, bowing deeply, his voice hoarse. It was my negligence for not managing the team. I am not worthy to hold this position any longer. Please choose someone more capable. I am not qualified. I have said before, I trust you. Lin Yi's gaze was calm, his words as firm as iron. Now that the mistake has occurred, evasion is useless. I only ask you one thing, can you clean up the mess? Lu Wenchuan suddenly raised his head, the redness in his eyes fading, but replaced with a sense of determination. He stood tall. Yes. Young Master Lin, I will personally clean it up. Very good. Lin Yi nodded slowly. But there is no need to make a big fuss lest we alarm the snake and harm the innocent. He paused and continued. I will arrange for someone to serve as deputy manager to co-manage the security company with you. Additionally, establish a supervisory team that reports directly to me. Understood. Young Master Lin, I will remember this. Lu Wenchuan responded, each word deliberate and resolute. Go ahead. Lin Yi waved his hand. Time is urgent, but your heart cannot be rushed. First investigate clearly, then take action. Yes. Lu Wenchuan bowed deeply and turned to leave. The next day, just as dawn broke, Lin Yi habitually arrived at Taoist Yunyang's thatched cottage to meditate and practice qi. According to Taoist Yunyang, the spiritual energy here far surpassed the outside world, making it an excellent place to draw qi into the body. After the previous physical changes, Lin Yi became even more enamored with cultivation. Having only opened a few acupoints, his physique was already remarkably different. If he could truly connect all the meridians, wouldn't it be a complete transformation? Yet today, without the aid of medicinal meals, the qi entering his body soon dissipated like mist, making the results even worse than yesterday. Indeed, my aptitude is truly mediocre. Lin Yi murmured with his eyes closed, a hint of weariness visible between his brows. A single dose of medicinal meal required 10 days to fully refine. If he were to be greedy and rush, it would only lead to the accumulation of toxins, hindering his meridians and making breakthroughs even more difficult. Though he didn't fully understand the reasoning, he dared not experiment carelessly. From what he could see, Taoist Yunyang had treated him with great care. If he truly wanted to be dismissive, he could have just let him explore on his own. Why go out of his way to provide a prescription? Lin Yi sat cross-legged for another hour before rising to practice the 5 elements fist. Today's fist technique, however, was vastly different from yesterday. The movements no longer followed his thoughts. Each stance was self-generated. Like flowing water, there were no obstructions. If martial techniques had levels, he had now stepped from a glimpse of the threshold into a small realm of accomplishment. Moreover, the breathing was strangely. In the past, every punch he threw required careful adjustment of his breath, fearing disruption. Yet now the punches moved like the wind, and his breath naturally harmonized with them. Lin Yi finished his stance, standing still as he slowly exhaled the turbid air from his chest. Let's go home. He waved his sleeve and turned with others closely following. After returning home to wash up and have a meal, he headed straight to Haixiku Consulting Company. The other party had already conveyed that they had found suitable candidates and that the interviews would take place today. As soon as Lin Yi arrived, he saw Kevin Rosius welcoming him warmly. The process was the same as before, reviewing files, answering questions, and evaluations. Today, 12 candidates needed to be interviewed. 2 were for the deputy manager of the film company, 3 for theater managers, 3 for future pharmaceutical company managers, and 4 for deputy managers of the security company. These individuals were the foundation of his future endeavors. He did not dare to be careless, weighing each question carefully. 3 hours passed, and he finally settled on 5 candidates. 1 film deputy manager, 2 theater managers, 1 principal, and 1 deputy, 1 pharmaceutical company manager, and 1 deputy manager of the security company. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Yi suggested hosting a lunch to treat the new core members. The 5 had no objections. After the meal, the other 4 needed to handle their resignation and handover. Only the film company's deputy manager, Kong Xingliang, could start immediately. Lin Yi instructed the others to report to work within 10 days and took Kong Xingliang away. Kong Xingliang had originally been the head of a small production company in Hong Kong and had studied management at Hong Kong University. The company was co-founded by him and a close friend. He was in charge of operations while his friend focused on production. They had once made a film that earned money, but subsequent investments had all resulted in losses. On the last occasion, he bet his property and put all his eggs in one basket. Unexpectedly, his friend disappeared with the funds, leaving no trace. After hearing this, Lin Yi felt sympathy, yet he was not surprised at all. The business world is like a battlefield. To achieve long-term success, one should not partner with friends. When profits are at stake, even brothers may not keep their promises. Even if they must work together, responsibilities and accounts must be clearly defined. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. This was a lesson he learned with real money in his previous life. The convoy stopped in front of the film company. Seeing the big boss arriving, the security guard at the door did not dare to be negligent and quickly pushed the door open to welcome him. Young Master Lin. Upon hearing this, Chen Weiqi, Wang Jing, and others hurried out to greet him. Lin Yi nodded slightly and entered Chen Weiqi's office first. Once everyone was seated, he raised his hand to introduce. Let me introduce, this is Mr. Kong Xingliang. From now on, he will serve as my film company's deputy manager and will work with all of you in the future. Please give him a round of applause. Applause erupted, warm and enthusiastic. Hello colleagues, my name is Kong Xingliang, and I look forward to working with you all in the future. Kong Xingliang bowed slightly, his expression humble. Lin Yi also introduced each person to one another. Manager Kong, I will be going abroad with Manager Chun and the others to purchase equipment in the next few days, so you will be in charge of the company. The tasks are twofold. First, fill the vacancies in the administrative distribution and special effects departments as quickly as possible. Second, establish employee regulations. For security and legal matters, you can contact Lu Wenxuan and Cheng Feiyu. Su Wanqing will give you a list later. Understood, boss. Kong Xingliang responded crisply. Wanqing. Lin Yi turned to Su Wanqing and said, you will hand over matters here tomorrow and then return to work at the film company. Yes, boss. Su Wanqing replied, her head bowed. The next morning, Lin Yi had just finished his cultivation and took a car to Wanxiang Media Company. Young Master Lin, good morning. As soon as he stepped into the building, every employee he encountered paused to bow and greet him. Lin Yi merely smiled faintly and nodded in return. The three-story building was rented by the company, and although there were 2 elevators, they were so old that rust was seeping through. The elevators had long been used only for transporting goods, and since the floors were low, taking the stairs was actually faster. Lin Yi lifted his foot and climbed the steps directly to the 3rd floor. Young Master Lin, good morning. As soon as he pushed open the door to his office, he saw Su Wanqing and Zhong Xiaoyan both stand up looking respectful. You both are early too. Lin Yi nodded with a smile, but his gaze inadvertently fell on Zhong Xiaoyan. After not seeing her for several days, her appearance had surprisingly changed. Her complexion was a bit darker and she had lost some weight. He thought to himself, has this girl been to Africa? In the past, what caught his attention most was her skin, which seemed as translucent, as jade white as freshly fallen snow. Now, however, it had darkened significantly, and she had lost some of her beauty. Although she was still considered a beauty, for some reason looking at her made him somewhat uncomfortable. Zhong Xiaoyan noticed his strange gaze, and her anger surged, wishing she could tear his face apart right then and there. How could she not understand? That gaze was clearly mocking. It ridiculed her for running around for him, getting sunburned like a caramel pudding. Shouldn't a secretary be organizing documents, serving coffee, and accompanying the boss for tea? Why had it turned into a driver and scout in her case? Running around the city every day regardless of the weather, with the wind cracking her face and the sun scorching her skin. It would be strange if she wasn't tanned and thin. Yulin, just wait one day. I will make you kneel and call me Andy. She ground her teeth in silence at her desk, her hatred silent, yet sharp as a knife. Achoo! Achoo! Just as Linny sat down in his office, he sneezed twice, rubbed his nose and muttered, "Who was talking about me behind my back?" At that moment, Su Wanqing entered softly, saying, "Young Master Lin, we received news from Lawyer Chung that the visa has been fully processed." So fast. Lin raised his eyebrows, slightly feeling surprised. It had only been a few days. Cheng Feiyu had actually completed all the exit procedures. It seemed that choosing him to open the law firm was indeed the right choice. This efficiency was truly faster than a rocket. Lenny nodded. "Then go ahead and book the tickets. We will leave early tomorrow and inform Chen Weiqi and the others as well." Understood. Su Wanqing took note. Lin suddenly added, "By the way, find a translator over there. Chen Weiqi and their English might be a bit lacking." "No need, young Master Lin." Su Wanqing looked at him, her eyes subtle. "I can speak English." Lin was taken aback and slapped his forehead. "All right. I almost forgot." "No need, young Master Lin." Su Wanqing looked at him, her eyes subtle. "I can speak English." Lin was taken aback and slapped his forehead. "All right. I almost forgot." Su Wanqing nodded. "I mentioned it. He said he has arranged for someone to make contact." Lin nodded slightly. "Could you go brew me a pot of tea, Guanyin?" "Yes." Su Wanqing turned, but then hesitated, her tone somewhat hesitant. "Young Master Lin, there's something I don't know if I should mention." "Speak." "A few days ago, the film company borrowed equipment from Shaw Brothers, and they said they wouldn't refund a penny of the rental fee." Lin frowned, the smile on his face gradually fading. "Shaw Brothers. Do they really think they are local emperors? Fine, if they start their show, we'll step onto the stage and perform a fierce act. I initially wanted to leave some leeway, but since they show no mercy, don't blame me for being rude. Notify Cheng Feiyu to buy up all the places that can be bought around the 16 cinemas under Shaw Brothers." Su Wanqing's pupils constricted, almost thinking she had misheard. To hoard land for a mere $50,000 next to 16 cinemas. Just buying the land at current market prices would cost at least $150 million. Adding in renovations, approvals, and operations starting at $200 million would be considered conservative. This is simply madness. But when she looked up at Lin, his expression was calm and unbothered. She didn't find it absurd, instead her heart warmed. "Is there a problem?" Lin glanced sideways at Su Wanqing. "No, none." Su Wanqing suddenly came to her senses, a blush appearing on her cheeks. "I will handle it right away." Before he could respond, she had already turned and left quickly. Lin looked at the doorway, frowning. Why is she blushing? Though confused, he didn't delve deeper and turned to make a phone call. "Huangbo Lu Hao, come to my office. We need to discuss the newspaper distribution." This day, in addition to dealing with matters at the media company, Lin also made a special trip to the accounting firm and law firm to arrange the handover matters one by one before heading home. As he pushed the door into the house, he suddenly slapped his forehead. It was as if he remembered something important and immediately called the butler over. "Young master." Zheng Shouzhong, who was busy checking the storeroom, hurriedly came over, his clothes still dusted with some dirt. Uncle Zheng, I'm flying to M country tomorrow, and will probably stay for 2 weeks. I previously booked a yacht, and it should arrive at the port in the next few days. You first go to Victoria Harbor and rent a long-term docking space. Once the ship docks, go check it personally. If there are no issues, just make the payment. As he spoke, he took out a checkbook from his suit pocket, flipped it open, and handed it over. The money has all been settled, 450,000 pounds. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shouzhong's hand trembled, almost unable to hold the check steady. In the past, he would definitely advise the young master to think carefully. 450,000 pounds was nearly 50 million Hong Kong dollars. For the Lin family, that wasn't an exorbitant price, but it was certainly not a small amount. Any movement could cause significant repercussions. But now, he had long sensed something was off. In just this 1 month, he had seen 3 checkbooks. HSBC's, Goldman Sachs, and this one. The first 2 could each issue checks for $10 million. And this one that could buy a yacht, how could it possibly be a mere decoration? This young master of the Lin family was no longer the frivolous young heir he once was. Understood, young master, I will handle it first thing tomorrow morning. Zheng Shouzhong solemnly put away the check, his expression serious, but he couldn't help but remind, by the way, young master, are you taking a bodyguard with you? I heard M country isn't very safe. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. Don't worry, Wang Jinshuan and He Jifeng are accompanying me. I am only going there for business, not to venture into a den of tigers and dragons. That's good, that's good. Zheng Shouzhong finally breathed a sigh of relief, the crease between his brows slowly smoothing out. That night there was nothing to talk about. The next day in the morning, Lin Yi finished his cultivation and freshened up, carrying the luggage that Zheng Shouzhong had prepared for him, and headed straight to the airport. As the convoy just came to a stop, Su Wanqing, Chen Weiqi, and Wang Jing, who had been waiting at the entrance, rushed over. Young Master Lin, good morning. The 3 spoke in unison, their tone respectful. Lin Yi nodded. Thank you for waiting for so long. No problem, we just arrived too. The 3 quickly waved their hands. All right, let's go. Lin Yi took steps towards the departure lounge. Wanqing, what time is boarding? 10 o'clock in half an hour. Su Wanqing glanced at her watch. The flight from Hong Kong Island to Los Angeles takes 14 hours. We will arrive in the afternoon local time, and you will make it in time for dinner. The group entered the departure area, and before long they began checking tickets. This time Lin Yi had purchased a first-class ticket while the others had all booked economy class. Once on board, the flight attendant guided him to his seat. Sir, may I offer you a drink? A blonde woman leaned down with a smile, her bosom swaying gently, the fragrance barely discernible. Lin Yi glanced up. The view was indeed pleasing to the eye. But as his gaze moved up and he noticed the fine lines and sunspots on her cheeks, he quickly averted his eyes. Please bring me a glass of warm water, thank you. Just a moment. The woman showed a hint of disappointment in her eyes as she turned to leave her waist swaying more than the flight path. He, young man full of vigor, huh? Suddenly, a slightly hoarse laughter sounded from beside him. He turned his head and saw an elderly white man with silver hair squinting and grinning lewdly. Lin Yi was not angry, but instead raised his eyebrows and smiled. Old man, at your age you can still appreciate romance. You must have been quite the charmer in your youth, right? Huh. Of course. The old man laughed heartily, patting his thigh. Back in Locktown, the girls chased me down the street. Even the church bells couldn't drown out their screams. Speaking of which, he extended his hand. Ilu Casio, lawyer. Lin Yi, businessman. Lin Yi smiled and shook hands with him. I thought you were some family heir coming to M country to gain experience. Ilu exclaimed in surprise. You guessed correctly, my parents left me a bit of an inheritance, and the rest I have to manage myself. To be honest, I would rather be a rich second generation, living off my family's fortune. Oh my god, that is just— Alice's expression darkened for a moment, then he became serious. But looking at you now, your parents would definitely be proud of you up there. Thank you. Lin Yi nodded. You're welcome. Ilu took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one. Would you like one? Lin Yi was taken aback and suddenly remembered that this was the early 1980s and smoking was not yet banned on planes. In today's skies, everyone puffed clouds and exhaled smoke, making the cabin feel like a paradise. At Los Angeles International Airport, a flight broke through the clouds and gently descended onto the runway. The wheels lightly touched the ground, stirring up a little dust. Mr. A.I. Liu, it is truly an honor to meet you on this flight. As the cabin door opened, Lin Yi smiled and extended his hand, shaking hands tightly with A.I. Liu. Haha, Mr. Lin, you are too kind. I also did not expect to meet such a knowledgeable young man. A.I. Liu laughed heartily, his sincerity evident in his eyes. He had merely initiated a casual conversation, not expecting this young man to engage him deeply in discussions about global supply chain restructuring and geopolitical financial games. Even the evolution of the Bretton Woods system from the 1970s was discussed, as if it were common knowledge. If you don't mind, you're always welcome at my home for a visit. My wife just returned from Italy with a batch of handcrafted red wine, and I was worried about having no one to share it with. A.I. Liu warmly invited. Then I shall not decline, Mr. A.I. Liu. I believe we will meet again soon. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly, a hint of profound meaning flashing in his eyes. Certainly, Mr. Lin, take care. A.I. Liu waved his hand, turning to blend into the crowd. Lin Xiao, who was that foreigner just now? As AI Lu's figure disappeared, Wang Jing, who had been waiting nearby, immediately approached with a mischievous grin. Lin Yi turned his head. A lawyer I met on the plane. Don't call people foreigners like that. If they complain of discrimination, you could be locked up for 3 years. Understood, Lin Xiao. Wang Jing laughed awkwardly, but in his heart, he was muttering, this foreigner doesn't understand Cantonese, so what's there to be afraid of? But he dared not argue back. Lin Yi said no more, turning his gaze to the pale-faced Su Wanqing beside him. Wanqing, can you hold on? She raised her eyes, her lips pale, but forcing a smile. I'm fine, it's just. I haven't taken a long-haul flight in a while, feeling a bit dizzy. I think it's the second-hand smoke from economy class that's getting to you. Chen Weiqi beside her couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yi also chuckled lightly. In first class one could still detect a faint smell of tobacco, let alone the cramped passengers in the back. In that enclosed space, that scent was nothing short of a slow-acting poison. It's a pity that no airline has yet introduced such a luxurious project as a private luxury flying cabin. Wait a minute. A private luxury flying cabin. What if I were to acquire a plane manufacturing company? If I could build one from scratch exclusively for the aviation systems of top-tier billionaires. This project could potentially unlock a blue ocean worth over $100 billion. But reality is harsh. Globally, there are only a handful of companies capable of independently producing large civil aircraft. The military monopolies that dominate the market have almost completely restricted access to the high-end civilian market. With Lin Yi's current resources, he couldn't even get through the door. He sighed silently, pulling back his thoughts. Let's go first find a place to settle down, other matters can wait. Yes, Lin Xiao. A few nodded and walked out of the airport together. They hailed 2 taxis and headed straight to the Hilton Hotel. The established hotel certainly exuded a deep heritage with a magnificent lobby. However, the group, weary from travel, had no time to appreciate it. After arranging 3 business rooms and 1 suite, they quickly had a simple dinner and then collapsed into bed for some much-needed sleep. After all, they needed to adjust to the time difference. A night without conversation. Morning. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, lingered for a moment, then got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. As he pulled back the curtains, golden sunlight poured in, revealing the harbor spread out before him. Shadows of sails dotted the sea, with yachts glistening like silver scales on the azure waves. In the distance, skyscrapers stood silently in the morning light, beautiful like a movie poster. But he knew this was merely a gilded cage. For the rich, it was paradise. For the underprivileged, it was a slum where even breathing cost more than gold. Lin Yi changed into a shirt just as the doorbell rang. Peering through the peephole, he saw Chen Weiqi and the others. He opened the door. Lin Yi, good morning. Good morning to you all. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. I just woke up and was about to look for you, yet you arrived first. The others hurriedly returned the politeness. We just got up as well, didn't want to delay you. Let's go first have breakfast, and we'll discuss matters afterward. Lin Yi said, casually, turning to leave. Understood. The others quickly followed, heading downstairs directly to the restaurant. The restaurant was spacious, devoid of any Asian faces. As they entered, all eyes turned toward them like spotlights. Lin Yi remained unperturbed, taking a seat and ordering steak, eggs Benedict, freshly brewed coffee. They enjoyed a relaxed meal. After finishing, he finally instructed, Weiqi and Jing, you two go out and run some equipment procurement errands in the next few days. Los Angeles is close to Hollywood. There must be high-end film equipment manufacturers nearby. Hurry to place orders, but take your time to explore, look around, and ask questions. We'll be here for at least 7 days, so we're not in a rush for time. After a pause, he added, money is not an issue. Rent a car and hire a local driver to save time and effort. Jian Sun, you stay behind to protect them, and Wanqing, you go too. Understood. The group agreed, though confused about what he intended to do. None dared to ask further. Chen Weiqi hesitated for a moment. What if there's an emergency? How do we reach you? I will be with Ji phone calling you at a fixed time each day. Lin Yi responded indifferently. Once the arrangements were set, he turned and headed straight to the car rental agency, selecting a Bentley. Then he hired an experienced driver and set off in the direction of Los Angeles. The University of California, Los Angeles. This institution would be repeatedly recognized as one of the top public universities in America in the years to come. Of course, this moment is not the future. No matter how glorious a reputation, it requires the accumulation of time to mature, much like aged fine wine, revealing its rich aroma. Lin Yi arrived at the campus gate, took out a $100 bill, and flagged down a young man just stepping out of the school. After some friendly banter, he waited quietly outside. About 20 minutes later, 2 young girls walked out side by side. One was an Asian girl in a light blue dress, her features picturesque. The other girl had blonde hair and blue eyes with a curvy figure and a cheerful demeanor. Hey, beautiful girls, need a ride? Lin Yi's gaze settled on the Asian girl, his lips curling as he greeted her gently. Oh. The girl suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears as she stared at him in disbelief, tears cascading down her cheeks unexpectedly. Don't cry, silly girl, I'm here. Why are you upset? Lin Yi chuckled softly as he walked closer, gently wiping the tears from her face with his fingertips. No, it's not that, Mu too. Zhou Nianzi gazed at him, her voice trembling lightly. In the next moment, she leaped into his arms, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, her cheek pressed against his chest, as if to confirm with her body heat that this was not a dream. I thought I was still dreaming. A clear cough suddenly interrupted this tender moment. The blonde girl raised her brow and teased, "Lena, it seems I shouldn't have come out with you today. My heart has shattered into a QR code." Zhou Nianzi froze, hurriedly bouncing away from Lin Yi's embrace, her cheeks flushed. "No, AI La." Seeing this, Lin Yi's lips curled slightly as he turned his head and nodded politely at the blonde girl. "Hello, Miss AI La, nice to meet you. I am Lin Yi, Lena's boyfriend." "Wow." AI La Hall raised her brow, not hiding her surprise. "I've heard Lena mention you before, saying she has a boyfriend who's unbelievably handsome. I thought she was exaggerating. I didn't expect. The real deal is even more handsome." "Thank you for the compliment." Lin Yi smiled warmly. "It's almost noon. Shall we grab a meal together?" "Oh please, I don't want to be your giant LED light bulb." AI La exaggeratedly clutched her heart. "I'm leaving Lena. I'll cover for you for skipping class today." "Thank you, AI La." Zhou Nianzi's head hung low in embarrassment, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "I wish you a memorable evening." AI La waved her hand with a smile and turned to leave. Once she had gone far, Zhou Nianzi finally raised her head. "Mu Tu, how did you come to Los Angeles?" "Of course I came to see you." Lin Yi raised his hand and gently tapped her nose. "Don't you miss me?" "I do. I miss you like crazy. You're in my dreams and am thinking of you while awake. Even the pages of books in the library are filled with your name." She did not hide her feelings, her eyes shining like stars. Lin Yi's heart trembled, and he said no more. He pulled her into his arms and leaned down to kiss her. In Huaxiao this might have been too passionate, but in Los Angeles it was merely the most natural expression of tenderness in the afternoon sun, especially when the man was tall and handsome and the girl was bright and captivating. Passers-by paused to take notice. There were no mocking gazes, only admiration. Clap, clap, clap. Someone started clapping first. Soon applause rang out from the crowd. Only then did the two notice abruptly pulling away. Zhou Nianzi's face was as red as the sunset, and she buried her head into Lin Yi's chest, not daring to look up. Although Lin Yi remained calm, the tips of his ears secretly turned crimson. Fortunately, the applause was not malicious. He nodded slightly to the crowd in thanks, took her slightly trembling hand, and walked towards the nearby car, to the nearest hotel. Once in the car, he spoke decisively. "Yes, boss." The driver glanced in the rearview mirror and pressed the accelerator to take off. The car sped like the wind, soon stopping in front of a hotel. Lin Yi instructed He Jifeng and the driver to do as they pleased, then took Zhou Nianzi into the lobby. After checking in at the front desk, he practically half-carried her into the suite. Bang! After the door closed, the entire world fell silent. The next noon, the door slowly opened. Zhou Nianzi leaned weakly against Lin Yi's arm, her steps light as a feather, yet her eyes sparkled with spring. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was radiant, his steps steady, his back straight. He secretly felt proud. It seems that Taoist Yun Yang's training was not just for physical fitness, but also for endurance. The two ordered room service and leisurely enjoyed a sumptuous brunch. Then they settled on the sofa to watch some tedious television programs. The show was uninteresting, but with her by his side, even the advertisements felt like love poems. In this moment, not in the future, but in the breath shared between them, was the essence of human completeness. In the following days, Lin Yi accompanied Zhou Nianzi. Apart from her attending classes in the morning, the two were almost inseparable. From the cafe to the street corner bookstore, from the park benches to the seaside at dusk, their figures were everywhere. On the weekend, they went to Hollywood together. Unfortunately, this trip left Lin Yi feeling a bit disheartened. The Hollywood before him was no longer the legendary dreamland. There were no neon lights from DreamWorks, no fairy tale castles from Disney, no golden signs from Fox, and no giant posters from Columbia. In this vast area, only Paramount remained standing alone to maintain its facade. Since the 1950s, this land had gradually been abandoned by capital. Once a pilgrimage site for filmmakers, it was now overgrown with weeds. The street corners were filled with homeless people, wandering prostitutes, thieving youths, and vendors selling contraband. The air was thick with a sense of forgotten decay. Today, what was most famous here was not the movies, but the adult industry. Exotic beauties from around the world lined up under the neon lights, waiting for customers to choose them. As long as you were willing to spend money, this place had rare charms from all corners of the world. But Lin Yi had no intention of lingering. Beside him, Zhou Nianzi, with her painter-like features, outshone all the superficial temptations with just a smile. Lin Yi simply held her hand, glanced at the surroundings quickly, then turned and left. In the morning, sunlight slanted into the room. As Lin Yi woke up, he met Zhou Nianzi's gaze, which was as gentle as the mist of early spring. He smiled slightly and leaned down to give her forehead a soft peck. "Good morning, Nianzi." Zhou Nianzi's cheeks flushed slightly as she initiated a kiss on his lips, her eyes crescent-shaped when they parted. "Good morning, you big lug. What are we doing today?" Zhou Nianzi blinked, curious like a little cat. "Get up first, and then I'll tell you." Lin Yi played mysterious, slowly putting on his shirt, which made her jump over and shake his arm. "Come on, tell me. You're killing me." After an hour, the two dressed neatly and left the hotel. After having breakfast in the restaurant downstairs, they found He Jifeng and the driver waiting for them in the lobby, ready to head straight to Beverly Hills. Are we really going to Beverly? Zhou Nianzi asked, somewhat surprised. She had heard rumors about this affluent area after studying in the city for months. High walls and deep courtyards with lush trees where only legendary figures resided. You'll know when we arrive. Lin Yi smiled, his eyes sparkling with stars. You tease. You're just messing with me. Zhou Nianzi pinched the soft flesh at his side, giving it a gentle twist. Ouch. Be gentle. My little ancestor. Lin Yi exaggeratedly gasped. I didn't even use much strength. Zhou Nianzi feigned a stern expression, but couldn't hide her smile, her grip already loosening. The car drove along a tree-lined avenue flanked by neatly trimmed bushes and fountain sculptures, finally stopping in front of a white mansion. We're here, get out. Lin Yi was the first to push the door open, turning to hold her hand. Oh, Mr. Lin, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. An elderly man with thinning blonde hair wearing a dark gray three-piece suit quickly approached with open arms, giving him a hearty hug. Lin Yi still felt a bit awkward with this Western greeting, but he smiled and returned the hug. Mr. Alu, I have a... Haha, I just didn't expect you to come so soon. Alu Casio laughed heartily. He was the lawyer Lin Yi had met on the plane, who had traveled alone from New York. With over 30 years of reputation, he owned a sizable law firm in Los Angeles with a dozen licensed lawyers under him. Come Marlon, come meet him. He beckoned a young man standing nearby. This is my son Marlon Casio. The young man was polite, extending his hand. Mr. Lin, I have long admired your name. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Marlon, you're too kind. Lin Yi smiled in return, then turned gently to hold Zhou Nianzi's hand. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Zhou Nianzi. Oh my Mr. Lin, you've been kissed by an angel. Ailu generously praised such a beautiful girl. Is she a gift? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Yi got straight to the point. Ailu, there's no problem with the property documents, right? Of course. Ailu's expression became serious, his smile steady. All the paperwork is in order. The owner is waiting inside. Let's go take a look. All right. He tightened his grip on Zhou Nianzi's hand and led her into the unfamiliar yet magnificent mansion. As soon as they entered, she held her breath. It was larger than she had imagined. The spacious lawn unfolded like a plush carpet, with the fountain shimmering under the sunlight. The backyard featured a crystal-clear swimming pool, and two villas of distinct styles were built against the mountain. The main house was grand and imposing, while the side house was warm and elegant. There was also an underground garage, a private cinema, a tennis court. Each feature felt like a dream pulled straight from a movie. This house covers 15,200 square feet. With a garden, swimming pool, home theater, and underground parking, it's definitely a top luxury home in Los Angeles. Ailu introduced as they walked, his tone betraying envy. Yes, it's beautiful, but it doesn't come cheap. $8,500,000. Lin Yi grinned. Zhou Nianzi suddenly looked up, staring at him in shock, her eyes wide. $850,000. Was he joking? Zhou Nianzi felt as if she were dreaming, silently following Lin Yi. Soon she saw Lin Yi shake hands and chat with a middle-aged man inside the villa, then sit down for casual conversation. After a moment, they signed a document together. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, this mansion is now officially yours. The man stood up, his smile warm. Thank you, Mr. Richard. I'll definitely treat you to a cup of coffee another day. Lin Yi also stood up, his tone sincere. Immediately after, he shook hands with Ailu and his son one by one before quietly leaving with his legal advisor. Lin, I never thought you could purchase such a mansion in Beverly. It's simply envy-inducing. Ailu Casio patted Lin Yi on the shoulder with a smile. If it weren't for your introduction, I wouldn't have been so smooth. Just give me a detailed list of expenses, and he'll settle it by the end of the month. Lin Yi smiled. Haha, then I won't bother being polite. Ailu laughed heartily. They exchanged a few more casual remarks before Ailu and his son mentioned they had other arrangements. Lin Yi didn't hold them back for long, seeing them off with a smile still on his face. Did I hear that right? You really bought a villa in Beverly? $850,000. Once the others had left, Zhou Nianzi finally regained her composure, staring at Lin Yi with trembling voice. How do you have so much money? In her understanding, $850,000 was already an astronomical figure. Even her family's company with all its assets combined barely reached $10 million, and all of it was fixed assets. If they needed to liquidate, they would at least take a 30% hit. But Lin Yi had actually bought this luxurious villa outright in cash. Converted to Hong Kong dollars, that would exceed 40 million, more than 3 times her entire family's wealth. She had thought Lin Yi's family was reasonably well off, perhaps just a bit better than hers, but given the current situation. Do you like it? This will be your home from now on. There are several cars in the garage. You should get a driver's license. It'll be more convenient for your school commute. Lin Yi held her hand, his tone gentle. I live here. Zhou Nianzi's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. Did you? Why this specific? What else? I'm not living here. Lin Yi chuckled, his gaze as gentle as water. Lin, you. Her eyes suddenly turned red, tears silently falling. Don't cry, what's wrong? Lin Yi quickly reached out to wipe her tears, his movements tender. I'm just... Zhou Nianzi lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears, staring at him. Suddenly she wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoes, and kissed him. In that moment, Lin Yi felt a rush of warmth in his heart. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and headed towards the upstairs bedroom. 2 days later, Lin Yi stood at the door looking at her swollen eyes softly, saying, "Be good, just focus on your studies here. But I want to go back to Hong Kong with you. I don't want to be apart from you." Zhou Nianzi suddenly leaped into his arms, hugging. "Silly girl, I'm not going to disappear, am I? Didn't we agree that I would visit you every 3 months? You study hard, and after you graduate, help me manage the company. Don't you want to be my right hand?" Lin Yi gently caressed her back, his tone tender. Then I will study hard." Zhou Nianzi sniffled, her voice muffled. Lin Yi reminded her, "There are housekeepers, nannies, and security at home. Call me anytime if you need anything, understood?" Zhou Nianzi nodded vigorously like a well-behaved little cat. The two embraced for a long while before Lin Yi finally turned and left the villa. Back at the Hilton Hotel, he immediately called He Jifeng, notifying Chen Wei-Chi and the others to gather. Soon everyone was assembled. "Hello, young Master Lin." As a few entered, their eyes sparkled, and they greeted in unison. Everyone sit down. How was the inspection?" Lin Yi got straight to the point. "We visited 8 film equipment manufacturers, but the differences with Hong Kong aren't significant. At most, they're a generation ahead in technology, but the prices have doubled, some even tripled. The key is the footage produced isn't groundbreaking either. The clarity improvements are limited." Chen Wei-Chi sighed and shook his head. "The cost-performance ratio is too low. Then let's put it on hold for now." Lin Yi pondered briefly before speaking. "Wan Qing booked tickets to the island country for tomorrow, all first class." "All first class?" The others exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. First-class tickets cost 3 to 4 times that of regular ones, but the key point was no second-hand smoke. With spacious seating, the journey would be comfortable. Su Wanqing looked at him, her gaze starry, the corners of her lips lifting. "All right, boss. Is the equipment from Sakura country better than M country?" Wang Jing couldn't help but ask. Lin Yi's expression was calm. In the past 2 years, M country has been solely focused on the arms race, and the emphasis on technology has shifted. Conversely, Sakura country clings to film and industrial automation. We need to see what their pace is like." The group nodded in understanding, deep in thought. The next day, the entire group boarded the first-class cabin, flying directly to the island country. After World War II, Sakura Nation remained focused on catching up. Especially with the assistance of M Nation, they quietly absorbed technology and innovated, unexpectedly surpassing M Nation without anyone noticing. This fact has never been acknowledged by most people. In the eyes of M Nation, Sakura Nation is merely a fierce dog they have raised in Asia. Yet it is ultimately just a tool unworthy of genuine attention. However, if one were to look closely, they would find that the precision instruments of today's global manufacturing industry have long been dominated by Sakura Nation. Not just a slight lead, but a complete leap of 2 to 3 generations. It wasn't until many years later that the talents of M Nation were suddenly awakened. It turned out that the dog had long since broken free from its collar, its fangs aimed at its master's throat. Could M Nation allow such a backlash? Thus the Plaza Agreement came into being. After a flight of several hours, the group arrived in Sakura Nation and began to visit the film equipment manufacturers without pause. Upon this exploration, the group realized that Sakura Nation's film equipment had completely surpassed M Nation. Moreover, the performance was superior while the price was only half of the latter. Hearing the news, the group couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. "Stop dawdling, let's buy everything and head back, Lin," he said in a flat tone, gazing out the window. "It doesn't matter whose equipment it is as long as it's useful." He knew full well that he couldn't manage the Great Powers games. But when the financial storm arrived, he wouldn't mind seizing the opportunity to make a profit. With his decision made, the group no longer hesitated. They ultimately chose a company named Guanlon Industrial and ordered a complete set of film equipment. This time Lin Yi didn't set a budget and directly purchased 10 sets. Top-notch cameras, high-definition recording equipment, professional lighting kits, sound arrays, tripods, editing workstations, post-production servers. Everything was available. Each set was priced at 15 million yen, approximately 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. The president of Guanlon smiled so broadly that his face wrinkled, voluntarily offering a further 10% discount and personally presenting champagne. However, the equipment was not immediately available. All of it was produced in Sakura Nation, and the operation manuals, labels, and interfaces were all in Japanese. Lin Yi clearly stated during payment that all text must be translated into Chinese. This modification took a long time. He only paid a 30% deposit initially, with the remaining balance to be settled upon the equipment's arrival at Hong Kong Island and successful inspection. With the task concluded, Lin Yi did not linger and directly set off for home. This trip had lasted over half a month, and he was already tired of the cold winds of foreign lands. The plane landed on the runway, and the group streamed out. The bodyguards who had been waiting at the exit rushed forward, and Lin Yi climbed into the back seat, the vehicle speeding away. "Li Min, while I was away these past few days, has anything significant happened in Hong Kong?" He leaned lazily against the leather chair, eyes closed, and asked. He had only brought Wang Jinxuan and He Jifeng, while Zhou Limin stayed home to handle internal and external matters. Zhou Limin pondered for a moment before replying, "Young Master Lin, there indeed was a matter that caused quite a stir last week." "Go on, Lin," he said, lifting his eyelids slightly, his tone unperturbed. "If it were merely a street fight, why mention it?" People fall in blood puddles every day in Hong Kong, and gang conflicts are as common as daily meals. As expected, Zhou Limin paused, lowering his voice. The incident began with two wealthy young men fighting at a nightclub over jealousy, and a knife was drawn. It was thought to be a regular brawl, but unexpectedly, both were taken down on the spot. Yet the fire suddenly ignited and spread extremely quickly. Were there any casualties? Over 20 people perished in the flames, and when the bodies were brought out, even their fathers couldn't recognize them, reduced to charred bones. Lin Yi remained silent for a moment, then slowly asked, "What did the police say?" "They said they do not rule out the possibility of arson. Have any leads been found?" After dragging on for so many days, the case remains unresolved, and no public announcement has been made. Lin Yi curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Since it's still unresolved, it's not that there are no clues, but rather that they dare not touch it. Young Master Lin, your insight is sharp. Many speculate that there are people pulling strings behind the scenes. Zhou Limin complimented at the right moment. Lin Yi did not respond, but then asked, "Which families do those two fools belong to?" "Fools." Zhou Limin was taken aback, then quickly understood. One is Zhou Jingchuan, the eldest son of the Zhou Consortium, and the other is Chun Xiaofeng, the grandson of the former Hongxing gang leader Chen Pengfei. Zhou Jingchuan, Chen Xiaofeng. At this moment, in a grand and luxurious office, a middle-aged man with a sinister expression took a list from the depths of a drawer. On the paper, the two names were heavily circled in red ink. Zhou Jingchuan, Chen Xiaofeng. Below the names Wang Xinghua, Li Xue, and a fifth, Lin Yi. He stared for a long time, gently caressing the frame on the table, his voice like rust grinding against the ground. "Son, don't worry. Dad won't let any of them off. They'll all go down with you." In the frame, the young man had a wild smile, and he was the very Song Zhiyuan whom Lin Yi had previously taught a lesson. "Young Master, you're back." "Young Master as well." When Lin Yi stepped through the gate, Zheng Shozong had already ordered people to line up to welcome him. Previously, there were only 7 or 8 servants, but now there were nearly half more, with over a dozen bowing in unison, creating quite a spectacle. "You've all worked hard." Lin Yi nodded, slightly, a smile on his lips. Knowing this was all arranged thoughtfully by Zheng Shozong, he did not expose it. He merely nodded slightly to everyone and stepped into the house. Everyone disperse. After Lin Yi's figure disappeared inside the door, Zheng Shozong lightly waved his hand, and everyone quietly retreated. "Young Master, hot water is ready. Oh, would you like to bathe first? Or have a meal?" Zheng Shozong quickly followed, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, I'll soak in a bath first, and have someone bring lunch to the hall." Lin Yi casually replied, not declining, and directly ascended the stairs. He washed away his fatigue, and changed into a set of comfortable clothes. He then came downstairs to the dining room, and leisurely enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. After the meal, he strolled toward the backyard, hoping to cool his stomach with the breeze. After just a few steps, Zheng Shozong approached with a black notebook in hand. "Young Master, are you resting well?" His voice was gentle, but his gaze was serious. What is it?" Lin Yi stopped. "This is the record of phone calls and visits received at the house since you left port." Zheng Shozong handed over the notebook. Lin Yi took it and began to browse. In the past half-month, there had been numerous phone calls, most of which were invitations to banquets, wine parties, charity auctions, and gala dinners, all the same. However, among them, there were 2 calls that made him pause. One was from Yang Kunshan, and the other was from Lu Qingye. Yang Kunshan was understandable, but Lu Qingye, he could not recall having any interaction with this top tycoon from Hong Kong. This person held several listed companies and never involved himself in petty circle matters. Why would he suddenly extend an invitation? He frowned slightly and continued flipping through. There were also 2 visitors, Guan Jiahui and Duan Jiwen. Since getting busy with preparing the new company, Lin Yi had almost lost contact with Duan Jiwen. "Understood, thank you, Uncle Zheng." Closing the notebook, Lin Yi handed it back. Zheng Shozong did not take it, but instead pulled out a checkbook from his sleeve, saying gently, "Young Master, that yacht has arrived at the port 10 days ago. I have asked the maritime inspection team to check it, and everything is fine. Currently, it is docked at the Fushin Pier on the western shore of Victoria Harbor." "Good." Lin Yi nodded, saying no more. After finishing the miscellaneous tasks, he sat alone in the study and made a phone call. "Hello, Duan's residence." A woman's voice answered. "This is Lin Yi, a friend of Duan Jiwen. Is he home?" "Young Master has not returned home, yet may I ask what is the matter?" "Nothing major, just ask him to know I called, and will contact him later when he has time." "Okay, I will definitely relay the message." After hanging up, Lin Yi pondered for a moment and dialed another number. "Hello, this is Yang Kunshan." On the other end of the phone, there was the sound of a pen scratching on paper. "Uncle Yang, it's me, Lin Yi." He chuckled. "I heard from the butler that you were looking for me." "Oh, the kid is back. I heard you went to M Nation recently to buy equipment." Yang Kunshan's voice was cheerful. "Yes, preparing for a film company, and took the opportunity to check out some equipment." Lin Yi casually replied, "I heard you called. Is there something on your mind?" Yang Kunshan laughed. "Haha, to be honest, I and Yi Hongjun are thinking of going out to fish for a big one. Once I thought you just bought a luxury yacht, I had a crooked idea. Borrow your bow to enjoy some of your good fortune." Lin Yi replied cheerfully, "How could I refuse such a request? This Sunday, if both of you are free, I will prepare good food and wine to welcome you. I certainly have no problem. As for Yi Hongjun, he'll ask him for you." "Thank you, Uncle Yang. I will be waiting for both of you this Sunday." "No need for all this formality. See you on Sunday." With laughter the call ended. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh. Fatigue washed over him, and he returned to his room to catch up on sleep. When he awakened, he stretched lazily. Uncle Zheng, is there something? Lu Wenchuan just returned, and said he urgently needs to see you. I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I came to check on you. I was just about to go downstairs, so let's go. In the living room downstairs, Lu Wenchuan was already standing by the sofa. Upon seeing Lin Yi appear, he immediately straightened and called softly, young Master Lin. Sit, no need for formality. Lin Yi waved his hand and sat down himself. You're in such a hurry, have you found out what happened? Yes. Lu Wenchuan lowered his voice. The matter with Instructor Zhou is rooted in personal vendetta. His grandmother was bullied to death by old politicians, and his grandfather was later shot during the suppression. So he has held a grudge all along. Is that all? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, his tone a bit heavier. No. Lu Wenchuan shook his head, his gaze. Lin Yi felt a slight relief. If it truly involved deeper issues, it would take quite some effort. He pondered for a moment and said, Instructor Zhou can no longer stay. Arrange for him to leave and give him an additional 100,000 as severance compensation. Young Master Lin, your kindness is great. I will thank him on your behalf. Lu Wenchuan swallowed hard, his eyes glistening, and he bowed seriously. After dealing with Officer Zhou's matters, Lin Yi let out a long sigh, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The warm tea slid down his throat, and he raised his eyes to Lu Wenchuan. How is Manager Li, the newcomer, adapting so far? Li Ming was Lin Yi's deputy security manager from the interview at Hayes Technology 10 days ago. He had previously worked at a special security agency possessing both practical experience and management background. After the interview, Lin Yi had him transferred under Lu Wenchuan to assist in managing the daily affairs of the security department. Lu Wenchuan nodded, saying, Manager Li is quite capable. The tasks are handled in an orderly manner, which has lightened my burdens considerably. Yes, the administrative scheduling can be entrusted to him. However, the training modules and internal personnel matters must be under your direct control. We cannot afford to let our guard down. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, his gaze sharp as a blade. People can be clever, but they must not have their hearts elsewhere. Understood, young Master Lin. Lu Wenchuan straightened his back, nodding as if striking a chime. How is the inspection team being formed? Lin Yi asked again. 5 core members have been recruited to form the inspection team, and the process is currently in the phase of adjustment. We will need time to verify its effectiveness. Lu Wenchuan answered clearly. Do not let your guard down at the people I am investing heavily in must not become pawns of others. Lin Yi's voice was low, but every word was as firm as a nail. I swear with my life that there will be not the slightest oversight. Lu Wenchuan replied solemnly. They continued discussing for about an hour, covering sensitive topics such as training cycles, personnel compensation structures, and the shift system for undercover operatives. It was not until the sun began to set that Lu Wenchuan stood to take his leave. Watching him fade into the depths of the courtyard, Lin Yi raised his hand to rub his brow and closed his eyes for a brief rest. The next morning at dawn, Lin Yi was already up before the light broke. Zheng Shouzhong, as usual, entered with a bowl of medicinal porridge, steam rising with a rich aroma. Lin Yi thanked him and drank it all in one go. The prescription given by Taoist Yunyang could only be consumed once every 10 days. Previously, when he went to M Country and Sakura Country, Lin Yi could not carry the medicine, and its effects had long since worn off. Now that he had returned, it was the right time. As the medicinal power entered his abdomen, it felt warm like a gentle stream, slowly permeating his meridians. He got up and walked towards Taoist Yunyang's thatched cottage hidden on the mountainside. On this trip outside, he had truly come to believe what the old Taoist had said. The concentration of spiritual energy around the cottage far surpassed that of the mundane world. Previously, he had spent half a month in arduous cultivation abroad. Although he had worked day and night, his meridians were like rusted locks. Not a single one had opened, still trapped in the Shunyu acupoint. Yet at this moment, stepping into the cottage, as soon as his feet landed on the stone platform, the spiritual energy within him surged like a spring tide. Lin Yi sat cross-legged, directing the qi with his mind. In an instant, his kidneys felt as if they were being scorched by blazing fire. Heat waves surged his blood, and energy roared akin to thunder that broke through barriers. After a little over an hour, Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of silver light glittered deep within his pupils like stars streaking through the night. He slowly opened his mouth, and a thin white gasp shot out from between his lips. Swift as an arrow, it swept 3 feet above the ground before dissipating in the wind. Old Wang, did you see that? Young Master Lin has again exhaled a line of energy. This is not just internal skill training. This is clearly a method of the immortals. He Jifeng, standing in the corridor, lowered his voice and nudged Wang Jinshuan beside him. Don't be ridiculous. Young Master Lin himself has said it's a Taoist breathing technique. Wang Jinshuan responded while his gaze remained fixed. But last time, after taking the medicine, he could punch with a force of 341 pounds. How long has it been since then? You and I have both trained for 10 years to reach this level. He Jifeng sighed with a bitter smile. A wild mountain ginseng costs over 700,000. Boiling a pot of medicinal porridge requires cutting off a third each dose, worth over 200,000. If you have that kind of money, why are you out here guarding the door? Wang Jinshuan rolled his eyes, not continuing the conversation. The wealthy truly have no sense of reason. Yet he did not dare to admit that he secretly envied him. While others spent 10 years in hard training, he gained sudden enlightenment in 10 days. What kind of talent was this? It was a path of immortality paved with gold. This time the medicinal power surged like a river, no longer hindered. Shen Yu, Mingmen Ji, Shiqi Hai Yu, and Tai Lu. 5 acupoints were broken through in succession. In an instant his strength surged dramatically. His muscles felt as light as feathers, as if he had shed a 1,000-pound burden. He stood up and stepped into the courtyard to practice the 5 elements fist once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind from his punches tore through the air, producing a sound as thunderous as a storm. The air seemed to tear apart with a faint sound of sonic boom reverberating. He Jifeng Wang Jinshuan. Come here. Midway through his training, Lin Yi suddenly halted his movements and beckoned to the two. Young Master Lin. The two rushed over quickly. He Jifeng, come and give it a try. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly, his gaze sharp as lightning. Don't hold back. Use your full strength. Oh. He Jifeng was taken aback, glancing instinctively at Wang Jinshuan, his face filled with hesitation. Young Master Lin. This is not very appropriate. Are you afraid of hurting me? Or are you afraid you can't win against me? Lin Yi chuckled lightly, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. The two exchanged glances, both forcing a wry smile. Ultimately, He Jifeng stepped forward, not out of provocation, but because he did not want to be looked down upon by his master. He bent his waist, controlling his breath, his form slightly hunched like a poised leopard, his eyes glinting with intensity. Young Master Lin, forgive me. Come. Lin Yi did not retreat, but advanced, his muscles quietly tensing like a bowstring pulled taut. Huh. He Jifeng shouted loudly, his right foot stamping down the ground, cracking a fierce tiger strike aimed straight at the center. Yet this punch appeared slow to Lin Yi. The forced trajectory and landing point were as clear as observing a palm print. He lightly shifted his left leg, his body leaning to the side. The punch passed by, brushing against his clothing. Before He Jifeng could change his move, Lin Yi had already darted like a spirit snake. His palm shot out swiftly, directly striking the exposed danzhong of his opponent. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and He Jifeng flew back like a kite with a broken string. He staggered back 7 steps before managing to stabilize himself, his chest surging with blood and chi difficult to calm for a long time. The courtyard fell silent. Only the wind gently brushed past the copper bell hanging at the edge of the thatched cottage. Watching He Jifeng being knocked back by a single punch, not only Lin Yi, but even Wang Jinshuan standing beside him widened his eyes in shock. This is real. Just as the shock arose in their minds, Lin Yi and Wang Jinshuan both inadvertently flashed the same question. To be able to send someone flying 3 meters away, what kind of level of boxer could achieve that? A heavyweight champion? Or some brute who could shatter stones with a punch? But Lin Yi was only around 130 pounds. His physique did not even come close to that of a weightlifter. Where did such terrifying explosive power come from? Old he. Could it be that he is pretending on purpose to please young Master Lin? Wang Jinshuan murmured to himself. Jifeng, are you okay? Before Lin Yi could react, Wang Jinshuan rushed over first. Being closer, he quickly helped He Jifeng, who had fallen to the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lin Yi quickly followed, his tone urgent. Jifeng, don't force it. Did you really get hurt somewhere? I'm fine, young Master Lin. He Jifeng gasped, his lips pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth and stood up, supporting himself on Wang Jiangshan's arm. Lin Yi frowned tightly. Are you really okay? Don't lie to me. Internal injuries are not to be trifled with. It's just a bruise. A couple of days of rest will be fine. He Jifeng forced a smile, his voice hoarse. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit that hard. Lin Yi lowered his head, his tone carrying a hint of apology. You shouldn't take on any tasks for these few days. He'll have Aunt Lu make some nourishing soup and send it over every day. Thank you, young Master Lin. He Jifeng quickly bowed. Can you walk on your own? Or should we let Wang Jinshuan take you back to your room? Lin Yi asked. No need, young Master Lin, I can still walk. He Jifeng nodded, his steps heavy, but refusing support. Good. Lin Yi said no more, turning to lead the way back to the courtyard with the two following behind. As they entered the courtyard, Wang Jinshuan lowered his voice and elbowed He Jifeng's ribs. Hey old he, your acting is quite good. The Oscars owe you a little, golden man. Shut up. He Jifeng gritted his teeth and growled, pulling open his shirt. There was a deep black bruise from a fist on his chest. The skin was purplish and the edges even oozed blood. What the hell? Wang Jinshuan took half a step back in fright. Did young Master Lin really do this? Or did you hit yourself with a hammer? Am I stupid? He Jifeng gasped painfully. Quick, bring me that bottle of Xianlong liquor. It feels like my ribs are cracked. I need to quickly massage the bruises, otherwise I won't be able to move tomorrow. As he spoke, he clutched his chest and staggered toward the living quarters. Lin Yi was unaware of the situation in the backyard. After returning to his room, he did not go to bathe, but headed straight to the training room in the backyard. The morning light barely filtered in, and the room was empty. He directly stepped onto the force measuring device, raised his fist. Bang! The numbers on the display screen jumped wildly, finally settling at 485 pounds. 485 pounds. Lin Yi stared at the screen, his heart nearly stopping. He remembered in his past life, there was a boxer named Tyson who claimed he could knock down a bull with a punch. The official data was 498 pounds, weighing 100 kilograms, standing at 178 centimeters. He himself was 183 centimeters tall, yet only weighed 68 kilograms. Logically, his strength should at most be 70% of the opponent's, and hitting 350 pounds would be the best outcome. Yet now he had actually pushed out 485 pounds with a punch. Converted, that would be equivalent to bearing over 200 kilograms of immense force with each punch. Subsequently, he threw another punch. 488 pounds. He continued to strike. 490 pounds. This is real. Lin Yi mumbled to himself, lightly touching the screen with his fingertips, his emotions surging. This kind of strength was definitely not achievable through ordinary training. It must be the effect of the breathing technique taught by Taoist Yunyang. Now he had only opened up 1/6 of his meridians, yet he could enhance his Buddhist potential to such an extent. If he were to truly circulate his chi around, connecting all the acupoints. A punch of 500 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms. Would a punch be able to break through a concrete wall? Or could it? Lin Yi dared not think further. Though small, his fist could be more lethal than a car crash. How terrifying must Taoist Yunyang's cultivation be? But Lin Yi quickly suppressed that thought. He did not know when the old Taoist would return, and his stock of medicinal porridge was down to 1/3 of the old ginseng. Without rare herbs, the remaining acupoints would likely take 1 or 2 years to open. After showering, Lin Yi had just come downstairs when the phone in the living room rang. A servant answered and turned to say, "Young master, Mr. Cheng Ziyuan is on the line, asking if you have returned." "Give it to me." Lin Yi took the receiver. "Hello, this is Lin Yi." "Good morning, young master Lin." A warm voice came through the phone. "This is Cheng Ziyuan." "Old Cheng, is there something you need?" "The information on the several securities companies you asked me to investigate has been compiled. I wonder when it's convenient for me to come report." "I'm home now, you can come over." "All right, I'll be there right away." After finishing breakfast, Lin Yi was greeted by Zheng Shouzhong, who reported that Cheng Ziyuan had arrived. He nodded and instructed the staff to usher him in. Then he strolled leisurely into the living room and calmly brewed a pot of fresh tea, waiting in serene silence. Moments later, Cheng Ziyuan entered carrying a briefcase and bowed respectfully upon seeing Lin Yi. "Good morning, young master Lin. You've arrived? Please take a seat." Lin Yi raised his hand in gentle invitation. With a subtle twist of his fingertips, he poured a cup of steaming tea. "Here, try this newly acquired tea, Guanyin." "Thank you, young master Lin." Cheng Ziyuan accepted the cup with both hands, posture impeccably deferential. "I sincerely apologize for not informing you in advance about my overseas inspection trip. It was an oversight on my part." Lin Yi smiled warmly, unruffled. "You're far too modest." Cheng Ziyuan quickly waved his hand. "Only recently did I finalize the research materials. Thus I dared to call you, though I hesitated greatly." Lin Yi understood perfectly. He had already reviewed Cheng Ziyuan's prior call logs in Zheng Shouzhong's memorandum. Had Cheng not called today, Lin Yi would have reached out himself. "Very well, speak plainly. What promising targets have you identified?" "Indeed, there are several." Cheng Ziyuan opened his briefcase and withdrew a stack of documents. "Recently, I shortlisted 3 mid-sized securities firms: Ruan Securities, Tianhing Securities, and Chongqing Securities. All hold full operating licenses. But Chongqing possesses the most comprehensive qualifications: underwriting and sponsorship, brokerage agency, proprietary trading, and investment advisory services, each fully licensed." Lin Yi turned to Chongqing's dossier, gaze sharpening. Founded in 1968, Chongqing Securities was established by Zheng Chongqing, who, during his zenith in the early 1970s, managed over 80 million Hong Kong dollars in assets. Yet in 1976, a sudden stock market crash triggered a catastrophic collapse. He lost nearly 30%. Shareholders erupted in alarm and fled en masse. Broken in spirit and health, Zheng Chongqing fell gravely ill and handed control to his son Zheng Qida. Zheng Qida, however, paled beside his father, mediocre in ability and judgment. What remained of the firm's assets, once over 20 million Hong Kong dollars, shrank under his stewardship to less than 15 million Hong Kong dollars. Dissatisfaction among shareholders had long simmered, and murmurs of withdrawal grew louder. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, slightly puzzled. If its value has been steadily eroding, why have some shareholders yet to exit? Because Barclays Bank holds 30% of Chongqing's shares and has never withdrawn. That alone has kept the... Lin Yi paused, startled, then immediately flipped to the equity structure page. Indeed, it was true. "Do you favor Chongqing?" "Yes." Cheng Ziyuan spoke with solemn conviction. "Its licenses are complete. Acquiring it means immediate operational readiness. The difficulty lies in Barclays Bank having held these shares for years. They may be unwilling to sell. Willingness must first be tested before conclusions are drawn." Lin Yi smiled faintly, drew a small notebook from his sleeve, extracted a business card, and dialed the number. Cheng Ziyuan held his breath beside him, eyes flickering with quiet astonishment, but uttered not a word. The line connected. A fluent British English voice answered. "Hello, this is George. May I ask who's calling?" "Mr. George, this is Lin E. His tone was as easy and familiar as conversation between old friends. A brief pause followed. Then the voice brightened instantly. Oh, young Master Lin. A true honor. Might you be free this noon? I'd like to invite you for a quiet lunch at the Shangri-La. Of course, I'll follow your lead on time and place. Then let's meet on the second floor of the Shangri-La at 1 o'clock. I'll be there promptly. After hanging up, George immediately pressed his intercom. Betty, cancel all my lunch appointments. I have an important meeting. Understood, President. Turning back, Lin E replaced the receiver and said to Chung Ziyuan, I've arranged lunch with the CEO of Barclays Bank this afternoon. I'll raise the matter of Chongqing's shares at the table. You'll accompany me. Chung Ziyuan's heart leapt. With a single call, he had effortlessly secured the attendance of a multinational bank's chief executive. He lowered his head, silently, voice steadier now. Young Master Lin. I'll prepare all relevant materials immediately. At noon, Chung Ziyuan accompanied Lin E by car to the 28th floor of the Central Shangri-La Hotel. After briefing the attendant, the two entered the private dining room with unhurried grace. Once seated, Lin E did not rush to order. Instead, he instructed staff to serve a pot of Longjing tea. As fragrant steam curled upward, he engaged Chung Ziyuan in light, unhurried conversation, sipping slowly, savoring each moment. 10 minutes later, a man in a charcoal gray suit and silver-streaked hair entered, guided by an attendant. Mr. George, your presence is a profound honor. Little brother, I heard that on this trip you also want to meet Kowloon. Yes, I'd like to buy the copyrights to his books. Lin Shishao did not conceal it. After a day of, George laughed heartily. Were it not for your unwavering trust and support, our bank would still face immense performance pressure today. You're far too humble. Under your leadership, Barclays Bank has long stood as the industry's gold standard. I've always admired it deeply. After a few modest replies, Lin E gestured toward his companion. By the way, Mr. George, this is Chung Ziyuan, who will oversee our future securities firm. A glint flashed across George's eyes. He extended his hand without hesitation. Mr. Chung, delighted to meet you. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. George, Chung Ziyuan replied, rising swiftly to shake his hand. Please be seated. Lin E gestured smoothly, then signaled staff to begin service. Exquisite dishes arrived one by one, and the three men, unspoken yet aligned, turned their conversation toward financial markets, from macroeconomic trends to recent volatility. George recounted how during the Iran-Iraq conflict months earlier, Barclays Bank had strategically positioned itself in crude oil, generating several $1 million in countercyclical profits, pride evident in his expression. Such anecdotes were standard investment banking rhetoric, designed to bolster institutional credibility and win client confidence. Entirely reasonable and expected. Yet as George spoke with animated enthusiasm, Chung Ziyuan stole a quiet glance at Lin E and felt an inexplicable sense of dissonance. He knew better than anyone. That very trade had earned Lin E alone a sum dwarfing George's claimed millions by orders of magnitude. Yet Lin E listened with effortless charm, even praising Barclays' keen market intuition. This stark contrast carried an almost surreal wry humor. When the meal concluded, George set down his cutlery, dabbed his lips, and smiled knowingly. Mr. Lin, this luncheon surely wasn't merely for hospitality's sake. No need for circumlocution. I'll gladly assist in any way I can. Lin E smiled, faintly, poised and unhurried. Then allow me to thank you in advance, Mr. George. As rapport deepened and atmosphere warmed, he added casually, I understand Barclays holds approximately 30% of Chongqing Securities shares, and I'm currently considering acquiring the firm. Might you consider transferring those shares to me? Chongqing Securities? George's brow furrowed lightly as he reflected. To be honest, it's somewhat hazy in my memory. Let me confirm with my secretary first. Barclays oversees so many subsidiaries. Certainly. Lin E nodded with a calm, courteous smile. George stepped aside to make the call. Only then did Chung Ziyuan murmur softly, Young Master Lin, might he suddenly raise the price? Or simply refuse outright? Lin E took a slow sip of tea, gazed tranquil. If he lacks such basic discretion, does he truly deserve that chair? Chung Ziyuan bowed his head in silent assent, and spoke no more. 5 minutes later, George returned beaming. Just verified. We do hold 30% of Chongqing's shares. Should you wish to acquire them, I'm entirely open to transfer. That's truly providential. Lin E smiled. May I inquire about your asking price? George paused thoughtfully, then declared clearly, I consulted finance. Chongqing has presently weakened its valuation far below historical levels. 30% for HK0000. How does that sound? Chung Ziyuan's pulse quickened, just as Lin E had predicted. He'd already researched thoroughly, though diminished Chongqing's market capitalization stood at no less than 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Any forced acquisition would start above 7 million Hong Kong dollars. Yet George had slashed its implied valuation to 2 Hong Kong dollars. 6 million, nearly a 50% discount. No capitalist makes deliberate losses. This wasn't mere share disposal. It was a calculated probe. And suddenly Chung Ziyuan understood. To George, Chongqing was nothing more than a disposable pawn. Whereas Lin E, holding nearly 200 million US dollars in liquid deposits, was the true gold mine. A mere $1 million concession secured Barclays' long-term primary account. A shrewd calculation indeed. My deepest gratitude, Mr. George. Lin Yi raised his glass with genuine delight. And might I trouble you to introduce my team to Chongqing's shareholders tomorrow? We'll visit them personally. How does that sound? A trivial matter. George accepted the 1 million Hong Kong dollars check, scanned it briefly, and his smile deepened. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Mr. Chung, come to my office. I'll ensure all shareholders are present. Thank you, Mr. George. Chung Ziyuan hurried to express his thanks. Think nothing of it. No formalities required, George replied warmly, waving a dismissive hand. Lenny set down his teacup, met George's gaze directly, and spoke softly. By the way, Mr. George, there's actually one more matter regarding today's luncheon. Oh, Mr. Lin is asked to meet. What matter brings you today? Xiao Ji smiled at the corner of his mouth, his demeanor untroubled. Indeed, with Lin ease means he would not summon someone to dine over a mere small brokerage. That sum of assets was nothing compared with the spare change in his private accounts. If he truly wished to acquire the firm, a single stroke could seize it outright. There was no need for such ceremony. I wish to apply to your bank for leveraged financing, Lin Yi said calmly, his gaze unwavering. Xiao Ji raised an eyebrow and tapped the table with his fingertip. How much of your own capital do you intend to put up? $100 million, Lin Yi replied offhandedly. Xiao Ji froze for a moment, then chuckled and asked, if so, how about 50 times leverage? 50 times leverage meant 100 million could leverage 5 billion, enough to stir a small financial tempest. Most men hearing that would hold their breath. Very well, 50 times it is. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Lin Yi inclined his head without a trace of hesitation. How will fees and interest be calculated? How long do you plan to use the funds? 2 months. 4 per thousand. What do you think? Xiao Ji offered the figure with composed assurance. Lin Yi shook his head gently. Too high. I can accept at most 2 per thousand. Xiao Ji frowned. Mr. Lin, that is already the lowest I can offer. A $50 billion exposure. If we only take 2 per thousand, the board will not approve. But the risk is nearly zero, Lin Yi replied evenly. Your bank will surely station risk officers. Positions will be closed at the first sign of blowout. Besides, I also have $100 million deposited with your bank, Lin Yi continued. Even if a blowout occurred, you would not lose so much as a whisker. Xiao Ji fell silent for several seconds, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yi's unruffled face. 3 per thousand. That is the absolute limit I can push through. If that is your final offer, I will take my business elsewhere. Lin Yi set down his fork, still speaking with gentle composure. I imagine your bank is not the only institution waiting for me. Morgan, Citigroup, Goldman Sachs. Which of them would not covet a partnership with me? Xiao Ji's pupils tightened. He knew Lin Yi was not speaking idly. The global investment banking circles had already whispered at Lin Yi was a man who lacked nothing. Should he turn away, suitors would surely step forward to receive him. After a long pause, Xiao Ji sighed softly. 2.5 per thousand. That is the bottom line I can persuade every director to accept. Any lower, and I cannot even get through the door. Lin Yi smiled and reached out his hand. Deal. Xiao Ji blinked, then broke into a broad grin. A pleasant collaboration. When will the funds be available? Lin Yi sipped his wine and asked casually. 3 days will suffice. Then we will sign the agreement in 10 days. I will come to your bank then. Very well, I shall await you. Xiao Ji said, his smile deepening. When the meal concluded, Lin Yi gave a look and Chung Ziyuan stepped forward to settle the bill. The two men walked side by side out of the hotel, the night wind ruffling their collars. Once the car door closed, Lin Yi leaned back and spoke in a low voice. Ziyuan, early tomorrow morning go to Balaki and pull out those shares of Chongqing Securities. Then Xiao Ji will arrange for you to meet the other shareholders. He paused, his gaze cold and clear. I hear many of them already wish to exit. Strike while the iron is hot. Do not pay more than a 50% premium. Buy up every share that holders are willing to sell. Chung Ziyuan nodded. Understood. After a moment he asked tentatively, and if someone refuses to sell? Lin Yi glanced at him and smiled faintly. First secure 51%. Then tell the remaining holders the company will be raising $100 million. Chung Ziyuan started. That meant even those holding 49% would see their shares diluted to near worthlessness once fresh capital arrived. Stocks once worth millions would in an instant be reduced to scrap. Lin Yi sneered coldly. When that time comes, they can either participate in the new round or watch their holdings collapse to zero overnight. Chung Ziyuan swallowed and nodded emphatically. I understand. He hesitated, then finally asked, the financing you discussed with Xiao Ji just now was. Did you not hear it yourself? Lin Yi cut him off, his eyes sharpening. In 10 days I want to see Chongqing Securities. If it is not completed, then do not participate in future investment operations. Chung Ziyuan's heart lurched. If he were excluded, he might lose the chance to rise to the very top. He straightened his spine and vowed in a steady voice. Young Master Lin, within 10 days I guarantee to put Chongqing Securities in order. Outside the car window, neon lights flowed across their silent profiles. Neither spoke another word. The next day, beside Victoria Harbor's piers, Dozens of luxury yachts dotted the water waves, lapping their hulls and casting a burnished glow. One enormous yacht drew particular attention. Uncle Yang, please come aboard. Lin Yang Kunshin and Yi Hongjun stood shoulder to shoulder as they stepped onto the deck. TSK tisk Lin old Yang says you splashed over 40 million. Looks like you're not bluffing. Yi Hongjun remarked as he mounted the ladder, head shaking with admiration. Of course he could afford it. Yi Hongjun controlled over 200 merchant vessels. The freighters that spanned 3 oceans were his true treasure. Such a yacht was merely a refined toy among the wealthy, attractive but impractical. For his part, his own older luxury vessel had been bought 5 years ago for just over 20 million. Now that craft looked decidedly outclassed. Haha, that sum to Lin Yi is like pocket change. Yang Kunshin chimed in with a beaming laugh. Yi Hongjun glanced at Lin Yi, appraising him anew. Don't praise me too much. When I bought my boat, I couldn't sleep at night. It felt like cutting off a piece of flesh. Lin Yi hastily waved his hand and offered a sincere smile, though his eyes remained as calm as the deep sea. Yang Kunshin made no further remarks and laughed quietly, while Yi Hongjun felt an odd tightening in his chest. Yang Kunshin's earlier comment had sounded too natural, unnervingly so. Could he possibly know exactly how much Lin Yi had? The thought pricked at Yi Hongjun. Once aboard, Captain Chef and bodyguards were already at their stations. The engine growled, and the yacht eased away from the pier. 20 minutes later, the sea deepened. The boat halted before a cluster of reefs. This is perfect. Rocks are thick here, and fish hide deep. A prime spot to set bait. Yi Hongjun pointed ahead, his face alight with excitement. The mackerel you hauled up here last time was nearly 1.6 meters. Cost me a table of seafood. I still remember it. Yang Kunshin laughed, full of fond recollection. Pure luck, Yi Hongjun said, rubbing his beard and preening with pride. Though common, a 1.6-meter mackerel was rare across Asia. His catch remained the family's club treasure. There are only a few such fish in all of Asia. His prize still occupied a place of honor at the clan's clubhouse. Shall we raise the stakes this time? Yang Kunshin's eyes gleamed with mischief. If I win, that bottle of 1945 Romanicani becomes mine. If you win, he'll hand over my gypsy girl painting with both hands, Yi Hongjun boomed. I suppose you've had your eye on that piece for deal. Yi Hongjun laughed heartily. Lin Yi care to join a round? Of course he'll play along, Lin Yi replied with a smile. He added lightly, but my skill is such that I might not even touch a fish's tail. Don't take me too seriously. No leniency in gambling or fishing. Yang Kunshin patted his shoulder. If you play big. Lin Yi blinked and murmured, I have no treasured baubles on hand, so let's wager 1 million Hong Kong dollars, if you don't mind. Yi Hongjun froze. Was the young man mad? A fishing bet of 1 million. He intended to object, but Yang Kunshin, without hesitation, nodded. All right, let's make it exciting. Yi Hongjun did not speak further, only narrowed his eyes. Yang Kunshin's casual assent felt oddly cavalier. Could there be something more to the young man? Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, he had become the subject of private conjecture. Lin Yi bent to stir the bait, mixing tiny shrimp fish meal and wheat bran, then scattered it across the water. A briny aroma drifted through the air. He then cast his line with movements that were unpracticed yet precise and sat back to chat, while never taking his eyes from the float. Within 10 minutes, Yi Hongjun gave a sharp yank. I've got one. A half-palmed mackerel leapt from the water, silver scales flashing. Ha! Old Yi opens the scoring. Yang Kunshin applauded. Before the words had died, Lin Yi rose, and his rod bent into a perfect arc. The surface of the water convulsed violently. He did not rush to reel, letting the fish tumble and pull in the deep until its strength ebbed. He then struck with a sudden, decisive lift. A mackerel twice the size of Yi Hongjun's crashed onto the deck, its tail still thrashing. Tisk, Lin Yi, are you cheating? Yi Hongjun gaped. Luck, pure luck. Lin Yi protested with an innocent grin. 5 minutes later, his rod shuddered again. Still patient, he waited until the fish exhausted itself, and then hauled it in with a fierce tug. A nearly 1.5-meter tuna, scales gleaming like flame, thudded onto the deck and sent spray flying. The two men stared in astonishment. 15 minutes later, the rod bent as if a dragon bore down upon it. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, braced his arms, and heaved. A dark, bluish mackerel 1.67 meters long crashed onto the deck with a tremendous splash, sending a fine mist into the air. A dark, bluish mackerel 1.67 meters long crashed onto the deck with a tremendous splash, sending a fine mist into the air. Lin Yi scratched his head and grinned broadly. Really, I'm just incredibly lucky. As the fish were being pulled onto the deck one by Lin Yi, Yang Kunshin and Yi Hongjun exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Well, what's there to compare? Earlier, Yang Kunshin had been boasting about Yi Hongjun catching a 1.6-meter pike. Hearing this, Yi Hongjun was elated, but when he saw the fish that Lin Yi had just caught, it was not only bigger, but also more robust. Its scales shimmered with a golden glow, evidently half an inch larger than Yi Hongjun's catch. Fortunately, Yi Hongjun had a broad-minded personality. If it were someone else, they might have been internally injured by the pressure. Oh dear, after decades of fishing experience today, we've been completely outdone by this young man. Yi Hongjun shook his rod and laughed heartily. What's meant to be will be, and what's not meant to be cannot be forced. It seems today the heavens have opened a window for this kid. Yang Kunshan laughed loudly. All said, with the right timing in hand, who can compete? I accept my defeat with grace. Yi Hongjun nodded in agreement, his tone not a hint of annoyance. Lin Yi smiled slightly, maintaining his usual humility, and softly said, Uncles, you are too kind. It's likely that this area has plenty of bait and the fish are just eager to join in. Uncle Yang, why don't you take my position and try your luck? Ha ha ha, no need, no need. I won't compete with you for the spotlight. Young Master Lin, the captain, says there's a yacht approaching us from a kilometer away. Suddenly a bodyguard approached and said in a hushed tone, a yacht. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanged. This is not international waters, or would pirates dare to come here? That would be courting death. Besides, who sends a yacht for piracy, longing for death? He was certain it was most likely a wealthy family out for leisure, and they just happened to cross paths. Everyone stay alert, but there's no need to panic. Lin Yi stood up calmly, his tone steady. Although they were not heading far into the open sea, with Yi Hongjun and Yang Kunshan on board, he had already dispatched 10 retired Special Forces members onto the ship. Each was proficient with firearms and had solid skills. Even if they did encounter a 100-strong bandit group, they could hold out until help arrived. Moreover, it was just a yacht after all. Don't be nervous, this is the gateway to the island. Even if pirates come, they'll have to take a detour. Yang Kunshan said cheerfully, it's highly likely they recognized your boat and are just here to greet us. Yi Hongjun displayed a calm demeanor like an old hand. Having roamed the sea in his youth, encounters with bandits were commonplace, so he was now unfazed. A moment later, another bodyguard hurriedly reported young Master Lin, the other party has sent a radio request claiming to be Zheng Wenhai from the New World Group, wishing to board and pay a visit. Oh, is it old Zheng? Yang Kunshan nodded slightly. I didn't expect old Zheng to come out to sea too. Lin, Yi Hongjun asked with a smile. The other party had reached out proactively with all due formalities. Moreover, Zheng Wenhai was the chairman of the New World, one of the top 10 wealthy individuals among Chinese people, who would dare to be neglectful. With a command from Lin Yi, 2 yachts slowly drew closer, and a small speedboat swiftly approached. Soon 2 silver-haired elders stepped onto the boat. Oh, isn't this old Zheng and old Su? What a coincidence today, our luck has all collided together. Yi Hongjun laughed heartily as he stepped forward. Haha, pardon my intrusion, I hope you won't take offense. The slightly plump elder at the front wore a warm smile and walked steadily. Not at all. Meeting like this at sea is also a rare fate. Yang Kunshan also stepped forward to greet them with a smile. Lin Yi, come let me introduce you to this gentleman. Mr. Zheng Wenhai, the chairman of the New World. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Hongjun did not forget to remind Lin Yi. I've long heard of Mr. Zheng's great name, it's a fortune to see you today. Lin Yi extended his hand with a graceful demeanor. Oh, I've heard you two praise this kid at the drinking table. Seeing him today, he truly is a dragon among men. Zheng Wenhai laughed heartily and shook his hand tightly. Lin Yi responded politely, I am unworthy, you are the giant of the business world while I am but a junior. I have long admired your accomplishments. And this is Su Shiheng, the captain of the Su family group. You should seek his advice more often. Yi Hongjun introduced another person. Hello, Uncle Su, it's a privilege to meet you. Lin Yi respectfully extended his hand. Haha, no need for formality. Su Shiheng smiled warmly, his tone friendly. I've had a few drinks with your father, Lin Weigua. It's truly a pity. He passed away young. Fate is unkind. Lin Yi was taken aback. The weight of those words seemed to carry a hint of nostalgia. His heart stirred, but he did not show it, instead solemnly, saying, thank you, Uncle Su, for your concern. I will certainly live up to my father's expectations. Good boy. Su Shiheng patted his shoulder, his gaze filled with appreciation. Now that everyone is here, why don't we open a good bottle of wine and enjoy the joy of being at sea? Yang Kunshan laughed and played peacemaker. He understood Lin Yi's background best. The wealth of that one person equaled the total wealth of everyone present, yet he pretended to be a naive student just starting out. Such composure and grace were truly extraordinary. He couldn't help but silently admire the more humble and low-key one is the further they can go. Those arrogant young masters who became successful too quickly had long since fallen into the mud. Ha ha ha, splendid. Today Lin Yi has caught over a dozen big fish, that's enough for us to drink to. Yi Hongjun laughed broadly. The setting sun shone slantwise and laughter soared over the waves. That night, just as Lin Yi pushed the door open, he found Cheng Ziyuan had been waiting in the living room for quite some time. Sorry for making you wait, have you eaten dinner? He asked while taking off his coat. Thank you, young Master Lin, I have already had. Cheng Ziyuan smiled. Though he had been sitting for nearly 3 hours, there was not a hint of impatience in him as he stood up to pay his respects. Please have a seat. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, and a servant immediately presented him with hot tea. He took a sip and spoke, is there any progress on the acquisition? Everything has been finalized. Aside from the 800 you previously purchased, the remaining shares cost a total of 4.35 million. Cheng Ziyuan took out a document from his briefcase and pushed it across the table. This is today's transaction detail. Lawyer Cheng said the formal documents will be delivered tomorrow morning. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yi glanced at it casually, placing the document back. For the next step, you'll be responsible for reorganizing the securities company. There are only 9 days left. Do you have confidence? If not, I would directly contact the bank to take over. Yes, Cheng Xuan suddenly stood up, his eyes resolute. Young Master Lin, please rest assured. Within 9 days I will ensure the company undergoes a complete transformation. Good, that's the spirit. Linny nodded and added, just reorganizing is not enough. You also need to recruit people, at least 5 teams. You've been in the circle for so many years, you should know quite a few people, right? Find a few trustworthy ones. Money is not an issue. I have plenty here. Understood, young Master Lin, I will get started immediately. Cheng Xuan nodded slightly, but deep down he sighed to himself. In this world, the only one who could casually say that money was not a problem was probably him. Young Master, there's a phone call. Mr. Qin is on the line. At that moment, a servant walked in quietly. Qin. Linny raised an eyebrow and looked at Cheng Xuan. Old Cheng, you can head back. Have a good rest tonight. Yes, young Master Lin, I'll take my leave. Cheng Xuan bowed and turned to leave. Once his footsteps faded away, Lin Yi raised his hand, let him in. All right, young master. The servant immediately exited. Moments later, the call connected. Hello, Uncle Qin. It's Lin Yi, sorry to keep you waiting. Haha, no problem. Are you busy now? Come have a bowl of noodles, it's from your favorite place. On the other end of the line, Qin Jingyang's voice was hearty. Lin Yi's lips curled up, instantly understanding the hidden meaning. All right, I'll be there in an hour. Sure, I'll wait for you. The call ended. He immediately dialed the next number. Hello, it's me, Lin Yi. Young master, what can I do for you? On the other end, Lu Wenchuan's voice rang out. Bring 10 people and 3 cars, await at the entrance to Qingshui Bay. Understood. Lin Yi glanced at the time, stood up, and walked outside, telling Wang Jinshuan and the others, Jinshuan, head to Qingshui Bay, I'll prepare the cars. Yes, young master. Wang Jinshuan immediately turned to make arrangements. Soon 3 black sedans quietly slipped into the depths of the night. 20 minutes later, the convoy arrived at the entrance of Qingshui Bay, where 3 gray-white vans quietly parked by the roadside. Young Master Lin. Lu Wenchuan rushed over as soon as he saw the window descend. Follow me. Lin Yi tilted his chin up and the window slowly rose. The 6 vehicles formed a dark current heading toward their destination. It was still that inconspicuous noodle shop. Lin Yi pushed the door open to find Qin Jingyang lounging in the corner watching TV. Uncle Qin, sorry for keeping you waiting. Good that you're here. Qin Jingyang smiled back, glanced at the door. Daozi, take them to pick up the goods. Yes, brother Yang. The purple-haired youth nodded in response. Lu, take a few people with you. Lin Yi said in a yes, young master. Lu Wenchuan waved his hand, and the 3 vehicles set off again, leaving the alley. Only 2 people remained inside. Qin Jingyang pushed over a bowl of hot soup noodles and smiled. I've got everything you wanted. But the 30 sets of special equipment, it was too hard to acquire. I could only manage 20 sets. That's enough. Lin Yi lifted his cup. Thank you, Uncle Qin. We're all brothers and no need for politeness. Qin Jingyang waved his hand and lowered his voice. However, if these items come under scrutiny from above, it won't be a joke. Don't worry, I'm just training troops and I won't act. Lin Yi chuckled. That's good to know. Qin Jingyang nodded and the 2 lowered their heads to eat noodles, a silence that spoke volumes. Moments later, after finishing the meal, he stood up. Let's go to the security warehouse. After getting in the car, Lin Yi spoke lightly. After about half an hour of driving, the convoy stopped at a hidden security company yard. As soon as Lin Yi got out of the car, Lu Wenchuan rushed over, barely able to conceal his excitement. Young Master Lin, everything has been verified. They are all the real deal. Let me take a look. Opening the warehouse door, more than 20 metal boxes have been opened, revealing rows of firearms resting quietly inside. Magazines, night vision goggles, bulletproof vests, tactical knives were neatly arranged, and even the air felt chilling. Things that can't even be found in the mainland are all here. Lu Wenchuan's voice trembled. Then let's use them and carve out a future. Lin Yi reached out slowly, stroking the surface of a sniper rifle, the corners of his mouth gently rising. The next day, Lin Yi concluded his morning training as usual, changed into casual clothes, and took a car to Wanxiang Media. Young Master Lin. Upon stepping into the lobby, employees paused and bowed, their voices filled with reverence. Good morning, young Master Lin. Lin Yi pushed open the office door, and 3 secretaries stood up to salute simultaneously. Indeed, there were 3. They were Su Wanqing, Zhong Xiaoyan, and Kaisa Melinda. Good morning to you as well. Lin Yi nodded, turning his gaze to Melinda, speaking gently. How are you adapting these days? Thank you for your concern. The working atmosphere and pace here are both excellent. Melinda smiled openly, her brows and eyes relaxed. That's good to hear. Work diligently, and you will not be treated unfairly. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, and turned to Su Wanqing, saying, Wanqing, inform Huang Bo and Lu how to come to my office in 10 minutes. Understood, young Master Lin. Su Wanqing nodded. Xiaoyan, brew a pot of Longjing tea. Lin Yi raised his eyes slightly toward Zhong Xiaoyan. Yes, young Master Lin. She replied in a bland tone, her expression as dull as ink. Lin Yi paid no mind, turning to enter the inner room, settling into a wide chair. After a moment, Zhong Xiaoyan entered, holding a blue and white porcelain teacup, with both hands gently placing it on the table. Young Master Lin, tea. Thank you. Lin Yi took a sip of tea and casually asked, Is that market research report ready? It's been compiled. Zhong Xiaoyan nodded. I'll go get it right away. Moments later, she returned with a thick file. Young Master Lin, please. Lin Yi took the file, glanced through it, and smiled. This is quite detailed, well done. Inform the finance department to double your bonus this month. Thank you, young Master Lin. Zhong Xiaoyan responded very lightly, her lips showing no emotion, her eyes not even rippling. Lin Yi frowned, slightly too lazy to say more, and waved his hand. You may go back to work. Yes. Zhong Xiaoyan turned and left her footsteps silent. Lin Yi opened the file, his gaze becoming focused. The distribution of pharmacies in every street and alley, the purchase volume of each wholesaler, even the patrol schedule of night guards, all clearly marked like a meticulously woven net. Zhong Xiaoyan, truly not an easy opponent. Lin Yi silently praised. Just as he was about to read deeply, a knock on the door sounded. Su Wanqing stood at the doorway with Huang Bo and Lu Hao behind her. Young Master Lin, Manager Huang and Manager Lu have arrived. Let them in. The two took their seats, their posture respectful. I was out recently and didn't get a chance to ask, what is the progress on the revisions for the newspaper and journal? The Wanxiang Daily has been finalized and is ready for publication at any time, Huang Bo replied. The Wanxiang Weekly is also prepared. Lin Yi nodded. Then let's prioritize the daily. Manager Huang announced the notice for tomorrow. Received. Time flowed like water. The following morning, many old readers who were accustomed to reading the Hong Kong Island Daily opened the paper. They saw a full page boldly printed with large black characters, 45 years of weathering storms. The Hong Kong Island Daily is grateful for you. The readers' expressions varied. Some shed tears of nostalgia, while others hardly paid it any mind. After all, the Hong Kong Island Daily had changed ownership 3 times, each time with owners pouring money like water, ultimately becoming a footnote in history. The next day, Lin Yi, after finishing his morning exercise, took a car to the newspaper office once again. This was truly the first major task he was personally overseeing, and in the future this newspaper might become his voice in this city. On the way, he casually flipped through the freshly printed newspaper, suddenly feeling a weight in his gaze. A small column caught his eye. The headline was striking: Hong Kong Island Daily, a mud that cannot be supported. The content read, yesterday the Hong Kong Island Daily, which had been serialized for 45 years, officially bid farewell, renaming itself as the Wanxiang Daily, sparking public debate. Looking back on its rise and fall, this newspaper resembled the later ruler of Shuhan. Although it had a brilliant start, it ultimately crumbled under the erosion of successors. The founder had bestowed it with glory, but the subsequent 3 helmsmen all squandered enormous amounts of money, unable to turn the tide. Now it was being taken over by a young man in his 20s, daring to directly rename and start anew. Could a mere child fresh out of childhood bear the burden of a newspaper? The author dares to assert within a year the Wanxiang Daily will follow the footsteps of the Hong Kong Island Daily, returning to silence. The writing is sharp and very stirring. Lin Yi snorted lightly, his fingertips slowly stroking the paper's surface, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Then let's see who can truly hold up the sky. As Lin Yi stepped into the media building, the entire floor staff was engrossed in their work. In the silence, only the sounds of keyboards clicking and papers rustling could be heard. He did not linger, heading straight to the exclusive office on the top floor. He first called Zhong Xiaoyan to bring him a cup of tea, then instructed Melinda to present the day's Wanxiang Daily. He also ordered Su Wanqing to bring Huang Bo in, only then did Lin Yi take his seat. Melinda was the first to present the newspaper. Lin Yi opened the cover page, and what met his eyes was a magnificent painting. At the top of the painting was an endless sky, stars like dust with the Milky Way twirling. In the middle section, a streamlined silver shuttle soared into the air, emitting a faint blue aura piercing the universe. At the bottom was a blue earth resembling a teardrop. To the right, a large line of text was boldly inscribed: Our journey is towards the stars and the sea. This painting was personally commissioned by him from Huang Bo, seeking out a renowned master to create it. Just this first glance was enough to leave one breathless. The vastness of deep space, the desolation of the universe. Like an invisible hand grasping the heart, igniting a fervent desire for the unknown buried deep within the bones. Lin Yi continued to turn the pages, the layout clear, economics, entertainment, and novels, without any sense of chaos. What was even more surprising was that there was actually a Global Express section dedicated to overseas news. The Southern Ocean warlord has resumed hostilities. The western border populace has surrounded the parliament. The financial center of France has suddenly faced Iran. Every word was real, every sentence a pulse. This article has substance. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he saw the financial section's headline: Changtai Group's quarterly report data suspected of being falsified. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and read on. The article detailed several anomalies in Shanghai's financial report: inflated revenue, concealed inventory, and excessively high accounts receivable. The numerical discrepancies were like puzzle pieces, missing corners with logical breaks everywhere. Lin Yi lightly tapped his fingertip, mentally calculating for a few seconds, and then grabbed the landline to dial. Hello, it's me, Lin Yi. Young Master Lin, this is Cheng Ziyuan. A steady voice came from the other end of the line. 3 days ago, Cheng Ziyuan had taken over Chongqing Securities. Now renamed Wanxiang Securities, he was vigorously restructuring the organization. Immediately investigate Changtai Group. Well, I want complete information within 10 minutes. Lin Yi's tone was calm. Understood, I will handle it right away. After hanging up the receiver immediately transmitted Cheng Yuan's low roar, "Everyone concentrate resources on Changtai. Do I want the core accounts in 5 minutes?" Knock knock knock. A knock sounded. Su Wanqing stood by the door. "Young Master Lin manager, Huang has arrived. Please have him wait 5 minutes." Lin Yi's gaze did not leave the pages. "Yes." Su Wanqing retreated. Moments later Cheng Ziyuan's voice came again. "Young Master Lin Changtai Group is currently priced at 168 Hong Kong dollars with 100 million circulating shares, a total market value of approximately 168 million. Is the stock price going up or down recently?" "It's rising. I heard they secured a big deal." "Yes, there's already talk in the market that they've obtained the joint development rights for Northern Mineral Resources. The stock price has risen for 7 consecutive days since yesterday." Lin Yi's lips curled slightly as he said softly, "Short Changtai, you act immediately." "What a..." Cheng Ziyuan was clearly taken aback. "You heard me right. I want you to short Changtai, and do it quickly." "Understood. He'll deploy it right away." On the other end of the phone, a flurry of urgent orders suddenly erupted. Fortunately, Lin Yi had previously allocated 50 million in preparatory funds. Otherwise, if he had to rush to gather funds now, he would have long missed the opportunity. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yi chuckled softly. Changtai was merely a little over 100 million in scale, insignificant to capital giants. But even if it was just a few million, it was still profitable. As for Shanghai shareholders, the losses of the shareholders, what did it have to do with him? Because he was now a capitalist. What is a capitalist? It is a calculation devoid of warmth, an observer with cold eyes watching the market collapse, yet a precise harvester. Of course, compared to those who devour everything without leaving a bone, he was still a bit lacking. Lost in thought, Lin Yi came back to his senses. "Please invite Huang Bo in." The door opened, and Huang Bo stepped in. "Take a seat." Lin Yi raised his hand in gesture. "How many newspapers have been distributed now?" "Young Master Lin, there are over 1,200 newsstands in Hong Kong, with 800 signed up. Each store has subscribed for 50 to 100 copies, totaling 68,000 copies distributed. The first print was 100,000, and 300,000 remain." "Yes. Print an additional 20,000. Huang Bo's eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief. "What?" On the other side, in front of Kowloon Securities, stood a slightly plump middle-aged man. Chen Jihong was nearly 50, not particularly wealthy. However, as the head of the asset management department at Kowloon Securities, he had managed to establish a foothold, and though Kowloon Securities was not as glamorous as the top investment banks in Hong Kong, it managed nearly 80 million in capital, firmly placing itself in the middle tier among various brokerage firms. Especially in recent months, several stocks he had invested in continued to rise, showing remarkable increases. This earned him repeated commendations in the board meetings, and even the chairman praised his unique foresight in person. A few days ago, the chairman even promised him in the office privately, if performance continued to improve, the company would allocate a portion of equity as an incentive. This news left Chen Jihong in a state of distraction, socializing until the early hours of the morning. Yet the next day, he was still the first to arrive punctually at the trading hall. Upon entering the VIP room, several traders immediately bowed in greeting. He feigned composure and nodded, heading straight to the lounge area to take a seat, where a young female secretary presented him with hot tea. Seeing the girl's graceful figure, he felt a tightness in his throat, quickly raising the teacup and gulping down a mouthful to suppress his inner fire. Glancing at his watch, he noted that there was still an hour until the market opened, so he pulled out a newspaper to read. As a seasoned manager, he always believed that information equated to profit. The snippets in the newspaper often served as crucial clues for his market strategies. He first opened the Ming Pao, which had a neutral reputation in Hong Kong, never resorting to sensationalism or slander. However, the content was mostly old news lacking novelty. Next, he browsed through the Eastern Daily and the Sing Tao Daily, focusing on the finance sections and skipping over the however valuable news was as rare as deep-sea fish, and he remained calm. A glance at the time revealed only a few minutes left until the market opened. Just as he was about to rise and walk around, his eyes caught sight of a newspaper with a full-page color cover. Curiosity piqued, he reached out to take it. After glancing at the flashy illustration on the cover, Chen Jihong scoffed, thinking it was yet another small paper relying on gimmicks to attract attention, destined to go bankrupt. Yet he casually flipped through a few pages, unexpectedly finding the inner layout neat and refreshing, with a pleasing balance of text and images, even more professional than most established publications. His initial disdain quietly dissipated. Upon reaching the finance section, his gaze suddenly froze as a line of bold black text pierced his vision. Our Changtai Group's quarterly report figures suspected of being falsified. His largest holdings among several stocks were in Changtai Group, which promised the most significant returns. Now it had risen by 15 percentage points. Although rumors circulated that it had peaked, he was convinced by insider information that there was still room for upward movement. Last night, he had just written a report preparing to increase his investment by 5 million today, all in. But this newspaper dared to publicly question its financial integrity. Fake. Impossible. He held his breath and read carefully, noting that the article not only made baseless accusations, but also attached the original financial reports of Changtai Group, along with results verified item by item. Instinctively, he pulled out his pocket calculator. He had studied finance and accounting in college, and this task was ingrained in his bones. Seconds later, the numbers matched those in the newspaper exactly. His complexion turned pale instantly. This meant the falsification was likely true. His mind buzzed, blood rushed to his head, and his heartbeat thundered. The 5 million he had just applied for hadn't arrived yet, but the 5 million he had already invested was firmly locked in Changtai Group's stock price. If this news broke, panic selling in the market would turn his holdings into scrap paper. Stay calm. Exit first. I must sell immediately. Qin Jihong took a deep breath, staring at the top left corner of the newspaper where the title read Wanshang Daily. This was a name he had never seen before. An idea suddenly struck Qin Jihong. Xiaoyan, where did this Wanshang? Why haven't I seen it before? He held the newspaper and asked his secretary, who was not far away. Manager Chun, this paper used to be called Hong Kong Daily, but it was acquired by a new company last month and changed its name. Hong Kong Daily. Qin Jihong's mind flashed. Yes, that was a small paper with few readers, struggling to break 1,000 in circulation. If no one was paying attention, then this news might not have spread yet. Manager Chin, the market is about to open. You said yesterday you wanted to buy Changtai Group. Ooh, should I place an order now? Buy? No way. Liquidate everything. When the market opens, dump it all out. Qin Jihong exclaimed, raising his head sharply, his tone loud. Liquidate? Boss, are you joking? The trader was taken aback by Qin Jihong's words, hesitating to speak. I'm not joking. Listen carefully. When the market opens, immediately liquidate everything. Qin Jihong strode forward, his face dark as iron, his voice growling, almost squeezing the words through clenched teeth. Yes, I'll do it right away. The trader, caught by the intensity of Qin Jihong's bloodshot eyes, felt a chill down his spine, quickly complied, no longer daring to ask another question. Before the words left his mouth, the distant bell rang suddenly. The stock market had opened. Qin Jihong instantly focused on the screen, his gaze locked onto Changtai Group's stock price, gritting his teeth. Sell. Understood. Several traders understood the cue, their fingers flying over the keys. 1,000 hands, 2,000 hands. Shanghai stocks flooded into the market like a torrent. The air in the trading room became tense. Qin Jihong held his breath, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Time felt stretched like an elastic band, each second pressing heavily. Finally, the first 1,000 shares were traded. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Manager Chun, a massive influx of short-selling orders has suddenly emerged on the external market. A trader suddenly looked up, raising his voice. Everyone was startled and turned their heads in unison. On the screen, there were actually over 10 orders, each starting from 1,000 shares. Damn, they intercepted us. We were too slow. Qin Jihong slammed his fist on the table, cursing. What's going on? Someone asked cautiously. Quick, check if my orders have been sold out. Qin Jihong couldn't afford to explain, his voice trembling. 2,000 shares are left, it'll be cleared soon. Hurry, faster. Qin Jihong pressed his hands tightly against the edge of the table, his nails turning white, cold sweat trickling down his temples. The people around were in a fog. They stared at the screen, noticing that even with tens of thousands of shares thrown out along with countless short orders, Hangtai's stock price only fell by 2 cents, remaining as steady as a rock. The market simply didn't believe anything was wrong with it. They didn't understand why Qin Jihong was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. Manager Chun, we've liquidated everything. Finally, someone exclaimed excitedly. Great. Immediately reverse. Place a short order for 5,000 shares first. Qin Jihong wiped the sweat from his brow, his sentence abruptly cut off as he stared wide-eyed at the screen. How is this possible? Hangtai. In that instant, the entire room went silent. The stock price that had just been as solid as a mountain suddenly plummeted straight down a cliff-like dive. The rate of decline accelerated without hindrance. Manager Chun, what's happening? Someone shouted, first exhaling in relief that they had sold, then panic set in, wondering why the drop was so severe. Look for yourselves. Qin Jihong gasped, pulling out a folded newspaper from his suit pocket and slamming it on the table. The crowd rushed forward, frantically unfolding it. Wanshang Daily. Opening the finance section, a bold headline immediately caught their eyes. Changtai Group, falsified financial reports, audit loopholes suspected to involve millions in fund misappropriation. Below was the author's name, Professor Duan Shifeng from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Even more astonishing were the several in-depth analyses next to it, authored by Liang Wenshan, head of the finance department at Hong Kong University, and Zhao Mingzhi, former head of the Economics Institute at CUHK. My God, did they just hire an entire academic squad to publish this? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Quick, turn to the back. There are 3 more articles, all by esteemed professors. The crowd erupted in excitement as if they had discovered a gold mine. Qin Jihong took the newspaper, scanning it carefully, his expression shifting from shock to fervor. Zhou Xiaoyan, starting tomorrow, subscribe for 2 copies of Wanshang Daily for me. 1 for my office and 1 for the... His voice was low but left no room for doubt. This newspaper was now more accurate than any financial channel, more lethal than any investment bank's research report. Today it helped him avoid a disaster. But what about tomorrow? If he missed a news like this, millions in holdings could vanish. He would rather spend an extra $100 on the newspaper than lose $500,000. Meanwhile, the entire trading hall in Hong Kong descended into chaos. Someone noticed Hang Tai's plummet, hastily grabbing the person next to them. What's happening? Haven't you read Wansheng Daily? Hang Tai's financial report was falsified. It's all been exposed. In an instant, everyone was rushing to spread the news. Outside the exchange, a crowd gathered in front of the newsstand. Boss, one copy of Wansheng Daily, please. I'll pay double for it. Get lost. I've been in line since 6 this morning. Don't push. Don't push. There are people behind who want to buy. The newspaper boy shouted hoarsely as the stack of papers was snatched away in an instant. News spread like wildfire in every street corner, tea house, and bar. Even office workers pulled out their phones to search. What is the background of this newspaper? How does it know everything? Lin Yi did not leave Wansheng Media, still seated in his office flipping through documents while waiting for feedback after the release of the first day's newspaper. Although the newspaper industry was insignificant in his eyes, it could not be taken lightly, as it served as the... Suddenly the phone in the secretary's office rang, and then Zhong Xiaoyan pushed the door open and entered. Young Master Lin, Manager Chung from the securities company, is calling, specifically asking for you. Let him in. Lin Yi put down his pen and looked up. On the line, Xing Ziyuan's excited voice came through. Young Master Lin. What do you need from me? Lin Yi's tone. Shanghai Group has collapsed with a drop of over 13%, and it's still plummeting. Incredible. Too amazing. Cheng Ziyuan's voice trembled slightly, barely concealing his excitement. Lin Yi replied blandly, showing no joy, instead asking, how many short positions did you take? Sorry, young Master Lin, due to time constraints, I only opened over 50,000 lots. I really didn't dare to invest more. Cheng Ziyuan immediately calmed down, his tone becoming respectful. As long as you can make a profit, don't be greedy. Close the positions when you should take the gains while you still can. Lin Yi casually advised. Understood, young Master Lin. Cheng Ziyuan repeatedly acknowledged. After hanging up, Lin Yi's lips curled slightly. Money was made, and the momentum was building, a perfect combination. Meanwhile, the phone in the news department downstairs rang almost simultaneously. Hello, this is the customer service department of Wansheng Daily. The operator answered sweetly. Hello. Deliver 100 copies of the newspaper to 189 Geelong Shoppy Street. I'm waiting to see it. The other party's voice was urgent, and in the background prompts could be heard. I want one too. I need 10 copies. Okay, sir, I've registered your request, and will arrange for delivery immediately. Mong Kok XX Building. 50 copies, send them out right away. No problem. The calls kept coming in, and within just half an hour, nearly 100 calls had been received. The operators were so busy that even administrative staff came to help. The employee in charge of compiling looked at the registration form and hand dumbfounded. In just half an hour, nearly 100 newsstands had placed orders totaling close to 20,000 copies. And the calls still hadn't stopped. It wasn't until nearly an hour later that the ringing began to taper off. Huang Bo held the statistics sheet, feeling a bit sweaty in his palms, and hurried upstairs, knocking on Lin Yi's office door. Young Master Lin, this is the latest order summary. Newsstands are requesting an additional 45,720 copies. Adding to the 68,000 already sent out, today's total circulation is 113,720 copies. Previously, Lin Yi had said he wanted to sell 100,000 copies daily, and he had secretly wondered the previous Hong Kong Island Daily at its peak only sold over 3,000 copies. How could this new paper sell 30 times that? But now, looking at this young boss before him, all he felt was awe. Not bad. Lin Yi glanced at the data, looked up, and said, the analysis by Duan Qifeng in the financial section was extremely accurate. Today's momentum relies entirely on him. You take a 5,000 red envelope and deliver it personally. Understood. I'm on it. Huang Bo quickly nodded. Also, everyone is working overtime today, and dinner will be on me tonight, with a $100 red envelope per person. Lin Yi added. Young Master Lin, thank you so much. Huang Bo was almost in tears. He had seen too many bosses in his early years who talked about ideals and vision, but never mentioned money. Did they really think employees were disciples of a cult? Those people would eventually rot in the dreams they painted. After sending Huang Bo off, Lin Yi stood up to adjust his suit. Having achieved victory in today's first battle, he felt quite pleased. He did not linger, taking 2 bodyguards and heading straight to the law firm. Over 2 million had been invested, bringing in 13 licensed lawyers, including 6 senior lawyers. This was not just a legal team, but his secret weapon. Wansheng Law Firm was located on the top floor of a glass curtain wall building in Central. When Lin Yi stepped through the door, the receptionist stood up to greet him. At the end of the corridor, a few lawyers were whispering, and when they glanced at him, they unconsciously straightened their postures. He did not stop, directly heading to his exclusive reception room. Some matters had to be discussed in a place of absolute safety. Oh, young Master Lin, what wine blew you here? As soon as he stepped into the law firm, he saw Cheng Feiyu talking to someone. Upon noticing Lin Yi, he immediately grinned and teased. A southeast wind carrying a hint of coffee aroma. Lin Yi smiled back, his tone light. Young Master Lin. Other lawyers in the firm, seeing him, all stopped what they were doing and respectfully greeted him. No one was unaware that this relatively large law firm was truly led by Lin Yi. With Chung Feiyu a rookie who had only been in the industry for 2 years, how could he have the ability to hold up this business? However, everyone understood in their hearts that being connected to Lin Yi might bring them opportunities for a turnaround in the future. Some were quietly calculating. If they could gain the recognition of this big shot, perhaps they too could open a law firm and experience glory. Lawyer Zeng, hello. Lin Yi also smiled and nodded at a senior lawyer in his 40s. Brother Zeng, that case should proceed according to the original plan. Let me know if there are any new developments. Chung Feiyu turned to Lawyer Zeng and instructed succinctly. All right, Lawyer Lin will take care of it. Brother Lin, I'll take my leave now. Lawyer Zeng was very perceptive, knowing the two had important matters to discuss, and after nodding in acknowledgement, hurriedly left. Once Lawyer Zeng's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. What case has Brother Zeng recently taken on? It seems quite tricky. A murder case. Chung Feiyu lowered his voice. Let's talk inside. He waved his hand for the secretary to bring in 2 cups of pu'er tea and led Lin Yi into his office. After closing the door and settling down, he began. The deceased is named Wang Qing'an, a rich second generation, with a father named Wang Daxian from Longji Industry worth over 300 million. He has extensive connections capable of reaching the entire financial circle and is also a minor shareholder of Hang Seng Bank. This kid isn't easy to deal with. He committed murder at the age of 13, and with his father's money he bribed a few foreigners and managed to get released after 2 years. He bullied servants since childhood, and after being released he became even more outrageous. Drinking, fighting, causing trouble. If it weren't for having a wealthy father backing him, he would have been flattened by some street thug long ago. Hearing this, Lin Yi suddenly paused, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Wait. I think I really did have a couple of run-ins with this guy. His brain capacity is like that of a mosquito, just a brute. He suddenly remembered that in the fragmented memories before taking over this body there indeed was such a big fool. Hee, that's for sure. Chung Feiyu smiled meaningfully. Didn't you also hang out in this circle before? It's just that now. He paused, a bit of emotion flashing in his eyes. You've already jumped out. No one expected that Lin Yi's father had passed away less than a year ago. This kid managed to start from scratch and forcefully pry open a corner of Hong Kong. In just a few months, he had successfully laid out media, law firms, accounting, film and television, and even a security company. Each of these companies could make an ordinary person spend half their life. Yet he had taken them all as if it were a game. The current second generation of Hong Kong Island is still reliant on their parents partying and swiping cards to show off. Lin Yi, however, had already stood atop a summit they could not see. Chung Feiyu also understood clearly that if this person was given another year or two, the entire Hong Kong would hear his name. Even those old-school big shots might not be able to suppress him. All right, enough with the sentimentality. Lin Yi interrupted him. How did he actually die? Chung Feiyu reined in his expression, lowering his voice. He died in bed. Moi. That night he was drinking at a nightclub and brought 2 girls back to the hotel, partying all night. In the morning he was found cold, his body bruised and bloody. The autopsy revealed that he had excessive alcohol in his stomach and his blood contained a high concentration of hallucinogens. The 2 girls also had drugs in their blood with consistent dosages. Lin Yi chuckled. Oh, isn't this the standard party package? Overindulging and ultimately playing himself to death, that's quite common. Chung Feiyu grinned, his eyes sly. Young Master Lin, it seems you were also an old player back in the day. Get lost, do I look like that kind of person? Lin Yi laughed and kicked him. Chung Feiyu shrugged with a smile, becoming serious as he said, but his actual cause of death was a slit throat. Lin Yi's expression darkened. Someone did this. Yes. Chung Feiyu nodded, but both girls were drugged also in a daze and couldn't remember who entered the room that night. What about the hotel surveillance? It broke down, the cameras on that floor all malfunctioned that night. Lin Yi, in this day and age the coverage of surveillance was pitifully low. A single broken line led to a loss of clues and the murderer left no trace. Lin Yi asked again, who commissioned the investigation? For what reason? It was the families of those 2 girls. Chung Feiyu said slowly. Wang Daxian couldn't find the real murderer, so he simply vented his anger on them, claiming they were the ones who did it and wanting to sue them for murder. He paused, his voice even lower. In fact, Wang Daxian knew full well that these 2 girls were not the murderers. It's just that no one could be found now, and they were only caught in the crossfire. The 2 chatted for less than 10 minutes, and Lin Yi didn't take it to heart. After all, Wang Qing'an had no ties to him and was once his sworn enemy. Now that Wang Qing'an was dead, if he were still the same person, he would have held a banquet to celebrate for 3 days. But he was no longer that person, so there was no need to applaud. However, listening to idle chatter was merely a pastime over tea. At that moment, Chung Feiyu's secretary brought in 2 cups of tea, steam rising gently. Lin Yi took a sip. Chung Feiyu then leisurely spoke. You didn't come today just to hear about the case, did you? Lin Yi chuckled lightly. He didn't mind this tone. On the surface, they were superior and subordinate, but in reality, they were partners working together. Their occasional banter added a touch of humanity to the cold workplace. High places are lonely. Lin Yi no longer wanted to wait until he reached the top, only to find no one who could speak the truth. He didn't reply, just slightly raised his chin. Outside the door, Wang Jinshuan pushed the door open in response, handing over a hefty file bag. This is the list of all the pharmaceutical factories and chain pharmacies in the harbor city. I've marked in red, arrange for people to contact each one. Collect what you can, negotiate what you can, but don't delay. Again, Cheng Feiyu raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a bitter smile. You haven't sorted out the cinema chain yet, and now you're eyeing the pharmaceutical factories. He flipped open the document, and the densely packed names filled his view, causing his heart to tense. Of course, Lin Ike didn't plan to swallow the entire industry whole. However, Cheng Feiyu roughly counted 36 companies marked in red. 7 were pharmaceutical factories, and the remaining 29 were all sizable chain stores. How much will it cost to acquire these? Cheng Feiyu's throat went dry. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Not much. Lin Yi replied flatly, the money will be paid directly to Wei Kale. 500 million has already been deposited. If that's not enough, they'll have the bank make up another 3 to 500 million. Cheng Feiyu was shocked, suddenly recalling the scene from last month when he took people to HSBC to sign that massive financing agreement. At that time he was confused and Lin Yi said nothing. But now seeing this series of operations, acquiring cinema chains and sweeping up pharmaceutical factories, could it be that financing from that time has multiplied by dozens of times? I understand now. Cheng Feiyu suppressed his surprise, nodding in agreement. We might not have enough manpower, the law firm is getting overwhelmed. Hire more people. Lin Yi waved his hand, I'll approve another 2 million for you. Then, what about the shares? Cheng Feiyu tentatively asked. Don't mention that. Lin Yi waved his hand, just consider it a loan from the company to me. Once we start making profits, pay me back with interest. He knew that Cheng Feiyu wanted more equity. The law firm was built from scratch, entirely supported by his funding. Now with nearly 5 million invested, Cheng Feiyu was merely contributing effort, holding 49. Initially he accepted the 2 million. Now taking more shares would perhaps make it impossible for him to sleep peacefully. But for Lin Yi, whether he held 51 or 90 of the shares was meaningless. He established this law firm not for profit sharing. It was a foothold in the harbor city, someone to back him up, and a way to avoid bowing down in every situation. Cheng Feiyu was taken aback, a warm expression rising in his eyes, smiling as he nodded. All right, then I'll keep track of it. They'll settle the interest annually, not a cent less. Do as you wish. Lin Yi chuckled, standing up and picking up his coat. I'm counting on you for this, or I have to go. It's getting dark, aren't you going to have a drink? Cheng Feiyu tried to keep him. I have an appointment. Lin Yi waved his hand, another day, my treat. He wasn't lying. He indeed had an appointment in the evening. A few days ago, Duan Jiwen, who hadn't been in touch for a long time, called the newspaper company, inviting him out for a small gathering in the enchanting night scene. That place even sold a bottle of cheap red wine for 2008, and premium ones easily went over 10,000. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to enter, but it was a playground for rich young men showing off their wealth with beautiful women weaving through. Before he went abroad last time, Duan Jiwen had called. After returning to Hong Kong, he tried to reach out, but the other party was unreachable. It wasn't until today that he dug out the number from Zheng Shouzhong and reconnected. Although he couldn't truly bare his heart to those 2 dear friends from his past life, deep down, he always kept a place for them. Lu Qiming had gone to America. He had sent someone to investigate that school. But that person wasn't there. He clearly saw their family board the plane to leave Hong Kong, but there was no trace of the school they mentioned. This matter had always weighed on his mind. Unfortunately, in the United States, his foundation was too shallow, and he could only temporarily set it aside. The night was like silk, with a low bass shaking the air, and colorful lights cast a dreamy haze over the dance floor. The crowd swayed to the rhythm, laughter and shouts intertwining, sketching out the most restless night of this city. At a table by the window on the second floor, Lin Yi sat opposite Duan Jiwen, a bottle of 1978 Lafite placed on the table. In those years, let alone the 1982 vintage, just being able to drink this aged wine was already quite respectable. You've been mysteriously quiet lately. It's as if you've evaporated from the world. Lin Yi took a sip of wine, his gaze landing on Duan Jiwen. The latter had shaved his head, his face was sharp, and he seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Duan Jiwen gently swirled the red wine in his glass, his gaze fixed on the swirling shadows downstairs, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I've been a bit busy. I'm currently working at an electronics factory. An electronics factory. Lin Yi's brow twitched. You. The Duan Jiwen he knew had always looked down on the 9-to-5 grind, let alone working on an assembly line. Although the Duan family wasn't at the top, his father was a veteran of the Legislative Council, and the family was well off. It wouldn't be hard for him to get a job as a manager in an office building. Can I? Duan Jiwen smiled calmly, a layer of depth added to his brows. You and Qiming are both moving forward. I can't just stand still. Otherwise, when others mention me, they'll just say, oh, that second generation who relies on his father. Wouldn't that drag you down? Lin Yi didn't respond, merely raising his glass and sharing a smile. Some things need not be said in detail. Putting down his glass, Duan Jiwen continued, that factory is in Yuan Long. It was originally a partnership between my dad and someone else specializing in electronic watches for the mainland market. With more than 100 people, the monthly gross profit is around 200,000 to 300,000. It may not sound like much, but we used to spend more than that in one night at the club. My dad didn't let me be the boss right away. He first had me work on the assembly line for 10 days. He paused, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. 7 or 8 people crammed into a 100-square-foot dormitory. The floor was covered in food scraps. There were so many mosquitoes that it felt like a concert, and the neighbors snored like a tractor. One night, I really wanted to roll up my bedding and leave. But my dad said I could leave if I wanted, but had book a ticket immediately to send me to the U.S. to study for the rest of my life. Duan Jiwen grinned a bit fierce at that moment. I thought, MD, I'm going to fight you. After enduring for half a month, I got familiar with the process and was promoted to team leader. After another month, I became the deputy manager. Yesterday, I officially became the factory manager. He looked up at Lenny. I know that without my dad's support, I wouldn't even be able to enter the door. But I still want to try and see if I can build it up on my own. Lenny didn't say anything, just poured some more wine and raised his glass and toast. At that moment, words were unnecessary. How everything was in the wine. Life is inherently unfair. Duan Jiwen said softly, some are born at the finish line, while others are born without even the shoes to start. Complaining is useless. But that day I was so angry I went mad. What about the future? Will you continue to be the master of your electronics factory? Lenny asked. Of course. Duan Jiwen shrugged. It's better to not start than to give up halfway. I want to see how far I can go without relying on my surname. All right. Lenny smiled. If you need anything, just speak up. Brothers are not called for nothing. That's a must. Duan Jiwen laughed heartily, downing another glass. If you don't help me, who else can I find? Come, let's drink again. The two clinked glasses, the liquor flowing down their throats, warmth rushing into their chests. Lenny then asked, by the way, has Chiming contacted you recently? Duan Jiwen shook his head. No, that kid is probably in the U.S. riding horses and clubbing, leaving us brothers behind. However, he slowly shook his head. Doesn't seem like it. Last month, I sent someone to check on the school he mentioned, and the school said there was no such person. What? Duan Jiwen suddenly trembled. His hand shook, causing his wine glass to fall and shatter, red liquid splashing everywhere. He didn't bend down to pick it up, just stared at the pool of crimson, his voice dropping. Has something happened to him? I don't know. He said solemnly. He left too abruptly, not even a goodbye. But him already chasing leads, he wouldn't disappear for no reason. Duan Jiwen nodded, clenching his fists, then relaxing them. If something really happened to him, they'll definitely bring him back myself. The two chatted a bit more, and as time passed, he waved to his bodyguard Wang Jinshuan to settle the bill. If you hear any news about Chiming, notify me immediately. Duan Jiwen stood up, his tone serious. Rest assured. He patted his shoulders, smiling mischievously. When the time comes, we'll both go and drag him back for a beating. Before the laughter faded, 3 figures suddenly surged in from the stairway. Wang Jiangshan's face was grim, followed by a waiter and a man dressed in a black suit with a cold expression and eyes like knives. Lenny frowned. What happened? Wang Jinshuan stepped forward, lowering his voice. Young Master Lin, they say the cup we just broke was a limited edition, and we need to compensate $1,000. Wang Jiangshan's booming voice echoed across the entire corner. Duan Jiwen, standing nearby, immediately exploded with rage. Damn it. Dare you charge $1,000 for a lousy glass? You might as well rob a bank. The waiter didn't even lift his eyes, his lips curling into a revolting smirk. I'm sorry, sir, but our establishment's policy is clear and the price is posted openly. Policy? Do you take me for an ATM? At the waiter's insufferable expression, Duan Jiwen's fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. He surged forward, ready to strike. Enough, Jiwen. Losing your temper over a staff member. Is that beneath you? He raised a hand, slow and effortless, halting Duan Jiwen mid-step. Without so much as glancing up, he fixed his gaze on the waiter. Call your manager. The waiter's smile froze for a fleeting instant. His eyes flickered past to the 2 bodyguards standing silently behind him, and his throat bobbed. Suppressing his fury, he offered a cold, mocking nod and stepped aside. Follow me. Let's see how this little drama unfolds. With quiet detachment, he led Duan Jiwen and the 2 bodyguards in the waiter's wake. They passed through the pulsing dance floor, turned down a dim corridor, and halted before a half-open door. Inside, bright lights illuminated an office. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man with a ruddy face and cloying perfume clinging to his skin. He was puffing on a cigarette. At the intrusion, he frowned. Xiao Chun, what is it? Boss, these guests broke a glass. Per regulation, they must pay 1,000. But they refused to accept it. Xiao Chun shot a sardonic glance, his words laced with barbs. Oh. The manager lifted his eyes and swept them over Lenny. His gaze lingered a beat longer on the 2 bodyguards behind him. Then he sprang to his feet, all smiles. Gentlemen, what grievance brings you here? Please do tell. Grievance? Duan Jiwen sneered. 1,000 for a glass. Do you think it's forged from gold? The manager waved a dismissive hand. This is a custom crystal tumbler handcrafted in the United States. Limited edition, globally scarce. Naturally, its value reflects that. Bullshit. Duan Jiwen erupted. I lived 3 years in Los Angeles. You think I've never seen luxury glass custom made? You're fooling toddlers. Before the manager could finish speaking, Duan Jiwen shot upright. Let's go, Lenny. Let's see just how far they'll push us. Leaving so soon. The manager's smile vanished, replaced by icy stillness. No one walks out that door today, not until the debt is settled. He paused. Then his voice dropped venomous and low. Effective immediately. The price has risen to 15,000. As the words left his lips, 8 burly men poured through the doorway. Eyes sharp as blades, shoulders blocking every exit. 15,000. Lin Yi let out a soft, mirthless laugh and raised a finger. Jinxuan, pay. Yes, young Master Lin. Wang Jinxuan said nothing. From his briefcase, he withdrew a thick wad of cash, counted out 15,000, and slapped it onto the desk with a sharp final crack. Lin Yi, you actually paid them. Duan Jiwen stared, stunned, his voice trembling with disbelief. Lin Yi didn't answer, only shook his head gently. Duan Jiwen opened his mouth, then closed it, swallowing hard. His fists tightened until his knuckles blanched white, but he remained still. The manager, sensing submission, couldn't hide his swelling triumph. He picked up the stack of bills with deliberate slowness, and even patted it, feigning courtesy. Now that's the spirit. A young man navigating the world must know when to yield, to survive long enough to thrive. After all, we come here to enjoy ourselves, not to quarrel with money. Lin Yi remained unruffled. May we leave now? Of course, of course. The manager grinned like a creeping vine. This is a respectable bar. Rules govern us, not underworld tactics. We welcome your return. Rest assured, I will return. Lin Yi's lips curved faintly. Then he tilted his chin toward Duan Jiwen. Let's go. Trust me. Duan Jiwen blinked. In his memory, Lin Yi had never been one to swallow insult. Yet this man, calm, unreadable, was deeper than he could fathom. After a long hesitation, he grunted and followed. As the door clicked shut behind them, Lin Yi's expression hardened, cold as winter steel. He turned to He Jifeng, who had stood silent all along. Call Chung, the lawyer. Have him acquire this establishment within the hour. Then summon Lu Wenchuan, with 20 men. Immediately. He Jifeng nodded once, and strode away, footsteps crisp and decisive. Only then did Lin Yi turn to Duan Jiwen, voice low and steady. I know the fire burns in you. Wait here a moment. I'll extinguish it for you. Duan Jiwen hesitated, watching He Jifeng's retreating back, then gave a slow, reluctant nod. All right. They found an empty window-side booth. Lin Yi flagged down a server and ordered a bottle of aged Bordeaux. When the wine arrived, Duan Jiwen took a deep, burning gulp, the sharp aroma stinging his nostrils. His eyes locked onto a newly shifted waiter across the room, and the hulking enforcer stationed by the entrance. The flames reignited. Lin Yi, just what are you planning? Patience. Lin Yi lifted his glass, swirling the crimson liquid, its surface catching the light like blood. In 40 minutes you'll understand what true reckoning looks like. He took a slow sip. Then almost imperceptibly his gaze drifted toward a woman in a backless dress near the dance floor, her figure sinuous before returning detached. Raising a finger, he beckoned to one of the watchful brutes nearby. The man frowned, hesitated, then strode over, wary. What do you want? Which faction do you belong to? Lin Yi didn't look up. His eyes stayed fixed on the wine in his glass. Xian Hushing. Are you suicidal? Xian Hushing. Lin Yi smiled, suddenly genuinely. How fortuitous. His gaze slid once more toward the woman, then returned calm and measured. There's a man named Zhang Yaoyong who runs this territory. Isn't he the current boss? The thug stiffened. You know brother Yaoyong. Lin Yi didn't reply. He set down his glass with unhurried precision. Tell him, Lin Yi has come to collect a debt. Tell him to meet me. In person. Elsewhere. Li Weiman lounged deep in his leather executive chair, feet propped atop the polished desk. Reaching into his inner coat pocket, he drew out a thick bundle of 100 yuan notes and began counting leisurely. 1, 2, 3, 13, 14, 15. Each note worth 1,000, 15,000 in total. This sum was the compensation Lin Yi had just paid the bar for the broken glass. But Li Weiman had no intention of depositing it all into the official accounts. 4,000 would be logged as beverage expenses, 1,000 distributed as gratuities among the enforcers. The remainder, 10,000, would remain his private windfall. That sum could keep a fresh university freshman company for half a year. At the thought, soft flesh, warm nights, endless revelry, a flush of heat rose in his chest. Had he known how easily that boy would fold under pressure, he'd have demanded far more from the start. 50,000, even 100,000. Perhaps both could have been swallowed whole. He was thoroughly satisfied with his position. High salary aside, evenings offered easy opportunities, escorting dancers to hotel rooms. Most exquisite of all, steady, effortless side income, just a gesture away. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden rap at the door shattered Li Weiman's reverie. The door swung open, and the same waiter slipped and head bowed. Brotherly, summoned again. He cringed, grinning like a tail-wagging cur. Are those two still inside? Li Weiman didn't raise his eyes. Yes, they haven't left. They ordered another imported bottle, just sitting chatting. But I worry they might cause trouble later. The waiter spoke, cautiously feigning concern. Worry about what? You're afraid of your own shadow. Li Weiman snorted. This district is under Xian Hushing's watch. What fool would dare stir trouble here? Do you think this is a public market? Yes, yes. Brother Li is absolutely right. My brain's clearly missing a gear. The waiter nodded vigorously, beads of sweat breaking across his brow. Get back to your post. Don't cause me any headaches. Yes, sir, I'm off. Just as he turned, he was called back. Li Weimin casually fished a 100 yuan note from his pocket and tossed it onto the floor. Here, buy yourself a drink. The waiter's eyes lit up. He dropped to his knees, snatching the bill like buried treasure, his tongue already dancing. Thank you, brotherly. Thank you, brotherly. You're truly a bodhisattva reborn. Li Weimin glanced at the man's groveling and curled his lip. Men like this were everywhere. Toss them meat, and they'd tear flesh for you. Toss them a bone, and they'd lick the blade. No orders needed. Just presence, and they'd charge without blinking. In the corner, Lin Yi and Duan Jiwen leaned against the sofa, sipping wine, conversing with ease. Lin Yi glanced at his wristwatch. 40 minutes had passed. He turned to Duan Jiwen. Do you truly intend to scale up that electronics factory? Duan Jiwen drained another mouthful. You have connections? Lin Yi shook his head. None. Right now, Japanese firms strangle the industry. Raw materials, chips, technology. They hold every choke point. Relying solely on assembly. You'll never break free. Duan Jiwen fell silent for several seconds, then slammed his fist on the table. Damn those Japs. They're cunning as foxes. Lin Yi took a slow sip of wine, voice low. Hold on for now. I'll find a way. Brother. That vow. Duan Jiwen tipped his glass back, empty. Lin Yi did the same. In truth, he'd already mapped a path. But the timing wasn't ripe, and discretion was paramount. It was only when Duan Jiwen mentioned the electronics factory that something else surfaced in Lin Yi's mind. A blue ocean, untapped, unnoticed, yet surging beneath the surface. Video game consoles. From arcade cabinets, to Atari, Sega, to Nintendo, and later Apple, Sony. Myth after myth had yet to be born on this soil, though history's tide had already planted their seeds. He wasn't an engineer, couldn't build hardware, but his mind held 30 years of hindsight, market trends, user psychology, even marketing alchemy. Just a crack in the dam, and he'd flood that murky pool with his own currents. But it was too early. He must wait until every card was revealed. By the way, do you still recall Zhou Jingchuan and Qin Xiaofeng? Duan Jiwen abruptly changed course. Lin Yi arched a brow. Weren't they killed in a fire? Yes, that's the official report. Duan Jiwen lowered his voice, eyes darting. But I heard they weren't burned to death. Then how? Their throats were slit, bled dry. Then the fire was set. Lin Yi's hand stilled. Slit throats. Drained blood. That very afternoon, Wang Jinshuan had relayed a similar rumor. Zhou Jingchuan, Qin Xiaofeng, and Wang Qingyan, the man found dead in that hotel room. 3 victims, identical wounds. This was no coincidence. Just as Lin Yi was chatting with Duan Jiwen, a group of people suddenly burst into the bar. A middle-aged man with a crew cut and a fierce expression strode in, followed by 4 or 5 ruffians, exuding a commanding presence. The bouncer immediately stepped forward and pointed at Lin Yi, who was drinking in the corner. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and then strode over. The abrupt appearance of this group instantly dampened the lively atmosphere in the bar. Someone recognized the leader, and their pupils constricted sharply. Zhang Yaoyang, the Tiger King of the Eastern District, a figure who once wielded a machete to chase down 7 streets in the past. Though he had since concealed his brilliance, just mentioning his name could still make people weak in the knees. Everyone watched in disbelief as this notorious figure headed straight for the 2 young men. Many were already mentally betting that these 2 kids might not live to see another day. But in the next moment, the entire room fell silent. Zhang Yaoyang stood before their table and actually bowed slightly, saying, "Young Master Lin." The music continued to play, but it felt as if someone had choked the air out of the room. Most people didn't know who Zhang Yaoyang was, but seeing over a dozen elite members of Xi and Hisheng behind him made even the bouncers lower their heads and remain silent, guessing that this person was of significant stature. Those who truly recognized him felt their hearts race. Zhang Yaoyang, the Tiger King of the Eastern District, who could decide life and death with a single word. Yet now he stood before the 2 young men like a subordinate, bowing respectfully. What background did these young men have? Which powerful family did they belong to? But that didn't seem right. Zhang Yaoyang wouldn't even bow to the elders in his own gang, unless they were from the direct line of the Xiang family. But he had met several members of the Xiang family before, and he had never seen this person. All eyes were fixed on the young man at the end of the table, filled with doubt, awe, and speculation. Yet Lin Yi seemed to not have heard anything, casually waving his hand. "Oh, you're here. Sit down." He then turned to the bar and shouted, "Get a new glass quickly." The waiter who had been called out trembled and hurriedly brought a crystal glass from behind, approaching with small quick steps. He even held his breath as if carrying an ancestral tablet. "Lin Xiao, the glass." "Thank you." Lin Yi picked up the bottle and poured a steady glass, pushing it in front of Zhang Yaoyang. "Here, brother Yaoyang, have a drink, don't hold back." "I wouldn't dare. Just call me by my name, young Master Lin." Zhang Yaoyang accepted the glass with both hands, his back still slightly hunched, no trace of his former intimidating presence. He wasn't a fool. Last time he had witnessed his leader Xiang Huaqiang personally visit someone. For having offended this person, he had publicly chopped off 3 fingers from Zhang Wang. Not to mention, this young man had casually transferred hundreds of millions of dollars and even personally entertained 2 core members of the Xiang family. No matter how formidable a thug was, they had to consider their background. It was best not to provoke someone beyond control. Zhang Yaoyang took a sip of his drink, his voice tense. Young Master Lin, you called me here. Is there something? Nothing much. Lin Yi leaned back leisurely in his chair. It's just that the bouncer here had a small misunderstanding. I heard it was someone from your territory, so I thought I'd invite you to clarify things face to face. To avoid any misunderstandings, what do you think? Not at all. Zhang Yaoyang nodded repeatedly, his smile more obedient than a grandson's. Since it's a misunderstanding, we just need to clarify it. If our people didn't know any better, those who need to be punished should be punished, and those who need to roll should roll. We absolutely won't cause you any trouble. Good, that's great. As they spoke, the office suddenly erupted. Li Weimin was lounging with his legs crossed, engrossed in a book titled Selected Works of Erotic Art, his mind filled with thighs and curves. The door burst open, and the waiter, Xiao Chun, rushed in. Pale-faced manager. Something big has happened. Li Weimin was almost scared stiff. Are you looking for death? He jumped up, his fists cracking. Can't I read a magazine without being disturbed? You dog is the rule, just a decoration. Xiao Chun swallowed hard, gasping for breath. No. Brother Yaoyang has... Zhang Yaoyang. Li Weimin paused, then relaxed his shoulders. He's here. What are you panicking about? I've been to his place a couple of times. He recognizes me. Quick, invite him and don't be rude. No. Xiao Chen's eyes turned red as if he had just cried. He's not here to see you. He's here to find those who just dropped the glass. Then what? Li Weimin hadn't finished his sentence when he froze. Brother Yaoyang. He saw that person and bowed. What? Li Weimin felt his legs go weak as if his bones had been pulled out, and he slumped back into his chair. The magazine in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. It was over. When Zhang Yaoyang sat down beside Lin, Li Weimin felt as if he had plunged into an ice cave, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. It's over. Really over. He stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed on the nearby table, where Zhang Yaoyang was bowing his head obediently. The two young men appeared unfazed, one calm and composed, the other silent as a deep abyss. Behind them stood two tall bodyguards. His mind was buzzing, wishing he could slap himself. Clearly he had seen them bring bodyguards, and their attire was anything but ordinary. How could he have been so foolish as to force them for money? To command such respect from Xian Hisheng, these two must not be ordinary wealthy science. If they held a grudge against him. Li Weimin swallowed hard, gritted his teeth, and decided to step forward and apologize. Just a matter of tens of thousands. If he personally admitted his mistake, surely those pampered young masters wouldn't bother over such a small matter. But just as he took a step, a group of people suddenly streamed into the bar from outside. At the front was a young man in a dark gray suit, holding a black briefcase, his expression stern. Behind him followed a dozen well-dressed, synchronized men, their presence overwhelming. Young Master Lin. The young man was Lin Yi's lawyer, Ching Feiyu. You're here. Have a seat. Lin Yi raised his eyes and saw that the other looked a little weary, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Sorry for troubling you so late. No problem. Cheng Feiyu shook his head, swiftly opening the briefcase and taking out a stack of documents. It's all settled. The total is 5 million, and the receipts are all here. Thanks. From now on, when you come, all drinks are on the house. Lin Yi casually flipped through the papers, his expression relaxed. No problem. Cheng Feiyu responded with a hearty laugh. Young Master Lin. At this moment, Lu Wenchuan, who had entered with Cheng Feiyu, stepped forward and bowed. Lin Yi nodded, lightly motioning towards the bar with his chin. Lu Wenchuan immediately walked over. All eyes in the room were already fixed on this table of people. At this moment, when one person stood up, everyone held their breath, guessing what he was about to do. Turn off the music. Lu Wenchuan stood in front of the DJ booth, his tone flat. The DJ, a young kid, was momentarily stunned and looked around. Even the manager didn't dare to speak. How could he defy? He hurriedly pressed the pause button. Lu Wenchuan took the microphone, cleared his throat to test the volume, then surveyed the crowd, his voice clear as it echoed through every corner. Everyone, I have an announcement. From now on, this bar belongs to my young master. Wow. The crowd instantly erupted. Numerous gazes turned simultaneously to that table. The young man, calm and composed, who hadn't changed his demeanor. Is it real? Did he just buy it? Li Weimin and the waiter Xiao Chun both widened their eyes and shocked, their faces as pale as paper, their heels going weak. There was a little unpleasantness earlier, and to express our apologies, all expenses tonight will be fully covered by my young master. Lu Wenchuan continued, his tone unchanged. Now, please exit in an orderly manner. We need to clear the place, and lingering is not permitted. The crowd first exchanged puzzled glances, then gradually began to rise, moving slowly towards the exit. Just then a few loud voices came from the door. Don't move. A dozen people barged in, among them several uniformed police officers. The rest were men in plain clothes with fierce expressions. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a jacket and jeans with a holster at his waist. An undercover officer. Lu Wenchuan frowned slightly, gripping the microphone tightly. Officers, the bar is closed. Please do not disturb. Closed. So early. Do you think this is a night market? The officer scanned the crowd and sneered. Are you all just waiting here to dance? Lin Yi, who was seated, frowned slightly, slowly standing up, his tone unhurried. There's no law on Hong Kong Island stating that if I don't open the shop, I can't hold a dance party, right? The law doesn't say that, but you all gathered here. It looks suspicious. The officer pointed at the crowd. Everyone stand still, take out your ID, and we'll check you one by one. The air suddenly thickened. One side was suppressing their anger, while the other was trying to maintain calm, their gazes clashing silently like knives. Officer. Chung Feiyu stepped forward calmly. According to the laws of Hong Kong Island, a search of private property requires a search warrant. May I ask, do you have one? The officer squinted at him. Who are you? Chung Feiyu, practicing lawyer at Wanxiang Law Firm, the authorized representative of Mr. Lin. Chung Feiyu calmly produced his lawyer's license. Here's my identification. You may verify it on the spot, or call the law firm to confirm. The officer took it, looked it over for a few seconds, his expression darkening, and eventually returned it in silence. Then, Lin lightly curled his lips. Are you done checking? If you are, please leave. The officer stared at him for a few seconds, suddenly waved his hand, retreat. Without saying another word, he turned and left. His footsteps hurried, as if afraid of being stopped by someone behind. The room fell into dead silence. As soon as the police left, the onlookers who had been watching cautiously began to move slowly, dispersing into the streets. Finally, the last person disappeared at the door. Lin turned his head to the row of new Hisheng members standing nearby, saying, Zhang Yaoyang, you should leave too. Yes, young Master Lin. Zhang Yaoyang didn't waste any more words, nodded, and silently led his people out of the venue. Only Lin's bodyguards and the original waitstaff remained in the bar. The air instantly grew tense, and everyone barely dared to breathe. No one dared to lift their eyes, fearing they might meet the gaze of the new owner who had just taken over the bar. Former manager Li Weiman and a waiter named Xiao Chun huddled in a corner, their legs trembling. Li Weiman's palms were slick with sweat and his teeth were clenched tightly. Finally, gritting his teeth, he stumbled forward, shouting desperately, Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin. I was blind not to recognize the true dragon. I beg you, spare me this time. He knew Lin's surname because he had overheard a few casual remarks from the waitstaff. But before he could approach, two bodyguards had already pinned his shoulders down, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Don't kill me. Young Master Lin. I was wrong. I truly was. I won't dare again. Li Weiman's voice cracked as his forehead knocked against the floor, echoing. In the crowd, Xiao Chun could no longer hold on, his knees buckling. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, his pants instantly soaked, a pungent odor wafting through the air. Chung Feiyu glanced over and stepped forward, lowering his voice, Young Master Lin, let's not create a fatal situation. There's still police sirens outside. Lin chuckled lightly, tilting his head to look at him. Do you think I'm the kind of madman who would strike ruthlessly at the slightest provocation? Chung Feiyu's throat tightened, almost blurting out that he was. But the words stuck in his throat, and he merely replied dryly, just a reminder, the police are still watching. Causing a fatality would be hard to cover up. Understood. Lin nodded. He truly had no intention of killing. Even though the underbelly of Hong Kong Island was rife with darkness, the law had become a mere facade. However, he wasn't foolish enough to touch the government's bottom line. Even though he held assets worth billions now, it didn't mean he could overturn the table. Jiwen. Lin turned around, grinning at the person behind him. This person is in your hands. Oh, just leave him breathing. Do whatever you want with him. Duan Jiwen stared at the cowering figure, his expression complex. The friend he played around with since childhood now spoke with a tone that seemed like someone else. But regardless of the changes, he was still a brother. To vent his frustration, he bought the entire bar without a second thought. If he weren't male, he would have seriously considered marrying him. Thanks. Lift your head. Even when facing the king-level titan of Treasure Island's wuxia novel scene, Chinchili still maintained the domineering air of an elder brother. You, who are you? Skin him. Do you think I would really go kill him? Duan Jiwen scoffed. My father is in the Legislative Council. If someone like me were to take the law into my own hands, the headlines tomorrow would be about the son of a legislator involved in gang crimes. Do you think I'm stupid? All right then. Lin shrugged, walking over to Li Weiman, his tone as cold as ice. Choose one. Do you want to die, or do you want to live? Li Weiman trembled all over, desperately banging his head on the ground. Live. I want to live. Young Master Lin, I beg you. I truly won't dare again. I won't dare again. He understood the rules of this kind of place all too well. The number of people who went missing from the bar each month was staggering. He had heard the rumors about those underground transactions. With a secret decree and a bounty of hundreds of thousands, people could vanish from the streets without a trace. And to seek help from the police. Those officers were already in bed with the gangs. Don't be foolish. So he didn't dare to escape, not even daring to entertain the thought. Lin quietly watched him for a few seconds before speaking softly. You must have profited quite a bit during your years as manager, right? Bring $1 million tomorrow, and this matter will be settled. 100. $1 million. Li Weiman's eyes widened, his voice trembling out of tune. Young Master Lin, I don't have that much money. He cried as if he had been robbed of his ancestral grave. Lin curled his lips, a trace of mockery flickering in his eyes. Can't take it out. Then get lost. Li Weiman froze, thinking he had misheard. But the next moment, all color drained from his face. He understood this was not a release, but a death sentence. No. He'll get it. I promise he'll bring it tomorrow. Really. I swear. He cried, his features contorted as if his soul had just been stripped away. Remember. Lin glared coldly at him. One day, before sunset tomorrow, if the money isn't here. He didn't finish, but the look in his eyes was sharper than a knife's edge. Yes, yes, he'll leave immediately. He'll leave right now. Li Weimin scrambled up, crawling and rolling like a wild dog with a broken spine, disappearing awkwardly at the door. Sitting in the car, Lin, he let the night breeze pour through the window, icy and piercing, yet it sharpened his thoughts even more. He wasn't thinking about the bar. Those trivial matters were simply not worth mentioning. He left all subsequent affairs to Chung Feiyu to handle. Finding a reliable professional manager to take over operations, keeping the employee structure intact, and maintaining normal operations. The only clear directive was no prohibited substances are allowed on the premises, and no one is permitted to sell anything inside the bar. If discovered, one would lose an arm. He inherently loathed such substances. Getting involved would lead to the swift depletion of wealth. Even worse, a person could fall from light into darkness with their soul being devoured completely. Such toxins he would not tolerate nor allow them to sully his territory. Because of this statement, the bar would become the cleanest nighttime landmark on Hong Kong Island. Neither the underworld nor the police dared to tread lightly, and no one would dare to play tricks. Of course, these were matters for later. At this moment, what lingered in his mind was the conversation from the night before with Duan Jiwen. The other party expressed a strong interest in the electronics industry. Despite Lin Yi having recently established a variety of companies in security, media, finance, pharmaceuticals, and film, they were merely haphazard attempts lacking foundation, like a tower built of loose sand. A corporate group without a core support would inevitably falter and fail to go far. He was not unaware of the potential in these fields. But the problem was the newspaper industry had already been monopolized by international giants. The pharmaceutical industry was controlled by multinational conglomerates, while security, and film were all saturated with competition. To confront them, it would drain money, time, and life, resulting in mere survival. He was unwilling to tread that path again. The real opportunity lies in emerging industries that are just beginning to rise and have not yet been preyed upon by the giants. And the electronics industry is precisely that impending breakthrough. Though today there are giants like IBM and Intel, Lin Yi knew that this era was merely the dawn of awakening for these behemoths. Cisco had not yet been born, and Sega and Nintendo were still obscure small companies. Entering the market at this time, resistance would be minimal, making it an excellent opportunity. With his memories of the future, he could easily guide the company to race in the correct direction. But the first step was to identify the right breakthrough. Directly manufacturing computers, a fool's dream. Faced with the looming shadow of IBM, even Apple faced restrictions everywhere. With his current capital and technology, it was impossible to compete. In the electronics field, while money is important, technology and talent are the lifeblood. With empty hands, how could he contend with others? Forcing his way in would only lead to retracing old paths, burning through piles of money, and waiting a decade just to catch a breath. That is not the ending he desires. What he needs is a path untraveled by anyone. First, stabilize his footing, accumulate resources, nurture talent, and only then speak of direct confrontation. The night wind brushed against Lin Yi's face, his eyes lighting up. Games. Yes, games. Although there are already established companies like Atari and Sega and Nintendo are quietly testing the waters. But he knew that Atari would collapse within 3 years, and the other two had not yet reached the status of the future top four. The current gaming market was still in the arcade era. Sega's Periscope was merely a prototype, and Nintendo had only just launched an electronic watch game with an LCD screen this year. The market was still in its infancy, and the rules had yet to solidify. This is his window. He can lay out his plans in advance, develop his unique gameplay, construct a distinctive hardware architecture, and even control the content ecosystem from the source. No need to imitate, no need to follow. As long as he steps in a bit earlier than others, he can seize the entire. The next day morning, after finishing his training, Lin Yi arrived at the headquarters of the newspaper industry. Upon learning of his arrival, Huang Bo immediately jogged over to report. Young Master Lin, after you left, the phone calls from the newsstands haven't stopped, and we later sent over another 13,000 copies. In total, we distributed 126,000 copies yesterday. Across the entire Hong Kong Island, the 10th highest distribution yesterday was only 75,000 copies. We directly surged into the top 5. Huang Bo's voice trembled, filled with excitement. He had never dreamed that a new newspaper would break 10,000 copies on its first day. Originally, he had anticipated that breaking 50,000 after a year would be successful, but now it had directly more than doubled. Don't be too happy too soon. Lin Yi's tone was flat. Yesterday's success was borrowed from Professor Duan Kaifeng's article. From today onwards, the real hard battle begins. Keep a close eye on all newsstand data. Any falsification or false reporting must be dealt with immediately. The company has a legal team, so don't hold back. Yes, young Master Lin, I've already dispatched people from the publishing department to monitor all day long. Huang Bo nodded solemnly. All right. Lin Yi lightly nodded, and then they discussed in detail the current operational status of the newspaper industry. By the way, please post a recruitment notice on the front page tomorrow. Lin Yi pulled out a piece of paper and handed it over. Huang Bo took a look, and his pupils narrowed, his heart racing. The content actually involved recruiting talent for video game development, with positions listed directly as chief architect and engine engineer, offering astonishing salaries. Understood. Young Master Lin ill arranged for it to be published immediately. Huangbo steadied his tone, yet his voice couldn't hide his excitement. After he left, Lu Hao came in with the finalized draft of Wanxiang Weekly. Lin flipped through it casually. The cover design was stable, and the content was substantial, which made him somewhat satisfied. Go print it. Within 10 days will launch simultaneously with Wanxiang Daily riding its coattails. The newspaper industry was already on the right track. Next, he would stabilize the foundation, accumulate momentum, and await the wind to rise. His era had only just begun to unveil the first line of text. Ma Jinqing, a 2-year engineering graduate, has been struggling to find a decent job. Day after day, he works at a small electronics factory twisting screws and testing circuits. With his education and Hansen skills, he should have been promoted to a research supervisor long ago. Yet he is straightforward and blunt, lacking the ability to navigate the complexities of workplace communication. As a result, for 2 years he has not even been able to attain a formal group leader position, stuck in a deputy role without any movement. A few days ago during a company dinner, he just wanted to have a quiet meal. Unexpectedly, the manager suddenly became enthusiastic, stating that the company's performance was declining and encouraging everyone to share their suggestions openly for better development. Immediately, everyone at the table began to flatter the manager, praising his foresight, the team's cohesion, and the company's promising future over the next decade. Each compliment was more flattering than the last. Ma Jinqing initially did not want to speak up, but the manager's gaze fell on him and called him out. Engineer Ma, you always have ideas. What do you think? He hesitated for a moment and simply stated the equipment calibration process is too slow and the test data is often inaccurate, which delays the project. Just that one sentence. As a result, 2 days later, he received a termination notice. The reason given was that his personal style did not align with the company culture, and he was advised to seek another platform. Sigh. He sighed deeply, flipping through the job listings in an old newspaper he had just bought. But in this day and age, who still opens factories? Everyone has gone into real estate. Clerks, salespeople, cleaners, electricians. Either the requirements are as low as paving stones, or the expectations are outrageously high. He only knows how to fix radios, dismantle televisions, and solder circuit boards. He can't do anything else. Should he really consider opening his own appliance repair shop? Just as the thought crossed his mind, it was immediately extinguished. Now on every street corner there are repair shops every few steps, and fixing a radio costs only 20 yuan. He can't even scrape together the rent deposit. Forget it, let me keep looking. He casually picked up a copy of the Wanxiang Daily and was about to toss it aside when his eyes were caught by an advertisement that occupied a large portion of the page. The ad almost took up 1/5 of the page, its golden lettering catching the eye. Wanxiang Electronics Co. Ltd. is seeking experienced electronic technology professionals. With basic assessment, a guaranteed monthly salary of 3,000. With advanced technical evaluation, a monthly salary exceeding 1,000. Requirements: age 21-59, no gender restrictions. Recruitment time November 11th, 1980, 9 a.m. Location 3rd floor, XX Building, XX Street, Kuntong. Phone XXXXXX. Ma Jianqing's breath caught. Starting at 3,000 with a cap of 10,000. In his previous factory as a deputy group leader, he made only 1,200 a month, while the group leader barely earned 1,500 and the manager only 3,000. Is this company out of its mind? Who cares if it's a scam? You'll call and ask. Ma Jianqing gritted his teeth, grabbed the receiver, and dialed the number. At the same moment he dialed, countless technical workers, old technicians, and circuit repairmen across the island were also picking up their phones, staring at the ad, their hearts racing. Lin sat in his top-floor office, stacks of reports piled in front of him. Just as his pen made a mark, he paused. He had originally planned to wait for 2 years until the real estate market collapsed to acquire the group headquarters building, saving himself 7 or 8 figures. But in recent years his holdings have been increasing. Media security, accounting, law firms, film industry, and a pharmaceutical company about to launch. Each one has its own manager, but problems have arisen. Minor issues go unreported, major decisions are delayed. A single signature on a document takes 2 days and opportunities have long slipped away. He can't delay any longer. He must buy the property. Melinda, come in. Thinking of this, Lin pressed the intercom button. The door opened gently, and a woman with shoulder-length curly hair walked in gracefully in high heels. Boss, you called for me? She asked, a slight smile gracing her lips. Lin's gaze lingered for a moment, his throat moved, yet his expression remained stoic. Are there any commercial buildings for sale around Central? Investigate the ownership area and pricing and report back to me. Oh, are you planning to buy the headquarters building? Melinda tilted her head, her eyelashes fluttering. Lin snorted lightly, mentally cursing her as a vixen, but still nodded. Yes, go handle it quickly. Understood. Melinda beamed, and as she turned to leave, the sound of her high heels echoed, resonating with his heartbeat. The moment the door closed, he exhaled, gazing out at the skyline of skyscrapers. This city is increasingly resembling a grand gamble, and he has already wagered all his chips. After handling the affairs of the media company for an entire day, Lin arrived at the securities company. Young Master Lin, Cheng Ziyuan, who had received the call earlier, had been waiting at the door with several executives for a long time. Since taking over Chongqing Securities, he had not dismissed the old staff. Instead, he decisively removed the idle personnel, who were merely occupying positions, retaining a group of truly capable core members. At the same time, he also recruited several newcomers, including Qi Hao and Shun Yin, whom Lin Yi was familiar with. Entering the office, Cheng Ziyuan first introduced Lin Yi to the heads of various departments, and then accompanied him to tour the company. Chongqing Securities has operated for many years with a complete departmental structure and mature systems. Even though it had just been taken over a few days ago, everything was orderly, and there was no chaos, which pleased Lin Yi. Now the entire securities company has been divided into three major sectors: the front office, middle office, and back office. The front office has 423 people serving as the revenue engine, divided into 6 major departments: brokerage, investment banking, asset management, self-operated industry, research, and margin financing. The middle office consists of risk control and compliance departments, the former monitoring overall operations, and the latter handling legal affairs. The back office encompasses clearing and custody, information technology, human resources, finance, and administrative departments. Currently, the company has over 60 staff members with nearly 100 million in its own funds, but the managed assets are at zero. Indeed, the assets of the original clients have all been redeemed. The current capital consists only of the 50 million previously injected by Lin Yi plus the profits cashed in from Changtai Group yesterday. Even so, with this capital base, Wanshang Securities has firmly established itself among the mid-tier securities firms on the island. Moreover, there is a financial backer who is never short of money. A funding shortage that simply doesn't exist. Young Master Lin, the short positions against Changtai Group from last night have all been closed. Due to the slightly hasty operation, we were unable to maximize the profits, ultimately netting 4,321,000 Hong Kong dollars. Here are the trading details for your review. Once everyone left, Cheng Ziyuan respectfully presented a document. Lin Yi casually flipped it open, revealing the detailed data from the day's short selling. After reading it, he simply said, "Not bad. This month's bonuses for the entire front office will be doubled." Once everyone left, Cheng Ziyuan respectfully presented a document. Lin Yi casually flipped it open, revealing the detailed data from the day's short selling. After reading it, he simply said, "That is why he decisively jumped from HSBC, rallying his old team, and so many followed him without hesitation." How is the company restructuring going? Are there any bottlenecks? Lin Yi leaned back on the sofa, directing his gaze toward Cheng Ziyuan. Currently, there are no major issues. Cheng Ziyuan shook his head. Chongqing has been established for many years, and the core members are industry veterans. We have dismissed a few who were just muddling through and added some fresh blood, so operations are running smoothly. You manage it yourself. Remember that event next week. It must go off without a hitch. Lin Yi instructed calmly. I will keep that in mind. Cheng Ziyuan immediately agreed. He was eager to be involved in this operation, not only to prove himself, but also because he knew that the amount Lin Yi was about to move would undoubtedly shake the market. And let's not forget, when Lin Yi recruited him, he promised a 1% option bonus. If he bets right this time, his financial independence for life might be secured at this moment. Then Lin Yi finally stated his purpose for today. By the way, I plan to establish 3 funds. One purely for charity, named the Wanshang Charity Fund. The other 2 will be fundraising funds. One targeting the elites across the island with a target amount of 100 million Hong Kong dollars, a cap of 200 million, called Wanshang Junfeng No. 1. The other aimed at retail investors, tentatively set at 100 million Hong Kong dollars, called Wanshang Junfeng No. 2. Understood, young Master Lin. Cheng Ziyuan was not surprised at all. If a securities company doesn't raise funds, what kind of brokerage is it? But this scale, starting at 100 million. There are dozens of brokerages on the island, but very few would dare to leverage such huge amounts. If they could really achieve this, Wanshang would no longer be mid-tier, but would leap directly into the first tier. So, how do you plan to allocate shares between Junfeng No. 1 and No. 2? What interest rate are you setting? Cheng Ziyuan pondered momentarily before asking. Junfeng No. 1 will be divided into 100 shares, each worth 1 million, with a maximum purchase of 10 shares per person. The annual compound yield is set at a minimum of 12%. Lin Yi paused briefly, responding calmly. Annualized at 12%. Yes, exactly 12%. Lin Yi nodded slightly. He understood why the other party was shocked. Of course, he was aware of the market conditions, but he had no intention of profiting from the funds. In the office of the CEO of Wanshang Securities, Lin Yi and Cheng Ziyuan were discussing the upcoming launch of 3 fund plans. Initially, Cheng Ziyuan was puzzled as to why Lin Yi set such an astonishing annual return for the Junfeng No. 1 fund. But soon he understood. Cheng Ziyuan was no fool. He naturally realized that someone like Lin Yi, who maneuvered adeptly in the global financial market, would surely know the industry standard interest rates. The reason for this was simple. Lin Yi had no intention of profiting from this fund. It made sense. With his current wealth, 200 million Hong Kong dollars was merely a speck of dust on his fingertips. Thus his true intention became evident. He was building networks. In any place, connections were scarcer than cash. Some matters could not be resolved with money. However, a single phone call could resolve everything. For Ju Feng No. 1. Aside from the 12 annual return, the profit sharing is set at 20. Lin Yi raised his head, looking calmly at Cheng Ziyuan. With these words, Cheng Ziyuan became even more certain. This boss was not investing, he was weaving a web. When it comes to the distribution mechanism of private equity funds, there are generally two types: the principal first return type, or the project-by-project profit-sharing type. The former means that profits are shared proportionally only after all the investor's principal has been returned. The latter settles profits immediately upon exiting a project. Lin Yi chose the former. The industry typically only offers 8, yet he raised it to 12. This meant that if the annual return did not reach 12, Wanxiang Securities would collect nothing and would even incur operational losses. Only amounts exceeding 12 would allow Wanxiang to take 20 as compensation. Understood, young Master Lin, Cheng Ziyuan replied without hesitation. Since witnessing Lin Yi's ruthless tactics overseas, Cheng Ziyuan had already adjusted his attitude. He was merely an executor without a trace of arrogance. The fundraising meeting will be held 3 days later at the Peninsula Hotel. Here's the list, send out the invitations. As he spoke, Lin Yi handed over a thin piece of paper. In addition to the list, you can also invite influential families and high-ranking officials from the police force. The governor's office must be courteous. Whether they come or not is their business. Understood. Cheng Ziyuan solemnly took the list and carefully tucked it away. What about Ju Feng No. 2? He asked tentatively. Ju Feng No. 2 will issue 10,000 shares each at 10,000 Hong Kong dollars with a limit of 50 shares per person, and annual return set at 9 and profit sharing at 15. Lin Yi pondered briefly before speaking slowly. Compared to Ju Feng No. 1, this fund was intended for the common people, with both the return rate and profit sharing ratio lowered. All right, Cheng Ziyuan noted down. By the way, what are your thoughts on the managers for the 3 funds? After recording the matter, Cheng Ziyuan casually inquired. You handle the charity fund and let Chi Hao and Shun Yin respectively manage Ju Feng No. 1 and No. 2. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Cheng Ziyuan responded. Shun Yin has more solid experience. Can he take over Ju Feng No. 1? Is Chi Hao responsible for No. 2? Lin Yi fell silent for 2 seconds, his gaze slightly tightening, then he smiled faintly. Sure, well, do it as you say. Thank you, young Master Lin. Cheng Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with a hint of brightness, and his tone carried a sense of assurance. All right, that's it for today. You handle the rest. Lin Yi stood up and glanced at his watch. It was nearly evening. Rest assured, I will take care of it immediately. Cheng Ziyuan bowed to see him off. Lin Yi did not linger and directly got into the car to leave. However, once he departed, the securities company erupted in chaos. Cheng Ziyuan immediately announced that everyone would work overtime tonight. Wails filled the air and resentment surged. Yet in the next moment, he added, bonuses for this month will be doubled. Instantly, the wails turned into cheers, the slogans deafening, long live the boss. This was the game of capital. The next day in the early morning, Lin Yi's car headed towards Kowloon, but did not go to the newspaper office. Instead, it turned into a secluded alley, stopping in front of an old 2-story building. The building was gray and worn, covering an area of only 1,000 square feet. A bronze plaque of Wanxiang Electronics Co. Ltd. was already hanging at the entrance, the interior clean and waiting to be activated. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, a crowd was already gathered outside, eagerly awaiting like a tide. As the car approached, the crowd automatically made way and the iron gate slowly opened. Open the door and let them all in, Lin Yi said, lowering the car window to speak to the guard. Yes, boss. The guard quickly responded, and as the gate swung open, the crowd surged forward. Young Master Lin, good morning. Su Wanqing and Zhong Xiaoyan, leading several key figures, came forward to greet him. Why aren't you letting people in? Lin Yi frowned slightly. Su Wanqing stepped forward. Young Master Lin, it was me who stopped them. There are too many people, and the venue is small. I was worried it might get chaotic. Since you haven't arrived, I didn't dare to let them in recklessly. Hearing this, Lin Yi's expression softened slightly. Although he hadn't counted, a glance showed that at least 300 to 400 people were squeezing outside. Lin Yi did not expect that merely putting out a job advertisement would attract such a swarm of people. However, on second thought, he realized it was not surprising. For ordinary people, the prospect of a salary over 10,000 was akin to a windfall. Who wouldn't think of themselves as a steed waiting to be discovered? Who wouldn't wish to try their luck at that glittering door? Security, maintain the outer circle. Everyone else, take your positions. Lin Yi's tone was calm. First, register your names, then group by expertise. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously quiet building was instantly drowned in noise. Shadows crossed, footsteps were chaotic like startled flocks of birds. Under the direction of Su Wanqing and Zhong Xiaoyan, several helpers temporarily assigned from the newspaper office quickly set up a few wooden tables, placing paper pens and resume folders on them. The applicants were guided, efficiently filling out information and classifying it, ultimately divided into 3 groups. 1 group skilled in disassembling and assembling appliances, capable of piecing together a complete machine. The 2nd group proficient in C language with other programming languages acceptable. The 3rd group familiar with arcade hardware, able to understand circuits with some knowledge of programming. After a whole hour of busy activity, everything was finally in order. Lin sat in a temporarily cleared small room, flipping through newspapers while waiting for news. The clock's hands had turned a full circle when Su Wanqing entered holding a stack of papers. Young Master Lin, all applicants have completed their registrations and have been classified according to the fields you specified. Hand it over, let me see. Lin took the documents, and as he opened them, his eyebrows slightly raised. There were almost 600 people. 381 could assemble, nearly two-thirds. 165 were familiar with assembly language. The remaining 52 could disassemble arcade machines and write some basic code. Of course, while they spoke grandly, true skills still needed to be validated in practice. All right, the first round of tests begins. He returned the documents and stood up, speaking lightly. I'll go take a look. Yes, young Master Lin. Su Wanqing followed closely behind. The three groups were respectively placed in the already cleared spacious hall. Due to the assembly group having the most members, they were split into 8 rooms, each with about 50 people crowded to the brim. As soon as Lin appeared, the staff began to move in boxes of items that had been prepared for him, neatly arranged at the front of the stage. The crowd craned their necks, watching curiously. As the boxes opened, layers of foam padding were revealed, filled with scattered electronic components. Capacitors, resistors, transformers, coils, as well as motors from fans, knobs from radios, temperature controllers from rice cookers, and dial plates from old telephones. In addition, screwdrivers, pliers, soldering irons, and multimeters were all present. Listen closely. The examiner spoke loudly. Your first task is to assemble these assorted parts into a functioning any type will do. A rice cooker, radio, or fan is fine. As long as you can assemble it and make it work, you will. Those who pass will join Wanxiang Electronics with a monthly salary of 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. You have only 30 minutes starting now. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted and rushed towards the boxes. They pushed and shoved, scrambling for components, with some even kneeling on the ground to search. The lure of $3,000 was more effective than any whip. Everyone was completely focused, hands shaking while soldering, their eyes red with excitement. Lin stood in the corridor watching each room and turned, a slow smile spreading across his lips. This group of people was indeed no ordinary folk. He turned and walked towards the second group. The assembly group's test was straightforward. Write a piece of assembly code to start up an arcade machine. No innovation or flashy techniques were required, just make the screen light up. Even if it only displayed the word start, it would count as passing. Considering the time required for programming, he gave them a full 60 minutes. The third group consisted of candidates who claimed to be proficient in hardware assembly and assembly language. Lin combined the assessment methods of the first 2 rounds and simply purchased 20 arcade machines, directly disassembling them into parts. They were instructed to reassemble them on site, while simultaneously writing the underlying programs. He had initially prepared only 20 machines, underestimating both the number of applicants and the local technical talent of this era. In the later generations, assembly lines had already been subdivided into dozens of processes, with each person only handling one link. It was rare to find someone who could independently assemble an arcade machine and also handwrite assembly code. However, he did not expect that Hong Kong Island was currently teeming with hidden talents, and among this group of applicants, more than 50 emerged, far exceeding his expectations. In a state of helplessness, Lin had no choice but to divide the third group into 3 batches. They would only be allowed to enter after the first 2 groups finished their assessments. Time quietly passed, and the first group was the first to complete. Within half an hour, 382 people took the test, and only 137 passed. The second group followed closely behind, taking an hour, with 166 competing and only 35 succeeding. The third group took the longest, lasting a full 6 hours, with 51 participants, of whom 45 successfully passed. Indeed, this result left Lin utterly astonished. Out of 51 people, 45 were qualified with a pass rate close to 90%, which was simply shocking. He stared at this data, speechless for a long time. He then signaled his secretary Zhong Xiaoyan to retrieve the files of these 45 individuals. Upon closer examination, he discovered that among them were returnees who had studied abroad, several from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, and the rest had remarkable backgrounds. Some had worked as technical supervisors in electronics factories, while others had privately tinkered with game console modifications. There were even those who had published debugging papers in Electronic Weekly. Lin set the resumes down and walked towards a room that had long bin vacated. The space was nearly 200 pings, spacious and bright. Inside, over 200 newcomers who had passed the initial screening gathered, chatting in small groups, the sound buzzing. But as soon as he pushed the door open, the entire space fell silent. Everyone hushed, their gazes converging on him. They might not recognize him, but the Rolls-Royce parked at the door, along with the bodyguards and secretary accompanying him, already spoke volumes. This was no ordinary visitor. He was the boss. Hello everyone, I am Lin, the founder of Wanxiang Electronics. He walked in calmly, smiling at the crowd. Hello, boss. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in response. Lin raised his hand to gently suppress the noise, and when the commotion subsided, he continued, First of all, congratulations. You have passed the first round and officially become a member of Wanxiang Electronics. Shortly, the finance department will register your information and issue access cards and employee badges. Mr. Lin, the advertisement said that as long as you pass the first round, the monthly salary is 3,000. Is that true? A tall, thin young man suddenly raised his hand, his voice clear. Of course it's true. Everything the advertisement said is accurate. As long as you join, the base salary will be 3,000. Lin, he didn't even frown, his tone still calm. Then, the advertisement also said that if you pass the next round of assessments, you can get a monthly salary of over 10,000. Is that also true? Another person couldn't help but ask. That's right. Lin, he nodded, his gaze sweeping across the room. Now I ask you, who wants to participate in the second round of assessments? For those who pass, the salary will increase based on ability with no upper limit. Count me in. I wanted to. A monthly salary of 3,000 was enough to excite most people, and 10,000. Since there's an opportunity, who wouldn't take a shot? Trying it out didn't cost anything, and what if it worked out? All right, quiet down. Lin, he nodded, slightly gesturing to Lu Qingyao and Zhong Xiaoyan. The two female secretaries walked forward in sync, holding a stack of documents, and slowly began distributing them. The scent of fragrance wafted through the air, and the skirts swayed gracefully. A few young men lowered their heads to avoid looking, their ears turning red, palms sweating, not daring to meet his gaze. After a long time, everyone finally regained their composure, their eyes returning to the papers in their hands. The first line in bold font caught their eye: Huaxia Tetris. Below it was a dense explanation of the game mechanics, including block shapes, rotation, logic, scoring rules. Everyone can see the document in your hands clearly, right? After Su Wanqing and Zhong Xiaoyan returned, Lin, he gently smiled and lifted the materials in his hand. What you have is a project proposal for an arcade game called Huaxia Tetris. That's right, I personally wrote this proposal, and the patent has already been applied for. However, I am only good at conceptualization. The challenge lies in how to turn it into a real game that players can enjoy. This will rely on all of you. But boss, I only know how to repair radios and solder circuit boards. We have never touched game development or coding. Me too. I have no idea. This is so unfair. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, the discussions surging like a tide. Who says it's unfair? Step forward, and I'll listen to you personally. Lin Yi's voice turned cold, his gaze sweeping across the crowd like a knife. That glance froze the commotion instantly. Even the hum of the air conditioning seemed suppressed, and the air felt as if it had turned to ice. Someone swallowed hard, their legs instinctively shrinking back. Despite their earlier loudness, no one wanted to offend the boss, for their livelihoods could be at stake. Who would gamble their future on a whim? I will not bring up what happened earlier. But remember, I am hiring you at a high salary, not to run a retirement home or a charitable organization. Lin Yi's pupils were as cold as snow, and no one dared to meet his gaze. Everyone lowered their heads like rice ears beaten by frost, bowing in unison. Only then did he slightly ease the chill in his voice. As I just said, this project relies on you to realize it. Among you, some understand electronic components, some are skilled in circuit layout, and there are even those who can write assembly code. You can work individually or form teams. I don't care about the method. I only look at the results. 15 days, I will only give you 15 days. Whether individually or as a team, as long as you can produce a functioning prototype, the reward will be 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. The team leader will be directly promoted to project supervisor with a monthly salary of 10,000. Wow! The crowd instantly erupted in surprise and shouts. 100,000. This was no ordinary boss. It was like a pie falling from the sky. People exchanged glances, their eyes ignited with flames, their heartbeats louder than the spinning reels of a slot machine. Choose wisely. Lin Yi raised his hand to calm them down, his voice steady again. But let me remind you, the company is not a bank. For individual projects, the budget is $2,000. For teams, there must be at least 10 people, and each team only gets 10,000. The crowd fell silent for half a second, then began whispering again. 2,000. Is that enough to buy a graphics card? 10,000. If split among 10 people, each would get 1,000 or so, and adding a few chips and 2 test machines would be more than sufficient. Those who originally planned to go solo quietly changed their minds, subtly moving towards acquaintances and starting to discuss in hushed voices. In the end, only 3 insisted on going alone, while the rest quickly split into 9 small groups. After signing the confidentiality agreement and receiving the funding, everyone immersed themselves in their work. The night was already deep. The lights along Victoria Harbor sparkled like a galaxy, spilling over the colors swirling. At the Peninsula Hotel Hong Kong Island's top-tier Golden Palace luxury cars gathered tonight. Bentleys, Maseratis, and Rolls-Royces entered in succession. Even the most seasoned valet rubbed his eyes. Tonight it seemed that half of Hong Kong's elite had arrived. He clutched the keys, secretly tiptoeing to peek. With this setup, could it be a fun launch? Getting in for a glass of red wine would be worth it. Of course, he wasn't for Lin. It was currently standing at the door of the presidential suite on the 23rd floor, welcoming guests with a smile. Accompanying him were Cheng Ziyuan, Chi Hao Shun Yin, and many key personnel from Wanxiang Securities. They were responsible for hosting, answering questions, and explaining every clause of the fund subscription. For this evening banquet, Cheng Ziyuan spent lavishly booking an entire floor of nearly 1,000 pings. Crystal chandeliers hung like waterfalls and the red carpet extended endlessly. Even with the crowd, it felt like walking on clouds, completely unoppressive. Guests entered one after another with fragrant clothes and whispering laughter. Yet the real competition had only just begun. Most of those present today are young descendants or the newly appointed successors of their families. Not a single influential figure has been seen. Lin Yi had previously asked Cheng Ziyuan to deliver invitations to the major families on Hong Kong Island, but few took it seriously. Although the name Lin Yi was not entirely unfamiliar. In the past, Yi Hongjun and Yang Kunshan often supported him at banquets, and many had crossed paths with him in social gatherings. Yet upon hearing he was organizing a fundraising conference, most regarded him as merely a young man playing at business. Even if someone mentioned he had made 600 or 700 million, it was merely luck at a gamble. In the past 6 months, he had not made any notable moves in the market. Moreover, recently Yi Hongjun and Yang Kunshan had stopped publicly supporting him, causing others to believe he was just a fleeting flash. Once the excitement passed, everything dissipated. Therefore, the attendees of this banquet were all inexperienced second-generation heirs, with even the high-ranking family executives reluctant to attend. As the wine glasses swayed, light danced among them. "Oh, isn't that Zhou Xiao? What brings you here?" A young man dressed in a light gray suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses caught sight of a slightly plump figure and smirked. "Oh, Chen Xiao, long time no see." The young man who was called turned around, recognized the familiar face, and smiled, raising his glass. As the wine flowed, the two exchanged smiles and finished their drinks. Chen Xiao took a sip of his drink casually and said, "Zhou Xiao, I heard you took over the family real estate line. What are you doing out here?" Even the busiest need to catch their breath." Zhou Xiao smiled lightly. "My old man received the invitation, found it troublesome, so he sent me to make an appearance, considering it a little break." He glanced at Chen Xiao. "And you? Surely you weren't also sent out by your family?" "Haha, great minds think alike." Chen Xiao laughed heartily. "My dad told me to meet some people and not just stay at home relying on my inheritance, as if I were that unambitious." As they chatted, their gazes inadvertently swept towards the center of the venue. There Lin Yi was engaged in lively conversation with a middle-aged man. "Speaking of which, who is this Lin Yi? Why haven't I heard of him before?" "You really don't know? Has he gained significant recognition recently?" "I've been too focused on my projects lately, so I haven't been paying attention to the outside world." "No wonder. He indeed emerged only half a year ago, previously treated like a treasure by Yi Hongjun and Yang Kunshan. At that time, whenever he attended banquets, everyone regarded him as a new benchmark, which made many heirs gnash their teeth in private." "Oh, so he's quite accomplished for his age." Zhou Xiao chuckled, took a sip of wine, and said leisurely, "Young. He is indeed young, but as for being accomplished..." He slowly scanned the room filled with frivolous young faces, lowering his voice. "Chen Xiao, don't you find it strange? In this entire room, who isn't just a nobody like us, unable to stand out in their families? He's organizing 2 funds, each seeking 1 billion in investments, and this isn't just a casual gathering. Do you think he can attract any real capital from this bunch of hot-headed youths? My wallet isn't meant for playing. Today it's just about the excitement. Those who truly believe he can succeed must not yet have their wits about them." Zhou Xiao's sarcasm was palpable. Chen Xiao didn't respond, merely smiling faintly, taking a sip of his drink. However, his gaze quietly fell upon Lin Yi and the middle-aged man beside him. The man was impeccably dressed in a suit exuding a steady aura. Chen Xiao squinted his eyes. If he remembered correctly, wasn't this the director of the Financial Secretary's office of the Hong Kong government, Che Qingza? His heart raced as he was about to take a closer look. Suddenly Lin Yi slightly bowed to the middle-aged man, and then turned to greet someone at the entrance. Outside, 2 figures, one tall and one short, were walking in slowly. One had silver hair and azure eyes exuding an imposing demeanor. The other, although past his 60s, appeared energetic and amiable. It could only be Yang Kunshan and Yi Hongjun. In that instant, the entire venue fell silent. The former managed $1 trillion capital and was revered as the father of finance. The latter commanded a global fleet and was famed worldwide as the shipping king. The appearance of these two together would surely shake not just the banquet, but the entire upper echelon of Hong Kong Island. Originally, upon arriving, the guests had noticed Yang Kunshan and Yi Hongjun's absence, causing a slight chill in the atmosphere. After all, everyone knew of Lin Yi's close ties with Yang Kunshan and Yi Hongjun. Moreover, it was precisely these two who had strongly endorsed Lin Yi, allowing him to establish his footing in the circle. Just as people were feeling bored, Yang Kunshan and Yi Hongjun appeared side by side, exuding calmness. Lin Yi immediately welcomed them with a beaming smile, extending his hand. "Uncle Yang, Uncle Yi, sorry to keep you waiting, please come in." "Ha, how could I miss the gathering you organized? That bottle of Romanticanti is waiting for me to open it." Yi Hongjun grasped Lin Yi's hand, his laughter as cheerful as the wind. This reference hinted at a bet from their previous fishing trip. Lin Yi had won. The stakes were $1 million in cash, Yi Hongjun's rare red wine, and a painting of a gypsy girl from Yang Kunshan's study. On that day, Lin Yi's luck was outstanding, catching 7 rare fish, making both elders concede wholeheartedly. The next day the bottle of wine and painting were quietly delivered to his residence by a servant. If Uncle Yi is reluctant, I can bring it along next time we go out to sea, and the three of us can sit together to taste it. How about that? Lin Yi replied with a hearty laugh, showing no reservations. Sounds good. But don't forget me. I've been thinking about that bottle of wine for 2 whole years. If I wait any longer, the spirit of the wine might come to haunt me in my dreams. Yang Kunshan laughed beside them, his expression full of joy. Observers felt a surge of emotions. Some were envious, while others secretly regretted. Especially Zhou Xiao, who had previously spoken coldly and mocked Lin Yi. His face now alternated between green and white, as if he had been slapped multiple times, burning with humiliation, his mouth twitching. However, Lin Yi did not linger too long. He was the host. He couldn't solely accompany one person. After a brief exchange, he turned his attention to other guests. Soon 3 legislative council members, Chun Mingde, Jiang Shilong, and Zhou Tingchuan, the deputy commissioner of police Zhang Shiji, the chief prosecutor of the Department of Justice Song Qiming, and over 10 prominent political and business figures arrived one after another. The hall suddenly buzzed with excitement. These individuals were all influential figures on Hong Kong Island, yet they had gathered here en masse for a seemingly unremarkable dinner. Looking at Lin Yi, who was chatting effortlessly and responding appropriately, no one dared to look down on him anymore. Not only did they refrain from disrespect, but their hearts were also tumultuous. This person could talk with Yang Kunshan and Yi Hongjuan, and even had high-ranking political figures in attendance. The breadth of his connections had already exceeded imagination. Yet this was just the prologue. Moments later, Zhang Lifeng, chairman of Bank of China, Luo Shijun, executive president Rogers, president of Citibank Asia Pacific, and George, president of Barclays Bank. Every one of them was a financial giant. It was difficult to even see one of them on a normal day, yet today they all gathered in the same place. Zhou Xiao's expression was no longer just unpleasant, it was completely contorted. He finally grasped the situation. With such a lineup, even someone like Yi Hongjuan, the richest man on Hong Kong Island, would struggle to invite them. Unless it was a banquet hosted by the governor himself, could such a gathering of multinational bank presidents be achieved. Yet this young man managed to do it without so much as a stir. This was no longer merely a network, it was practically a myth. Once these financial magnates were seated, subsequent guests, though equally illustrious, no longer astonished the crowd. Their hearts had already been stunned by the earlier scene, making it difficult to be shaken again. Mr. Li, it's truly an honor to have you here. Lin Yi smiled warmly as he welcomed an elderly man with black-rimmed glasses and a receding hairline. Haha, Lin Xianzi is indeed as renowned as they say. Oh, I hope for your guidance in the future. Absolutely, I was just thinking of seeking your advice. Welcome, Boss Zhang. Thank you for coming. Lin Yi turned to others, his smile unwavering. I heard you have a gold mine here, so I came. I'm not just here to chat. Gold mine is too flattering, but we have plenty of wine, and the financial opportunities are wide open, just waiting for Boss Zhang to reach out. Chairman Su, I've long admired you. Sir Xiao, your presence here truly makes the evening complete. Finally, a slender elderly man walked in, accompanied by a young girl in white. The girl wore a simple gown like the moon, her beauty as frosty as the frost. Lin Yi paused for a moment, then quickly stepped forward, his gaze gentle. Miss He, tonight's stars cannot compare to you. I wish you a delightful evening. Watching the distinguished guests renowned in Hong Kong Island gradually enter the venue, those who initially scoffed at this banquet now wore serious expressions, their minds clouded with doubt. No one could fathom how that previously obscure young man could stand shoulder to shoulder with so many powerful figures. Even more alarming was, he was not treated as a junior, but rather as an equal, even with a hint of reliance. Everyone had underestimated. A few astute thinkers had stealthily retreated to a corner, dialing their homes to report tonight's developments. As a series of heavyweight figures appeared, the atmosphere on the scene gradually heated up, glasses clinking and laughter echoing. Lin Yi moved effortlessly among the various titans, engaging in witty conversation with a calm demeanor. Occasionally he would get lost in thought. If a bomb were to explode at this moment, the economic landscape of Hong Kong Island would surely be rewritten by tomorrow. Of course, this was just a fleeting, absurd thought in his mind. In fact, to ensure absolute security, he had deployed 40 elite members of Wanchong Security to the Peninsula Hotel. 20 were regular guards, while the other 20 were internal trump cards, each seasoned in battle, able to take on 10. Unless the Hong Kong government mobilized a special operations team for a strong assault, not even a fly could enter this hall. Time quietly passed, and the guests had mostly arrived. At that moment, someone noticed a bodyguard who had been quietly standing in the corner, stealthily approaching Lin Yi. As Lin Yi was laughing and chatting with several tycoons, his expression suddenly froze before he politely excused himself to the others. The crowd was puzzled, but tacitly followed him toward the entrance of the venue. The remaining guests halted, exchanging glances, unsure of what was happening, until a pair of foreign men and women, one old and one young, smiling as they slowly walked into the hall. How is this possible? How could he come? What exactly is Lin Yi's background? Even he has come. When the figure of the elderly man with white hair appeared, the crowd was stunned, as if struck by lightning, nearly gasping for breath. Welcome, Sir Morrison. I am Lin Yi, and it is a great honor to meet you this evening. Lin Yi quickly stepped forward, extending his hands in greeting, and solemnly shook hands with the old man. This elderly man who silenced the entire venue was none other than the current governor of Hong Kong, Morrison Hart. Only the nominal highest authority of Hong Kong Island's governance could provoke such a tremor. Mr. Lin, thank you for your gracious invitation. Morrison's expression was stern, yet his tone was gentle as he tightened his grip on Lin Yi's hand. Your presence has truly graced this evening. Lin Yi slightly bowed. Good evening, sir. Yang Kunshan also stepped forward, smiling as he extended his hand in greeting. I didn't expect you to honor us with your presence. Had I known earlier, I would have accompanied you. Haha, I merely wanted to catch some fresh air between duties, and I happened to stumble upon this grand gathering. Morrison replied with a hearty laugh. Sir, I have long admired you. Yi Hongjun also quickly approached to exchange pleasantries. Then the scene unfolded as everyone took turns to greet. After the formalities, although everyone wore smiles, their gazes had already discreetly shifted to Lin Yi. How could this seemingly ordinary nouveau riche command the attention of the governor, known for rarely participating in private banquets and famed for his iron-fisted governance? But only Lin Yi himself knew that when he heard the bodyguard's announcement, his heart had also momentarily emptied. The invitation was merely issued for the sake of courtesy to save face. Who is Morrison? He is the top figure controlling the lifeblood of Hong Kong Island at this moment. Even if he were to retire in 2 years, he still wielded real power. How could he afford to be careless? Yet he never expected that the other party would actually come. He had no personal connections with this governor, nor had they even met face-to-face. As soon as Morrison arrived, everyone's attention instantly shifted from Lin Yi to that living fossil. However, countless eyes still subtly scrutinized him. They desperately speculated about who Lin Yi really was, that he could make an elusive and iron-willed figure make an exception for a banquet. Young Master Lin, it's almost time. Just as he was engaging in casual conversation, with Li Jiaqing, his gaze still fixed on Morrison, Su Wanqing quietly approached and whispered a reminder. Yes, thank you for the reminder. Lin Yi nodded, turning to Li Jiaqing with a smile. Mr. Li, please excuse me for a moment. Allow me to go on stage and say a few words. Haha, go ahead. Duty comes first. Li Jiaqing waved his hand with a hearty smile. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement, and then turned to walk straight toward the already prepared podium at the end of the hall. As soon as everyone saw him take the stage, they immediately understood. The main event was about to begin. The noise diminished like a receding tide, and the entire venue gradually fell silent, thousands of gazes focusing on him. Lin Yi stepped forward slowly, lightly touching the microphone at the front of the stage, causing the jazz music to come to an abrupt halt. Good evening, distinguished guests. I am Lin Yi, the founder of Wanshan Group, and it is a great honor to gather with you all this evening. As soon as Lin Yi appeared, all eyes in the venue were drawn to him. Applause surged like gentle waves, starting sparse and gradually becoming fervent. Once the noise subsided slightly, he continued. Tonight's gathering is to announce the birth of 3 new funds under Wanshan Securities. The first fund is what I call the Wanshan Charity Fund, which focuses on public welfare endeavors long term. To this end, I will personally donate 500 million Hong Kong dollars as the founding investment. Upon hearing this, the venue fell silent. 500 million. Some almost thought they had misheard. Charitable individuals were not uncommon in Hong Kong Island, but donating such a large sum at once was unprecedented. Even the usually indifferent Morrison squinted slightly, his brows furrowing. He had initially thought Lin Yi was merely a calculating financial operator, but he didn't expect him to invest so generously in charity. This boldness elevated Morrison's evaluation of him by a level. Lin Yi, however, seemed oblivious to the shock of the crowd, his tone remaining as usual. The first project of the Wanshan Charity Fund is to fully support the out-of-school children in Hong Kong Island. According to our internal research, there are still tens of thousands of children each year who are forced to drop out due to family hardships. Therefore, we will invest in building 10 elementary schools across Hong Kong, each capable of accommodating 2,000 students with tuition, meal costs, and teaching materials, all covered by the fund. Let every child have the opportunity to read. Clap, clap, clap. Morrison was the first to stand and applaud. His movements were unhurried, yet carried great weight. In an instant, the applause erupted like a tidal wave, lasting long and resounding. The crystal chandelier trembled lightly, the dome seeming to resonate. Lin Yi stood on stage, bowing gracefully in acknowledgement. As the applause gradually subsided, he spoke again. Thank you all for your kind support. In addition to the charity fund, Wanshan Securities will also launch 2 privately raised funds for the public. Ju Feng No 1 and Ju Feng No 2. Ju Feng No 1 plans to raise 100 million Hong Kong dollars divided into 100 shares with a maximum subscription of 10 shares per person. The annual compound interest is set at 12%, and the profit-sharing ratio is 20%. Upon hearing this, there was another round of silent commotion in the audience. It was not the amount that shocked them, but the interest rate, which was a full 4 percentage points higher than the market average. The seasoned players in the room knew full well that if Lin Yi truly had tremendous connections and operational ability, this investment would be risk-free. Mr. Lin, I would like to subscribe for 10 shares. Yang Kunshan was the first to speak up, drawing everyone's attention. 10 million, just like that. This was clearly an expression of absolute trust in Lin Yi. But only Yang Kunshin himself knew that he was not betting on trust, but rather staking on a myth. In 1 month, the net profit of $50 billion had made Lin Yi's name a taboo in the hedging circle. He was already the richest man in Hong Kong Island. If not for the limit of 10 shares per person, he would have gladly invested 1 billion. I will also take 10 shares. The voice rang out again, but it came from an unexpected person, George from Barclays Bank, who raised his hand. He did not know that Lin Yi had once turned the oil market upside down with a trillion-level storm. But he remembered that 3 days ago Lin Yi had made a promise. $100 million in principal with 50 times leverage. What he intended to pry open was not just Hong Kong Island, but the entire globe. Even if it was merely to exchange 10 million Hong Kong dollars for this entry ticket, the resources, channels, and connections over the next decade would be worth 100-fold. We at Zhongyin also wish to subscribe for 10 shares. Chairman Zhang Lifeng of Zhongyin also raised his hand to express his support. I also want 10 shares. Yi Hongjun responded with a smile. Citibank is subscribing for 10 shares. Goldman Sachs. As Lin Yi's voice fell, a chorus of top tycoons from Hong Kong responded one after another, leaving the guests below speechless. This is no small sum. Each share amounts to 1 million Hong Kong dollars, making it a total of 10 million. These big shots didn't even furrow their brows as they directly signed off. Who exactly is Lin Yi? How could he attract so many heavyweight figures to rally behind him? Even Morrison was secretly astonished. He had only come to meet a junior thinking it was just an ordinary banquet, but he unexpectedly stumbled upon such a grand occasion. A young man previously unheard of had opened his mouth to donate 500 million Hong Kong dollars to establish a charity fund. Casually launching a private equity fund had managed to draw bets from several international giants on the spot. Such charisma is something even he as the governor could hardly match. Heartfelt thanks to all for your support. Facing the tidal wave of responses, Lin Yi was slightly surprised, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Since everyone supports this so much, I will not let you down. I have decided to raise the fundraising target of Ju Feng No 1 to 200 million. Now, I would like to formally introduce the executive responsible for this fund, Shen Yan. Shen Yan is currently the Deputy General Manager of Wanxiang Securities. If you have any questions, feel free to consult him directly. Shen Yan quickly stepped onto the stage, bowing respectfully. Hello, everyone, I am Shen Yan. As he finished speaking, the audience erupted in applause. As the applause subsided, Lin Yi took the opportunity to introduce Ju Feng No 2, explaining the fund structure in detail and introducing Chi Hao to everyone. However, compared to the previous enthusiastic response, the reaction to Ju Feng No 2 was noticeably tepid. The reason was simple. This product was designed specifically for ordinary citizens, with each share costing only 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. Among those present who wasn't worth over 100 million. Buying it. Wouldn't that be a loss of face? But not buying it doesn't mean not helping. Many people were already calculating in their hearts. When they returned home tonight, they would instruct family and friends to place orders with Wanxiang Securities to earn some pocket money. After all, this project's background is solid and profits are guaranteed. Thank you all for your generosity. If you wish to subscribe, please feel free to contact Manager Shun or Manager Chi to register. Now the wine party officially begins. May you all have a wonderful time. Thank you. The soothing music flowed once more, and the atmosphere on site became lively again. As Shen Yan and Chi Hao stepped down from the stage, they were immediately surrounded by the crowd inquiring about the details. Lin Yi quietly took a glass of red wine from a waiter's tray and walked toward Chen Mingda. Good lad, I never expected you to reach this level. If your father were here, he would surely be greatly pleased. Chen Mingda gazed at the spirited young man before him, his eyes filled with affection. Due to a broken marriage, he had only one daughter with his ex-wife, who moved to Australia with her mother and never returned. Having watched Lin Yi grow up, he had long regarded him as his own child. He had thought that this year he had merely made slight progress. It wasn't until today that he realized this child had quietly reached great heights, becoming unattainable. With 7 major banks backing him, how many people in all of Hong Kong could achieve that? Uncle Chen, thank you for your care all this time. Lin Yi smiled lightly, raising his glass to gently clink with Chun Ming's, the liquid rippling his tone sincere. Even if he set aside the memories of his past life and crossed over to this point, Chun Mingda's support for him had never been absent. This kindness he kept in his heart. Chun Mingda smiled with satisfaction, tilting his head to drink the wine in his glass. Uncle Chen, today I invited everyone here to leverage their influence to push the fund. I wouldn't dare to boast, but a 50% return in a year is quite stable. Lin Yi lowered his voice, the smile on his face unwavering. I reserve 20 shares for you to arrange as you see fit. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Chun Mingda's eyes flickered slightly, then he nodded with a smile, saying, All right then, Uncle Chun will accept your kindness. Chun Mingda could certainly hear the deeper meaning in those words. Lin Yi was clearly trying to help him gain access to this resource. Stabilizing his position in this small circle and even becoming a key decision-maker wouldn't be difficult. Of course, his own skills and accumulation were not coincidental either. Uncle Chen, you are too polite. The two exchanged smiles, understanding each other well. Lin Yi exchanged a few pleasantries before turning to attend to others. After all, it was his hosted wine party filled with business elites and political figures. How could he focus solely on one person? However, just as he turned to look for Yi Hongjuan, his peripheral vision suddenly froze. In the corner stood Morrison, and beside him was someone he could never have anticipated. That was Melinda, the secretary he had just hired not long ago. The two were chatting softly, Melinda's eyes curved with a smile. Morrison also wore a gentle expression, his smile, unending, clearly very familiar with her. Melinda actually knew Morrison. This scene sent a shock through Lin Yi. No wonder Morrison suddenly appeared out of the blue. He wasn't here for him, but for his secretary. However, from the looks of it, it didn't seem like a romantic relationship. If there were really something going on, he wouldn't choose such an occasion to chat so openly. I need to ask her about this later. Lin Yi silently noted this, retracting his gaze and heading straight for Yi Hongjuan. Yi Hongjuan was currently chatting and laughing with Xiao Yifu. Lin Yi approached with a smile, his tone light. Uncle Yi, Sir Xiao, I hope I am not interrupting your delightful conversation. Ha, not at all. Yi Hongjuan patted him on the shoulder. Lin Yi, you little rascal, you are really hiding your talent. If it weren't for tonight's gathering, I would have thought you were just a second-generation rich kid living off your family's wealth. In reality, Yi Hongjuan thought, had he not witnessed it tonight, he would never have imagined that this young man had managed to sway 7 international banks, secretly laying down such a big game. Even as the leader of the overseas Chinese business community, he could barely secure the endorsement from HSBC alone. The others were acquaintances at most. To say he opened his mouth and secured a credit limit of 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Don't even think about it. Of course, this was his misunderstanding. What those banks valued were merely the mountains of deposits and stable cash flow in Lin Yi's account, not the strong backing he imagined. Yet seen from the outside, this spectacle was enough to astonish others, especially Yi Hongjuan and Xiao Yifu before him. Uncle Yi, you flatter me. It was thanks to your support back then that I had the chance to stand firm. Lin Yi spoke humbly. Yi Hongjuan waved his hand. Those old matters, why bring them up? Come, let me introduce you to someone. This is Sir Xiao Yifu. I believe you have heard of him. He is a knight bestowed by the Queen, a living fossil in the film industry. I heard you also opened a film company. You should seek advice from Sir Xiao. Not at all, mister. Yi overpraises me. Xiao Yifu chuckled heartily. You young people are holding great power at such a young age. The future belongs to you. As for an old bone like mine, I probably wouldn't even understand the script, so how could I dare to teach you? Sir Xiao, you are... Lin Yi said solemnly. You have high virtue and prestige. During my university years, the Mu, when building on campus, was constructed with your donation. This kindness we remember in our hearts. Oh no. Xiao Yifu waved his hand with a smile. Now you hold hundreds of billions in capital, and you're here to teach this old man. That would truly be showing off in front of an expert. After a pause, he suddenly asked, by the way, I just heard Mr. Yi say you also started a film company. Did you name it Wanxian Films? The three clinked glasses and sipped lightly, chatting as usual. But when Xiao Yifu's words slipped out, Lin Yi clearly felt a hidden current beneath the warm and gentle tone. Here it comes. A chill ran through his heart. Xiao Yifu's way of asking was certainly not idle chatter. He must have sensed something. The 16 cinemas nearby that were purchased and transformed into competing cinemas were indeed his doing. That's right. Lin Yi smiled indifferently. My company is indeed called Wanxian Films. I see. Xiao Yifu did not get angry. He simply took a sip of wine and slowly said, I was wondering who had the audacity to sweep up all the properties next to my 16 cinemas. It turns out to be young Master Lin. No wonder. Truly the younger generation is formidable. The Yangtze River pushes the waves forward. Xiao Yifu's words carried a chilling undertone, which even Yi Hongjuan could perceive. Yet Yi Hongjuan did not respond immediately. Having known Xiao Yifu for many years, he was well aware of his temperament. However, Lin Yi was someone he had high hopes for. At today's banquet, Lin Yi navigated the crowd skillfully, with every prominent figure nodding in approval, showcasing an impressive network. He dared not speak recklessly. Without understanding the context, aligning with either side would only leave him in a difficult position. How could Lin Yi not discern the underlying sting in those words? He swirled the red wine in his glass, smiled faintly, and met Xiao Yifu's gaze directly, saying, What a coincidence, my cinema almost partnered with your company, sir. Oh. Xiao Yifu chuckled lightly, slightly raising an eyebrow. I'm curious which project caught Mr. You're too kind, sir. Lin Yi's lips curled up subtly. Our company recently hired director Wang, who was originally a screenwriter for your esteemed company. Later, through a mutual acquaintance, he brought a script to me for investment. He continued, I found the script promising, so I agreed to invest 800,000 just to test the waters. My entire team started from scratch, relying entirely on borrowed equipment. He added with a hint of embarrassment, some key props were even temporarily borrowed from your company. Unfortunately, we encountered some minor issues midway and ultimately could not finalize the project, which is quite regrettable. As he finished speaking, Xiao Yifu's eyes flickered slightly. The old fox was not without experience. Though his words appeared courteous, each one was a hook. Lin Yi had not offended anyone without reason. The obstacles he faced now were surely due to past grievances. That borrowing of props. Could it be? An idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Wang Tianlin. The the producer who had once sought equipment to help his son film. At that time, Xiao Fu had considered it a minor matter and had agreed, acknowledging Wang Tianlin's years of loyalty. However, just a few months later, Wang Tianlin's son resigned, claiming he couldn't stand the pressure and did not want to be just another cog in the machine. At that time, he hadn't paid much attention to it. But now, wasn't Wang Tianlin's son named Wang Jing? I wonder if that director Wang is. Wang Jing, Xiao Fu asked, his smile still intact, but his tone as, "Oh." Lin Yi feigned surprise. "You recognize him, sir? If he knew he might get so excited that he'd invite me for— Haha, I only remember we once had a producer whose son shared that name. I didn't expect to run into him again." Xiao Fu laughed heartily before standing up, apologetically adding, "Pardon me, I've grown old, and my schedule has become irregular. The doctor advised me to rest before 9, and it has become a habit. I apologize for the disturbance. Mr. Xiao is truly disciplined. We are all ashamed in comparison." Yi Hongjun finally spoke, his tone warm. "How could we keep you here?" Lin Yi maintained his smile and stood. "He'll see you to the elevator." No need, I'm not old enough to require assistance." Xiao Fu waved his hand, his gaze warm. "You are the host, please attend to your guests. I will invite you for tea when I have the chance." "Then it's settled. I won't allow you to decline." Lin Yi laughed heartily. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they accompanied him to the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, the gentle smile on Xiao Fu's face suddenly shattered into shards of ice. His eyes turned cold as a deep pool, his fingertips unconsciously digging into his palm. As the elevator descended, the driver was already waiting downstairs. The bodyguard hurriedly opened the rear door. Xiao Fu entered without a word, uttering only 3 words, "Return to the company." "Yes, Mr. Xiao." The car silently drove into the night, its taillights red as blood, quietly swallowed by the depths of the streets. After sending off Xiao Fu, Lin Yi walked back to the banquet with Yi Hongjun side by side. "Lin Yi, what's the situation with you and Xiao Fu?" After rejoining the crowd, Yi Hongjun pondered for a moment and finally asked. Lin Yi smiled indifferently, recounting how he bought a pile of worthless items from Wang Jing at a high price and returned them without even touching them. In the end, however, the Xiao family kept the money. He did not share these details with Yi Hongjun, expecting him to intervene for justice. In truth, if he wanted to pressure the Xiao family, there were many methods. Either he could invest heavily and poach their core team directly, or secretly acquire shares in the Xiao family, strangling them by the throat. But he had never entertained such thoughts. The reason? Perhaps it was because of the countless Ifu buildings standing silently across the mainland in his past life. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought in his mind. In the future, competition would still proceed as usual. He respected Xiao Fu as a person, but in the business world, he would show no mercy. Xiao Fu's actions are truly lacking in ethics. I support how you've handled this. After hearing the story, Yi Hongjun couldn't help but nod. Regardless of whether Xiao Fu was behind it, he could not escape responsibility. Lin Yi had acted openly throughout without resorting to any underhanded tricks. If he were to lose, he would do so with a clear conscience. "Thank you, Uncle Yi." Lin Yi smiled in response. After returning to the banquet, the two went their separate ways. With guests pouring in tonight, Yi Hongjun took the opportunity to catch up with old acquaintances. Lin Yi wandered through the crowd with a glass of wine, occasionally clinking glasses with Chuan Gu, the Asia-Pacific president of Tokyo Bank. He chatted briefly with Grant Harris, the Asia-Pacific president of Morgan, and arranged to visit him in a few days, busily moving about. Just after finalizing plans with several banking tycoons, his stomach growled. He headed straight for the food table. After grabbing a plate and tongs, he was about to pick up a piece of tuna sushi. Suddenly, a pair of silver chopsticks reached out beside him, heading straight for his targeted piece. He was taken aback and turned his head. A graceful figure stood beside him. Just as she looked up, her long hair fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, her brows like distant mountains shrouded in mist, her eyes like autumn waters, clear and bright, her nose delicate, and her lips slightly curled, revealing a hint of playful mischief. As their gazes met, the girl first froze, then a rush of crimson colored her cheeks. Ahem. Lin Yi regained his composure, clearing his throat lightly to dispel the moment's subtlety, smiling as he spoke. "So it's Miss He. Are you hungry too?" Uff. Originally embarrassed, He Xiaoqiong couldn't help but laugh at these words. Like a white lotus suddenly blooming, she was elegant and enchanting. Her eyes curved as she looked at him. "Is this how you usually talk to girls?" Lin Yi's mouth twitched, finally realizing how cheesy his previous comment sounded. How embarrassing. He rubbed his nose, reaching for the sushi while helplessly saying, "Not really. But I am indeed— Wait, that piece is mine." Just as Lin Yi's fingers touched the sushi, He Xiaoqiong immediately yelled. She quickly used her tongs to scoop that piece of sushi firmly onto her plate, mumbling, "I didn't expect you to be so shameless, sneaking a grab while I was talking." "Your sushi." Lin Yi laughed. "When did the dishes at this banquet become your personal property? Not to mention that he was the one who paid for the banquet. The sushi's ownership was certainly not hers to decide. Just because you eyed something, others should retreat." Of course, he didn't really argue with the girl. Lin Yi merely smiled and shook his head, pointing aside. "There are a few more over there. Do you want them?" "No, those pieces look awful." He Xiaoqiong glared at the remaining sushi with disdain, wrinkling her nose and making a face at him before turning to leave. Lin Yi watched her retreating figure, the corners of his eyes twitching again. Turning his gaze back, he stared at the few ugly sushi pieces on his plate. No matter how he looked at them, he couldn't see any difference from the one she just snatched. Girls' thoughts are truly hard to fathom. He shook his head, casually tossing the remaining pieces into his plate and strolling back to the table, eating at a leisurely pace. As he ate, he glanced towards the fundraising table. It was still bustling with people, the lights never dimming. Countless guests stopped, eagerly signing their names. Despite the participation of several international banks, the originally set fundraising target of $200 million was unexpectedly pushed higher by the enthusiasm of the crowd. Moreover, the influx of subscription intentions showed no signs of stopping. As they witnessed global giants like Citigroup, HSBC, and UBS signing subscription agreements for tens of millions, without hesitation, almost all high-net-worth individuals on site were deeply moved. At the wine party, a long line formed in front of the subscription table. As soon as one person finished signing, the next immediately stepped up to take their place, creating an atmosphere as lively as a tide. However, less than 60 minutes had passed since the event started, when Cheng Ziyuan hurried to Lin Yi's side and whispered the 200 million quota has been filled. Yet many people remained around the table, unwilling to give up, asking, can we add a little more? We're willing to invest more. If it were someone else, they would surely want to inflate the fund to 1 billion or 20 billion to absorb as much as possible. But who is Lin Yi? Does he lack this little money? His intention in raising this fund was not to gather wealth, but to build connections and solidify relationships. Now everyone who needed to be acquainted was already known, and those who needed to express their intentions had done so. Any more would just become a burden. What surprised him even more was that those who couldn't join Zhu Fengno 1 had turned their sights to Zhu Fengno 2. Although Zhu Fengno 2 was inferior to its predecessor in terms of prestige, it still outperformed those misleading funds on the market. With a low entry threshold of 5,000, it was not like Zhu Fengno 1, which was only available to top financial groups. Instead, it opened its doors to many ordinary investors. Even so, a steady stream of people queued to subscribe. Until the end of the wine party, Cheng Ziyuan presented the final report. Zhu Fengno 1 was fully subscribed, and Zhu Fengno 2 raised a total of 28 million. Lin Yi nodded slightly. The night had been a success. The next morning, he returned from his morning exercise. After breakfast, he drove to the newspaper building. With the car window partially open, he casually flipped through the Wanxiang Daily he carried with him. The headline on the front page immediately caught his eye. The Wanxiang Securities Subscription Event concludes successfully. 7 major banks compete to enter. The report detailed the high-end dinner held last night at the Peninsula Hotel, which gathered elites from various sectors. Presidents of the 7 largest global banks, such as HSBC, Bank of China, and Goldman Sachs, were present, along with Governor Morrison, shipping magnate Yi Hongzhu, and real estate tycoon Li Jiaqing, and gambling king Ho Hongsheng. Lin Yi, the helm of Wanxiang Group, announced the establishment of 3 major funds on the spot. The first was the Wanxiang Charity Fund, with Lin Yi personally investing 500 million Hong Kong dollars to construct 10 fully free elementary schools across Hong Kong in the future. Each school would accommodate 2,000 students, completely exempting tuition and miscellaneous fees to help underprivileged children realize their dreams of education. The second and third were private equity funds, Zhu Fengno 1 and Zhu Fengno 2. As soon as the former was announced, the presidents of the 7 major banks simultaneously expressed their intentions, each throwing in 10 million, creating a stunning scene. The original fundraising target was only 100 million, but due to the overwhelming response, Lin Yi immediately raised it to 200 million. Even so, dozens of guests still did not get what they wanted. The latter, Zhu Fengno 2, was designed specifically for ordinary citizens, with a friendly entry threshold and stable returns, regarded as a benchmark for inclusive finance. Lin Yi smiled slightly, pondering, this newspaper really makes it seem like I am a savior come to the world. Yet this headline was exactly what he had instructed to be published. If he didn't use his own newspaper, who else would he use? He just didn't expect that Wanxiang Daily would allocate an entire page to this matter, leaving no room for anything else. The effect? Naturally explosive. Today's Wanxiang Daily was no longer the small newspaper he bought at a low price back then. After the financial fraud scandal of Changtai Group was exposed, it had become a must-read publication in the financial circle of Hong Kong Island. Additionally, previously ignited topics through newspaper stall owners had led to a daily circulation exceeding 157,000 copies. Damn, who is this Lin? Coming out with 500 million. This news must be fabricated. On a rattling tram, a tall, skinny young man in a faded jacket slammed his thigh, nearly standing up. What's wrong? Is looking at a newspaper that exciting? The round-faced youth sitting next to him was startled and puzzled. Look at the front page of Wanxiang Daily. Without hesitation, the jacket-clad youth shoved the newspaper over. The round-faced youth took it with skepticism, glanced at it, and froze. Even a middle-aged man next to him carrying a briefcase couldn't help but lean in to take a curious look. What the heck? The chairman of Wanxiang Group is actually willing to invest 500 million to build 10 schools providing free education for all poor children in Hong Kong. As soon as he finished speaking, the round-faced youth jumped up from his seat. What? Tuition for all poor children in Hong Kong is waived. His shout turned the heads of all tram passengers who had been paying attention to the commotion, their eyes wide, as if they were looking at an alien. Hey, are you kidding? 500 million. Building schools. Brother, let me take a look at that newspaper. Who was behind this incredible move? The crowd instantly erupted. Who doesn't have a child? Education is a concern for everyone, no matter how poor. Stop. Stop for a second. The round-faced man had to step onto a chair, pressing his hands down, shouting loudly, not all children. It's for poor children. Did you hear me clearly? It's for those whose families are struggling, who can't even afford textbooks. Forget about that. Just say what newspaper you have. Some were too impatient to listen to the details, urgently asking. Wanxiang Daily, it's Wanxiang Daily. He hurriedly replied. Wait, Wanxiang Daily. I think I bought it. Several passengers immediately started rummaging through their bags and pockets, indeed, finding the newspaper with the dark green cover among their collection. Thankfully, in this era, Hong Kong people still loved reading newspapers. If it were 10 years later, they might rely solely on social media to spread the news. Quick flip to that page and take a look. As soon as they saw someone else had the goods, several people rushed over, heads squeezed together, necks stretched long. Where did this Wanxiang group come from? The chairman is called Lenny. Why have I never heard this name before? Wait, the governor even attended. And the heads of Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, and Bank of China. All 7 major international banks were present. Even Yi Hongju and Li Jiaqing, and even the gambling king personally came. Is this something a mere person can orchestrate? Incredible. Coming out with 500 million at once. This is no businessman, clearly a living bodhisattva reincarnated. Not only in the tram, the entire Hong Kong island seemed to be ignited. On the streets, in tea restaurants, office buildings, and factory assembly lines, wherever someone pulled out that newspaper, the topic immediately revolved around Wanxiang and Lenny. The whole city was talking about this mysterious company that rose to fame overnight, and its helmsman Lenny. Young Master Lin, good morning. As he stepped through the door of the newspaper office, every employee stood up solemnly, some with a hint of disbelief and admiration. Good morning, young Master Lin. Upon entering his office, 3 female secretaries stood up in unison, smiling to greet him. Looking at the 3 distinct women before him, one cold, one capable, and one sweet. Lenny couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder bosses prefer to choose beautiful secretaries. Just walking in the morning, the view is pleasing to the eyes, and the mood stays good all day. Watching brew a cup of tea. Melinda, come in and talk to me. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his tone calm. All right, young Master Lin. Su Wanqing nodded and turned to make tea. Lin Yi walked into the inner room with Melinda closely following, plopping down in the chair opposite his desk. Boss, if you want to ask me about the progress of the acquisition of that office building. Sorry, it hasn't been secured yet. The other party is still dragging their feet. Unlike ordinary secretaries, Melinda never beats around the bush, speaking straightforwardly with a bit of playfulness. No rush. Lin Yi waved his hand, a slight smile forming on his lips. What I really want to ask is, at the wine party yesterday, I saw you chatting quite lively with Mr. Morrison. Do you know him? Yes, I know. Melinda nodded unhesitatingly, her eyes sparkling. Morrison is my distant cousin. His wife is my aunt's second cousin, so our blood relation is quite close. However, boss, don't misunderstand. She paused, her tone suddenly serious. I won't play the game of climbing through family connections to gain resources. Morrison is quite stubborn. Don't talk about me. Even his own son asking for help, he can hardly be bothered. Lin Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head. You've misunderstood. Ooh, I never expected you to pull strings. I was just curious why Mr. Morrison, who never attends Chinese business dinners, would suddenly show up at my wine party. Melinda was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Now you know the answer. I see. Lin Yi nodded. Then let's leave it at that. You go back to work, don't slack off. Yes, boss. Melinda shrugged, stood up, and quickly disappeared behind the door. In the office, only the fragrance of tea lingered. Outside the window, the sunlight slowly filled the entire view. Before stepping out, Melissa playfully tossed him a flirtatious glance. Her slender waist swayed gently as her high heels clicked out a crisp rhythmic cadence. Then she vanished beyond the door. Little enchantress. As soon as Melissa departed, Su Wanqing entered with a steaming cup of tea, murmuring inwardly, Boss, your tea. She approached calmly, placing the teacup softly at the corner of the desk, her gesture as tender as a breeze. Thank you, Lin Yi replied, lifting the cup and sipping gently. Just as he was about to speak, the landline on his desk rang sharply. He glanced up and picked it up without hesitation. Boss, Manager Chung from the securities department is on the line. A clear, crisp voice emanated from the receiver. Zhong Xiaoyan's report. Put him through. Understood. I'll withdraw now. Seeing him immersed in work, Su Wanqing murmured softly and slipped away quietly. On the other end, Manager Chung Yuan's voice brimmed with excitement. Young Master Lin, ever since the office opened this morning, inquiries about Jufeng No. 2 haven't ceased for a moment. We've already secured pre-subscriptions totaling 7.8 million. There are still 200 or 300 people queued outside. By noon, every unit will be snapped up. That article truly struck a nerve deep within people's hearts. Lin Yi nodded, his tone steady. But with crowds comes chaos. Security must be reinforced immediately. Notify the security firm to double their personnel. Not a single client must encounter even the slightest mishap. Understood, young Master Lin. After hanging up, a subtle smile lifted the corners of his lips. The power of journalism was indeed formidable. A single article had transformed Jufeng No. 2 into a coveted rarity. In business, lacking one's own platform for public discourse is akin to navigating darkness without light. Today, across all of Hong Kong, no one remains unaware of Wanxiang Group, and no one fails to recognize Lin Yi. This very morning, scores of citizens flooded Wanxiang daily with calls, asking for fund details, inquiring about the scholarship program, even wondering whether Lin Yi had married. Meanwhile, Wanxiang Securities amassed 200 million in a single night. The surging tide of investors crowding its entrance that morning left several veteran brokerage firms so incensed they smashed their teacups. How many entrepreneurs toil for over a decade merely to grow a modest firm into a mid-sized enterprise? Wanxiang, by contrast, ascended overnight, vaulting straight into the ranks of industry titans. Money indeed is the most potent accelerator. At the same time, chaos erupted within TVB's headquarters. Offices, staff lounges, elevator lobbies. Everywhere people were buzzing about the 500 million charitable donation and the children it would uplift. Xiao Yifu sat upright in his chairman's office, turning a page of his newspaper, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing second. Truly the younger generation commands awe. He had personally attended last night's gala, but rereading the paper this morning, the incisive force embedded between its lines still sent a jolt through him. It reminded him of a relentless tidal wave, silent, yet already shattering the ancient rocks upon the shore. A measured knock sounded at the door. "Enter." He set the newspaper aside, his voice calm and authoritative. "Chairman," said a middle-aged man, head bowed low as he stepped cautiously into the room. Xiao Yifu lifted his gaze slightly. "Xiaoquan, what did you uncover?" "All verified, Chairman," Zhou Xiaoquan replied, glancing upward briefly before lowering his eyes again. "Cut to the core." Xiao Yifu's tone grew low and grave. "Yes, sir." Zhou Xiaoquan swallowed hard. "The origin lies with Wang Jing, the son of supervising producer Wang Tianlin. That young man left over a month ago, reportedly recruited by a film studio to shoot a feature, and later returned to borrow equipment, paying a rental fee of 50,000. "I know, Tianlin mentioned it to me." Xiao Yifu cut him off. "No detours." Zhou Xiaoquan offered a wry nod. "Understood. Originally we possessed 12 sets of film and television equipment, 8 fully operational. Prior to Wang Jing's request, 6 were actively in use, the remaining 2 were designated as spares. Yet on the day he arrived, directors Li Hanwen and Zhou Yuan simultaneously applied for equipment loans, so the equipment division escalated the matter to senior HR manager Gao Yuhua. Why refer equipment logistics to the HR manager?" Xiao Yifu slammed his palm onto the desk, his face darkening instantly. "Well," sweat beaded on Zhou Xiaoquan's forehead. "Manager Gao has recently expanded her scope of authority, somewhat broadly." A cold, dismissive snort escaped Xiao Yifu. No further words followed. Yet the temperature in the room plummeted, as if winter's deepest frost had settled within its walls. Abuse of power has always been a corporate death knell, even when the abuser shares his bed. Should she dare sow chaos within the company, he would show no mercy. Moreover, this arrangement had been his personal promise to Wang Tianlin. That Gao Yuhua would disregard such a pledge meant no one else would ever trust him as the company's anchor. "Continue." After a pause, Xiao Yifu spoke again, his voice low, deliberate. He had met Lin Yi, articulate, composed, profoundly inscrutable. He was certainly no petty miser haggling over a mere 50,000. Xiao Yifu was certain something far more consequential lay beneath. "Yes, Chairman." Zhou Xiaoquan nodded, his tone solemn. After Wang Jing collected the equipment, he returned it all within half a day. The equipment division stated equipment may be returned, but the deposit is non-refundable. So they charged 50,000, just for half a day's loan without even powering the devices? Xiao Yifu surged to his feet, slamming his fist onto the solid wood desk, so violently that the teacup leapt into the air. "Excellent. Outstanding. One after another. How audacious they've grown. And who ultimately pocketed that 50,000? Zhou Xiaoquan's expression remained impassive. "I traced it. Equipment manager Li Jindong later refunded 45,000. Excellent. Excellent. Excellent." Xiao Yifu's knuckles whitened with fury. They've truly turned the world upside down, shameless to this degree. He'd assumed a minor squabble. Instead, he'd unearthed a nest of rot. "Chairman, these individuals are all long-standing veterans." Zhou Xiaoquan ventured carefully. Xiao Yifu had only assumed full control this year. Before that, the late Li Xiaohe had held absolute sway. 80% of the company's staff had served throughout the Li era, 10 years or more. Deeply entrenched therein, Xiao Yifu rose, circled his desk, and strode slowly toward the window. "File a police report. Compile irrefutable evidence, and deliver it directly to the Criminal Investigation Division. I refuse to believe this is the sole instance of embezzlement. Once they're behind bars, let's see how long they can feign ignorance." "Understood, Chairman." Zhou Xiaoquan stiffened, responding instantly. Conventionally, such matters would be handled internally. After all, family scandals must never be aired publicly. Yet he knew better than to plead for leniency now. What Xiao Yifu sought was not mere punishment, but a stark public warning to those senior executives who presumed their tenure granted immunity. Zhou Xiaoquan, however, had no inkling that Xiao Yifu's true intention was to lay this entire affair bare before Lin Yi himself. Last night, he'd witnessed Lin Yi's mastery firsthand, beyond his capacity to oppose. Forget the 7 international banks operating covertly in his favor. Even Morrison's endorsement alone was enough to rob him of sleep. Lin Yi had casually donated 500 million to charity. Xiao Yifu's entire net worth combined likely wouldn't reach even 10% of that sum. Lin Yi didn't rely on titles. He wielded Capital Network's territory. Even Hong Kong's venerable families deferred to him with visible respect. Even Xiao Yifu, granted a knighthood, was in Lin Yi's eyes little more than a conservative businessman clinging to outdated ways. It was only when Lin Yi spent hundreds of millions acquiring an office tower adjacent to a cinema chain that Xiao Yifu truly grasped it. He couldn't compete and dared not gamble. Ask manager Gao to come in. Xiao Yifu resettled into his chair, his gaze as sharp and frigid as a blade forged in ice. Yes, Chairman. Zhou Xiaoquan bowed low and withdrew. Moments later, Gao Yuhua tapped lightly on the doorframe and entered. Seeing Xiao Yifu's ashen, thunderous expression, her heart clenched. Closing the door behind her, she stepped forward with quiet grace and murmured softly, "Yifu, you summoned me. Starting tomorrow, you will no longer report to the company." He looked up, his words precise and lethal. Gao Yuhua froze, her face draining of color. "Why? What exactly have I done wrong?" Still intoxicated by the thrill of wielding personnel authority, she had no warning. Her power had evaporated in a single day. "Why?" Xiao Yifu's laugh was icy. "You truly don't know. I gave Wang Tianlin my personal word his son would receive 1 full equipment set, and he paid the rental fee in full. Instead, you withheld 50,000. Did you imagine yourself clever? It's just 50,000. Are you really firing me over something so trivial?" Her voice trembled. "Am I worth less to you than Wang Tianlin?" "Trivial?" Xiao Yifu shot upright, fury surging like a tidal wave. "If this is trivial, what then qualifies as serious? When the company is trampled into oblivion by the market itself." She recoiled violently. "Why, you mean who?" Xiao Yifu seized the Wanxiang Daily from his desk and hurled it squarely at her feet. Gao Yuhua bent to retrieve it, her eyes scanning the front page, where the headline blazed with brutal clarity: "Film industry titan Lin Yi makes massive strategic investment. Cinema landscape to shift dramatically." In the accompanying photograph, he stood impeccably suited, a faint, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. Her face turned ghostly pale, her knees buckled. She nearly collapsed. Lin Yi finished his tasks at Wanxiang Media and listened to Lu Hao's report on the launch of the Wanxiang Weekly. The Wanxiang Weekly indeed made its debut just yesterday. However, Lin Yi was preoccupied with a banquet at that time and could not pay attention. The magazine's release went quite smoothly. With the foundation laid by the Wanxiang Daily, even if it wasn't an instant sensation, it sold over 30,000 copies in the city's kiosks in just one day. It must be noted that the Wanxiang Weekly is not distributed for free like the Daily. It is priced at 4 yuan and 5 jiao, making it a genuine paid publication. Selling 30,000 copies in a day means that the funds recovered yesterday are nearing 80% of the costs. Moreover, it does not have the onity lifespan that a daily has. This magazine could continue to sell well for 7 to 14 days, and some people might even collect it for an entire month, making stable profits not a difficult task. Not to mention its core profit point always lies in advertising space. Similar to newspapers, the real profit does not come from sales, but from business orders. However, what Lin Yi cared about was never how much money this magazine could make. How much impact can a weekly magazine truly generate? What he valued was its influence. If it could sell over 100,000 copies weekly, then its impact would be worth his investment. Leaving Wanxiang Media, Lin Yi headed straight to Wanxiang Securities. Upon entering, he found that things had changed dramatically here. Even though it was nearing afternoon, the lobby was still bustling with activity, with over 100 clients consulting continuously. "Young Master Lin, good afternoon." As soon as he appeared, Cheng Ziyuan quickly approached with a beaming smile. "I'm just looking around. How is the situation now?" The quota for Ju Feng No. 2 was filled this morning. Aside from the 30 million from last night's banquet, the remaining 70 million was all subscribed this morning. Cheng Ziyuan hurriedly followed. Many clients are still asking whether to increase the quota or launch a new fund. Lin Yi waved his hand, and the security guard opened the door. He nodded slightly and walked into the office, then slowly said, "What we need now is stability, not to strike while the iron is hot. 300 million in principle is enough for us to establish our brand." "You are right." Cheng Ziyuan showed no signs of regret, but rather a determined expression. He knew Lin Yi was not short of money and was not doing this for trivial profits. He vaguely sensed that there was a deeper meaning behind this fund. Lin Yi took a seat in the reception area, and the secretary had already brought 2 cups of warm tea. He took a sip and said, "You need to quickly set up the structure for the charity fund. For the selection of 10 primary schools, send people to scout locations and report the list to me. Don't worry, I started drafting the plan this morning. Give me 2 more days, and it will be fully operational." Cheng Ziyuan nodded vigorously. He dared not slack on this matter. The project, personally led by Lin, it was a great act of charity that could allow thousands of poor children to return to the classroom. Who does not fear accumulating virtue? Lin nodded slightly and suddenly asked, has there been any fluctuation in international oil prices recently? Cheng Ziyuan was taken aback for a moment, then replied, since the last transaction was completed, oil prices have been steadily declining, closing at around $29.5 this morning. If you need real-time data, I can get it right away. No need. Lin shook his head and then asked, how is the internal restructuring of the securities firm? Is the personnel arrangement complete? Cheng Ziyuan's eyes sparkled as he replied in a low voice, it has been arranged and can be mobilized at any time. Then prepare to take action. Lin spoke calmly. Tomorrow I will sign the leverage agreement with Citibank, UBS, and Barclays Bank. All participants must sign a confidentiality clause. I will hire a third-party company for security with an action period of 2 months. Understood. Cheng Ziyuan responded solemnly. Very well. Lin nodded, then added, everyone involved in this operation will receive an advance payment of 3 months' salary as a settlement fee immediately. Yes, I will arrange that right away. Cheng Ziyuan quickly noted it down. Immediately after, Lin quietly instructed, go call Qi Hao and Shun Yan here. Young Master Lin. As soon as Shun Yan and Qi Hao entered, they both respectfully saluted. Sit. Lin waved his hand, indicating for them to take a seat. He then picked up 2 freshly written pages from the desk and handed them over. For the 2 funds you each manage, invest 70% of the funds into the companies listed on the paper. You can operate the remaining 30% freely. I will not interfere in how you handle it. But remember, if the losses from that 30% exceed 30%, I will have someone else take your positions. Understood, young Master Lin. The 2's expressions turned serious as they lowered their heads to examine the papers in their hands. Shin Yan's list included HSBC Cheung Kong Holdings, Hang Seng Bank, and Swire Group. Qi Hao's list included Henderson Land, New World Development, and China Gas. These were all companies that Lin had carefully selected, destined to become giants within 10 years. Even if one were to close their eyes and invest, they could still lie back and collect interest. The remaining 30% was his capital for both of them to hone their skills. It would reveal who had true ability and who was worthy of a larger stage. If they proved inadequate, it could only be said that their fate had come to an end. By the way, you 2 do not need to participate in this operation. Lin's gaze swept over the 2. Since you've just taken over the fund, focus on stabilizing your positions and avoid creating unnecessary complications. The 2 exchanged glances, a hint of regret flashing in their eyes, but it was anticipated. If a new officer vanished for 2 months right after taking office, investors might rush to redeem their shares without even needing to knock on the door. The next day in the morning, Lin sat in meditation, took a shower, had a light meal, and changed into formal attire before getting into the car. Accompanied by 2 bodyguards, the car headed towards Barclays Bank. He casually picked up several newspapers prepared by the rear seat attendant and began to read. In this non-internet era, information could only be relied upon from paper, and reading the news daily had become a habit. The first one was naturally the Wanxiang Daily, and the attendant knew this was the young master's creation, so it was placed first. He flipped through it page by page, finding nothing particularly novel, only a few articles analyzing the stock market trends that caught his eye. The entertainment section merely covered which actress was secretly meeting whom, and which film was about to be released, trivial and tedious. He had little interest in the current celebrities. Putting down the Wanxiang Daily, he opened the second newspaper, Ming Pao. This paper had over 100,000 readers and could maintain its position as the 3rd largest on Hong Kong Island, but it was now quietly surpassed by the Wanxiang Daily. The quality of the articles was decent, with many renowned writers contributing, which was to be expected. However, he did not anticipate that he would see a commentary in Ming Pao directly addressing the revelations from the Wanxiang Daily yesterday. The author was none other than Jin Yong himself. The entire article did not mention the banquet's grandeur, but focused entirely on him and his charity fund. Jin Yong stated that although he was young, he harbored great righteousness, promoting education and helping the world, echoing the legacy of family. A wealthy merchant from the spring and autumn period, who aided Gojian in defeating Wu. He scattered his wealth, generously rich, yet virtuous. Lin was taken aback for a moment, feeling a bit sour inside, and even felt somewhat ashamed. He read the article again, then gently set the newspaper aside, and picked up the 3rd paper, the Oriental Daily. This paper remained the largest publication in Hong Kong. However, as soon as he opened the front page, his expression suddenly darkened like a storm cloud. A photo of him was prominently featured on the front page. This photograph captures the moment he stepped out of the car, walking towards the entrance of Wanxiang Media. The photographer clearly had reservations, not daring to get too close, resulting in a slightly blurred image. However, the silhouette is clearly discernible with distinct features. Was he truly a member of a prestigious family, or merely a meticulously orchestrated publicity stunt? The front page of the newspaper boldly printed this headline in bold black letters. Lin quickly scanned the title, raising an eyebrow before turning the page. The article detailed his past. His father, Lin Weiguo, was the founder of Tianmu Capital. Following a sudden plane crash, 18-year-old Lin Yi hastily took over the family business. Unfortunately, due to his youth and inexperience in the industry, he rashly pushed through several major decisions, resulting in a significant shrinkage of assets. Ultimately, he was forced to sell off core shares and exit the business landscape his father had built, being mocked as a spendthrift. However, no one expected that later he would earn a fortune of $600 million from a single piece of news. At this point, the author couldn't help but throw in a sarcastic remark: a person who stakes everything on mere rumors is either incredibly foolish or completely mad. Yet Mr. Lin was fortunate. This gamble turned his fortunes around. The report then mentioned the high-profile banquet Lin Yi hosted, but questioned its authenticity. Throughout the event, aside from their own Wanxiang Daily, no other media outlets were present for interviews. More suspiciously, Lin Yi claimed he would donate 500 million Hong Kong dollars to establish a charitable foundation intending to engage in philanthropy. However, based on previous calculations, after earning approximately 600 million in profits, his actual net worth should be around 800 million. According to multiple investigations by the Oriental Daily, Lin Yi had been quite active recently. He founded Wanxiang Securities, established Wanxiang Media, set up Wanxiang Security, launched Wanxiang Film, and acquired a professional accounting firm. Particularly in Wanxiang Film, it is reported that nearly 200 million Hong Kong dollars have been invested to purchase property in Causeway Bay to convert into a cinema. Meanwhile, Wanxiang Media has adopted a completely free distribution model, with the company bearing all publishing costs. This means Lin Yi's funds are deeply tied up in these emerging enterprises. So was the 500 million donation claimed by Wanxiang Daily a genuine act of charity, or merely a publicity stunt under the guise of philanthropy? The article concluded, behind this grand banquet, is it a sincere contribution to society, or merely a commercial performance wrapped in benevolence? The truth remains to be observed. Inside the car, Lin Yi finished reading the report, his gaze sharpening, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He clearly remembered the last time the Oriental Daily had sarcastically ridiculed the launch of his new publication, their words cutting and sharp. Their words are truly incisive. Lin Yi's lips curled into a faint smile, yet his tone was as sharp as a blade drawn from its sheath. 3 black Mercedes lined up on the street, finally stopping in front of an imposing building. 2 personal bodyguards exited the car first. They scanned the surroundings cautiously, confirming there were no threats before opening the rear door. Lin Yi stepped out of the vehicle with steady strides, his gaze casually sweeping over the crowd. Without pausing, he walked straight up the steps towards the entrance of Barclays Bank. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Welcome. I am Mr. George, Secretary Andrew Holland." Upon entering, a tall young man quickly approached, extending his hand with a warm smile. "Mr. Andrew, the pleasure is mine," Lin Yi replied, politely shaking hands firmly yet measured. "Has my legal team arrived? They are here waiting in the side hall." Before Andrew could finish, Lin Yi noticed 8 lawyers, led by Chung Feiyu, walking side by side down the corridor. "Morning, young Master Lin." All 8 were dressed in well-tailored dark suits, their expressions serious. "Thank you for your hard work. We encountered some traffic and were a few minutes late." Lin Yi slightly inclined his body in acknowledgement before reverting to the main topic. "Now that everyone is here, let's not delay further. Andrew, where is the signing room?" "Everything is ready. You please follow me." Andrew bowed slightly, leading the group to the elevator, taking them directly to the 32nd floor of the building. As the elevator doors opened, George was already waiting outside with his assistant, greeting them with a smile. "Mr. Lin, welcome to Barclays Bank." Upon seeing Lin Yi, George immediately approached with a broad smile, extending his hand for a handshake. Faced with this overly enthusiastic demeanor, Lin Yi maintained a calm facade, but inwardly, he was already clear about the situation. He knew that George's warmth was not out of any old friendship or genuine welcome. It was merely anticipation for the funds that would soon flow in. In fact, George was still too concerned about his own status. If he truly respected Lin Yi, he wouldn't have merely sent an assistant to greet him. He should have come out personally. After all, although Lin Yi had already built a considerable influence in the eyes of these international consortiums, he had not truly entered their ranks. That's fine in a few days once this layout is complete. Even if they are unaware of his hidden cards with HSBC, their attitude would undoubtedly change dramatically. "Thank you, Mr. George. I am troubled again today." Lin Yi still smiled as he extended his hand, speaking in a calm tone. "Not at all. This is definitely a mutually beneficial cooperation." George laughed heartily. "Of course." Lin Yi nodded, a slight smile on his lips. Then, under George's guidance, the group entered the prearranged conference room. The aroma of tea wafted through the air as the two chatted quietly. Meanwhile, Chung Feiyu and the others reviewed the contract details with the bank representatives. As for why they offered hot tea, naturally, it was to accommodate the guests. George knew well that Lin Yi preferred tea over coffee. Even if he personally found the green tea bitter and hard to swallow for the sake of profit, he still frequently praised it. The aroma is delicate and the aftertaste is long-lasting. This funding amount was far larger than the previous financing Lin Yi signed with HSBC. A total of $50 billion, equivalent to over 250 billion Hong Kong dollars, even causing both legal teams to gasp in awe. But everyone had signed a confidentiality agreement, and even though their hearts were tumultuous, they had to keep their composure and scrutinize every word. Contracts of this level. A single word could trigger a massive upheaval, even affecting fluctuations in the 2.5 hours later. Lin, E, and George each signed their names on 2 copies of the document, officially activating the agreement. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, the funds will arrive within 72 hours. George assured solemnly. Thank you, Mr. George. Lin E replied with a light smile. It's almost noon, shall we have lunch together? George took the opportunity to invite him. Thank you for the kind offer, but another day. I still need to make a trip to the Japan United Bank. My schedule is quite tight. Lin E politely declined. Upon hearing this, George's pupils slightly constricted, a flash of realization crossing his mind, and his expression changed momentarily. But he quickly regained his composure, smiling as he replied, all right, next time I'll definitely treat you to a drink. I look forward to it. Goodbye. Lin E turned and left, showing no signs of reluctance. He knew that his next movements could not be hidden from the observant, so he didn't bother to conceal them. He nodded subtly to George, and then stepped into the elevator, leaving the building with ease. Andrew arranged for someone to keep an eye on Lin E's movements, but be careful not to alert him. After Lin E walked away, George immediately instructed his assistant in a low voice. Understood. Andrew quickly responded and turned to make arrangements. 10 minutes later. Young Master Lin, there's someone tailing us ahead. It's a foreigner in a gray trench coat. The bodyguard in the driver's seat reported softly, pressing his earpiece. It's likely someone sent by Barclays Bank. I've made myself clear, yet they still want to see for themselves. Lin E scoffed coldly, then calmly said, as long as they don't show any intent to act, let them be. Proceed as planned. Head towards Japan United Bank. Yes, young Master Lin. The convoy continued on smoothly, seemingly oblivious to the gaze behind them, heading straight for the nearby Japan United Bank headquarters. 3 hours later, in the president's office on the 40th floor of Japan United Bank. Mr. Lin, may our cooperation commence successfully. President Sato Kenichi and Lin E both signed the last page of the contract simultaneously, then stood up to shake hands, smiling warmly. Pleasure working with you, Mr. Sato. Lin E nodded slightly, his demeanor calm. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he stood up to take his leave without any hesitation. Takahashi, send someone to follow him immediately, find out his next move, and make sure it's discreet. As soon as Lin E left, Sato issued instructions identical to those given to George. In less than 10 minutes. Young Master Lin, another black car has appeared behind us. It should be from Japan United Bank. The bodyguard in the passenger seat reported again. Ignore them. Lin E closed his eyes and rested, speaking calmly. Let them watch. Everything was already anticipated. The bank's money is not easily borrowed. Those institutions are all cunning, never soft-hearted when it comes to profits. Now that he had leveraged over 100 billion in funds, if they didn't raise suspicions, it would be strange. But he didn't care. Even if they guessed that he was going to stir up the oil market, what could they do? Would they dare to follow? They did not understand that he had once staked everything to sweep through the oil market, achieving astonishing gains that doubled over months. Even if they caught a hint, they would only observe from a distance, afraid to act rashly. Late at night, nearly 10 o'clock. Sir, the matter you assigned me, keeping watch on Lin E, has yielded results. George sat in his study, listening to his assistant Andrew's voice through the receiver. Go on. George's voice was low and measured, his knuckles tapped lightly on the desk. Aside from our Barclays Bank, Lin E visited Sumitomo, Mitsui, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and UBS today. Due to the extreme time pressure and the stringent security protocols at these institutions, we were unable to determine the precise nature of the transactions he conducted at the other banks. However, our intelligence suggests his legal team accompanied him into each of those institutions. Moreover, Lin E met exclusively with the respective bank presidents and departed approximately 30 minutes later. Yet he left his attorneys on site, who remained for 2 full hours before being escorted back by dedicated vehicles. Thus, I suspect his true purpose in visiting these institutions mirrors his intent here, to secure leveraged financing. A brief pause followed, then Andrew lowered his voice. Sir, shall I discreetly sound out the other banks? During surveillance, we noticed something else. Not only were we tracking him, but several other vehicles tailed him closely. I suspect others are investigating this as well. Under such circumstances, intelligence sharing would be mutually advantageous. His tone carried quiet confidence, as if already envisioning a cooperative accord. What tangible benefit would such an action bring us? George gave a faint, almost glacial smile. And do you imagine those banks last time readily shared Lin Yi's deposit records out of goodwill? No, they divulged mere balance figures, publicly accessible data, unbound by contract, untouched by any red line of vested interest. Even if word reached Lin Yi's ears, he'd dismiss it as idle chatter. But now, his tone shifted sharply, growing colder. You've forgotten. We signed a confidentiality agreement with him. That document governs interests amounting to tens of millions of dollars. If even a whisper leaks, what will Lin Yi do? Have you truly considered the consequences? I know what you're thinking. If every bank signed identical agreements, none would breach them. But what if they didn't? And even assuming all had signed similar clauses, never underestimate human nature. Never underestimate capital. And never underestimate a true master strategist. Let me be unequivocal, the moment we extend even a tentative finger toward those banks, one of them will rush to betray us. reporting our inquiry directly to Lin Yi. Some would sell their very soul to earn his favor. Tell me, have you truly grasped even now who Lin Yi, setting aside speculation that he holds over $2 billion USD in HSBC alone? Merely the rumor that 5 elite financial institutions are simultaneously negotiating leverage terms with him would set every bank president's pulse racing. Verbal understandings. Before hard cash, they are worth less than nothing. You attended that gala dinner too. You witnessed firsthand how with a single raised glass half of Hong Kong's financial elite rose to toast him voluntarily. That wasn't performance, it was reverence. Do you truly believe trading a cheap snippet of intelligence for offense against such a man is worthwhile? On the other end of the line, Andrew froze, cold sweat slowly beating at his temples. As George had said, capital knows no morality, only perpetual self-interest. Had their roles been reversed, Andrew knew he too would have immediately relayed news of anyone probing Lin Yi's dealings, just to secure future access, merely to obtain a golden pass for tomorrow. My apologies, sir. I acted rashly. Andrew drew a slow, taut breath. It's all right, Andrew. You're young. One misstep, one lesson learned. That's enough. I'll retire now. Young. Andrew gently set down the receiver. His gaze fell upon a photograph atop his desk. The young man in the photo, Lin Yi, was reportedly just 20 years old. Meanwhile, Andrew's 29 years of relentless striving seemed in comparison little more than futility. People simply cannot be compared. Conversations like this were not confined to Barclays alone. That same evening, nearly identical undercurrents of tension played out simultaneously in the core conference rooms of 4 other financial institutions. And as George had predicted, no one dared share intelligence this time. In this jungle forged by money, every executive was a predator. All understood titans show no mercy, only victory or defeat. So Lin Yi returned home that night unusually silent. No disturbances, no calls. Having traversed 5 banks in a single day, enduring grueling commutes, his body was utterly spent. To accelerate proceedings, many contractual reviews were delegated to his legal team stationed on site. He himself raced non-stop from negotiation to negotiation. Only thus could he possibly secure simultaneous agreements from 5 major banks within 24 hours. And now, he had succeeded. 5 financing tranches secured totaling $250 billion USD, fully dispersed in 3 days. The storm loomed, with a board was set. Wanxiang Media Group had become the city's focal point since yesterday, especially after the Eastern Daily published its feature report. Wanxiang's public hotline was inundated with calls. Some callers were longtime readers of the Wanxiang Daily seeking confirmation of the report's veracity. Others, having read the Eastern Daily's fresh expose today, called in skepticism, some even arriving in person to verify. At that moment, journalists thronged the media building's exterior, cameras poised, recorders ready. Each pair of eyes sharp as hawks fixed unwaveringly on the main entrance, unmistakably drawn by the scent of breaking news. Alas, Wanxiang Group maintained its own robust security apparatus. To safeguard its headquarters, Lin Yi had deployed over 20 professional bodyguards on rotating shifts. With them stationed at the gates, reporters couldn't even approach the building's threshold, let alone intercept anyone for interviews. Brother Chen, do you think this story holds water? Did Wanxiang Group's CEO really pledge 500 million HKD for charity? Li Ziyuan, a recent journalism graduate newly hired by the Sunrise Express, posed the question. Indeed, the industry's colloquial term for him was paparazzo. Currently shadowing his senior colleagues to hone his craft, he'd grown restless outside the inaccessible building and finally voiced his doubt. Are you daft? If it were you, would you willingly part with that much money? Old Chun, nearing 40, a veteran field reporter, spoke with weathered pragmatism. Though grueling frontline work offered substantial rewards for scoops. Hence he'd never transfer to a desk job. If I had 500 million, I'd marry 10 wives, not donate a cent. Li Ziyuan spread his hands, offering a wry, resigned smile. Exactly. Old Chun scoffed, his expression seasoned with decades of cynicism. It's pure publicity, a bid for attention. Same as our headline writing, exaggerate or no one stops to look. Without embellishment, who would pause for a second glance? How many wealthy men truly pursue philanthropy? They erect personas, then let the matter fade once the spotlight moves on. Surely not. Li Ziyuan frowned. The entire island is talking about this. If it fizzles out, won't he face brutal backlash? Backlash? Old Chin shook his head. He fears none. You don't grasp how easily such matters can. He says he'll build schools. First, he must register a foundation, negotiate approvals with the government, navigate licensing procedures. That alone takes 6 months. Even if construction begins, he can cite site selection difficulties, soaring material costs, sluggish approvals. Any excuse to delay indefinitely. And suppose hypothetically he actually builds one. One school costs mere millions, not hundreds of millions. Once completed, he can stall another 2 or 3 years. Will anyone still recall this? No one will, he murmured, eyes narrowed, voice certain. But, has anyone ever done this in earnest? Li Ziyuan still refused to believe it. Of course not. Old Shin spoke with finality. Whoever takes it seriously loses. This is a bottomless pit. Think 500 million is vast. Let me break it down. Constructing 10 such schools would consume 2 to 300 million HKD just in land acquisition. Even with government support, savings remain minimal. Then factor in operations tuition-free education for over 2,000 children plus subsidized meals. Annual expenditures would exceed 300 million HKD. His 500 million would run dry within a year and a half. Hence its pure spectacle, utterly unrealizable. Old Chen sighed softly, a flicker of melancholy crossing his gaze. After a pause he added quietly, still, truth be told, I genuinely hope the Wanxiang Daily's report is genuine. Only then might children from Hong Kong's underclass truly gain access to education, not doomed upon entering society to drift into street life, or worse, gang affiliation. Li Zhuan nodded silently, stirred yet puzzled. But if so, why would Mr. Lin undertake such thankless labor? Fool, you still don't see it. It's all about branding. Old Chen shot the wide-eyed novice a sidelong glance, then gestured toward the dense crowd of fellow reporters surrounding them. Look at them, all dispatched by Hong Kong's major newspapers. Without this campaign, who'd know Wanxiang Group emerged from which obscure corner? Here's an insider tidbit. Our paper just learned that the moment the Wanxiang Daily published yesterday, their subsidiary Wanxiang Securities raised 78 million HKD in just 90 minutes. So tell me, how effective is this publicity? Damn, Li Zhuan's eyes widened. He nearly leapt up. 78 million in 90 minutes. Incredible. But that's merely the beginning. Old Chen was about to continue, when suddenly commotion erupted ahead. He's coming. The Rolls Royce in the center. That's definitely Lin Yi's car. Quick, block them. Don't let them enter. In an instant the crouching reporters surged forward like hunting cheetahs, converging en masse. Four black sedans approached slowly, the central vehicle dazzlingly conspicuous, instantly igniting collective frenzy. Journalists jostled fiercely, order teetered on collapse. Fortunately the driver was highly experienced, maintaining deliberate cautious speed. Simultaneously security personnel rushed forward to establish a perimeter, preventing catastrophe. Otherwise tomorrow's front page might have read, philanthropist runs down crowd. Young Master Lin, our men up ahead report that reporters have completely blocked the entrance. What shall we do? Wang Jinshuan turned from the front passenger seat and whispered to Lin Yi in the rear. Ignore them. Just drive slowly. Lin Yi spoke calmly, not even lifting his eyelids. Reporters in Hong Kong were notoriously dubbed rabid paparazzi. Infamously fearless and unreasonable, they would crawl forward on their bellies, pressing themselves against car wheels for a headline. Were he to appear, microphones would pierce him before the next breath. Understood, young Master Lin. Wang Jinshuan acknowledged with a crisp reply, then tapped twice on the miniature comm unit mounted on his shoulder. The convoy resumed its slow advance. But this time, Lin Yi had underestimated these reckless media flies. Several reporters lunged straight toward the hood, slamming their palms against the windshield and shouting, Mr. Lin, I'm from the Shanghai Daily. Please address the allegations of fraud within your charity foundation. Lin Yi remained utterly still, gaze fixed ahead, as though the chaos outside were no more than a swarm of droning mosquitoes. Seeing no reaction, a young reporter in his mid-20s, clad in a gray-green hoodie, abruptly stooped beside the curb, snatched up a jagged stone, and hurled it hard at the side window. Thud! A muffled impact reverberated. The bulletproof glass held, yet a spiderweb of fractures instantly bloomed across its surface. Stop the car. Lin Yi's voice dropped like ice, cracking. His brows drew low, eyes glinting with frost. Screech. All vehicles braked in unison, freezing the street in sudden silence. Drag out the one who threw the stone. Lin Yi stared out the window, his tones slicing through the air like a blade of frozen steel. Yes, sir. Wang Jinshuan snapped to attention and issued orders over the radio. From the front and rear vehicles, several black-clad figures pushed open doors and stepped out. All were elite bodyguards of Wanxiang Group. Impeccably suited faces obscured by dark lenses, muscles coiled tight as forged iron. The dozen-odd reporters surrounding them froze mid-stride, but the guards did not halt. One guard raised a finger. Instantly, all eyes locked onto the hoodie-clad youth. What are you doing? On what grounds are you arresting me? They're assaulting someone. Wanxiang's men are committing violence. Someone call the police, now. The reporters stumbled backward, face ashen. Yet 4 or 5 burly men surged forward. One clamped his throat, 2 wrenched his arms behind his back. With surgical precision, they forced him to his knees, then hauled him upright. Shoot. Shoot now. This scene won't happen again for a year. Right? Right? Adjust the angle. Tomorrow's front page is set. Rather than intervene or call authorities, the other reporters swarmed like sharks, scenting blood, cameras flashing in rapid, blinding succession. Inside the car, Lin Yi let out a cold, mirthless laugh. His eyes gleamed with quiet contempt. These so-called journalists shouted justice with their mouths, but coveted only sensationalism with their eyes. Noting that corporate security reinforcements were arriving, and glancing down at the frenzied cluster of lenses below, he narrowed his eyes slightly, reached out, and pushed open the door beside him before stepping out. Lin Yi's out. Forget that, nobody. Shoot the boss. Now. Bloody hell. He's barely out of his teens. Rumor says he's just 22. and already commands assets worth over 10 billion HKD. Heaven truly plays favorites. Lenses pivoted instantly, our reporters stampeded toward him en masse. Flashbulbs strobing shouts overlapping the very air, trembling with kinetic energy. Bodyguards instantly formed a tight circular formation around Lin Yi. Wanxiang's staff rushed forward to erect temporary barriers cordoning off a clear space. Yet such flimsy containment could not withstand fanaticism. Reporters stood on tiptoe, shoved elbows, stretched arms. Microphones thrust forward like spears nearly grazing his face. Mr. Lin, can you confirm reports that you've pledged 500 million HKD to build schools? Mr. Lin, the Oriental Daily accuses you of laundering money through charitable fronts. How do you respond? Mr. Lin, did your bodyguards engage in unlawful detention and excessive force? Questions crashed upon him like tidal waves, deafening, chaotic, as if every siren in the district had erupted at once. Standing at the eye of the storm, Lin Yi swept his gaze across the crowd, lips parting. Silence. Now. Speak again, and I answer no one. His voice was low yet carried an ironclad authority that brooked no defiance. When he stood motionless, saying nothing further, the crowd gradually fell mute. First one, then another, until silence reigned like deep water. Only when absolute stillness settled did he speak. First, I asked why he was seized. He pointed toward the struggling youth. His voice was low, cold, deliberate. I saw him hurl a stone at my vehicle, with my own eyes. Though I sustained no injury, I was startled. I am no immortal. I cannot tell whether he is a journalist or a would-be assassin. Perhaps you are unaware, just 2 weeks ago I was ambushed in a parking garage, hunted down by men wielding cleavers. Since then I tolerate no threat, none whatsoever. He paused, then turned and instructed, Wang Jinxuan, call the police. Notify Attorney Chung to dispatch legal counsel immediately. And calculate the repair costs precisely. He will reimburse every cent. Please, Mr. Lin, I didn't mean it. Forgive me. Upon hearing criminal charges loomed, the reporter paled violently and writhed, desperate to kneel and beg. But Lin Yi would allow no such spectacle. His gaze flickered coolly toward the guard nearest the reporter. Then he strode forward in 3 swift steps. In one fluid motion, he seized the man's throat, yanked a silk handkerchief from his own pocket, and stuffed it into the reporter's mouth, before dragging him unceremoniously down the steps. The other reporters stood, frozen breaths suspended. Yet instinct took over. Cameras lifted, shutters clicked in rapid, relentless bursts. Lin Yi paid them no mind, not even a twitch at the corner of his mouth. To him, these tabloid pests were beneath notice. He had never cultivated nor required any public persona. He was no celebrity trading on looks. You wish to ask questions? Very well. His voice, low yet piercing, resonated through the hush. 1 hour from now, I will hold a press conference in the atrium of Wanxiang Media headquarters. Come then and ask your fill. Without another word, he pulled open the door of the black sedan and entered with unhurried grace. Bodyguards followed in disciplined sequence. Engines hummed softly as the convoy eased away. This time, not a single reporter dared chase the retreating vehicles. One raised a hand toward his camera, fingers brushing the shutter button, then recoiled as though scalded. At Wanxiang Media Tower, 2 executives awaited at the entrance. Huang Bo and Lu Hao, both in sharp suits. The moment Lin Yi alighted, they hurried forward, faces etched with sincere apology. Young Master Lin, we deeply regret your distress. Prepare the ground floor atrium for the press conference. Begin promptly on schedule. Yes, young Master Lin. They sprang into action, turning swiftly to coordinate. Lin Yi lingered no longer, entering the building with measured, unhurried strides toward his office. Boss, you were absolutely magnificent just now. Like a cinematic sovereign, ruling commerce with absolute dominion. No sooner had he opened his office door than Melinda nearly leapt from her feet, exhilarated. She wasn't alone. Su Wanqing and Zhong Xiaoyan stood nearby, eyes shimmering, hearts quickening. From the 3rd floor they'd witnessed everything unfold below. Especially how Lin Yi descended alone into the maelstrom of reporters, unshaken, unyielding, and silenced the entire throng with a single quiet command. That composure, that commanding presence, it struck them to the core. Legends say beauty binds heroes, but who says beauty does not also revere them most fiercely? Lin Yi possessed striking features, spoke with calm authority, and commanded wealth beyond measure. Working alongside him day after day, the 3 women increasingly recognized his courtesy, restraint, and impeccable decorum, qualities marking him as the ideal life partner. Yet rumor claimed he already had a girlfriend, leaving them each with a quiet pang of resentment and regret. How could anyone willingly relinquish such a rare golden bachelor? Lin Yi remained entirely unaware of their inner musings. With a faint smile, he said simply, "Bring me a cup of tea," then closed the office door behind him, shutting out the clamor. Seated alone behind his broad desk, he gazed out at the rising sun, brow faintly furrowed. Something about that stone-throwing youth unsettled him deeply. Would an ordinary person casually pick up a rock and hurl it at a luxury car? Only if deranged. Yet the young man was neatly dressed, composed in manner, clearly a reporter from the Oriental Daily. Hardly the profile of a lunatic. Just then Su Wanqing entered bearing a steaming cup of tea. Seeing him lost in thought, Gay's distant brow clouded. Her heart clenched, aching to smooth the lines from his forehead. Alas, this was civilized society. And alas, he was already spoken for. Young Master Lin, your tea. She suppressed her thoughts, gliding silently to the desk and setting the cup down gently. Thank you. Lin Yi returned from his reverie, accepting the cup, its fragrant steam curling warmly into the air. Just as he lifted it to his lips, Zhong Xiaoyan's voice came from the doorway. Young Master Lin, Wang Jinshuan says he has urgent news. She glanced briefly at Su Wanqing, a subtle knowing smile playing on her lips. Let him in. Lin Yi nodded, then turned to Su Wanqing. You may go about your duties. Yes, young Master Lin. Her voice remained soft, but her eyes dimmed with quiet disappointment. Still she bowed her head and withdrew gracefully. Moments later, Wang Jinshuan entered, approached the desk, and bowed respectfully. Young Master Lin, have you confirmed his identity? Lin Yi asked, having ordered the investigation while ascending the stairs. He clearly had answers now. Confirmed. He claims affiliation with the Oriental Daily. Here is his Wang Jinshuan extended a card bearing the unmistakable insignia of the Oriental Daily. Lin Yi held the card between two fingers, a faint sardonic smile touching his lips. So this newspaper bore an uncanny affinity for him. Just days earlier, his own publication, the Wanxiang Daily, had launched only to be met with immediate scathing editorials dripping with mockery and disdain. At the time, he dismissed it lightly. In media, no one escapes criticism. If every barb warranted response, half the newspapers in Hong Kong would shutter overnight. Envy spares only mediocrities. But now, repeated provocations culminating in orchestrated public assault. This transcended mere gossip. This was war. He had neither touched Ma Zhengbang's father nor harmed his woman. What devilry had possessed Ma Zhengbang to declare open hostility? Upon reading yesterday's brazenly distorted article, he'd already resolved to act decisively. Yet before he struck, the Oriental Daily had delivered its own vicious blow. Excellent. Truly excellent. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of coldness as he glanced at Wang Jinshuan beside him. Have you reported it? Yes. The police said they would arrive soon. Wang Jinshuan quickly responded. I have also contacted Lawyer Chung, and he promised to send a professional lawyer over immediately. Lin Yi's eyes flickered slightly, his fingertips gently tapping on the table as he spoke in a steady tone. When the police arrive, don't let them take anyone away until the lawyer is present. This person still has use. Yes, young Master Lin, I will arrange it right away. Wang Jinshuan nodded in acknowledgement. Go on. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi watched Wang Jinshuan leave. He sat quietly for a moment before picking up the phone to call Cheng Feiyu. Hello, this is Cheng Feiyu. Usually outside calls would be intercepted by a secretary, but as the head of the group, Lin Yi could directly reach the other party's private line. It's me, Lin Yi. He got straight to the point. Oh, young Master Lin. I have already sent out the lawyer. It's Fang Yuanzhou who is handling it, and he can definitely manage this case. Cheng Feiyu thought he was calling to confirm the progress and immediately responded. Lin Yi naturally knew the reputation of lawyer Fang. He was one of the 6 main advocates in the firm with a high winning rate over 15 years, known in the industry as the Iron Judge. All right, but I'm not calling for that matter. Lin Yi's tone was calm. I have 2 things that I need you to handle private. Please, young Master Lin. Cheng Feiyu immediately straightened his posture, attentive. First, help me find out the current shareholder list of the Oriental Daily. Aside from Ma Zhengbang, who else holds shares? Contact them secretly to see if they are willing to sell their shares. If they are willing to sell, I can offer 3 times the market price for acquisition. Cheng Feiyu paused slightly before responding. Understood, young Master Lin, you can rest assured. Although he didn't explicitly state his motivations, he had some guesses in his mind. Lin Yi suddenly targeting this media outlet was likely related to the report from this morning. However, he knew the limits and refrained from asking more. Secondly, immediately file a lawsuit in my name against the court. Sue the Oriental Daily for malicious defamation and damage to reputation, claiming 100 million Hong Kong dollars in compensation, and demand that they publish a formal apology statement on the front page of the newspaper. Lin Yi reiterated. No problem, we can file the case within today, and I will personally supervise the materials. Cheng Feiyu was crisp and decisive. Good, that's settled. After hanging up, Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to ponder the next steps. It's a pity that the Oriental Daily is a non-listed company, otherwise he could easily manipulate it in the capital market, which would be less labor-intensive. Reflecting on this company's origins, it was originally founded by the Ma family. Years ago, the famous Ma brothers in Hong Kong Island. The elder brother Ma Zhengbang and the younger brother Ma Zhenghai were known alongside the underworld leader Fire Snake as the 3 great heroes of Kowloon. However, 2 years ago, the Ma brothers were wanted for involvement in a transnational drug trafficking case. They fled to Taiwan for refuge after being pursued by Interpol, the Hong Kong police, and the American Drug Enforcement Administration. Had it been in the early stages of the incident, he could have used this matter to thoroughly suppress the newspaper. But now that time has passed, the public opinion has long since calmed down. Wait. Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance in his gaze as a thought struck him like lightning. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted his train of thought. Lin looked up. Come in. The door opened and Zhong Xiaoyan appeared respectfully saying, Boss Manager Huang from downstairs called. The venue has been set up. Do you want to go down now? Alright, I'll be right there. He stood up, walked around the desk, and was about to leave. Wait, boss. A lazy female voice came from the side, causing Lin to pause and turn to look. Melinda was walking towards him dressed in a fitted Weiner dress that accentuated her graceful figure. She didn't say anything, just approached him. With a delicate finger she adjusted his tie, her warm breath carrying a hint of rose fragrance as she leaned close to his ear. Boss, this is your first time facing public reporters. You must maintain your image well. The tone of her voice lifted enticingly. As she spoke she fluttered her eyelashes lightly, her eyes shimmering with allure. Little enchantress. Lin Yi's heart raced, his gaze involuntarily dropping. Just a glance made his blood rush. The sight of her delicate beauty almost left him breathless. Cough, cough. At a crucial moment, he took a half step back, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. Thanks, good reminder. After speaking, Lin Yi forced a smile, turned, and quickly walked out, his steps slightly hurried. Oomph. As Su Wanxing walked past Melinda, her steps slightly paused, casting a cold glance at her, before snorting lightly and sweeping away. Zhong Xiaoyan followed closely behind, walking past with a cold expression, showing no concealment of her disdain. Only Melinda remained in place, her smile deepening, as if everything had been within her control. She tidied her hair, leaving a lingering scent of perfume, before leisurely turning to leave the room. Lin Yi walked down the stairs, taking a deep breath. After adjusting his state slightly, he slowly made his way to the conference hall. Due to the preparation time, there was only 1 hour. The media company really had no time to set up the press conference properly. They merely cleaned the hall temporarily and set up a few long tables as a podium. They distributed some folding chairs and bottled water to the reporters present, and that was all. They're here. They're here. Seeing Lin Yi behind 3 outstanding female secretaries walked in gracefully. The reporters, who had originally been chatting in 3s and 4s, instantly sat up straight. Everyone's gaze focused intently on Lin Yi and the 3 women behind him. While the boss aura is truly 3 beautiful women accompanying him plus a mixed-race beauty, this configuration is simply top-notch. Some stared at Su Wanxing and the others with envy in their voices. If it were me, I could handle it. Even if I fainted on the spot, it would be worth it. A nearby colleague overheard and similarly stared at those figures, whispering in agreement. Lin Yi remained completely unaware. At that moment, many in the audience were imagining some unfounded scenarios. If he knew, he would likely sigh to the heavens. How could an innocent person end up like this? He hadn't even touched the hem of their clothes. It was clearly these girls who kept casting intense gazes at him, making him feel immense pressure. After stepping onto the stage, Lin Yi sat down calmly and scanned the dozens of reporters below. He then nodded to Huang Bo, who was temporarily acting as the host, and said, "Let's begin." "All right, young Master Lin." Huang Bo responded, saying, "Good morning to all friends from the media. Due to the strong requests from the media, we have urgently prepared this meeting. This gentleman is the chairman of Wanxiang Group, Mr. Lin Yi." Applause erupted in unison, and Lin Yi nodded slightly in greeting to everyone. Due to time constraints, this press conference is limited to 30 minutes and divided into 2 parts. First is the chairman's speech, and second is the QA session. Now let's invite young Master Lin to speak. Applause rang out once again. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged as he picked up the microphone, looking steadily at the reporters below. "Hello media friends, I am Lin Yi from Wanxiang Group. I know why you are here today. Time is limited, so I won't beat around the bush. I'll only mention 2 things. First, regarding my personal donation of 500 million Hong Kong dollars to build 10 schools, this is true. The charity fund has been initiated with the support of Sir Morrison, and the school construction process will begin within 2 months at the latest. Second, regarding the Oriental Daily publishing false reports and maliciously defaming my reputation, I have formally entrusted a legal team to file a lawsuit against them, demanding a public apology and compensation of 100 million Hong Kong dollars for reputational damages. Wow. The first point was acceptable, but upon hearing the second, the reporters in the audience suddenly perked up. That's right, it was excitement. Because Lin Yi was about to flip the table. Such a level of conflict was exactly the big news they had been dreaming of. With explosive events, there are headlines. With headlines, the bonuses are assured. Young Master Lin, do you have any personal grievances with the Oriental Daily? Can you discuss the specific basis for your claim of 100 million? The audience instantly buzzed, camera shutters clicking continuously. Video cameras pointed toward the podium, and microphones were raised high. Please be quiet. If this continues, we will have to end the press conference early. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Huang Bo hurriedly stepped up to maintain order. Noticing that Lin Yi sat on stage without any intention of responding, the reporters gradually quieted down. All right, now we will enter the QA session. This lady, please ask your question. Huang Bo pointed to a female reporter with a ponytail who had been raising her hand for a long time. Called upon, the woman immediately stood up, speaking clearly. "Hello, young Master Lin. I am Ku Yue from the New Daily. May I ask if the schools you are building will be open to all students on Hong Kong Island for free?" Are there any application requirements? Lin Yi smiled slightly and replied, "This beautiful lady, I need to correct you. It's not free for all Hong Kong students, rather it is for elementary school students from poor families on Hong Kong Island providing full funding. The specific criteria will be announced within 2 months and eligible applicants can submit their applications once the schools are completed." Being called beautiful made Ku Yue's face slightly flush. "Next, this gentleman, please go ahead." Huang Bo swiftly handed the speaking rights to another middle-aged reporter. The man stood up, his voice deep. "Young Master Lin, I am Li Zhun from the Hong Kong Evening News. Do you have any old grievances with the Oriental Daily? Why is the compensation amount as high as 100 million Hong Kong dollars? Do you believe your reputation is truly worth that much?" Lin Yi chuckled lightly, his expression calm. "For the first question, you shouldn't be asking me. You should be asking their manager Ma. I have never met that boss Ma, let alone hold a grudge against him. If anyone has offended anyone, I would like to get to the bottom of it. As for the second question, my answer is very clear. It is worth it. Believe it or not, just based on the 2 words Lin Yi. At this moment, I could borrow 500 million Hong Kong dollars from HSBC, Bank of China, UBS, Japan Union, Barclays, Citibank, and other banks." Inside the Wansheng Media Building, listening to Lin Yi's exceptionally domineering words, the emotions of the reporters on site were instantly ignited. Some felt secretly impressed, thinking that his imposing presence exuded a strong masculinity. Several female reporters in the front row had gleaming eyes, and the female staff within Wansheng Media were also quietly stirred. However, some couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Can one merely rely on a name to withdraw 500 million from the bank? You might as well say that you can ride the clouds. Some had already taken note, planning to run to several banks for verification as soon as the press conference ended, determined to expose this myth. "Sir, please ask your question." Huang Bo pointed to a corner of the audience, signaling to continue. "Mr. Lin, hello, I am Zhou Wen from the Guangming Morning Post. I would like to ask you a question. What made you decide to invest nearly everything in a charity? According to estimates from the Dongfang Daily, your actual assets are only slightly more than the donation amount." At this moment, a middle-aged man was speaking. Lin Yi chuckled softly, his gaze slightly cold. "Oh, is the news from the Dongfang Daily that authoritative? They say I have 30 million, so I can't have 100 million. They say I'm heavily in debt, so I must jump off a building. Can they hack into HSBC's vault and see my account books?" Pausing for a moment, Lin Yi raised his voice. "Their so-called analysis is merely baseless speculation. Do I need to report my financial status to a publication that started by slandering others? Or should I ask Boss Ma to disclose his early years of gambling in Causeway Bay and the money laundering flow for every—" After a brief pause, he added emphatically, "If Boss Ma thinks I am defaming him, the court doors are wide open. You are well." The audience was in an uproar. The originally calm atmosphere suddenly became tense. People exchanged glances. No one expected Lin Yi to retaliate so fiercely. However, the more intense it became, the more explosive it was. The reporters felt ecstatic. Headlines were already forming in their minds. Breaking Wansheng's leader Lin Yi openly challenges Dongfang Daily. "All right, today's press conference ends here." Lin Yi glanced at his watch. Precisely 30 minutes, and without saying more, "Mr. Lin, please hold on, there are still questions." "Mr. Lin, wait. The last one." The reporters all stood up, wanting to chase after him, but were quickly stopped by the security personnel who had been on standby on both sides. The ironclad order remained unshaken, allowing him to leave calmly. It wasn't until the elevator doors closed and his figure completely disappeared that the scene slowly eased. The reporters left in 2s and 3s, their steps hurried, rushing back to their respective newspapers. The material from today was too explosive. Whoever published first would occupy the headlines. The next morning, early dawn, the entire Hong Kong island seemed to have exploded. The Urban Evening News Wansheng Group officially sues Dongfang Daily for 120 million. The financial pioneer Lin Yi declares, "As long as I speak, all 7 banks in Hong Kong will lend 500 million at any time." The social outlook: "Who gave you the right to define my wealth?" The Guangming Morning Post: "Within 2 months, 10 Hope schools will be launched." However, the Dongfang Daily unusually published in red letters on a black background the end of a madman. Lin Yi will eventually suffer the consequences. Additionally, the Cultural Life Report. In the subway carriage, a young man clutched a copy of the Financial Pioneer, his eyes widening as he read aloud, "Damn. Can Lin Yi really get 500 million from the bank just by talking? All 7 banks recognize him. Wouldn't that be 3,500 million at will?" Immediately, someone beside him scoffed, "Go ahead and boast. Can a name be used as collateral? Why not try registering as a god of wealth? You don't believe it." This was asked directly by reporters to the bank. The credit supervisor said in person, "If Lin Yi wants to borrow 1 billion, we will approve it." Damn. Is there any law left? Damn. I applied for 800,000 in mortgage loans last month, and yet they just nod, and it's 1 billion. In comparison, have I wasted 30 years of my life? A middle-aged man clenched his teeth, growling in frustration. 1, 2, 97. In just a few seconds, all the passengers in the carriage resonated together. People can be killed by comparing them. Faced with someone like Lin Yi, who was virtually a force of nature, ordinary people had no room to struggle. At this moment, someone suddenly pulled out a freshly bought copy of the Wanshang Daily, opening to the front page, their pupils narrowing. The headline was shocking. What do you really know about the truth behind Dongfang Daily? The article elaborated on how the Ma brothers once dominated the underworld, starting from drug trafficking in Kowloon walled city. Moreover, survivors emerged to accuse the Ma family of orchestrating family exterminations and forcing people to jump off buildings stained with blood debts. Even more shocking, the Wanshang Daily exposed a wealth of evidence indicating that Dongfang Daily was originally a money laundering tool. To this day, it remains under the control of the Ma family, still intertwined with underground forces. Damn. So Dongfang Daily is such a dirty thing. No wonder they always slander Lin Yi for doing charity. They can't stand the light themselves. The man angrily slammed his hand on the seat. What's going on? Brother, can you clarify? Someone leaned in. Look for yourself. It says clearly that the two old foxes of the Ma family are now hiding in Taipei, eating shark fins and drinking fine wine, using our money from buying newspapers to enjoy life. Let me see that. No wonder. The root of the problem is so twisted. This kind of newspaper doesn't deserve to be called news. Boycott. Anyone who buys Dongfang Daily in the future is an accomplice. In an instant, the topic in the carriage completely shifted. The admiration for Lin Yi had long faded, replaced by furious denunciations of Dongfang Daily. The crowd was indignant, voices surging. With the release of the Wanshang Daily's explosive article, the citizens of Hong Kong suddenly recalled the peak period of the Ma brothers years ago. Drugs have always been a source of public outcry. Especially for those lower and middle-class citizens, such activities were deeply detested. In the past 2 years, with Ma Zhengbang's hard work, Dongfang Daily gradually shed its old background. Many citizens had almost forgotten that it was once a publication supported by the underworld. However, now that the Wanshang Daily has fired this shot, it was as if an old scab had been torn off, suddenly pulling the memories of the citizens of Hong Kong back to the past. It should be noted that the Wanshang Daily's daily distribution was originally around 120 to 130,000. In recent days, with continuous revelations of secrets from the wine party, sales rapidly soared, now nearing 170,000. 17,000 newspapers mean at least 170,000 families handling and circulating them. And this doesn't even account for the word-of-mouth effect in the streets. In the tram, tea restaurants, and park benches, as long as there's a sensational piece of news, within half a day it can roll from one person's lips to become a topic among hundreds. The result was that the Dongfang Daily, which had always sat firmly at the top of the Hong Kong newspaper industry, saw a single-day drop in distribution of nearly 50,000. It fell from first to second place, losing face. Bang! Inside the luxurious office, a loud noise erupted. A porcelain cup was smashed against the wall, coffee splattered all over the carpet, and shards flew everywhere. The small clerk standing in the corner trembled all over her face, pale, not daring to make a sound while breathing. Lin, you bastard, I won't let you off, just wait and see. A fat-faced man paced back and forth inside the room, gritting his teeth and contorting his face as if possessed by a demon. With every step, the floor seemed to shake. This man was Ma Zhengbang, the chairman of Dongfang Daily. As the eldest son of the Ma family, after his father was forced to retreat to Taiwan, he single-handedly bore the burden of the newspaper. After struggling for more than 2 years, he finally managed to bring Dongfang Daily back to the pinnacle of the industry. Who would have thought that a single report would turn years of hard work into bubbles overnight? Damn it, do you get scared when you see me angry? Huh. Seeing the small clerk shrink back and not dare to look up, Ma Zhengbang's anger flared even more, rushing forward and grabbing her hair, shouting, "What are you afraid of? Do you think I can't make it?" The female clerk was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face, yet she didn't even dare to make a sound, frantically shaking her head. "No. That's not it, mister. Ma, I didn't think that. Get the hell out of here. I can't stand the sight of your face right now." Ma Zhengbang pushed her down to her knees, his expression fierce. 3 minutes later, he kicked the person away, panting and shouting, "Get out. Call a meeting. Now." Immediately, the female clerk, tears streaming down her face, stumbled up and escaped outside. Not long after, in the spacious conference room, Ma Zhengbang strode in. His eagle-like eyes coldly scanned around, then he heavily sat down, his voice dark. "You all understand the situation with the newspaper. Speak, how do we handle this situation?" The subordinates looked at each other in silence, no one daring to speak first. Bang! Ma Zhengbang slapped the table, making the teacups jump. When it was a struggle for power and profits, each of you spoke fluently, now have all become mute. Su Haonan, you go first. This. In the front row, a slightly balding middle-aged man hesitantly stood up. "Mr. Ma, currently the Wanshang Daily is rising too quickly. We have initially figured out that they are relying on free distribution to vendors for promotion, plus continuous explosive reports. First it was the Changtai Group's financial report scandal, and then this wine party scandal." At this point he abruptly stopped. "Is that it? Nothing more?" Hearing this, Ma Zhengbang's eyes suddenly turned cold. Su Haonan pressed his lips and shook his head. "Mr. Ma, the other side's momentum is too fierce. It's really hard to take action right now." "Hard to take action? Then find a way for me. What the hell are you all getting paid for?" His gaze was as sharp as a knife, his voice like cold ice. The Ma family originally rose to prominence through smuggling and underground banks appearing to be in media, while their hidden methods were known to all. Which of these subordinates did not fear him like a tiger? Even Su Haonan, the editor-in-chief, had to bow his head and agree, yes, mister. Ma, I will think of a way immediately. Mister, Ma, I do have an idea. I wonder if it's appropriate. Suddenly a thin-faced man spoke up. This man had deep-set eyes and a protruding nose. He was the editor Zhou Wanliang. Oh, Zhou Wanliang, you speak. Ma Zhengbang immediately turned his head. Mister, Ma, since Lin Yi can sue you for defamation, why can't we do the same? Moreover, if he dares to bring up your ancestors, can't we dig up his father's old accounts? When he was running the capital company, how many people did he force to jump off buildings and sell their houses, resulting in broken families? Just find a few victims who can distinguish between truth and falsehood. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Ma Zhengbang's eyes suddenly lit up. Such old matters without evidence, who could clarify the truth? As long as public opinion is stirred up, the wind direction will naturally reverse, and that newspaper can continue to hop for a few more days. Good. This matter will be entrusted to you. Ma Zhengbang slapped the table. If you succeed, the year-end bonus will be doubled. Thank you, Mr. Ma. I will definitely give my all, and will not disappoint your trust. Zhou Wanliang stood up, excitedly bowing to take the dawn light dimmed slightly as the morning breeze swept over the mountain ridge. Lin Yi, dressed in a thin shirt with a plain long robe over it, sat quietly on the bluestone platform, his figure upright, like a pine tree resembling an ancient statue long standing in the wilderness. The consciousness within him quietly guided the spiritual energy absorbed from the outside world. At the same time, with the aid of the essence of a ginseng spirit refined over 500 years in the medicinal cauldron, he continuously struck against the long-sealed acupoints. Once again and again. Boom. It was as if a dam had burst and the air surged forth. Lin Yi felt a profound clarity piercing through his entire body, as if every limb and bone had been cleansed anew. A vast amount of spiritual energy poured into the newly opened meridians, washing every inch of sinew and nourishing every cell of flesh and blood. Time passed quietly, and when the first rays of the morning sun fell upon the earth, Lin Yi, who had originally been sitting with his eyes closed in concentration, slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, a silver glimmer seemed to flash and vanish in the depths of his profound gaze like a star streaking across the night. He suddenly exhaled a breath of turbid air which transformed into a line of white mist shooting straight into the sky before slowly dispersing after flying nearly 10 feet. Did you see that? Young Master Lin is really about to become a terrestrial immortal. Even his breath can shoot out 3 feet. He Jifeng immediately grinned upon witnessing this scene. Isn't that right? I see he's nearly soaring through the clouds, just a step away from riding on a cloud to ascend. Wang Jinshuan nodded in agreement, muttering seriously. Ascend your head. With ears that sharp, you dare to spout nonsense. Today when we return, everyone will do 1,000 deep squats, and I'll dock your wages, if even one is missing. On the stone platform, Lin Yi heard them clearly raised an eyebrow, and stood up with a cold smile. Oh dear, don't. We won't blabber anymore. The two immediately complained bitterly, their faces turning pale. It's too late, what's decided cannot be changed. I'll have someone supervise. If you slack off, your wages next month will be halved, and it'll be deducted without fail. Lin Yi smiled slightly, pressing his hand against the stone surface, and lightly leaped down. When his feet touched the ground, he felt as if his body was floating like a feather. He tried a small jump, but to his surprise, with slightly bent legs, he lifted off the ground by more than half a meter. After a strong push, he leaped again, surprisingly reaching the level of the stone platform he had been sitting on. It's important to note that the stone platform was about 1 meter and 20 centimeters high, and he had previously wondered why such a high platform existed before the old residence of Taoist Yunyang. Now he finally understood that it was likely brought here by the real person himself for cultivation purposes. As his cultivation deepened, he became increasingly aware of the changes within himself. After taking the special medicinal meal last time, his strength had undergone a qualitative change, with his punching power nearly reaching the level of a professional boxer. And after this breakthrough, he had also opened the 4 major acupoints, the tailbone, perineum, central extremity, and guanyuan, achieving a continuous connection in one breath. Moreover, this time was not merely about opening the meridians. It was a leap from the original governing vessel system into the Ren vessel circulation, truly achieving the initial stage of yin-yang convergence. Because of this, Lin Yi could clearly feel the overwhelming energy surging within him, his body as light as a kite in the wind. Just now a casual leap had exceeded 1 meter, and if he took a running start, couldn't he leap over rooftops? He practiced a few basic punches in place, and after finishing he took Wang Jinshuan and he Jifeng back. He ordered someone to supervise their punishment training while he stepped into his exclusive training room amidst their resentful gazes. He activated the force measurement device and prepared to punch. Bang! The numbers jumped wildly, finally settling at 675. 675 pounds. Lin Yi's pupils contracted slightly, his heart trembled as he could hardly believe his eyes. This was too outrageous. He tested a few more punches. 670, 682, 689. So I really can smash a water buffalo with a single punch now. Such a level of punching force was enough to rival top predators. He also attempted to jump vertically, finding his limit at about 1 meter and 15 centimeters. With a running start, he could easily surpass 1 meter and 50 centimeters. Given his height and arm span, this meant he could jump high enough to touch walls over 3 meters tall. Though he couldn't fly or leap through the skies, climbing buildings and walls was certainly no problem. Could it be? I should go act in a martial arts film in the future. A whimsical thought suddenly flashed through Lin Yi's mind. Of course it was just a passing thought. After returning home, taking a shower, changing clothes, and having a meal, Lin Yi immediately headed to the stock exchange. Today was the day the funds were to be credited, with $250 billion about to be deposited, equivalent to over 120 billion Hong Kong dollars. Such a massive sum required his personal oversight. He couldn't afford to be negligent. On the way, he casually picked up the Wanxiang Daily from the car seat and flipped through it. The newspaper did not continue to cover the Ma family's turmoil today, instead focusing on the financial market. The market was becoming increasingly active, with the Hang Seng Index continuing to rise, now approaching the 1450-point barrier. Starting from just 383 points in 1978, within a mere 2 years, it had nearly tripled, attracting a flood of hot money into the stock market, which was thriving. Lin Yi had an insight that others did not possess. He knew this prosperity would not end here. Before July 1981, the Hang Seng Index would continue to rise to 1810 points. But what rises must fall. Thereafter, a catastrophic decline would occur, dropping below 700 points, with a drop exceeding 60%. At that time, countless people would face total loss, and some might even leap from tall buildings to end their lives due to leveraged margin calls. The stock market carries risks, but one must be cautious when entering. This was not mere rhetoric. If it weren't for the advantage of his memories from his past life, Lin Yi would never dare to dive into the market with such a massive financing. Even with this foresight, he still proceeded cautiously, never betting everything on a single throw, always leaving himself an exit. It was precisely because of this caution that he had managed to endure until the end in the previous futures gamble. Rather than facing liquidation halfway through and losing everything, Lin Yi leaned back in his seat, his fingers lightly flipping through the daily newspaper, which displayed an optimistic outlook. Experts and scholars were all positive about the market conditions for the coming year. Some claimed that the Hang Seng Index would break through the 17,000-point barrier, while others asserted it could climb to 19,500 points. These opinions were nothing but illusions to him. At the moment, he had no intention of getting caught in the stock market whirlpool. Closing his own newspaper, he pulled out a copy of Ming Pao, where the front-page headlines still revolved around Wanxiang Group. The report stated that reporters had gone to the Hong Kong Island Charity Council for verification. Wanxiang Fund had officially been approved to register as a legal charitable organization, complying with procedures and fully qualified. Next, he picked up the Oriental Daily, where the bold headline caught his eye: Bloody Money. A deceased tycoon forces his wife to divorce, leading to a shattered family. Lin Yi's eyebrows twitched slightly as he read the content carefully, his face growing as dark as iron. The capital giant, surnamed Lin, mentioned in the article was clearly pointing to Lin Weigua. The so-called revelations throughout were merely cobbled together from the accounts of several unidentified individuals fabricated. Some claimed that millions deposited in Tianmu capital years ago were coerced into signing a financial agreement. Half a year later, they were informed that the product had been liquidated with zero losses, leaving them with nothing. Others lamented that they had borrowed $4 million in operating funds, but ended up trapped in a contract with exorbitant interest rates, resulting in a business collapse and inability to repay debts. Subsequently, Tianmu Capital colluded with underground banks to violently pursue debts. Families were humiliated and wives were bullied. Daughters were forced to wander in foreign lands, and he himself was beaten and left with broken bones, becoming permanently disabled. What a Oriental Daily. What a mahjong bang. Lin Yi clenched his palm tightly, the knuckles turning white, veins bulging on his forehead, his anger nearly reaching its peak. Even though he had never met Lin Weigua, he was the bloodline of the father of the body from his past life. Now that his soul had entered this body, this kinship could not be desecrated. The Oriental Daily dared to fabricate lies about him after his death, defaming his ancestors' reputation. Lin Yi would never stand idly by. Who? He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, making a concerted effort to suppress the raging fire in his chest, forcing his thoughts back to a calm state. Anger would only cloud judgment. Only by remaining composed could he break the situation and achieve victory. After a moment of silence, he sat upright with closed eyes, lightly tapping the armrest of the chair with his index finger. The rhythm was steady, as if he had entered a meditative state. The driver and Wang Jinshuan in the front seat both sensed the unusual atmosphere. Though they did not know the reason, they instinctively fell silent. They exchanged glances, their heads bowed, not daring to speak. Soon the car stopped in front of Wanxiang Securities. Cheng Ziyuan had been waiting for a long time and came forward with people. "Young Master Lin, good morning." Upon seeing Lin Yi get out of the car, everyone greeted in unison. "Let's talk inside," he responded lightly, stepping steadily into the building. Everyone immediately sensed that today's atmosphere was unusual. Lin Yi's expression was cold, and his aura was oppressive to the extreme. No one dared to ask another question, all lowered their heads and followed. After entering the office and taking a seat, Lin Yi looked up at Cheng Ziyuan. Has the funds been credited yet? Young Master Lin, it hasn't been confirmed yet. Should we contact the other party to verify now? Cheng Ziyuan asked cautiously. No need. Wait. Lin Yi's tone was indifferent. Yes, young Master Lin. Cheng Ziyuan nodded and exited. His steps hurried, as if fleeing from the eye of a storm. Once the door was closed, Lin Yi's gaze flickered slightly as he reached for the phone. Hello, Uncle Chun, this is Lin Yi. The call connected, and a warm voice came through. Lin Yi, is there something? Uncle Chun, this morning the Oriental Daily published an article that defamed my I would like to ask for your help in contacting Director Wei of the Civil Affairs Department, Senior Officer Tsin of the Police Department's Criminal Investigation Division, and Director Fong of the Fire Services Headquarters. I will remember this favor, Lin Yi. Lin Yi got straight to the point without any hesitation. The Oriental Daily. The other party paused slightly, and then responded, all right, I will personally instruct them. After hanging up, Chun Mingda called out softly, Shall Wei bring today's Oriental Daily over? Okay, lawyer. The secretary promptly went out and returned a moment later with the newspaper. As his gaze swept over the articles on the page, the usually composed and dignified Chun Mingda suddenly slammed his palm on the table and stood up. What nonsense! Who gave these scoundrels the audacity to ruin someone's reputation? I will make sure they regret it. The newspaper in his hand was thrown down violently, arcing through the air before crashing to the ground, scattering paper everywhere. Beside him, Xiao Wei was stunned. In her 3 years of work, she had never seen Lawyer Chun lose his composure like this. The man who was usually gentle and refined was now filled with thunderous rage. After a moment, Chun Mingda slowly sat back down, glancing at the young secretary, still standing in shock, his voice hoarse. You can leave for now. Yes. All right. Xiao Wei hurriedly exited and closed the door behind her. As soon as it clicked shut, he immediately dialed another number. Old Qin, check today's Oriental Daily and take action immediately. At this time, Lin Yi showed no signs of stopping, continuously dialing multiple numbers. The next day, early morning, the whole of Hong Kong was once again stirred. But this time the focus was no longer on Wanxiang Group, but on the entire Oriental Daily. Straight Morning Post front page, founder of the Oriental Daily involved in drug case. Today's Observer front page, Oriental Daily suspected of ties to vice establishments, ordered to suspend publication. Hong Kong Island Journal front page, HSBC, Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, and 8 major financial institutions jointly declare to terminate all cooperative relations. Wanxiang Daily front page, Oriental Daily erupts in brawl, internal struggle for drug profits. In recent days, Hong Kong Island has been buzzing like a pot of boiling oil. Ever since Lin Yi made a grand appearance at a party, stepping into the limelight from the shadows. The entire city seems to have been swept into a grand spectacle, with a series of news stories coming in rapid succession. First, Lin Yi hosted a banquet and publicly announced the establishment of the Wanxiang Charity Foundation, generously donating 500 million Hong Kong dollars. He promised to provide free education for the children of impoverished families in Hong Kong Island. Shortly thereafter, the Oriental Daily published a lengthy article delving into Lin Yi's background. It bluntly stated that he was merely seeking publicity under the guise of charity, attempting to elevate the reputation of his other 2 investment funds. Then major media outlets flocked to interview him, resulting in an unexpected confrontation where someone suddenly attacked Lin Yi. He was infuriated on the spot, personally subduing the troublemaker and sending him to the police station, followed by an emergency press conference. At the conference, he first announced he would be suing the Oriental Daily for 100 million Hong Kong dollars, and then he clearly addressed all public doubts regarding the foundation's operations, putting countless citizens concerned about children's education at ease. However, just when the storm seemed to have calmed, who would have thought the Wanxiang Daily would suddenly drop a bombshell? It exposed the dark history of the founder of the Oriental Daily, instantly placing it at the center of a media storm. In just one day, the Oriental Daily lost tens of thousands of subscribers. The street newsstands were eerily quiet, no longer bustling with the usual rush. Yesterday, the Oriental Daily had retaliated, publishing a veiled article insinuating the founder of the Wanxiang Group, Lin Yi's father. Some longtime readers of the paper believed it to be true and were discussing it privately. However, early this morning, as all mainstream newspapers simultaneously exposed more scandals about the Oriental Daily, rumors began to circulate that it had been ordered to cease publication for restructuring. The citizens of Hong Kong Island finally saw through. The newspaper was nothing but a pack of lies. But damn it, dare to scheme against me. He'll make sure his whole family suffers. Inside a luxurious villa, the sounds of shattered porcelain and overturned furniture mixed with furious roars. It was as if a vengeful spirit was wailing, sending chills down one's spine. The servants had long hidden as far away as possible, who knew how far they could hide. Who didn't know that this master showed no mercy when angry? It was common practice for him to hit and scold at will, and rumors circulated that a servant had been beaten to the point of disability and was taken away by bodyguards to be dumped in the sea at midnight. At this moment, Ma Zhengbang had nearly reduced the entire hall to ruins. After cursing for over an hour, he finally collapsed in exhaustion. Hey, are you all deaf? Hurry up and bring me a glass of water. Ma Zhengbang gasped, his voice hoarse like a broken gong as he plopped down onto the sofa. Fortunately, the sofa was wide and sturdy, and he had no strength left to flip it over, leaving just enough space for him to— Yes, 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 master, the tea is coming, please enjoy it. A young male servant entered, trembling, nearly shaking as he held the teacup. Huh. As Ma Zhengbang took the cup, his fingertip touched the scalding porcelain, and he instinctively— The whole cup of hot tea splashed onto the floor, soaking his pants. Damn, do you want to burn me to deaths? This moment seemed to reignite his fury as Ma Zhengbang abruptly stood up. He rushed toward the male servant, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. The servant curled up on the ground, screaming in agony, his moans tinged with cries. Big brother, stop hitting. What use is it to beat these servants? Will that Lin fellow lose a single hair? A low voice from outside the door urged him to stop. Following that, a young man with a cane, looking gaunt, walked in slowly. His features bore some resemblance to Ma Zhengbang, but he had a more composed demeanor. Humph! Ma Zhengbang snorted coldly and kicked the man on the ground. Get up. Stop pretending to be dead. Go brew another cup of tea. Yes. The male servant struggled to get up, staggering out of the room. Third brother, what are you doing here? Ma Zhengbang glared at the newcomer, his tone harsh. This young man with the cane was Ma Zizhao, the son of Ma Jingshan, a branch of the Ma family. Although Ma Zizhao was currently obscure, if one were to mention the future famous actress Shinmani, perhaps no one would be unaware. And this Ma Zizhao would be her future husband. However, at this moment, Ma Zizhao was just over 20, yet to reveal his brilliance. He worked as the supervisor of the distribution department at the Oriental Daily, acting low-key. He did not respond immediately, but slowly walked to the side of the sofa and sat down, looking calmly at Ma Zhengbang. I heard you had some trouble here, so I came to see if you were holding up. Can I not hold up? Ma Zhengbang sneered. If it weren't for my dad and your dad having long fled to Taiwan, would those trash dare to ride on my head and defecate? Do they have the guts? Sigh. Ma Zizhao sighed softly. But precisely because they dare not return to Taiwan, you should provoke that Lin even less. Nonsense. Ma Zhengbang slammed the table. He made the first move. We were already close to finalizing the acquisition, just one step away. But he suddenly intervened and stole the deal. Tell me who provoked whom. Ma Zizhao squinted, his expression slightly changing. He finally understood that this conflict originated from a dispute over a newspaper. He paused for a moment before speaking. I've already informed my father and uncle about this matter. Their intention is for you to go to Taipei to avoid the storm for now. The company's matters will be handled by me for the time being. Go to Taipei. Ma Zhengbang's eyes widened, his voice suddenly rising. You want me to escape? You want me to hide from that Lin bastard? I won't go. If I leave Hong Kong Island, now how will I ever have the face to return? If it comes to that, I might as well crash into this wall and die. Lin Yi sat on the leather sofa in his living room holding a newspaper. His gaze fell on the report regarding the Oriental Daily, and a cold smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his. This newspaper had been provoking him repeatedly in recent days, seemingly unaware of its impending doom. Lin Yi was never one to endure humiliation, and since the other party dared to reach out, he naturally would not hold back. With just a few connections, he had managed to get the Oriental Daily ordered to cease publication for restructuring. But was this matter over? Far from it. Lin Yi was well aware that a series of actions targeting him had been orchestrated by Ma Zhengbang, the chairman now in control of the Oriental Daily. What amused him even more was that Ma Zhengbang's motivation for constantly opposing him stemmed from the fact that Lin Yi had previously acquired a company called the Hong Kong Island Daily, which was originally a target Ma Zhengbang had his eyes on. This information had been dug up from an editor at the Oriental Daily. That person had recently taken the lead in writing articles to smear Lin Yi's father, Lin Weiguo. After inviting him over, Lin Yi had hardly begun to ask questions when the editor spilled all the beans about the mastermind behind the scenes. Upon hearing the reason, Lin Yi nearly burst into laughter. Did Ma Zhengbang really consider himself a person of importance? Was there something he had set his sights on that others couldn't touch? Who gave him such privilege? Did he consider himself a senior official of the governor's office or a lord appointed by the queen? The once formidable Ma brothers, known for their prowess, now had one hiding in Taiwan, afraid to show his face, while the other was reportedly wanted by the police. Surviving under a false identity, what right did he have to act like a former underworld boss? Others may give in to him, but Lin Yi did not care for such hollow titles. He snorted softly, folded the newspaper neatly, and placed it on the coffee table before picking up the nearby phone and dialing out. Hello, Mr. Lin. The call was quickly answered and a cautious voice came through. It was lawyer Cheng Feiyu. It's me. Lin Yi's tone was calm. How is the progress on acquiring shares of the Oriental Daily that I asked you to quietly handle last time? I'm sorry, young Master Lin, it's been a bit difficult. Cheng Feiyu's tone carried an apologetic note. Currently, the situation we've discovered is that the Ma family still holds about 65 of the shares, with the remaining 35 scattered among some old members. These individuals were once the core team of the Ma brothers when they were fighting for dominance. Although they are nominally no longer part of the organization, they still hold some weight in the circle. Moreover, they keep talking about brotherhood and loyalty to their former leader, and up until now, only 2 people have agreed to sell their shares, totaling just about 12. Brotherhood? Linny scoffed. Do those who have been through the underworld speak of brotherhood? Those who truly value loyalty have long been lying under the blade. Which one of them isn't bowing down after weighing the pros and cons? If they were truly loyal, why didn't they risk their lives to save Ma Jingshan when he was being hunted down by Interpol? Why act virtuous now? Pass the word down, I'll raise the offer 5-fold. If they still refuse to act. Lin Yi paused, enunciating each word. Just tell them that from now on I will no longer buy any shares from them. The shares in their hands will only be worth the price of waste paper. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and Cheng Feiyu sighed. Since you say so, I'll give it another try. Thank you for your trouble. After saying this, Lin Yi hung up. He sat quietly on the sofa for a while before suddenly calling out to the door, Wang Jianxuan. Young Master Lin, I'm here. Wang Jianxuan, who was waiting outside, immediately walked in quickly. Has he Jifeng not returned yet? Lin Yi asked with a frown. Not yet. Wang Jianxuan shook his head and then reassured him. But you can rest assured He Jifeng is known for his tracking skills in the Special Operations Team. Even if the target is hidden among a group of mercenaries, he will still complete the mission as usual. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Okay, let's wait a bit longer. After Wang Jianxuan left, Lin Yi fell back into deep thought. He increasingly realized one issue. Although he had established a security company and seemed to have a firm footing on the surface, when it came to intelligence, however, he was almost at a blank slate. When it came to intelligence, a figure suddenly surfaced in his mind. Tian Gang. Although this person was slick and loved to talk about prices, he indeed possessed considerable abilities. Unfortunately, such a person was accustomed to solitary endeavors. It might not be so easy to truly bring him into the fold. To take a step back, even if he was willing to pledge allegiance, Lin Yi would not dare to trust him easily. The intelligence line was too crucial. If someone played tricks within it, sending false information or suppressing a lead, it could lead to his utter ruin at any moment. As he pondered, a servant knocked and entered. Young Master Lin, Mr. Tian Gang at the door, says he wants to see you. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling a sense of doubt. What a coincidence again. The last time he was troubled over medicinal materials, this person showed up to offer advice. This time, when he was short on intelligence personnel, this fellow appeared right on time. Could he really be that accurate? Despite thinking this, he still calmly said, let him in. Yes, young master. Soon Tian Gang stepped into the hall. However, as he approached Lin, he couldn't help but change his expression slightly. How long has it been since they last met? The person before him had lost a significant amount of weight. His complexion yellowed like paper, and his eyes were sunken and dark. He looked like a long-term opium addict from a film. Mr. Lin. Tian Gang came closer and bowed respectfully. Gazing at Tian Gang kneeling before him, Lin Yi's eyebrows slightly furrowed, and he then spoke. Get up and speak. A man should not kneel without reason. What kind of decorum is this? Mr. Lin, I truly have no way out. I beg you, please help me. I implore you to show mercy. Tian Gang's face was ashen, his forehead heavily bowing to the ground as he hoarsely pleaded. Seeing him like this, Lin Yi's expression darkened further as he coldly said from his seat, what do you think? This posture will pressure me. If I don't agree, will you just stay on your knees? No, Mr. Lin, that's not what I mean truly. Tian Gang's eyes reddened, his throat choked, unable to finish his words. Stand up or get out. Lin Yi's tone was heavy yet carried an undeniable authority. Yes. I will get up now. Seeing that the other party was getting angry, Tian Gang hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Lin Yi stared at him for a moment before sighing lightly. Speak, what do you need 2 million for? You haven't gotten into gambling or taken something you shouldn't have? Absolutely not. Mr. Lin. Tian Gang quickly shook his head, his voice trembling. It's my son. He was diagnosed with leukemia 3 months ago. We've gone to all the major hospitals, but his condition keeps worsening. The doctor said he needs a bone marrow transplant, and the best option is to have the surgery at a top private medical institution, as the rejection reactions would be much less severe. I have already contacted specialists at Nankong Renji Hospital, and they said the entire treatment, including the surgery and postoperative care, would require around 2 million. Among the people I know, you are the only one capable of providing this. So I had no choice but to come here to plead with you for this loan. As long as you nod for the next 20 years, Tian Gang will be at your command, willing to go through fire and water for you. Even if it costs my life, I will not frown. As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes, and he deeply bowed, performing a courteous gesture. Lin Yi listened in silence, his heart slightly shaken. It is often said that a man seldom sheds tears, yet who can understand the despair of a father? Unexpectedly, the usually eloquent Tian Gang showed such a pitiful demeanor today. To save his child, he was willing to trample on his dignity. Indeed, the love of parents is the most selfless. All right, get up first. He spoke slowly. I will agree to your matter. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you. Truly thank you. Tian Gang trembled with gratitude, repeatedly bowing, almost unable to stand. Don't be too quick to thank me. Lin Yi raised his hand, lightly interrupting his gratitude. I can lend you the money, but we need to clarify the conditions. Tiangang paused, then quickly said, You speak. I will agree to anything. Lin Yi waved his hand. Don't rush to agree. Oh, listen to me first before deciding. First, I will send someone to verify your son's situation to confirm that what you said is true. He extended a finger, his gaze sharp as it fell upon Tiangang's face. No problem. I can take someone to see him at any time. I can lead the way now. Tiangang nodded without hesitation. Lin Yi slightly nodded and continued, Second, once this matter is resolved, you will work for me for a period of 20 years. Of course, I will not treat you unfairly with an annual salary of 500,000 paid monthly. Tiangang's breath hitched, a trace of struggle crossing his face, but he ultimately grit his teeth and nodded. All right, I agree. 2 million for 20 years of freedom seems like a loss, but he is now at his wit's end. Lin Yi's offer is already an income that ordinary people can hardly reach in 10 years. This deal is worth it. Very good. Lin Yi's expression softened slightly. I hope you remember today's words. He then called out, Wang Jinshuan. Mr. Lin, I swear that if I go back on this promise, I will be struck by lightning and never find peace in my life. Tiangang immediately swore, his expression solemn. Lin Yi glanced at him, lightly nodded, and turned to Wang Jinshuan, who had just entered, saying, You accompany Mr. Tian to see his son. Once you confirm it, hand this check over to him. Understood, young master. Wang Jinshuan stepped forward, took the check, his gaze sweeping over Tiangang without a ripple of emotion. All right, I will take my leave now. Tiangang's tone became much more respectful, his posture having clearly changed. Go on. Lin Yi waved his hand. The two exchanged bows again before leaving the hall side by side. Once the sound of footsteps faded, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. Truly a nap arrives with a pillow. He had just been considering establishing a dedicated information network when Tiangang appeared at his doorstep. Could it be that he is truly favored by fortune? With a thought, could everything be as he wishes? If not, does this little golden finger of a reborn person have some mystical properties? Recently, he casually cast a line by the sea and unexpectedly caught a boatload of fish. At that moment, he felt something was off, fearing that perhaps heaven was secretly helping him. Let's give it a shot. I want my account to hold 10 trillion US dollars. I want my account to hold 10 trillion US dollars. I want. He continuously chanted in his heart again and again. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. That's enough. Finally stopping his thoughts, Lin Yi immediately dialed the bank manager's phone. Manager Lee, this is Lin Yi. Please check my assets under my name. Hello, Mr. Lin, please hold on. The voice on the other end clearly panicked for a moment. Then came the sound of hurried keystrokes. After a moment, the other party gasped, Mr. Lin, I found it. You currently hold 87 billion US dollars and 693 million Hong Kong dollars in our bank. Only over 20 billion. Lin Yi let out a light sigh, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Only a. The other side almost choked. Over 20 billion US dollars amounts to around 140 to 50 billion Hong Kong dollars. How can you say only? Is there still no justice in this world? After finally calming his racing heart, Manager Lee trembled as he asked, Mr. Lin, is there anything else I can assist you with? No, that will be all. Goodbye. Lin Yi hung up decisively. Unwilling to give up, he consecutively contacted several major banks like Morgan Citibank and UBS to inquire. The results were consistent, not a penny had increased. Was my wish too grand? Then let's change to something simple. Lin Yi squinted, refocusing, silently thinking. Bring me a beautiful woman. Bring me a beautiful woman. Bring me a pretty girl. Just over a minute later, a servant hurriedly entered, whispering, Young master, the doorman reports that a Miss He is here to see you by name. Lin Yi did not bother to ponder who this suddenly visiting Miss He was. However, the first thought that popped into his head was, could it be that I am the chosen one? Could it be that there is truly some luck booster? System, are you there? Please respond if you receive this. Though he spoke as if he were being silly, who cares about such trivial matters in front of the fantasy golden finger? Unfortunately, all he received in response was silence. No notification sound rang in his mind. No light screen appeared, not even an echo. Young master. Seeing his master sitting on the sofa with a dazed expression, the servant could not help but call out again. Pulled back to reality by the call, Lin Yi blinked, a hint of reluctance crossed his face, then he steadied his emotions and asked, what's the matter? Having been prepared for his master to occasionally drift off into thought, the servant sighed and replied, The bodyguard outside said that a Miss He is here to visit and would like to meet you. Should we let her in? Miss He? Lin Yi's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. He could not recall knowing any heiress with the surname He. I think her name was something like He Chow something. I can't remember it clearly. The servant scratched his head, sounding. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi almost laughed out loud, the corner of his mouth twitching. Could it be He Chow Chiang? That girl from the gambling house? Yes. The servant's eyes brightened. That's the name the bodyguard mentioned, Miss He Chow Chiang. It was as if she had finally found a way out of the fog, and she quickly smiled apologetically. Then please let her in. Lin Yi waved his hand, his expression returning to composure. Of course, young master. The servant hurried off to summon her. This girl, why did she come to my house out of the blue? Speaking of which, they had only met once at the charity gala, right? It was just because she had taken a few extra glances at him while chewing on sashimi. Remembering how she had been giving him sidelong glances that day, he could not help but curve the corners of his lips. Adjusting his collar, he stood up and walked slowly towards the door. After all, she was the precious pearl of the He family. Since she had come to visit in person, even if it was just for courtesy, he had to show his face. Just as he reached the front courtyard, a small pearl-white sports car gracefully drove through the gate. After stopping, the door opened, and the engine was still running as a figure jumped out. Upon seeing the person's appearance, E's gaze slightly flickered. It was not that his composure was lacking, but rather that one is instinctively drawn to beautiful things. Just as men love to gaze at beauties, it is equally natural for beauties to pause for handsome men. He Chao wore a light, cherry-colored long dress, her black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, accentuating her snow-white skin. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled clearly, and she wore a wide-brimmed hat adorned with small lily-of-the-valley flowers. As the gentle breeze blew, her hair fluttered, resembling a girl stepping out of a painting. When she looked up and saw E standing at the door, her gaze lingering on him for a moment, the corner of her lips involuntarily curled into a playful arc like a crescent moon hanging in the early spring sky. If an ordinary man stared at her like that, she would have rolled her eyes and left. However, while E might not be a reincarnation of Pan, and he stood tall and had an elegant demeanor. With a calm strength in his movements, he exuded a charm that only someone who had practiced martial arts for many years would possess. Therefore, she not only did not feel offended, but instead felt a quiet joy. E had seen his share of brash young men. The moment of distraction earlier was purely because the scene before him was too fantastical. It was as real as a cinematic shot, yet hard to believe. Coming back to his senses, he immediately broke into a smile, his tone gentle. "A rare guest, miss. Please come in." "Thanks." He Chao replied, cheerfully stepping inside. The two sat down in the living room, and a servant brought in hot tea, the fragrant steam rising. After a few pleasantries, He finally spoke. "What brings you by so suddenly today?" "Oh, what could it be?" She shook her head, her lively eyes darting. "I was just bored in Hong Kong, and I heard that your place is quite special, so I came to take a look. And also, don't keep calling me Miss Yo, we are about the same age, just call me by my name." He was taken aback, then smiled slightly. "All right, since you say so, I won't stand on ceremony." "That's more like—" He Chao clapped her hands and laughed. "Young people should be more relaxed, don't learn from those old folks who always preach rules." As she spoke, her eyes suddenly lit up, leaning in a little to ask, "Hey don't you have a private beach? I heard it's super beautiful." "Oh, so you came here for that?" E smiled wider. "I thought you truly came to see me." "Huh." She laughed unreservedly. "We've only met once, okay? Do you think I'm so bored as to come just to watch?" E shook his head helplessly. This young lady was blunt and quirky as he had experienced at the gala. However, it was precisely because of her straightforwardness that he found it interesting. "All right, since you want to go, shall I take you there now?" "Sure." She jumped up, dusting off her dress, and briskly followed him outside. Along the way, he casually asked, "Chao, why did you come alone? Didn't your father stay here with you?" She snorted, yet her excitement was undeniable. "My dad left ages ago. He just dumped me here, saying I should go to school here in the future, calling it independent growth." Though she said she was abandoned, there was no trace of sadness on her face. Instead, she looked like a bird finally breaking free from its cage, ready to spread her wings. She then added, "And don't think I'm really all alone. My bodyguard is currently lurking at your doorstep. If you dare to pull any tricks, my dad will definitely come with dice to settle scores with you." He felt a twitch at his temple. "When did I ever think of pulling any tricks? You make it sound like I'm plotting something sinister." "Oomph." She let out a playful scoff, then saw him take 2 steps back, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender, which made her laugh even more. "Oh wow, you're quite cooperative." Her laughter was as clear as silver bells cascading down, and the flowers in the courtyard seemed to sway gently. At that moment, the sunlight was just right, and the sea breeze was intoxicating. Her smile was even more radiant than the light atop the waves. It is now mid-November. In the northeastern inland regions, it would have already been snowing, blanketing the earth in white. However, on the island located in the subtropics, even in winter the daytime temperatures remain pleasantly warm. Only after nightfall does a slight chill set in, with a refreshing breeze in the air. He held onto Hechekiang's hand as they walked onto the sandy beach. The sea breeze brushed by, carrying her faint fragrance, stirring his heart. Originally, he planned to take a complete rest today and not show up at the company, but the peace he sought did not materialize. First, Tian Gang came by to disturb him, and then He Chao paid him a visit. However, having a lovely and enchanting young girl to accompany him as they enjoyed the sea breeze and walked on the fine sand wasn't a bad pastime. But was He Chekiang's sudden appearance truly just a coincidence? Or was it somehow related to that ridiculous thought that had crossed his mind a few days ago? Could it be that there really was some hidden golden finger? How about we try again? He raised an eyebrow and glanced at the girl beside him, who was foolishly smiling at the waves, suddenly struck by a bold idea. For instance, letting her give him a kiss. But never mind, that difficulty was likely more absurd than adding an extra 100,000 to his bank account. Let's try something simpler. He shook his head, suppressing that whimsical thought, and silently chanted in his heart. Let me find $100, let me find $100. While walking, he lowered his head to scan the sandy ground, his eyes darting about. It was as if a $100 bill was truly hidden beneath a grain of sand. Hey Lin, what are you looking for? Bending over like that, have you lost something? He Chao-Chiong couldn't help but tilt her head and ask as she noticed him suddenly fall silent while pacing back and forth staring at the ground. Oh, it seems I dropped $100 around here earlier, just trying my luck to see if it's still here. Lin casually deflected. $100. You such a wealthy person still care about such a small amount. How stingy. He Chao-Chiong puffed up her cheeks, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. With a living person standing beside him, her mind was filled with that broken bill, which was truly infuriating. Forget it, you can look for it slowly, I'm going to play first. He Chao-Chiong shot him a glance, then turned and jogged towards the shallow waters. Lin raised his head to watch her retreating figure, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, before he continued to stroll leisurely. His gaze occasionally swept over the beach, but more often it landed on the girl nearby, barefoot and laughing as she kicked the water. As he walked, he secretly admired her smooth calves, her toes like jade, her ankles delicate. Her toes were as pink as flower petals in the morning dew, and with every step it felt as if he was treading on the very tip of his heart. Being young is truly wonderful. Lin sighed softly. Though he was only in his early 20s and appeared quite youthful, inside his soul lay a person who had seen the harshness of the world no longer as innocent and carefree. Before long, he Chao-Chiong returned barefoot, holding her sandals. What's wrong? Had enough fun? Lin asked. She shot him a glare, her tone laced with complaint. What fun is it to splash water alone? I'm not a 3-year-old child who's never seen the sea. All right. Lin shrugged, his gaze landing on her feet covered in fine sand. Then he pulled out a neatly folded handkerchief from his pocket, saying, wipe your feet and put on your shoes. He Chao-Chiong paused for a moment, took the handkerchief, blinked, and suddenly teased. Hey, are you really 20? Why do you carry a handkerchief like my dad, so old-fashioned? Lin's eye twitched. Do you want to use it? If not, I'm taking it back. Of course I do. She snatched it from him, quickly putting down her sandals and hooking her arm through his. Hey, lend me a shoulder. Before her words could finish, he Chao-Chiong stood on one leg. The other foot lifted gently, rubbing the sand off her foot on the handkerchief. At that moment, it was the first time in her life, apart from her father and brother, that she took the initiative to hold on to another man's arm. Even though she had a lively and generous personality, her heart felt as if it had been lightly scratched by a cat's paw, and her ears turned slightly red. Fortunately, she was looking down, so Lin did not notice. As for Lin, he was completely absorbed in admiring the beautiful scene before him. That calf like jade, the lines of her foot were smooth. Her 10 toes glistened like pearls, paired with the sea breeze tousling her hair and her gentle smile. She looked like a girl stepped out of a painting. Moments later, she finished wiping her feet, put on her shoes, and stood up again. All right, thanks. She lifted her head, the blush on her face had faded, returning to her carefree demeanor. It's nothing, Lin smiled, and then suggested, it's getting late, how about staying for lunch? Lunch? Hearing this, He Chao-Chiong's eyes suddenly flashed, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks again, but she quickly feigned calm and raised her chin. All right, since you sincerely invite me, I guess I'll reluctantly try your chef's skills. Facing her cold exterior but warm heart, Lin was already accustomed, smiling. Then I'll be waiting for your oomph. If it's not delicious, don't blame me for being ruthless. He Chao-Chiong huffed lightly through her nose, turning and walking briskly towards the villa. The meals at Lin's home were naturally exquisite. There were 2 main chefs in the house, one specialized in Chinese banquets, and the other in French cuisine. Both were experienced masters recruited from Michelin restaurants. Each earned over 100,000 a year, personally hired back by the butler Uncle Tang. There were also 2 kitchen assistants whose skills were not to be underestimated. Lin adhered to an old saying, one should not be picky about food, it should be fine and delicate. He never took his 3 meals lightly. Even when eating at home, the standards were comparable to those of top hotels, with excellent color, aroma, taste, and presentation like works of art. Even He Chao-Chiong, who had grown up dining in high-end restaurants and tasted all kinds of delicacies, couldn't find any faults. After a satisfying meal, she didn't linger and said she wanted to go home. Lin saw her off. Just before getting in the car, He Chao-Chiong suddenly pulled out a $100 Hong Kong bill from her bag and stuffed it into his hand, grinning. Here, this is your service fee for today. Thanks for accompanying me to find money. Before he could react, she jumped into the red car, started the engine, and drove away in an instant. Lin stood in place, watching the car fade into the distance, then looked down at the crisp $100 bill in his palm. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Does this money count as something I found? Lin didn't have time to delve into where his strange ability came from, because He Jifeng brought back a shocking piece of news. Ma Zhongbang had been in a car accident. This truly made Lin's heart skip a beat, and he almost blurted out, "Is he dead?" He Jifeng replied, "Not dead, but injured. The ambulance took him away to the hospital." Lin furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be staged? He wasn't being paranoid. The timing of this incident was just too coincidental. It didn't happen before or after, but right at this critical moment. Although ordinary citizens on the island were unaware of the recent turmoil surrounding the Oriental Daily News, there were always some who knew the inside story. The informants Lin Yi had personally arranged along with those influential figures in the circle must certainly be aware that the Oriental Daily News had been sealed and reorganized, and it had a lot to do with him Lin Yi. Now that Ma Jingbang had suddenly encountered a car accident, wouldn't people speculate that it was him cleaning up the field directly taking a life? To be honest, he did harbor murderous intent towards Ma Jingbang. Otherwise, why would he send He Jifeng to keep a close watch on the other party's movements day and night? However, despite having this thought, he had never intended to take action just yet. He wasn't foolish enough to throw himself into the line of fire. Moreover, even though the Ma family had declined, a dead camel was larger than a horse. This car accident, wouldn't it be equivalent to drawing all the attention to himself, making people think that Lin Yi would seek revenge, that he would kill without hesitation? If he did it himself, then so be it. But if it were a setup to frame him using someone else's knife to kill, that would be too unfair. Find someone to check the background of the driver who hit him at the police station to see if there's any foul play. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before giving orders to He Jifeng. Yes, young Master Lin. He Jifeng cupped his fist in salute and turned to leave. Watching his back, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. This incident had suddenly disrupted his originally meticulous plans. Sure enough, that night the doorman reported 2 police officers had come and specifically requested to see him. Lin Yi's gaze flickered slightly as he waved his hand. Please come in. Soon 2 uniformed police officers walked into the hall. The leading officer looked somewhat familiar to Lin Yi. It was the middle-aged inspector he had encountered that night at the bar. When the middle-aged detective saw Lin Yi upon entering, a hint of surprise crossed his eyes, clearly not expecting the target to be this person. Good evening, Mr. Lin. I am Officer Zhou Jingtiao from the police station, and this is my partner Sun Qingji. The middle-aged detective stepped forward, extending his hand for introduction. Officer Zhou, Officer Sun, please take a seat. Lin Yi stood up to greet them, shook hands, and invited them to sit down. The servant brought over 2 cups of tea. After a moment, Lin Yi slowly spoke. I wonder what brings you both here so late. It's like this. Mr. Lin, do you know Mr. Ma Jingbang, the head of the Oriental Daily News? Officer Zhou Jingxiao's gaze was sharp, piercing into Lin Yi. A glint of light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, and he quickly shook his head. I do not know him, only heard his name. Oh. Officer Zhou's tone became slightly heavier. Mr. Lin, you really don't know him at all. Lin Yi glanced at him, leisurely lifted the teacup to take a sip, then smiled indifferently. Since you both have come to find me, you must have checked my background, right? Naturally, we are aware, Officer Zhou nodded. You are the leader of the Wanxiang Group and recently donated 500 million Hong Kong dollars to establish a scholarship fund for poor students to build schoolhouses. I personally admire your charitable deeds greatly. You flatter me. Lin Yi waved his hand. When you have money, you should take it from the people and use it for the people. Wealth cannot bring life or death, so it's better to do something practical while alive. After a pause, he continued with a smile. Sorry for digressing. Let's return to the previous question. Since Officer Zhou has read the newspapers, you should understand that my Wanxiang Daily has always been at odds with the Oriental Daily News. They have repeatedly published false news to slander our side, even maliciously damaging my personal reputation. I have already instructed my lawyer to prepare for a lawsuit. After speaking, he gently sipped his tea, his expression calm. I see. Officer Zhou nodded, his smile slightly stiff. To be frank, we came today because we received a report from Mr. Ma Jingbang accusing you of malicious competition. Not only did you instigate underworld figures to destroy the newspaper office, but you also sent people to hunt him down. Mr. Lin, how do you explain this? Lin Yi sat on one side with 2 police officers, the air thick enough to squeeze water from it. Listening to Zhou Jingtao's words, Lin Yi's gaze narrowed slightly, and after a moment he suddenly smiled. What I want to say is, if one wants to accuse who is afraid of not finding an excuse, that Mr. Ma truly has a way with words, claiming that I am deliberately seeking revenge, even saying that I sent someone to commit murder. If you 2 officers are going to rely solely on his one-sided statements to come and question me, then I must excuse myself. Please leave. You think you can just act as you please. We are currently conducting a formal inquiry, not here for tea. The previously silent young officer Sun Qingji suddenly spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Jingtao's expression changed immediately. But before he could react, Lin Yi, who was in the main seat, had already darkened his face, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. A formal inquiry. You officers from the Serious Crimes Unit have quite the imposing manner. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. He is young and doesn't understand. Zhou Jingtao hurriedly interjected, trying to ease the atmosphere. No need for more words. Lin Yi raised his hand to interrupt. If you have evidence, you can take me away right now. If there is no concrete evidence, please leave immediately. I need to rest. Wang Jinshuan, see them out. Yes, young Master Lin. More than a dozen bodyguards in black who had been waiting outside filed and standing in neat lines, their cold gazes fixed on the 2 police officers. Please take your time leaving. Looking at these burly men whose waistlines clearly concealed weapons, Zhou Jingtao and Sun Qingzi's pupils contracted slightly. They both understood that whether these bodyguards were legally armed was not a question worth asking. If Lin Yi had no connections at all, that would truly be a big joke. Well, I apologize for the disturbance, Mr. Lin. However, this matter is not over. If it is convenient for you tomorrow, please come personally or send a lawyer to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. Xiao Sun, let's go. After speaking, Zhou Jingtao grasped the still grinding teeth of Sun Qingji and turned to leave. Soon after, the two drove away from the Shun residence, leaving the estate under the watchful eyes of many cold stares. Boss, what are we afraid of? Just take him back to the station for questioning. I don't believe they really dare to shoot. After the car had driven a certain distance, Sun Qingji finally couldn't hold back, speaking angrily. Zhou Jingtao in the passenger seat glanced at him, his eyes filled with helplessness. He said nothing, merely took out a cigarette and lit it with a lighter. Taking a deep drag, gray-white smoke billowed from his lips, quickly swept away by the night wind, disappearing into the flowing darkness. Sun Qingji, who was driving, stole a glance at Zhou Jingtao's expression, his throat moving. Ultimately, he swallowed back the words that almost came out. The car fell into silence. Only the sound of the wheels rolling over the pavement could be heard. It wasn't until the police car slowly stopped at the North Corner headquarters that the engine turned off. Zhou Jingtao suddenly called out softly, "Xiao Sun." What's wrong, boss?" Sun Qingji, who had just pulled the handbrake, was startled and quickly turned around. "Sigh. You are still too naive. Some money really cannot be taken recklessly." Zhou Jingtao sighed, his voice barely above a whisper. Sun Qingji's expression changed dramatically. "Boss, I didn't. I haven't taken anything." "Enough." Zhou Jingtao waved his hand, stopping his defense, and gently patted his shoulder. "The rest of the road is up to you to see if you can walk it." After saying this, he pushed open the car door and got out, leaving behind a soft sigh, his figure gradually fading away. Watching that figure, Sun Qingji's heart suddenly tightened, as if a storm cloud pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe. A few days later, in the early morning, Sun Qingji had just stepped into the office, preparing to start a new day's work. A uniformed female officer walked over slowly. "Sun Qingji, Inspector Feng wants you to report to his office as soon as you arrive." Sun Qingji was taken aback, then quickly followed the female officer down the hallway. "Inspector, I brought him here." The female officer knocked on the door and entered, speaking to the middle-aged officer sitting at the desk. "Inspector Feng." Sun Qingji immediately stood at attention and saluted. Inspector Feng nodded, casually picking up a document from the desk and handing it over. "Recently, there has been a shortage of manpower in the Port East area, and the headquarters has dispatched support. Your name was mentioned by the higher-ups, so you are to go over and take over some work. By the way, you will be promoted to the rank of second-level sergeant after this. Do well, and don't bring shame to the unit." "Yes, thank you, Inspector." Sun Qingji was so excited that his voice trembled, standing straight and saluting in gratitude, his face almost unable to hide his joy. "Go down and prepare." Inspector Feng smiled faintly, his smile somewhat strange, waving his hand to signal him to leave. "Yes, Inspector." "Xiaoji, why did the inspector call you this early? Could it be that something good is coming?" Seeing him come out of the superior's office holding a file bag and smiling broadly, several colleagues immediately surrounded him. "Haha, it's not a big deal. They just said the brothers in Port East are short-handed, asking me to fill in for a while." Sun Qingji feigned modesty, but couldn't help glancing at Zhou Jingtao in the corner, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. "Oh, is that true? They are transferring you to Port East. If you get promoted, you must treat us. Hurry up and open it to see what the position is. Show us the transfer order." Everyone laughed and urged him, the atmosphere lively. Sun Qingji also enjoyed the moment, personally tearing open the file bag and taking out the transfer order inside. However, when he saw the position listed as supervisor of the Archives Management Department, his smile suddenly froze. His face turned from red to green and finally pale as paper. Why is it managing archives? It can't be. Isn't this just a disguised exile?" The person realized they had misspoken and immediately shut up, sneaking back. The rest also saw the content and immediately fell silent. The originally lively crowd quickly dispersed, each bowing their heads to work, and no one spoke a word. Because in the police force, everyone knows that the so-called supervisor of the Archives Department is merely a cold palace set up for officers who have made mistakes. Once you step inside, your future is ruined, and there is no turning back. Meanwhile, Zhou Jingtao, who remained in his position, simply shook his head. The young man was too naive, truly believing that wearing this police uniform would allow him to control the world. In the eyes of some, these so-called law enforcers are merely ants. A single finger can crush them into dust. Regarding the incident from yesterday, Lin Yi didn't take it to heart at all. He was no longer the naive kid from 2 years ago. Having reached this position today, most people in the underworld would give him a measure of face. A mere police detective, as long as he casually made a phone call and mentioned it to a friend, there would naturally be someone to handle the matter for him. What truly concerned Lin Yi was Ma Jingbang. Although it was still unclear whether that car accident was an accident or a self-directed scheme for sympathy. However, this move had forced him into a passive position, which was an undeniable fact. Originally, he had intended for someone to take action against Ma Jingbang, but now he could no longer act rashly. Currently, countless eyes on the island were focused on this matter. If he took action now, it would likely stir up a tremendous wave. Even though his identity was different from before, if evidence emerged of him hiring someone to kill And the target was a member of the Ma family. Not only would the righteous paths not protect him, but even in the underworld there would certainly be those who value loyalty, who would come seeking revenge. He wasn't afraid of these so-called rogues of the underworld. To him these people were nothing more than blustering rotten vegetables and stinking mud unable to stir up a storm. He just didn't want to complicate matters. What was more troublesome was, if this matter escalated, given his identity as a Chinese businessman, the Hong Kong government might not be willing to protect him. They might even push him out to serve as a typical example, using him to warn the increasingly powerful local Chinese business families. The current influence of Chinese businessmen was rising like a tide. In contrast, the British-funded consortium that once reigned supreme was gradually losing ground, harboring grievances for a long time, just waiting for the right moment to strike back. However, for decades, Chinese business families have been intertwined and supportive of each other. Moreover, the current Governor Morrison has maintained a relatively neutral stance, not showing obvious favoritism toward foreign businesses. Thus, Chinese businessmen are gradually reclaiming the interests that were once controlled by foreign businesses. Although not to the point of being irreconcilable, there have long been undercurrents between the two sides. At this moment, Lin Yi did not wish to be the one to stick his head out. He knew that the most important thing right now was to keep a low profile and gather strength. As for Ma Zhengbang, after causing such a huge disturbance, and with old scores still unsettled, this debt was one he would have to collect sooner or later. But for now he must hold back his actions against Ma Zhengbang, because he had something far more important to do. After breakfast, changing into a dark gray suit, Lin Yi got into the car and drove straight towards Wanxiang Securities. In the past few days, Wanxiang Securities suddenly increased security personnel by dozens. All blind spots in the corridors have been fitted with cameras, turning the entire building into a fortress. Many clients who came to do business frowned at this. Why does a securities company with only 60 to 70 employees need to be so heavily guarded, as if facing a great enemy? Could it be that every employee needs to have a bodyguard by their side? Or had they offended some tough character and were afraid of someone coming to cause trouble? When some inquired with the manager, most only smiled and explained, this is a deployment made by the group to ensure the safety of funds. They emphasized that this group of security personnel all came from their own security company, not hired externally, which slightly eased the concerns of the crowd. But the true inside story was known only to the higher-ups of Wanxiang Securities. The company was about to launch an unprecedented operation. How large in scale? Only the directors and above knew a bit, while the details remained tightly sealed. They only knew that this time Wanxiang Securities had partnered with several international giants such as Morgan and Citibank, and the scale of the operation was astonishing. The amount of funds that had flowed in just these few days was enough to make even seasoned traders' scalps tingle. At 9 in the morning, 3 cars slowly parked in front of the Wanxiang Securities building. Subsequently, Lin Yi stepped out of the back seat, followed closely by 2 composed bodyguards. As soon as he stepped through the door, Cheng Ziyuan and others who had been waiting immediately came forward. Young Master Lin, good morning. Good morning to everyone as well. Lin Yi nodded faintly, his gaze landing on Cheng Ziyuan. Is everything ready? Everything is ready. Cheng Ziyuan replied respectfully. Young Master Lin, please follow me upstairs. Everyone is in the conference room on the 3rd floor. All right, lead the way. The group ascended the stairs and reached the 3rd floor lobby. More than 20 capable men and women were already present, and upon seeing Lin Yi, they all stood up and saluted. Everyone need not stand on ceremony. I will not give a lengthy introduction. Lin Yi surveyed this group of financial talents, a slight smile on his lips. Without further ado, some of you have fought alongside me before. For those who haven't collaborated with me, you can inquire privately about my character. As long as you are loyal and do not play tricks or harbor selfishness, once this battle is over, no one will suffer losses. Thank you, young Master Lin. The crowd's spirits were lifted, especially among those who had participated in past battles. They all knew that Lin Yi was never stingy when he acted, and at this moment they were already calculating how much bonus they could get after this operation. This mission will last for 2 months starting today. During this time, everyone must remain confined in the trading room. We will fully ensure your meals and daily needs except for alcoholic beverages. If anyone feels they cannot bear it, they can withdraw now. Oh, I won't blame you. He paused, his tone suddenly turning cold. Once the operation begins, no one is allowed to leave midway. Did you hear that clearly? We heard it clearly. The next moment, a unified voice rang out. Seeing no one backing down, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Good, since no one is leaving, let's get to work. Yes, young Master Lin. At his command, the crowd quickly split into 2 groups and streamed into the already prepared trading room. The battle quietly commenced. The 3rd floor of Wanxiang Securities Company is heavily guarded. 20 fully armed security personnel are stationed in shifts, each equipped with tactical stun batons, encrypted walkie-talkies, and real-time positioning devices, with the surveillance system covering the entire floor without any blind spots. To ensure round-the-clock monitoring, security operates in 3 shifts. Each shift lasts 6 hours with intricate and overlapping patrol routes. Even the ventilation ducts are equipped with vibration sensors. The 3rd floor has been completely transformed into 2 independent trading areas, physically isolated from each other with communication being blocked. Any data transmission requires dual verification. Each area is further subdivided into 6 trading units, and apart from the washrooms and break rooms, the remaining spaces are filled with high-definition cameras and voice-print collection devices, keeping every movement under control. Such a state of heightened alert is not an overreaction. The amount of capital involved in this operation is enough to stir up tremendous waves. $250 billion equivalent to over 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. Even looking at the global financial market, this is a force capable of shaking the exchange rate systems of sovereign nations. According to logic given Lin Yi's usual cautious approach, he would never recklessly inject such a massive amount of capital into the international market. After all, this amount is too staggering. Any misstep could trigger a chain reaction even on Wall Street. Yet he still chose to strike, because this time he is once again betting on international crude oil. The catalyst prompting his renewed action is still that protracted Iran-Iraq war. On the surface, this appears to be a local conflict sparked by border disputes and political opposition between the two countries. However, the strategic tug-of-war between two global powers has long since infiltrated. Yet Lin Yi knows that this round of rising oil prices is not artificially manipulated. Instead, it is an inevitable outcome after the war has reached a critical stage, with the focus of battle shifting, energy transport lines being attacked, and some major oil fields partially halting production. Multiple factors have combined to fundamentally reverse the market supply-demand structure. Such historic trends triggered by geopolitical upheaval are unlikely to be reversed unless the two great powers personally intervene. But will they? In Lin Yi's view, this is nearly impossible. Despite being regarded as top powers across the ocean, the prolonged strategic stalemate has drained a significant amount of their resources. Country MS industrial innovation is sluggish, with several core industries having been surpassed by Japan and South Korea. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union is burdened by deep-rooted internal issues and a high fiscal deficit. In this delicate balance, whoever moves first to break the deadlock may expose fatal flaws. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Yi dared to collaborate with multiple banks, leveraging $250 billion to boldly enter the market. Cheng Ziyuan informed all teams to start building positions. Direction: go long on crude oil futures contracts. There's no need to rush, just completed in batches within 10 days. The delivery period is 2 months, just like last time. Lin Yi stood in the trading room speaking in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Cheng Ziyuan's pupils constricted slightly. Although he had anticipated it, he was still shocked that Lin Yi was betting on the same commodity again. The last time oil prices were in a continuous downturn, he went against the trend. With the financing of over $30 billion from HSBC, he entered the market and quickly made over $50 billion in profit within a month. Now, although the flames of war between Iran and Iraq have not ceased, they have entered a stalemate, and the front lines are stabilizing. As a result, international oil prices have fallen from previous highs. From 34.2 per barrel, they dropped to around 29.8. Mainstream institutions generally predict that if the conflict remains unchanged, oil prices may dip to 25, even approaching the lows of 20 years ago. Yet Lin Yi surprisingly strikes again, and this time the scale of funding far exceeds previous attempts. Could it be that Lin Xiao has grasped new military intelligence? Is there a significant breakthrough on the front lines? Cheng Ziyuan's mind was filled with uncertainty, but after experiencing the last storm, he had developed an almost instinctive trust in Lin Yi. Understood, I will arrange for execution immediately. He turned towards the dispatch desk and asked a middle-aged man, "Manager Zheng, has all the funds been received?" "Yes," said Zheng, whence the supervisor in charge of funds settlement for this operation, directly reporting to Lin Yi about the flow of funds. Zheng whence nodded. "Manager Cheng, it has been confirmed and can be accessed at any time." "Good." Cheng Ziyuan picked up the microphone and activated the full area broadcast. "Attention everyone, we are now starting the position building program going long on international crude oil, with a delivery period of 2 months. Move steadily. The total volume today is to be kept within 50,000 hands." He then named several individuals: Lin Zhaopei Jinbong, Xie Junqin Yue, Zhou Qing, and each of you is responsible for 10,000 hands. Each order must not exceed 800 hands. Start immediately. Received. The named individuals quickly took their positions, their fingers flying over the keyboard as the market charts fluctuated constantly. This 50,000 hands order, if placed in the local market of Hong Kong Island, would be enough to ignite heated discussions throughout the city. Yet in the global crude oil futures market, it is just over $15 billion, akin to a drop in the ocean. Additionally, Cheng Ziyuan had pre-registered over 100 offshore trading accounts. Distributing the order paths, each transaction volume is extremely small. Even large private equity funds can easily take it on. That night, the day's position-building task was successfully completed. The international market barely reacted, with oil prices only fluctuating slightly, rising less than 9 cents. Throughout the day, Lin Yi sat quietly in the observation seat, his gaze never leaving the market trends. Until Cheng Ziyuan came to report back, he slightly nodded. "Well done. Maintain the rhythm, don't rush, this battle has just begun." What Lin Yi admires most about Cheng Ziyuan is precisely this: calmness and meticulousness. being able to maintain composure amidst massive capital flows without allowing short-term fluctuations to disturb judgment. Yes, Lin Xiao, Cheng Ziyuan replied solemnly. Let's go have dinner first, we will continue tomorrow. Lin Yi stood up and lightly patted his shoulder. The two walked out of the trading area side by side, disappearing at the end of the corridor. In the following days, Lin Yi spent most of his time at Wanxiang Securities. Some pending matters had already been organized by 3 outstanding female secretaries presented to him one by one for his review and approval. Currently, although some of the industries under his name are still in the stages of planning or acquisition, personnel arrangements have long been completed. For example, the acquisition and renovation of the chain cinema is being managed by the recently hired manager Kong Xingliang. The integration of pharmacies and drug factories is being pushed forward by Lu Jingyun. At present, what concerns Lin Yi the most is Ma Zhengbang from the Oriental Daily. He heard that this person was involved in a car accident, suffering a serious leg injury, and is still recuperating in the hospital. According to the information gathered, this incident is likely not a self-directed performance. The reason is simple: the van that hit him was nearly wrecked, and if Ma Zhengbang's car were not sturdy, he might have suffered severe injuries himself. This shows that having a reliable vehicle can indeed save lives in critical moments. Additionally, Lin Yi had sent He Jifeng to investigate the background of the driver responsible for the accident. It is said that the individual is an honest and law-abiding ordinary citizen. At 45 years old, he has never been involved with the underworld. Although his family is not wealthy, they live harmoniously and have a stable life. There is no reason for him to gamble his life for a bit of money. After all, this collision has left the driver himself with mobility issues, and he also faces the prospect of a massive compensation claim that Ma Zhengbang might file. What's the situation on Tiangang's side? Sitting in the business vehicle heading to Wanxiang Securities, Lin Yi suddenly remembered this matter and casually asked. Lin Xiao, his son, has been admitted to the hospital, and the surgery is currently being coordinated. Wang Jinshuan immediately responded. Keep an eye on it. Notify me in advance on the day of the surgery. I want to go personally. Lin Yi's tone was calm. This person is someone he plans to use in the future, a hidden card he has buried. Taking some time to express his stance and win loyalty is also very necessary. Understood, Lin Xiao. Wang Jinshuan quickly noted it down, not daring to be negligent. The car soon arrived at the Wanxiang Securities building. After Lin Yi got out of the car, he walked steadily into the trading area on the 3rd floor. The entrance is equipped with a security checkpoint, and even someone of his status must go through a routine scan to gain entry. After a simple inspection, he walked directly into the control room. Lin Xiao, good morning. Seeing him enter, Cheng Ziyuan, who had been intently focused on the market trends, immediately stood up to greet him. Good morning. Lin Yi slightly nodded and walked to the control panel. He first scanned the real-time monitoring screens hanging on the wall before casually asking, Old Cheng, have you had breakfast? He always distinguishes between public and private matters. In public affairs, he is decisive and meticulous. Privately, he does not put on airs and treats core members more like friends than subordinates. I just finished a bowl of porridge. Cheng Ziyuan smiled, then said seriously, Lin Xiao, regarding international crude oil, we have been continuously building positions these past few days, and the market has shown some response. The current price has risen to 30.21 per barrel. How much capital is still uninvested? Lin Yi's voice was calm, but his gaze was fixed on the data stream jumping on the screen. There is still about $80 billion worth of leverage remaining. Cheng Ziyuan calculated briefly before replying. Lin Yi gently nodded, turned his head to look at him, and said with a faint smile, well done. This was not just a polite remark, but the truth. If $100 billion had quietly entered the market, if the operations had been a bit aggressive, oil prices would have already been pushed up by $3 or $4. Now, with only a slight increase of less than $1, it clearly shows the stability of the control, which is impeccable. Lin Xiao, you flatter me. In fact, this wave of price increase is still largely benefiting from the overall trend. Recently, there have been rumors of supply shortages, and our large-scale buying has only accelerated the market's rebound. Cheng Ziyuan pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, Lin Xiao, do you think we need to adjust our strategy next? Continuing to press orders carries significant risk. I am worried that the opposing side may retaliate collectively. Are you afraid someone will short the market? Lin Yi chuckled lightly, his expression calm. You need not worry. It's not easy for these people to join forces, is it? With interests so widely entangled, do you really think they can all be of one mind? Even if they want to conspire, they won't be able to form a lineup without at least half a month. And half a month later. Haha, by then who will be the victor and who will fall, it won't be up to them to decide. Cheng Ziyuan's heart shook. He did not understand why Lin Yi was so confident. Could it be that the situation in the Middle East will change dramatically within half a month? However, the current Iran-Iraq war has fallen into a stalemate due to climatic and national power constraints. Most international analysts believe that unless external forces intervene, the conflict could last until next year. Could it be that country M or other major powers are preparing to intervene? But he could not imagine that Lin Yi's confidence came from a memory that does not belong to this era. Although the butterfly effect means that his appearance will ultimately disrupt the historical trajectory, such changes require time to ferment. Just like the butterfly flapping its wings in the South American jungle must brew for at least 2 weeks to cause a storm on the other side of the ocean. Moreover, Lin Yi, despite stirring up a storm on Hong Kong Island, remains merely a small piece on the global chessboard. His existence is not enough to sway the course of a world-class war. It is precisely for this reason that this game against the giants of the international oil market will likely see him emerge as the final victor. After lingering in the trading room for a moment to confirm that all instructions are operating normally, Lin Yi finally turned and left the building. Upon returning to the second-floor exclusive office of the general manager, the 3 secretaries were already busy at their respective stations processing documents. Having someone else shoulder the major responsibilities is the true essence of controlling one's life. He sat in the spacious office chair, took a sip of hot tea, and a hint of a calm smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just at this moment of leisure, a figure suddenly appeared from the end of the corridor. Lin Yi sat in the general manager's office of Wanxiang Securities, cradling a cup of Longjing tea as he leisurely leafed through documents neatly prepared by his secretaries. A soft knocking sounded at the door. Lin Yi set down his cup without looking up and called, "Come in." The door opened, and Melinda entered carrying a stack of files. Her long hair a pale ash blonde with gentle waves framed sharply defined features that hinted at European bone structure while retaining a faint trace of Eastern grace. It was said her grandmother had been a noted lady of the imperial capital, and thus a quarter of her bloodline was Chinese. Lin Yi, however, cared little for such private affairs. He only indulged now and then at academic forums a mild curiosity about population genetics. "Boss." Melinda approached the desk with light steps, settling into a poised stance. A faint perfume like morning rose dew drifted through the air. Lin Yi twitched his nose, subtly stifled his breath, and asked calmly, "What is it?" Melinda placed the folder gently on the desk, hands resting at its edges as she inclined her body forward. "I have finished compiling the candidate headquarters buildings you asked for. Please review them." Lin Yi reached out and took the folder, turning page by page through richly illustrated reports. Each building entry contained high-resolution photographs, structural parameters, construction year, background of the developer, past transaction records, and asking prices, exhaustive and meticulous. From the immaculate layout and the completeness of the data, one could tell how much effort had been invested. Lin Yi nodded in approval. "Good work." After a pause, he added, "I will double your performance bonus this quarter as a reward." Melinda's eyes brightened. She almost sprang up, a radiant smile blooming at the corners of her mouth. "Thank you, boss. You are so generous." Lin Yi smiled. Sensing she had not yet finished and was lingering expectantly, he asked, "Anything else?" Melinda tilted her head with a mischievous grin. "Well, nothing important. I'm just curious. Which of these buildings do you favor most as our future headquarters?" Lin Yi arched an eyebrow. "Do you already have an answer in mind?" "You guessed right." Melinda chuckled and leaned over to open the folder to the first page, tapping a photograph with her fingertip. Her movement near the desk was natural, the black tailored suit outlined an elegant silhouette. Lin Yi deliberately let his gaze lift for a moment before returning to the paper. He glanced at the collar design and then lowered his eyes. The photograph showed a modern high-rise with both distant and close-up shots. The dossier named it Tongda Center, suggesting universal reach. It rose 36 floors, an auspicious number, begun in 1975 and completed 2 years later, built by the venerable Xinxin Group. Xinxin Group was renowned for precise engineering, its structures rarely suffering structural faults. Its reputation in the industry was excellent. The tower had originally belonged to a Guangdao firm engaged in import-export and property development. Recent foreign trade setbacks had strained the company's cash flow, forcing it to reluctantly part with this core asset barely 3 years after completion. Although not the loftiest in height, the asking price was a lofty 65 million Hong Kong dollars. Lin Yi finished reading and looked up. "Why do you recommend it?" Melinda laughed playfully. "Because it's beautiful." Lin Yi almost choked on his surprise. "Beautiful? Is that your reason?" She stifled a giggle. She covered her mouth, shoulders trembling with restrained laughter, her whole posture like a willow in spring. "Boss, you didn't actually believe that, did you?" Lin Yi adopted a mock stern face. "Explain yourself or the bonus is off." "Oh, don't be like that." Melinda stuck out her tongue with unabashed confidence. "First, the exterior design is novel with large expanses of tempered glass curtain walls. At night it has a dynamic light tan shadow system. The visual effect is grand and suits a corporate facade. Second, its builder is Xinxin Group, long established, reliable with workmanship that stands the test of time. Third, the location is superb. It sits in the heart of Jianshazui, adjacent to Waidilia Gang, covering more than 32,000 square feet. In a place where every inch is precious, even as an investment, it would never lose money. As she outlined her points with clear logic, Lin Yi's eyes brightened, and a decision formed in his mind. He skimmed the other candidate projects, closed the folder, and said in a measured voice, "All right, let's take it. He'll arrange people to contact the owner and start negotiations." Melinda could hardly contain her joy. She sprang forward, put an arm around Lin Yi's neck, and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. She stepped back 2 paces, grinned impishly, and said, "That was a token kiss to thank the boss for accepting my suggestion. Don't read too much into it." Her cheeks flushed as she turned and hurried out. The office fell silent again. Lin Yi touched the place where she had kissed him and looked at the closed door, shaking his head with a soft sigh. What a little sprite. A faint smile spread across his lips and lingered. He had not placed much weight on the headquarters' decision how acquiring this building was only a temporary expedient. In truth, Lin Yi had long harbored other plans for Wanxiang Group's headquarters, but the time had not yet come. For now, he would simply buy a respectable building as a public face. After Melinda left, Lin Yi idly scanned the papers at hand, and then picked up the phone to call Cheng Feiyu. Matters of acquisition are safest handled by lawyers. These people lived by their words and mastery of the law. Anyone who tried to swindle them, not a chance. With that small matter addressed, he continued reviewing company reports and suddenly noticed that the cinema chain acquisitions had quietly been completed. Besides the 16 properties he had spent nearly 200 million to acquire and convert into cinemas, Chen Weiqi and Kong Xingliang had successively taken over 9 private theaters. Together, they now numbered 25, securing the top cinema chain position on Gangdao. However, those 9 old theaters were in outlying locations with worn equipment and outdated decor. Chen Weiqi submitted a proposal recommending upgrades to equipment and refurbishment. Lin Yi glanced at the budget. It amounted to only a few million. After pouring 200 million into the venture, was he bothered by this modest sum? He signed the approval at once. Having finished that document, Lin Yi realized he had not visited the film company for some time. He wondered how Wang Jing's current project was progressing. Noting the oil market had been calm recently, he rose and prepared to step out. Ladies, I'm heading to the film company. Anyone want a ride? He pushed open his office door and smiled at the 3 female secretaries. Zhong Xiaoyan's expression soured, and she snorted no. I'm not going either, Su Wanxing replied coolly, her tone frosty. Only Melinda sprang up excitedly, waving her hand. I want to go, boss. I've always been curious about how films are made. Can you take me to see? Su Wanxing immediately vetoed no. Then after a pause she changed her mind and said, well, I'll go too. Wanxing, didn't you just say no? Melinda smiled at her. Su Wanxing shot her a glance and said coldly, I've changed my mind, is that a problem? Fine, then I'll go as well. Even the previously impatient Zhong Xiaoyan suddenly spoke up. Lin Yi watched the 3 secretaries, each nursing their own motives, and felt perplexed. He could not discern the currents swirling between them. Indeed, 3 women make a play. The ancients were not wrong. He sighed lightly and asked no more, leading the 3 downstairs. Each had a private car. The convoy of 6 vehicles set off grandly for the film studio. When they arrived, the gate had just opened. Chen Weiqi and Kong Xingliang, already informed, waited at the entrance. Lin Yi also caught sight of a familiar face that did not seem likely to be here. Young Master Lin, good afternoon. The car door opened, and Chen Weiqi and Kong Xingliang hurried forward to greet him. Good afternoon. Lin Yi nodded and walked over. His gaze fell on a rounded yet spirited figure beside them. Young Master Lin, hello, I'm Hong Jingbao. The man beamed and extended both hands enthusiastically. I know you, Mr. Hong. Pleasure to meet you. Lin Yi shook his hand with a slight smile. How could he not know? Anyone who had watched Hong Kong films would recognize that quick-moving, rotund actor. Though not an A-list star, he carried great weight in the industry and appeared in countless classics. Lin Yi especially loved the fight sequences in which Hong often appeared. He had not expected such a titan of commerce to recognize him. Hong Jingbao was overcome with warmth and excitement. To him, Lin Yi was the very axis of Wanxiang. Wanxiang Group's reputation now resounded across Gangdao. A single banquet had drawn 7 major banks and top merchants. Even the governor had attended in person. In a few short hours, they had raised 200 million and pledged 500 million Hong Kong dollars to build a philanthropic school for impoverished children with free tuition. Such largesse was beyond Hong Jingbao's reach. After brief pleasantries, the group sat in the reception room. A secretary served hot tea. Lin Yi, observing the slightly deferential Hong Jingbao, asked kindly, Are you and Weiqi old acquaintances? Hong Jingbao replied respectfully, Yes, I've known Weiqi for 3 or 4 years. He's straightforward. I heard he works under you, so I came by to pay my respects. I didn't expect the honor of meeting young Master Lin in person. You're too polite. Lin Yi smiled and shifted the topic. I read that your new film Gui de Gui is about to premiere. Hong Jingbao brimmed with confidence. Yes, it's the island's first film to meld kung fu, the supernatural, and horror. Young Master Lin, if you have time, would be honored to have your guidance. Lin Yi asked if Hong Jingbao now had his own production outfit. Hong waved his hand modestly. How I couldn't compare to a large group like yours. I'm just a small workshop trying to get by. Lin Yi retorted mildly. You're too modest. Who doesn't know you are a pillar of Jia's cinema line? Hong Jingbao remained humble. Young Master Lin flatters me. Mr. Zhou has countless fine talents under him, at best an extra, trying to earn a living. Lin Yi sipped his tea and then smiled. In that case, Mr. Hong, would you be interested in developing with us at Wanxiang? At last he revealed the intention he had long harbored, extending an olive branch with a gracious smile, a move designed to win over this singular talent of the film world. In the reception hall of Wanxiang Films, Lin Yi, Chen Weiqi, Kong Xingliang, and Hong Jingbao sat together, engaged in lively conversation. However, when Lin Yi suddenly spoke, the atmosphere quietly tensed. The others looked at him in shock. Soon Lin, Chen Wei-chi, and Kong Xingliang almost simultaneously turned their gazes to Hong Jing Bao, who was sitting in the corner. "Oh, young Master Lin, you're joking, right?" Hong Jing Bao was slightly taken aback, then waved his hand and laughed. "With so many talents under your banner, how could someone like me running a small operation be of any use? Stop making fun of me. I'm not joking." Lin Yi's expression turned serious, his tone steady. "Mr. Hong, I genuinely want to invite you to join Wanxiang Films and together explore a new horizon in Hong Kong cinema. Since I've said it, I won't back down just because you refuse." After a brief pause, he looked directly into Hong Jingbao's eyes. "You know that my company has just started and is in need of people. And a director like you is exactly the talent we need. I know you're currently releasing films through the Jia Cinema, right? While just trying to make a living." Hong Jingbao nodded with a smile. Lin Yi gently chuckled. "Jia has a solid foundation and a strong overseas distribution network, which we currently cannot match. But we have something they can't offer." He paused, a hint of a smile on his lips. "I have money." As soon as the words, "I have money," left his mouth, Hong Jingbao's eyes widened, his heart suddenly racing. That was quite blunt. But upon reflection, it wasn't wrong. This young Master Lin had an astounding fortune. Recently, he casually donated 500 million for charity. According to Chen Wei-chi, he also invested 200 million to acquire 17 properties around Shaw Brothers Cinema, clearly aiming to compete with them. He bought 11 cinemas in one go with a total investment of nearly 300 million. If this doesn't count as being wealthy, then no one in Hong Kong would dare claim to be rich. Lin Yi ignored the change in his expression and continued, "You should have heard that I currently have 25 cinemas undergoing renovation, and they will all open next month. As long as you agree to join us, I can arrange for your next film to be premiered across all 25 cinemas simultaneously. How about that?" At these words, Hong Jingbao's heart skipped a beat. He had come to gather information. Hearing that Wanxiang Films had suddenly established a massive cinema chain managed by his old friend Chen Wei-chi, he thought to come and probe the details. Unexpectedly, he encountered Lin Yi, who had recently gained fame in Hong Kong and was personally being recruited right then and there. What he didn't anticipate was how enticing the offer would be. Full lineup of 25 screens for a simultaneous release. It should be noted that most films upon their initial release are lucky to secure 7 or 8 screens. Even now, with Jiahe's banner, Hong Jingbao could at most manage 10 or so for a premiere. In the past, Jia was indeed a giant, with only Shaw Brothers barely able to compete, and in recent years, it had even pressured Shaw Brothers to the brink. But the issue was that even though Jia was large, the number of people making a living from it was even greater. Though Hong Jingbao was considered a key player under their banner, he was merely one of many production companies, and now there were 3 or 4 new forces eyeing the market. More critically, this year Jia was heavily promoting Chenglong. Last year's Laughing Fist Monster alone broke 5 million in local box office. This year's early release, Little Hero, grossed over 12 million across Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Macau. Additionally, Jia has sent Chenglong to Hollywood, allegedly investing hundreds of millions to collaborate on a blockbuster pursuing an international route. As a fellow disciple, Hong Jingbao offered his blessings, but he couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness inside. What truly disheartened him was the allocation of resources. To promote Chenglong, Jia had shifted costs onto other production teams. Even the general manager had personally mentioned that this year the profit-sharing ratio for all partner companies would be uniformly increased by 2 percentage points. It may not sound like much, but in reality, it was money being directly pulled from his pocket. Moreover, the new project he was preparing, Ghost Fighting Ghosts, had applied for a release in Jia cinemas, but only 8 cinemas were approved for the first round of screenings. If he wanted to add more screenings, it would depend on the subsequent performance. In contrast, Chenglong's Little Hero opened with 13 simultaneous screenings. Who could accept such a disparity in treatment? The reason he agreed to meet today was merely to see if Wanxiang truly had established its own cinema chain as rumored. After all, Chen Wei-chi was his old friend and trustworthy. Little did he know that not only would he meet Lin Yi, but the latter would actively recruit him, offering a full lineup of 25 cinemas. Compared to Jiahe's restrictive policies, this offer felt like a pie falling from the sky. Despite being tempted, Hong Jingbao still hesitated to agree hastily. What if after signing the contract, they changed their tune? If he were to be forced to sign an unfavorable clause, it would not only offend Jia, but also leave him empty-handed. "Young Master Lin, can I take a couple of days to think it over?" Hong Jingbao rubbed his hands, revealing a troubled expression. "This may not seem like much to you, but for a small company like ours, we simply cannot afford to make a wrong move. I have a group of brothers relying on me for a living. I need to discuss this with them." Lin Yi smiled slightly upon hearing this. He knew the fish had already taken the bait. He just needed to add a bit more lure. With an easy smile, he said, "Of course, this is not a small matter. By the way, if you agree to come, I guarantee that all your films will have at least 12 screenings. Additionally, there will be no minimum guarantee fee." Seeing Hong Jingbao's pupils constrict slightly, he slowly delivered the final blow. "Moreover, for any work produced by your company, I will only take 35% of the box office share." "What is the minimum guarantee fee?" "That is an industry norm. Producers must pay a minimum operational fee to enter cinemas covering labor, electricity, depreciation, and other expenses. Usually this fee ranges from 5 to 8,000 Hong Kong dollars per cinema per month. If the screening period is long, this amount can accumulate to a staggering sum. Are you serious? Young Master Lin. Hong Jingbao's breath caught his voice trembling slightly. It will be clearly stated in the contract, black and white. Lin Yi smiled calmly, as if he were discussing the most ordinary matter. At this point, Hong Jingbao took a deep breath and slapped his thigh. All right, then I look forward to troubling young Master Lin in the future. Ha ha ha, no need to be polite. Lin Yi laughed heartily, stood up, and extended his hand. We are partners now, let's move forward together. Pleasure working together. Hong Jingbao immediately stood up, shaking his hand tightly, his eyes already shining with excitement. After discussing some company matters with Lin Yi, the group went out for dinner, and only then did Hong Jingbao leave with a beaming face. After Hong Jingbao left, Lin Yi returned to the company with Chun Wei-chi and the others. The group first made themselves a cup of hot tea to moisten their throats, and then Chun Wei-chi spoke up. Young Master Lin, now that Jingbao is here, how should we arrange things? No special arrangements are needed, just follow what I said earlier. Lin Yi waved his hand, then turned to Kong Xing Liang beside him. Manager Kong, you heard the conditions I promised Mr. Hong, right? I heard clearly, young Master Lin. Kong Xing Liang quickly nodded. Good, then draft a cooperation agreement based on these terms. Yes, young Master Lin. Wei-chi, how many people are in the company now? After Kong Xing Liang noted the key points, Lin Yi asked again. Chun Wei-chi quickly replied. Young Master Lin, we currently have over 50 people in the company. Excluding administrative staff, there are 8 core martial artists, 18 actors, 6 logistics personnel, and 7 post-production staff. Lin Yi's eyes moved slightly, and after a moment of contemplation he said, the number is insufficient, we need to hire more, especially more actors. By the way, how is the situation with directors now? Young Master Lin, aside from Wang Jing, we haven't been able to invite any other directors for the time being. Chun Wei-chi's tone was slightly apologetic as he mentioned this. Why? Is it a salary issue? Lin Yi frowned, slightly puzzled. It's not a salary issue. Chun Wei-chi shook his head. Many film companies outside have heard that we are poaching talent and have begun to restrict their directors from contacting us privately. How restrict? Lin Yi chuckled lightly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. How long can they control this? Tomorrow, after signing the contract with Jingbao, you should announce it to the outside world. All films screened in my Wanxiang cinemas will be exempt from minimum guarantee shares. Oh. As soon as these words were spoken, both Chun Wei-chi and Kong Xing Liang were stunned, almost simultaneously looking up at Lin Yi. It should be noted that the minimum guarantee system for cinemas has been deeply rooted for decades. With a guarantee, even if a film performs poorly at the box office, the cinema won't suffer a loss. Now Lin Yi actually planned to break this iron rule himself. Young Master Lin, are you really going to cancel the guarantee? If it's cancelled, our own cinema will have no revenue guarantee. Chun Wei-chi hurriedly advised. He was afraid that the boss would act impulsively and make a wrong decision. Who says there's no guarantee? Lin Yi smiled slightly. I only mentioned that this treatment applies to films screened in our cinemas, but it doesn't mean just any film can get in. Whether it can be screened depends on the quality of the film, and the authority to make that judgment lies with you. In the future, we will pursue a boutique route, preferring quality over quantity. Wanxiang films must not follow the old path of Shaw Brothers, churning out bad films. Only in this way can we carve out a bloody path in the Hong Kong film industry. After hearing this, the two exchanged glances and slowly nodded. Upon careful consideration, his words indeed held water. They understood this reasoning as well. However, this decision, which amounted to willingly giving up stable income, was something most bosses would never dare to touch. Only Lin Yi, with his substantial fortune, could afford the boldness to take such a risk. Since the big boss didn't care, they were naturally willing to execute it. Moreover, they had already foreseen once the news was released, the blockade built by Shaw Brothers and Jiahe would undoubtedly crumble. What gave these two companies the right to dominate the Hong Kong film industry, forcing directors and actors to bow down to them? Apart from their institutional advantages, the most crucial factor was their control over substantial cinema resources. Filmmaking is ultimately about being screened. Although Hong Kong has Shaw Brothers, Jiahe, Golden Princess, Shuangnan, and the newly established Annal 5 major cinema chains. However, Shuangnan focuses on mainland films. Annal only has 5 small cinemas, and Golden Princess had just completed renovations earlier this year, previously renting out its screening rooms to Jiahe for a long time. In other words, before this year, the Hong Kong film screening market was essentially monopolized by Shaw Brothers and Jiahe. Therefore, films with moderate to large investments could only choose one of the two. Because of this, few dared to take the risk to cooperate when the two initially teamed up to block Wanxiang Group. In just over a month, it was already quite remarkable for Chun Wei-chi to gather so many people. All right, young Master Lin. Once we sign the agreement with Jingbao, I will immediately announce this new policy. Chun Wei-chi said solemnly. Although this move might be somewhat unfair to Hong Jingbao, once the contract was signed, there was no turning back. After you release the news, if he feels dissatisfied, just tell him. As long as his script passes the review, I will personally invest in making a blockbuster for him to enter Hollywood. Lin Yi smiled slightly with a meaningful expression. Then I will thank young Master Lin on behalf of Jing Bao in advance. Chen Wei-chi said excitedly. He had known Hong Jing Bao for many years and had been supported by him when he first entered the industry. Now that he found the boss treating him so kindly, his previous unease dissipated, replaced by gratitude. Also, if Jing Bao is willing to join, let his film be our cinema's first premiere. We must hold a grand premiere and ensure Wang Xiang's name shines. Lin Yi stood up, discussing the details of the ceremony with Chen Wei-chi and Kong Xingliang. After returning from the film company, Lin Yi had just stepped into his bedroom to prepare for a shower. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks sounded from outside the door. Immediately after, a deep voice came from Zheng Shouzhong. Young master, it's me. Zheng Shouzhong continued from outside the door. Upon hearing this name, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. Without asking further, he turned and opened the door. Seeing Zheng Shouzhong standing in the corridor, he said in a low voice, "Take the call in the study." Zheng Shouzhong nodded and quickly left. Once he was far away, Lin Yi walked slowly toward the study at the end of the second floor, his thoughts swirling. He had sent this person to monitor Ma Jingbang and had basically determined that the accident was not staged. However, since the other party had reported to the police identifying him as the mastermind, a deep grudge had naturally formed. Keeping someone watching was just to prevent a counterattack and to catch a flaw. He pushed open the study door, locked it, and walked straight to the mahogany desk, picking up the receiver. "Hello, this is Lin Yi. Young master, it's me." A hurried response came from the other end. "It's about Ma Jingbang is processing his discharge paperwork. Someone is coming to pick him up in a modified van, and they are very aggressive. The hospital initially wouldn't allow him to leave, and both sides got into an argument." Lin Yi frowned slightly. His leg injury isn't healed yet. Why force him to leave the hospital? Exactly. The doctor disagrees, but they brought 3 or 4 people looking like they are from a gang. They are forcing the medical office to sign off on his release. The paperwork is already being processed. The voice on the other end was low but clear. Lin Yi was silent for a moment, his fingertips gently tapping the desk, producing a faint and rhythmic tapping sound. The person on the other end, He Jifeng, immediately fell silent, quietly waiting for instructions. After a while, Lin Yi finally spoke. "How many usable people do you have with you?" 3 people besides me. There are 2 internal brothers. Both vehicles are on standby outside. The so-called internal brothers refer to core members promoted after rigorous testing from the security company. They were all personally trained by border special training instructors skilled in firearms and combat, and their loyalty was unquestionable. These individuals were Lin Yi's sharpest and most secret weapon. "Are the vehicles registered under the company's name?" Lin Yi asked again. "No, they are all blacklisted vehicles purchased from underground channels long ago with modified engines and chassis not registered anywhere, completely clean." He Jifeng answered succinctly. Lin Yi replied softly. "Maintain your distance and follow them. First observe where they are going. If he is leaving Hong Kong Island." He paused for a moment and then spoke slowly. "Handle it cleanly without leaving any traces." "Understood, young master." He Jifeng's voice was calm, as if he had anticipated this, and he decisively hung up. Lin Yi put down the receiver, leaned back in his leather chair, and his gaze deepened like the night sea. He reached into the drawer, took out a pack of slender cigarettes, and lit one, inhaling deeply. "Who?" Amidst swirling smoke, a hint of weariness appeared between his brows. To be honest, he was not fond of killing. Who in this world, apart from the insane, would truly enjoy taking another's life? But fate was never up for choice. It only allowed you to respond. Do or do not do. He could have spared Ma Jingbang's life, but it depended on whether the other party was willing to back off. Now that Ma Jingbang regarded him as a dead enemy, if he truly let him go, he would undoubtedly face a hidden arrow in the future. The remnants of the Ma family still existed on Hong Kong Island, their roots not severed. Once targeted, everywhere would be rife with killing intent. In a life-and-death situation, how could one afford to be merciful? It was either his death or the other party's demise. There was no third path. Acting now would undoubtedly enrage Ma Jingnian and Ma Jingshan, who had fled to Taiwan, leading them to seek revenge against him in the future. But with his current strength, he was not sufficient to pursue them across the sea. Conversely, those two would not return. The wanted notices still hung high, and stepping on a Hong Kong island would lead to immediate capture by the police. The only concern was that among the local remnants there might still be diehard loyalists. Although the two Mas had lost power for many years, most of their old subordinates had scattered. It was hard to guarantee that a few would not still harbor old sentiments and seek revenge. After finishing one cigarette, Lin Yi stood up and left the study, returning to his room to wash up. When he returned, he had changed into a dark long robe, sitting under the lamp, quietly reading like a rock, keeping watch through the night. Until 3 in the morning, the watchful Zheng Shouzhong gently knocked on the door again, reporting in a low voice, "Young master, He Jifeng is calling." Lin Yi let the old housekeeper rest, personally closed the door, and picked up the receiver again. After listening to the report, he simply replied, "All right, retreat, be careful on the way." After speaking, he gently pressed the disconnect button, and the room returned to silence. That night on a desolate beach in Taipei, several figures silently huddled in the shadow of the rocks, staring intently at the pitch-black sea in the... Aja, what time is it now? A man with a buzz cut crouched in a crevice, speaking in a local dialect, asking a young man beside him. Biao Gu, it's now 2:30 in the morning. The young man quickly took out his phone to check and replied softly, damn, could it be that the young master got the location? The buzz-cut man frowned, his tone irritated as he spat. So, what should we do now? The young man swallowed, nervously asking cautiously. Wait another hour. If there's still no movement, we withdraw immediately. The man called Biao Gu said in a low voice, his eyes never leaving the direction of the waves crashing against the shore. All right, I'll follow your lead. Time passed, and soon it was 3:30 in the morning. The sea remained eerily quiet, not even a fishing light was visible. Something has happened. Let's go pack up. The two exchanged glances, both showing unease. They quickly looked around to confirm no one was following them before hastily walking towards the car hidden behind the woods. The engine roared a few times, and then they disappeared on the winding mountain road. The car sped along, finally stopping in front of a European villa hidden in the mountain mist. The iron gate automatically opened upon receiving the signal, and a figure peeked out from the guard booth to check the license plate before allowing them to pass. The hall was brightly lit, and the marble floor reflected a cold light. Several servants stood quietly in the corners while two middle-aged men with a sinister air sat on two genuine leather sofas. If seasoned veterans were to see these two, they would surely feel a shock. Once upon a time, the notorious gang figures of Hong Kong Island Ma Jingyan and Ma Jingshan were hiding here. Boss. The men Biao Gu and the young man returned from the seaside, led in by an elderly man resembling. Upon seeing the two subordinates return, Ma Jingyan and Ma Jingshan's expressions darkened immediately. Just the two of you? Where's my son? Ma Jingyan suddenly raised his head, his voice like a knife scraping against iron. Didn't I tell you to go pick up Xingbang? Boss, we've been waiting at the location you specified for almost 5 hours. We didn't see even a floating log, let alone a boat. Biao Gu hurriedly explained, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What? No boats all night? Ma Jingyan abruptly stood up, glaring fiercely. Are you sure you didn't miss? Absolutely not. We waited an extra 2 or 3 hours. The wind almost froze us, yet no one came. As the atmosphere grew tense, Ma Jingshan raised his hand to signal him to calm down, then pulled out his phone to dial a number. Hello Zijao, it's me. After a few rings, the call finally connected. Dad, why are you calling so late? The voice on the other end was tired. It was his son Ma Zijao. Your brother hasn't arrived yet. Are you sure about the dock position you mentioned? Did you see him board the boat with your own eyes? Ma Jingshan's tone grew colder. As soon as this was said, the other end paused for 2 seconds. Then came the sound of a chair being moved. Dad, you know my legs aren't very convenient, and this matter requires discretion, so I let Baozi handle it. He said his people have already escorted my brother out of the hospital and set off at 9 o'clock last night. Baozi. Ma Jingshan furrowed his brows, his gaze sharpening. He's reliable, but you need to call him right away and ask if he can contact the people on the boat. Understood, Dad, I'll call right now. The call was hurriedly disconnected, leaving only the busy tone echoing in the ear. After listening to the conversation, Ma Jingyan's expression grew heavier as he slowly took a seat, the teacup in his hand creaking under pressure. As the first light of dawn broke, Lin Yi jogged back from the mountain residence of Daoist Yunyang, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. After a simple wash-up and breakfast, he boarded his black vehicle, heading straight for the building of Wanxiang Securities. Upon reaching the trading hall on the 3rd floor of the company, Lin Yi walked directly to the control panel and pulled up the market data from the previous night. The figures on the screen caused his brows to twitch slightly. International crude oil not only failed to rise, but instead fell slightly, losing a total of 20 cents. The current oil price was fixed at 30.01. Although it did not shake his profit structure, the market trend revealed some peculiarities. He had quietly built a position nearing $18 billion, and such a massive stake should have seen a clear upward push in the market, even with cautious operations. Lin Xiao, around 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, a sudden influx of counter-directional capital appeared in the market, amounting to approximately $500 million, continuously suppressing oil prices. We stabilized the market with large orders, however prices still experienced slight fluctuations, Cheng Yuan reported in a low voice beside him. This is a probe. Lin Yi's gaze was sharp as he focused on the Klein chart. They want to gauge our bottom line, he remarked. Cheng Ziyuan nodded in agreement. It's likely a coalition of short sellers. Someone is getting anxious. This round of suppression aims to test how much firepower we have left for the future, Lin Yi said with a slight smirk, his eyes flashing with cold light. Let's show them what we can do. Today I'm doubling down with 20 billion, pushing it all in. I don't believe they truly dare to take it on, he declared. Understood, Lin Xiao. Cheng Ziyuan readily agreed. To him, it was necessary to strike decisively at this moment. If they continued to hide their strength, once market confidence wavered, a downturn in oil prices could trigger a collapse that would be disastrous. At this moment, they were almost standing against the global mainstream short sellers. Even though this round of mobilization amounted to $250 billion, enough to shake the financial system of a small country. However, if they were to truly face the colossal beasts of Wall Street, the disparity was still vast. The key lay in. They had completed their capital allocation with ample ammunition and could maneuver freely. In contrast, it was nearly impossible for their opponents to gather an equivalent amount of funds for a counterstrike in such a short time, unless giants like Goldman Sachs or UBS personally intervened, which was equally unrealistic. In fact, even the top financial institutions of the current era had to tread carefully in the face of hundreds of billions in cross-border capital flows. Moreover, this was not the era where financial tycoons could rampage through the world. Many names that would later dominate the scene had yet to materialize. Operations of this scale were enough to make any old financial consortium think twice. In addition to the pressure from the capital level, the situation itself could not be overlooked. Just over 2 months ago, international crude oil was still hovering at a low of $13. Then the sudden outbreak of the Double E War caused oil prices to soar to $34 in just a few days, a rise of over 260. In that battle, a mysterious buyer had preemptively positioned themselves, raking in billions in profits. Countless short sellers were driven to ruin, jumping from buildings, leaving behind a haunting memory. And today's situation was strikingly similar. Last time, most people were bearish on the energy market, yet a surge of capital went against the trend, heavily betting long. As a result, the flames of war erupted suddenly, causing the oil market to surge like a broken bamboo. How many former star traders either leapt from high buildings or took their own lives, leaving behind cries of despair? How many days had passed since then? Another mysterious force had re-emerged. Who could be unafraid of history repeating itself? Even more unsettling was that the flames of war between the two E's had never extinguished. Though the two countries were in a stalemate due to a harsh winter, the situation was unpredictable. Because of this, international speculators who were originally certain that oil prices would fall were now hesitating and watching closely. This was not a game of tens of millions or hundreds of millions, but a contest of billions and even hundreds of billions. Institutions had long estimated that the behind-the-scenes operator had already invested nearly $200 million, and no one knew how many hidden positions he had. Some attempted to trace the source of the funds, only to be shocked to discover that this massive amount was dispersed among 5 multinational banks. Others tried to probe for the truth through connections, but were uniformly turned away by the senior executives of each bank. The reason was simple. This operation involved $50 billion of custodial funds from each bank. Any slight error could be a heavy blow even for these international banks. Now, many core decision-makers of the banks were already aware of Lin Yi's existence. Why would they offend this new rich man holding vast capital out of mere curiosity? Who wouldn't love stable deposits worth tens of billions? Moreover, since their own interests were deeply tied, naturally no one would dare to leak even a word of information. And at Lin Yi's command, the oil market that day nearly stirred up a tsunami. This time, that mysterious buyer no longer quietly accumulated positions. Instead, they directly swept up large quantities, acting swiftly and with overwhelming momentum. In a high-end trading room of the New York Mercantile Exchange, a blonde foreign trader suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "My God, has this guy gone mad? He's dumping 50,000 contracts in one go. Boss, what do we do?" "What do you mean, what do we do?" A roar came through the earpiece. Immediately switched to long. Placed 2,000 contracts as a test. At the same time as Lin Yi struck with thunderous force, many hesitant international capitals finally turned their guns around and flooded into the long positions. In an instant, oil prices soared like a wild horse breaking free. The night in New York was woven with lights, a gathering place for global capital. Amidst the dazzling lights, neon reflections danced on the wet streets, with traffic and crowds flowing endlessly. The entire city seemed to be built of gold and dreams, radiating an intoxicating glow. In a hotel suite in Manhattan, 4 men dressed in exquisite suits sat around a round table. On the table, 2 bottles of Romanée-Conti were chilling, slowly aerating. "Vincent, how's the situation over there? Any progress on the lead?" A silver-haired man gently swirled his wine glass and inquired. "There has been no breakthrough." The brown-haired elder, referred to as Vincent, sighed. "The only thing we can confirm is that the source of the mysterious trader's funds comes from Hong Kong Island. But the problem is that the 5 related banks have a very firm stance, refusing to cooperate in providing any transaction records." "What about HSBC?" Another elder in a deep purple robe with completely white hair interjected. "The last funds were indeed transferred through HSBC. Is it possible that it's the same person this time? Or is there an organized force operating behind the scenes?" "That won't do either." Vincent shook his head with a bitter smile. Yang Kunshin sighed, is tight-lipped. "Even the people I sent to negotiate were turned away at the door. It seems that this opponent is not an ordinary character." Sitting on a corner sofa, a tall, thin man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a hint of a playful smile appearing on his lips. To silence so many financial institutions at once, the background is not simple. It is indeed strange. The purple-robed elder frowned. When did such a financially powerful figure emerge from Hong Kong Island? Could it be someone from Kaisa or Jardine Matheson? The likelihood is extremely low. Vincent shook his head in denial. Although these two are old financial families, their combined assets are only around $2 billion, mostly in real estate and shipping. Unless they mortgage all their assets for liquidity, it is impossible to mobilize such a large scale of liquid. He paused and added, in my understanding of them, they would never take such a reckless gamble. Then who could it be? A slightly plump middle-aged man beside him rubbed his hands and pondered. Could it be that some local Chinese merchants are secretly collaborating? Huh. The thin tall man with glasses suddenly burst into laughter, disdainfully scanning the crowd. Chinese merchants. You overestimate them too much. How much money can those people have? They've been struggling for decades in the cracks of British capital. If it weren't for Yang Kunshan and Morrison holding the fort, they would have long been kicked to the bottom of society. To my knowledge, the richest among the Chinese circle right now is probably a ship king named Yi Hongjun. His reported assets are just over several $100 million, hardly worth mentioning. So you're saying, could someone be using Hong Kong Island as a route to launder money, creating an illusion while secretly making moves? Vincent shifted his seating position, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. I think you all are too anxious. The elder in the purple robe and white hair tilted his head and finished his glass of red wine, saying loudly, no matter who the opponent is, can they compare to the forces behind us? Looking around the world apart from the Federal Reserve Chair, who dares to meet our gaze? Who else is worthy to be our opponent? Well said. The tall thin man raised his glass in agreement. Even if we do encounter the Federal Reserve, we might not necessarily lose. As for this shadow player hiding behind the scenes, just a mouse trying to find a sense of existence. Since that's the case, let's take action. The man with gold-rimmed glasses placed his cup down, his tone suddenly turning cold. His settlement cycle only has a few days left. I will mobilize $60 billion ready within 3 days. I'm also preparing $60 billion. The purple-robed elder smiled slightly. It will arrive in 4 days. $60 billion. The previously silent plump man spoke. It can be dispersed within 5 days. Good. Vincent slowly stood up, his gaze sharp. I will also gather $60 billion, entering the market punctually in 3 days. Then it's settled. The tall thin man raised his freshly filled glass, excitement igniting in his eyes. Once the funds are gathered in 5 days, we'll charge in together and swallow this fat piece of meat whole. Cheers. Cheers. The 4 glasses clinked crisply in the air amidst the exchange of toasts. A storm sweeping through the global market was brewing. Lin Yi naturally could not foresee that thousands of miles away, 4 financial giants had formed an alliance vowing to make him their prey. However, even if he knew all of this, he would never panic. Instead, he would smile with delight. For in 5 or 6 days, a monumental event destined to overturn the situation would occur. By then, when those people rushed in, he would only welcome them with open arms. Why would he feel any fear? He paused for a moment in the trading room, observing the market trend, and found that today, amidst continuous selling pressure, market sentiment had quietly ignited. The international crude oil price, originally slightly declining, had surprisingly risen by 50 cents within just half an hour. What did this signify? It indicated that speculators had sensed a shift in the wind, and under his lead began to follow suit and bet long. The financial market is always realistic and forever blind. As long as someone takes the lead to ignite the fire, countless others will immediately swarm in frantically buying. Of course, this group of blindly chasing the rise often ends up as fish on the chopping block. Yet it is precisely because of their participation that his strength was no longer isolated. The murkier the waters, the safer he felt. Just returning to the office before he could take a seat, Zhang Xiaoyan knocked and entered to report that He Zhifeng was seeking an audience. Please let him in. Lin Yi replied calmly. Everything that had happened last night was not suitable for detailed discussion over the phone. Thus he had asked He Zhifeng to return after resting to elaborate on the details this morning. Lin Xiao. He Zhifeng entered the room, respectfully bowing. You've worked hard. Please close the door first. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his demeanor composed. He Zhifeng complied, carefully closing and locking the door before approaching the desk. Please sit, there's no need. Lin Yi raised his hand to gesture, and after He Zhifeng sat down, he casually began. What you briefly mentioned during the call this morning, please elaborate on it now. What was the specific situation of last night's operation? Yes, Lin Xiao, last night. Inside the Wanxiang Securities office, Lin Yi sat behind the broad desk listening as He Zhifeng quietly recounted the entire operation from the previous night. The rough sequence was this. The 3 of them had discreetly tailed Ma Jingbang and his party, and when the injured Ma Jingbang was lifted onto the smuggling boat, they slipped into the cabin unnoticed. It was a small speedboat used for smuggling with few hands aboard. Only a snakehead 2 gang thugs tasked with watching Ma Jingbang and Ma Jingbang himself were on board. Once the boat reached the open sea, He Zhifeng seized the moment with swift precision. One strike, and everyone aboard was cleanly dealt with. They then altered course, drifting into a remote stretch of water, and came to a stop. They piled the bodies together and set them alight to ensure no trace remained. Before departing, He Zhifeng rummaged up a few crude homemade explosives, converted them into simple time devices, and they transferred to an inflatable craft to withdraw. They did not flee at once, but kept watch from a distance. Only after seeing the boat explode with a thunderous blast and sink into the black sea did they turn back and return to shore. Good work. After the report, Lin Yi nodded, slightly satisfied that no flaws had been left behind. He then produced a checkbook, wrote a few entries with swift strokes, tore off a check, and handed it over. 3 million here. 1 million each as payment for last night. For the time being, report to the security company and lie low. Do not show yourselves. Thank you, young Master Lin. He Jifeng hesitated a moment, rose to accept the check, his tone deferential. Take care, and lay low for a while. Lin Yi sighed lightly. Not at all, young Master Lin, you are too generous. He Jifeng hurriedly waved his hand. Everything is settled. You may go now. Yes, young Master Lin. After He Jifeng left, Lin Yi leaned back into his chair, closed his eyes, and pondered the whole affair. Aside from those three, there should be no remaining traces to follow. If one wished to eradicate every risk utterly, the surest way would be to dispose of He Jifeng and the others as well. But he had never entertained such a thought. Once a man's heart chills, who among his subordinates will still be willing to risk their lives for him? Killing to the last would only leave his men cold and fearful. He Jifeng and the others were loyal and useful. If he could not even spare that measure of trust, who would dare handle matters on his behalf in the future? Such an act would be to undermine his own foundation. Yet the matter did not end there. Lin Yi understood clearly. Ma Zhengbang's father Ma Jingyan and his uncle Ma Jingshan had once been known on the island's underworld circuit as the Twin Mas. Though now exiled in Taipei, their residual influence remained. Unfortunately, with Lin Yi's present power, his reach could not yet cross the strait. Even if the scene left no evidence, were the Twin Mas men of temperate reason. If they grew suspicious, they would not require tangible proof. Retribution would inevitably follow them like a shadow. In the days ahead, open confrontations and hidden strikes would likely be unavoidable. However, this threat was not insurmountable. As long as Ma Jingyan and Ma Jingshan did not personally set foot on the island, their remaining local followers alone would not be sufficient to unsettle him. On the contrary, should they dare to land, revenge would be the least of their worries. The moment their feet touched the dock, they would likely be tracked by the police and Interpol and could be detained on the spot. Nevertheless, Lin Yi summoned Wang Jinshuan. Young Master Lin. Hearing the summons, Wang Jinshuan soon pushed the door open and entered. From tomorrow, my ride will be that custom Mercedes armored car. Also add 2 more patrol teams to security. Go and coordinate the arrangements with Brother Liu. Lin Yi's tone was calm, but each word was distinct. Earlier, he had instructed Zhou Limin to order 2 top-tier armored vehicles, 1 BMW and 1 Mercedes, their combined price exceeding 10 million Hong Kong dollars. The new Mercedes had arrived just days before, but Lin Yi had been too lazy to switch. After years of riding in Rolls-Royces, he had grown attached to that level of comfort. But with the situation changed, habit mattered less than safety. Understood, young Master Lin. Wang Jinshuan nodded and accepted the orders without further question. After giving his instructions, Lin Yi began to address the accumulated official papers. In the afternoon, Su Wanqing came in to report that Cheng Feiyu had arrived. Show him in. A moment later, Cheng Feiyu entered with a smile. Young Master Lin. Lin Yi offered a faint smile, rose to greet him, and guided him toward the reception area. Sit over here and well speak. They sat, and Lin Yi personally fetched the thermos to brew tea, smiling as he moved, coming by at this hour. Have you urgent business? What could it be? You asked me to go discuss the Sidong building. It's already been signed. I'm here for you to sign. Cheng Feiyu lounged against the sofa, relaxed. Oh, then thank you indeed. Lin Yi opened the tea tin, poured a cup, and passed it over. What was the price? 57 million, bottom price firm. My people negotiated for 2 days. The other party flatly refused. The island market is red hot. Had they not been keen to cash out immediately and been assured full payment upon signing, they would never have budged. Cheng Feiyu sipped his tea and pursed his lips. So you weren't personally handling it. I thought you would have to. Lin Yi teased. Cheng Feiyu chuckled, blowing on his cup. Such trifles do not require my direct intervention. If I handled every little thing, I'd be exhausted. Although I only just freed myself, I've been assisting lawyer Zhang with a case lately, and nearly got buried in it. Oh, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. What matter could be so thorny that it required yourself as lead counsel? Do you remember the day you visited the firm? I was at the door speaking with lawyer Zhang, and I mentioned it to you in the office as well. Cheng Feiyu reminded him. You mean that case? Lin Yi's gaze shifted. The case sprang immediately to mind. Not because of some prodigious memory, but because it had been particularly strange and memorable. The deceased had once crossed paths with his former persona, who later in the bar, even Duan Jiwen mentioned another similar homicide. The 2 cases bore astonishing similarities. The victims were all sons of wealthy families, and their deaths were identical. Their throats had been slit, 1 clean stroke to the neck. It was precisely that eerie congruity that had put him on alert at the time. Yet he was neither detective nor law enforcer. The case did not concern him, so he had not intervened. Hearing Cheng Feiyu bring it up again, Lin Yi could not help but ask, does this mean there has been progress in that case? Or has something changed? At Lin Yi's question, Cheng Feiyu smiled, faintly sipped his tea, and spoke deliberately. It is strange. This case turned out to be a case within a case. Seeing Cheng Feiyu play coy, Lin Yi was unperturbed. He blew on his tea, took a sip, and waited calmly for the rest. Cheng Feiyu, finding Lin Yi immune to the teas, let a corner of his mouth fall, and continued. At first, everyone thought it was an ordinary homicide. But nobody expected it would unravel into a string of murders. He then proceeded to recount in measured detail the case he had previously handled. Initially, lawyer Zhang had taken the suit, but the plaintiff Wang Qinggan's father Wang Daxian had deep connections and even engaged the renowned Wanheng law firm on the island. Though lawyer Zhang was esteemed, facing a top-tier firm single-handedly made victory all but impossible. Reluctantly, he sought Cheng Feiyu's assistance. Wanheng, though newly established on the island, had quickly ascended to the front rank. Its predecessor was a globally renowned international firm with branches in major cities. When Cheng Feiyu took the case, he sensed complexities. There had been no other witnesses to the homicide. Two women who had been in the room with the deceased had both taken hallucinogens and were disoriented. They could not reliably recount the sequence of events. The true killer had been highly professional. No figure appeared on surveillance, no fingerprints at the scene, and Wang Qinggan showed almost no signs of struggle before death. Most damningly, the dagger bore the clear fingerprints of one of the women. The chain of evidence looked airtight. Everything pointed to the two women. Cheng Feiyu reviewed materials for days, desperately searching for a breakthrough. He knew that without fresh leads the case was all but lost. Perhaps fortune smiled. One day, troubled, he went alone to a bar to drink away his vexation. The very nightclub Lin Yi later bought. Though under new ownership, it still drew many signs of the wealthy. There he overheard a few people whispering about a recent nightclub fire. Some suggested the blaze was not so simple. They had discovered that the two wealthy young men burned to charred corpses showed clear signs of having had their throats cut. In other words, they had been killed before the fire. Cheng Feiyu's heart stirred. Feigning casual conversation, he drew more details from the men. Afterwards, he instructed his firm to contact police contacts and obtain the initial case report. Upon comparison, he was startled to find striking similarities between the two homicides. First, autopsies revealed both victims had the same potent hallucinogen in their systems, identical in composition to that found in Wang Qinggan. Second, the manner of death was identical. Each had been killed by a single clean cut to the throat. With these crucial facts, Cheng Feiyu realized a path to break the case had emerged. He took all the material straight to the police station, formally submitted the leads, and requested the two cases be combined and treated as a serial killing investigation. After 2 days of negotiation, faced with incontrovertible evidence, the police had no choice but to reassess the situation. They accepted the recommendation and officially classified the incidents as serial murders. The tide turned. Once labeled part of a series, it became obvious the true killer was someone else. The original accusations against the two women could no longer stand. Unless Wanheng could prove those women had been present at the fire scene, the suit could not be won. Lin Yi listened through a faint lift to his brow. He had not expected Cheng Feiyu to be so fortunate, dropping by for a drink and stumbling upon the secrets of Zhou Jingxuan and Qin Xiaofeng. More importantly, he had managed to connect the clues. Did they catch the serial killer? Lin Yi asked, sipping his tea. Is it that quick? Cheng Feiyu shook his head with a laugh. Do you imagine every island cop is a Holmes? It's only been days, they probably haven't even found a trace. Lin Yi smiled softly and dropped the subject. By the way, you said you wanted me to sign something. Give it here. I nearly forgot. Cheng Feiyu slapped his forehead, took a contract from his briefcase, and handed it over. Lin Yi leafed through the pages, verified the amount, then walked to his desk and signed. All set. Take this contract to Wei Kale for the remittance. Having signed, he returned the documents. Understood. Cheng Feiyu put them away but did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at Lin Yi and said quietly, actually, there is one more thing. HM. Lin Yi lifted his gaze. The mole called last night. The bureau has deployed and can make a sweep at any moment. The words hung in the room and silence followed. Lin Yi was silent for a breath, a cold light flickering in his eyes before he nodded. Very well. Then begin. Yes, young Master Lin. Cheng Feiyu answered promptly. That evening, after dining with Lin Yi, Cheng Feiyu returned home, entered his study, and dialed a number. When the other end answered, his voice was calm and icy. Commenced the operation. On Hong Kong Island, within a high-rise office building. A large area on the 23rd floor has been leased by a foreign trade company with a brand new sign hanging above the entrance that reads Yushan Industrial Trade Co. Ltd. At this moment, in a bright reception room of Yushan Industrial, the company's legal representative Zhou Wenyue is seated at a mahogany desk, meticulously signing a document with a black pen. Across from him sits a foreign youth with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing thin-framed gold glasses and exuding an air of competence. The foreign man is also intently signing. In the room, besides the two of them, there are also lawyers accompanying both parties. Next to Zhou Wenyue is a woman dressed in a beige suit, her demeanor gentle yet shrewd. This is his wife, Lu Suwen. At this moment, Lu Suwen is fixated on the two contracts nearing completion, with a slight smile at the corners of her mouth, her eyes betraying excitement and joy. After a moment, the foreign youth is the first to put pen to paper, gently pushing the document forward. At the same time, Zhou Wenyue finishes signing his last mark. Mr. Zhou, please have a look. The other party hands over the document, his tone polite and sincere. Zhou Wenyue immediately hands over his copy as well, and then both parties pass the documents to their respective legal advisors for review. Once the lawyers nod in confirmation that the signatures are correct, the blonde youth slowly rises, smiling as he extends his hand to Zhou Wenyue. Pleasure to cooperate, Mr. Zhou. Pleasure to cooperate, Mr. Isaac. Zhou Wenyue smiles back, shaking hands firmly and warmly. This batch of goods is on a tight schedule. Our inventory is nearly depleted. Isaac Wayne's tone turns slightly serious. I hope the goods can be shipped as soon as possible. If customers arrive and there's nothing to sell, it would be a pity to let the dollars slip away for nothing. Rest assured, Mr. Isaac. Zhou Wenyue promptly responds, the goods will definitely be dispatched within 10 days. We won't delay your operations. Haha, then I'll trouble you with that. Isaac chuckles. As soon as the goods are loaded onto the ship, I will arrange for the final payment to be transferred to your account immediately. Then I thank you in advance, Mr. Isaac. Zhou Wenyue bows slightly and smiles, then glances at his watch. It's almost noon. I've booked a table at a hotel. How about we have lunch together? Thank you for the kind offer, but I must excuse myself. Isaac gently waves his hand, shaking Zhou Wenyue's hand once more as a courtesy. I have other arrangements. Let's meet another day. With that, he turns to leave, yet a hint of a meaningful smile appears on his lips as he departs with his lawyer in the elevator. Until the elevator doors completely shut, Lu Suwen, who had been silent beside him, suddenly lunges forward, tightly grasping Zhou Wenyue's arm, her voice low, yet unable to contain her excitement. Honey, we are really going to get rich. This time we are truly going to make a fortune. Keep your voice down, we are still in the company. Zhou Wenyue admonishes, though he cannot hide the smile on his face. What kind of conduct is this? Let's talk in the office. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Suwen scoffs, raising her head. We are doing legitimate business, earning a living with our abilities. Who would dare say a word against it? Though she speaks defiantly, she follows her husband back to their private office. Once the door is closed, her emotions explode again. I just calculated once this deal is completed, we will net at least 520,000. 500,000. She looks at Zhou Wenyue with shining eyes. Calm down. Zhou Wenyue feigns composure, though his eyes sparkle with fervor. You're this excited over just 500,000. Haven't you noticed? The orders that Isaac placed keep getting larger each time. Initially, he only took 50,000 worth of goods, then it was 300,000, 800,000, and this time it jumped directly to 20 million. He must have a significant background in Country M. In the future, he might even double it. Really? That's wonderful. Lu Suwen exclaims in delight, suddenly rushing over to embrace him and planting a kiss on his cheek. Zhou Wenyue's gaze momentarily falters, a flicker of annoyance passing through his heart, but he still smiles. After a moment, he sighs softly. If I had known we would secure such a long-term client today, I shouldn't have rushed to give Nian Ci to that man from Nanyang Group back then. Song Jilin had no good intentions. Last time, he even tried to control our company under the guise of investment. Who can't see what he's plotting? Isn't he just trying to swallow us whole? Lu Suwen snorts angrily. I originally hoped to leverage Nanyang's resources, yet not only did I not gain any support, but I almost got eaten alive by wolves. You're right. Zhou Wenyue nods. I thought I could soar with the wind, but didn't expect to almost lose myself. Lu Suwen's expression dims for a moment, then she softly murmurs, sigh. If only we hadn't separated Nian Ci from that guy surnamed Lin back then, perhaps today's situation would be different. Stop talking about it. Zhou Wenyue raises his hand to stop her. The past cannot be pursued. You must have seen the news about that Lin fellow, right? Yes. I regret it too, she responds quietly. But have you considered whether he might hold a grudge? If we had chosen him, the Song family would never have let us off. That would have truly been a dead end for us. But Lu Suwen opens her mouth, yet fails to articulate her thoughts. All right, Zhou Wenyue interrupts her, his tone firm. Let's not bring up the past. What's most important now is to fulfill the contract. I've promised Isaac to ship the goods within 10 days, and we must immediately place orders at the factory to prepare stock. But there's a problem. Lu Suwen furrows her brow, contemplating for a moment. The funds in the account are insufficient. Although Isaac has prepaid 600,000 as a deposit, deducting the profit portion, we still need to raise about 15 million. The outstanding receivables cannot be collected immediately, and the cash in the account totals less than 5 million, still lacking around 4 million. Zhou Wenyue's brow furrows tightly as he grits his teeth. I'll go to the bank for a loan. With this contract in hand, I should be able to secure 5 million. It's worth a try. Lu Suwen thinks for a moment and nods in agreement. After all, Isaac has always had good credit. The bank should be willing to support us. Then it's settled. Oh, let's act quickly. Huh. In the open space, Wang Jinshuan suddenly shouts and charges directly at Lin Yi. His shout acts as a command, and immediately 3 others move in response, pouncing towards Lin Yi. Facing the 4 bodyguards attacking from all sides, Lin Yi maintains a calm expression, taking a deep breath, and suddenly lunging forward. He slides to the side, swiftly evading Wang Jiangxin's heavy punch. His right hand shoots out, gripping the opponent's wrist, and pulling him off balance, while his shoulder crashes into Wang Jiangxin's left chest. Bang! A dull thud rings out, and it feels as though Wang Jiangxin's chest has been struck by a hammer, causing him to stagger back, nearly losing his footing. At that moment, one bodyguard has closed in from behind, raising his leg to kick Lin Yi in the back. Lin Yi flicks his left hand, turns, and meets that kick with his palm like a shield. Boom! The clash of palm and leg sends shockwaves through the air. He sways slightly, but hasn't stabilized when the other two have already attacked. One throws a straight punch to his abdomen, while the other aims to seize his right arm with a claw-like grip. Lin Yi's eyes narrow slightly, and in that instant he makes a decisive choice. He raises his left hand to accept the heavy blow to his abdomen. Crack! The sound of palm meeting fist rings out sharply. Immediately following, his palm transforms into a hook, grabbing the opponent's wrist from behind, and with a violent pull, that bodyguard loses balance, his body uncontrollably flying sideways, crashing violently into another companion who was about to seize Lin Yi. That companion, just as he clutched Lin Yi's arm and was about to exert force to subdue him, suddenly sees his comrade coming at him like a sandbag. Bang! The two collide, heavily rolling into a heap, while howling in pain, dust rising around them. In the blink of an eye, another wind-splitting sound rushes from behind. Without a second thought, Lin Yi rolls on the ground to evade. However, before he can get back up, the bodyguard who had kicked him in the back is already pursuing, his long leg raised high, descending like a blade. Lin Yi's gaze sharpens, and with his right hand on the ground, he sweeps his left leg out low and fiercely striking first. Crack! The bodyguard's ankle is hit, and he screams as he falls to the ground. Lin Yi flips up and kicks him in the side, sending him flying several meters away. He stands catching his breath and dusting off his clothes. He looks at the bodyguard struggling to get up on the ground and glances at Wang Jinshuan, who is clutching his right shoulder, his face clearly showing pain, and can't help but laugh and scold. Wang Jinshuan, this is a bit too fake, isn't it? Do you want to add a few more sets of push-ups? Young Master Lin, you've wronged me. Look, I'm really bruised. Wang Jinshuan replies with a look of grievance, pulling up a corner of his shirt to reveal a large area of bruising on his shoulder. Alright, I'm sorry, Lin Yi says, feeling a bit embarrassed upon seeing the bruise. Although he had held back ever since his meridians were unblocked a while ago, his internal strength has surged. Even if he had held back somewhat, it was not something an ordinary person could easily withstand. He turns to the others and asks, "What about you guys? Are you hurt?" "We're fine. We're fine." They all quickly wave their hands. "Alright, this month's bonuses will all be doubled," Lin Yi says after a moment of thought. "Thank you, young Master Lin." The others instantly look energized, their faces bright with smiles. Working in the Lin residence comes with excellent benefits. Besides a fixed salary, there is also an $800 bonus each month. Doubling it now means $1,600 plus their base salary, allowing them to easily earn $3,000 to $4,000 a month, which is much better than most white-collar workers in the city. After giving his instructions, Lin Yi does not linger and heads back to his room to shower. Since yesterday, he has had his personal bodyguard training with him in practical combat. After all, relying solely on himself to practice forms makes it hard to test the actual effectiveness. But then again, there's a problem. His strength is indeed astonishing. With a single punch, an ordinary person could have their ribs broken. Just yesterday, Jifeng was knocked back by him with a single palm, injuring his internal organs, and he is still in the hospital recovering. After showering and eating, Lin Yi takes a car and heads toward Wanxiang Securities. At this moment, the trading actions at Wanxiang Securities are nearing completion, with $50 billion remaining in the account waiting to be invested. As long as the layout is completed within the next 2 to 3 days, they can sit back and wait for the profits to roll in. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Yi goes directly to the third-floor trading room, calls up the data for tomorrow's plan, and sees that the international crude oil price has risen to $31.67 per barrel. Based on this market situation, the paper profit is nearing $15 billion. However, he knows that this is merely illusory wealth. The financial market is unpredictable. Until the funds are secured, the outcome remains uncertain. Young Master Lin, there's already a reaction in the international market, and many speculators are starting to buy crude oil as if they've caught a whiff of profit and want a piece of the pie. Standing nearby, Cheng Ziyuan steps forward to report. "Let them in," Lin Yi replies with a faint smile. The market is so vast, how could a single person take all the profits, eh? Though he speaks lightly, he has other plans in mind. Despite having invested $25 billion to stir the market, it seems like a grand opportunity. But as he knows this opportunity is different from the last, it won't be easy to double the returns. Based on the original trend, the oil price would only rise to around $39. After deducting interest and fees, the final profit may not even exceed $80 billion. However, if his involvement attracts more capital inflow, it might actually raise the price higher. More importantly, he wants to see, after this butterfly flaps its wings, will the history of this world shift? Today we will continue to release by orders worth $2 billion. Lin Yi ponders for a moment before issuing the command. "Understood, young Master Lin," Cheng Ziyuan replies, and steps back to make arrangements. After lingering in the trading hall for a moment, Lin Yi returns to his office to handle daily affairs. Just as he sits down, Su Wanqing suddenly pushes the door open and enters, her tone slightly tense. "Young Master Lin, the electronics company called the prototype for the new arcade machine has been completed." 5 deep gray sedans moved in a vertical line along the street. The speed was steady, neither too fast nor too slow. The middle car was a Bentley, broad and imposing. The other vehicles were just common Hondas and Nissans, not particularly eye-catching. Yet this convoy still drew frequent glances from pedestrians on the road. Even the drivers waiting at the red light couldn't help but turn their heads for a second look. Moments later, the convoy entered a small building with gray and white exterior walls. As soon as the guard saw the cars arrive, he immediately raised the barrier respectfully, allowing the 5 vehicles to enter in sequence. Young Master Lin. As Lin Yi opened the car door, a middle-aged man in a black suit approached with a smile. Manager Chen, sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Yi nodded in response, his step steady. You said the Huaxiao Block project has made progress. This Manager Chen's name was Chun Liren. He graduated from the Hong Kong Polytechnic many years ago, and then worked as a technical team leader at 2 different electronics factories. Later, he was scouted by Lin Yi himself to become the deputy manager of Wanxiang Electronics. He had great expectations for Xinghe Electronics, planning to use it as the core to support the entire Xinghe corporate group. Thus, in the initial stages, he had to take charge personally and firmly steer the direction. He had the confidence for this. In this era, no one understood the future of the electronics industry better than him. Yes, young Master Lin. Last night, the 3rd team reported that the Huaxiao Block has completed the prototype construction according to your design framework and is currently undergoing internal debugging. They'll take you there right away. After finishing, Chun Liren turned and led the way, guiding Lin Yi deeper into the building. Slow down. Move left half a notch. Changed. Hurry up. That's not the right shape. Wrong. Hold it. Another one is coming. As they reached the corner of the 2nd floor where a research room was located, a cacophony of noise hit them. Upon entering, they saw a group of technicians gathered in a circle, each looking tense and shouting continuously. Everyone quiet down. The boss is here. Chun Liren raised his voice to reprimand. Only then did the crowd snap back to attention, scattering to stand in place. Lin Yi scanned the room and saw a roughly 1-meter square device placed on the central floor. Colored blocks were continuously falling from the top screen, stacking layer upon layer. Hello, young Master Lin. The crowd quickly bowed and greeted him. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yi gently raised his hand and walked toward the machine. The research team made way for him. He leaned in to observe closely. The whole machine stood approximately 1 meters tall and was less than half a meter wide. The front featured a 20-inch black and white cathode ray tube with a control panel located below. On the right side was a horizontal sliding lever that could only move left and right. The left side had a red square button slightly worn on the surface. Lin Yi focused on the falling line-shaped block on the screen, reaching out to press the red button. Click. With a harsh mechanical noise, the block instantly rotated into a vertical I shape. His eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled over a chair to sit down, placing his fingers on the lever and button to start playing. The previously anxious engineers exchanged glances, but couldn't help but quietly gather around to watch. Then they witnessed Lin Yi's movements flow seamlessly, moving left, adjusting right, rotating, and connecting, each action crisp and clean, as if he had practiced 1,000 times. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. As time passed, the falling speed increased. Yet Lin Yi remained composed, maintaining his rhythm without a hitch. What the heck? Is this the kind of operation a novice can pull off? We spent 3 months figuring out the logic, and he can clear it right away. Does this guy have a chip in his head? The crowd was filled with astonishment, with some even gritting their teeth in secret. Born from the same parents, how could the gap be so vast? However, there comes a time when one runs out of strength. Despite Lin Yi's rapid reflexes and agility under the pressure of maximum speed, he ultimately made a misjudgment after 15 minutes, causing the screen to fill up with blocks and signaling failure. Not bad. Lin Yi stretched his neck and stood up. Overall, it's feasible, but the design needs optimization. Raise the machine and switch to vertical operation. In this sitting position, playing with the head bent for long periods is hard on the cervical spine, leading to a poor user experience. Understood, young Master Lin. You'll note that down immediately. Chun Liren quickly pulled out a notebook to record. Lin Yi looked around at everyone, his tone softening. This successful arcade machine deserves celebration. I see all your efforts. Now I want to know who is leading this project. The research team members exchanged glances. After a few seconds of silence, a dozen gazes landed on one individual. He was a tall and slender young man, wearing glasses, appearing to be in his late 20s, hands clenched tightly, clearly nervous. Lin Yi looked at him kindly. What is your name? The young man swallowed hard, stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly, replying to young Master Lin. My name is Qin Yuhang. Great Qin Yuhang. From today, you will be the chief creator of the company's Huaxiao Block project. Starting this month, your monthly salary will be raised to 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. Additionally, your entire team will receive a one-time bonus of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Yi announced steadily in front of everyone. Wow, really? Long live the boss. Thank you, young Master Lin. The employees in the research department erupted in excitement upon hearing this. If it weren't for the serious security personnel standing nearby, they would have rushed to lift Lin Yi up and throw him into the air in celebration. After all, this team only had 13 members, and with $100,000 split among them, each person would receive over 7,000, equivalent to most of their income from the past 6 months. Now they had received such a reward in less than half a month since joining the company, and who wouldn't be thrilled? Thank you, young Master Lin. Qin Yuhang stepped forward to express his sincere gratitude. Lin Yi gently waved his hand and smiled. No need to thank me, this is the reward you all deserve. By the way, please organize the circuit diagrams, technical documents, and prototype designs for Block as soon as possible and hand them to Manager Chun. The company has other arrangements in mind. Understood, young Master Lin. Qin Yuhang immediately nodded in agreement. Manager Chin, please notify all technical personnel to gather in the factory's open space. Oh, I have important matters to announce. Lin Yi turned to Chun Liren beside him. All right, young Master Lin. Chun Liren quickly accepted the order and left swiftly. In just a moment, over 200 employees from Wanxiang Electronics were lined up neatly in the square. Everyone's gaze involuntarily fell upon the new arcade machine beside Lin Yi. Seeing the joy that couldn't be concealed on the faces of the members of the third team, the others felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. Although there had been rumors beforehand that the third team had successfully developed the arcade machine specifically requested by young Master Lin, many were still comforting themselves. Perhaps it was just a test machine and it didn't necessarily mean they had truly succeeded. But with the current situation, all their hopes for luck were shattered. Everyone should have seen this machine by now, right? Lin Yi declared loudly. That's right, this is the prototype of our new game Block, completed by the entire team of the third group. He paused for a moment, speaking firmly. I previously promised that whoever can develop this game first will not only receive 100,000 Hong Kong dollars in team rewards, but will also have one member appointed as the chief creator with a monthly salary set at 10,000. So let's congratulate Qin Yuhang and the third group. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi led the applause. Clap, clap, clap. Seeing the boss personally applaud, the others despite their reluctance could only join in. However, except for the third group, most people's applause was weak, as if their spirits had been drained. Lin Yi noticed this, but was not angry. As the applause gradually faded, he continued, additionally, I have another. In light of the outstanding contributions of the third group, starting from the official launch of Block, this team will enjoy a share of 1% of the annual revenue for 5 consecutive years. What a... As soon as this was said, the audience erupted in an uproar. No one expected that in addition to the cash reward, there would also be long-term dividends. These researchers all had project proposals in hand, and many had been in the industry for years. They understood that once Block was launched, it would undoubtedly be a market hit. Just like the Space Invaders released by Taidong in Sakura Country 2 years ago, which has sold over 35,000 units to date. In Hong Kong, one unit of Space Invaders sells for about 18 to 20,000 Hong Kong dollars. This meant that just this one game would bring Taidong Company nearly 700 million Hong Kong dollars in revenue. Even with a profit margin of 30%, the net profit would still be around 210 million. Even if they only received 1% over 5 years, they could earn more than 10 million in dividends. Even if distributed among a dozen people, each would get over 100,000 a year, causing the onlookers to feel a mix of emotions and envy. Long live the boss. Young Master Lin is brilliant. The members of the third group were all excited, their faces flushed, and their cheers nearly overturned the roof. Watching them tearfully joyous, the others felt even more bitter. Is it uncomfortable to see others win the big prize? Lin Yi surveyed everyone, a hint of a smile on his lips. There's no way around it if opportunities are fairly presented to everyone, and you have all seen the proposals. If they can do it quickly and well, who can you blame? However, he shifted his tone. If you are unsatisfied, I have another opportunity for you. I have a new development proposal here. As long as you seize it, honor and benefits will still belong to you. As he spoke, he raised his hand slightly. Chun Liren immediately picked up a stack of documents and stepped down the stage to distribute them one by one. This tank battle is on par with Block as the company's 2 major core projects this year. The plan has been sent to you. Whether it can be realized and whether you can beat others depends on your own ability. Lin Yi smiled and asked, do you have confidence? Yes, we will definitely complete it. The crowd, previously dejected, now surged with excitement, eyes bright, with determination, eager to rush back to the lab. Young Master Lin, I have a question. At this moment, a young engineer from the third group raised his hand and shouted. Speak. Lin Yi nodded. Can our third group also participate in the development of tank battle? As soon as he finished, all members of the group held their breath, staring intently at Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled calmly. Of course you can. The company never supports lazy people, nor does it allow anyone to rest on their laurels. We encourage healthy competition. As long as you can win, the rewards will always belong to you. Thank you, young Master Lin. We will never slack off. The third group erupted in enthusiastic cheers once again. Meanwhile, the others were filled with rage upon hearing this news. Isn't it enough that you won a prize? Now you want to snatch the next project. But the more this happened, the more their fighting spirit ignited. This time we must be the first to create tank battle. Looking at the undercurrents surging in the research team below Lin, he stood quietly on the stage, his expression calm. He truly did not care about who was competing against him, because for him, this kind of competition was precisely the best fuel. The fiercer the competition, the faster the innovation. The stronger the technology, the faster the company could charge forward. After handing over the newly developed game to the research and development team, and boosting the team's morale, Lin, he had someone load the completed arcade machine Blocks onto the truck. After a moment's thought, he called for Qin Yuhang and then dialed Duan Jiwen's number. After confirming the address, he drove towards the Kowloon industrial area. More than half an hour later, the convoy slowly arrived at the destination. Before an inconspicuous small industrial park, they saw Duan Jiwen pacing back and forth on an old motorcycle waiting at the entrance. "You came in person?" Seeing the figure squatting next to the motorcycle, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and smiled as he got out of the car to greet him. If it were not for knowing his background, who could have imagined that this young man's father was an important figure in the Hong Kong Government Legislative Council with a deep and powerful background? It is known that before Lin Yi took over this body, although Duan Jiwen was not exactly a playboy, he had always spent money like water and indulged in a life of luxury. In the past, he would not feel satisfied if he didn't spend 10 to 20,000 in a night at the nightclubs. But unexpectedly, in just 2 years since Lin Yi's rise, Duan Jiwen seemed to have transformed into a different person. He completely subdued his past extravagance, becoming calm and pragmatic. His current demeanor indeed made people view him in a new light. Lin Yi was clear in his heart that if this continued, even without his support, Duan Jiwen would be able to establish himself in Hong Kong Island in the future. Of course, the premise was that he could smoothly take over his father's political resources. "My brother is here, how could I not come to pick you up? Get in, I'll take you inside." Duan Jiwen didn't hesitate and patted the seat of the motorcycle behind him. "All right, let me see if you've lost your touch." Lin Yi smiled, and without hesitation abandoned his stretched Mercedes and hopped onto the unremarkable motorcycle as they rode into the industrial park, one behind the other. The 5 cars behind followed closely, all luxury sedans making a grand entrance, which immediately caused quite a stir in the factory area. Many workers put down their tasks and gathered around to watch, especially when they saw 10 bodyguards dressed in black, wearing headphones and sunglasses, and with sturdy builds stepping out from the cars. Everyone was left speechless. My God, which big shot has arrived? Could it be the police commissioner visiting incognito? Don't joke, how could he come to such a small place? Even Duan Jiwen was taken aback by this spectacle, saying, "Come on, you are being too extravagant. This is a bigger show than the governor's inspection." I've stirred up some trouble recently, so I brought in more people for peace of mind," Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. "Who? Is it the Ma family from the Oriental Daily who's clashing with you?" This matter had long spread throughout Hong Kong, and as Lin Yi's closest brother Duan Jiwen was naturally closely following it. "It's just a minor issue, nothing to worry about. I'm just taking precautions." Lin Yi lightly brushed it off, and then shifted the topic. "Let's go, take me to see your factory." "Sure, follow me." Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, Duan Jiwen did not pry further and led him to the electronics processing factory on the 2nd floor. This electronics factory was not large, with only about 100 workers at most. The main product was cheap electronic watches sold to the mainland for profit. While the profit seemed thin, it was actually considerable. On Hong Kong Island, the cost of an electronic watch was only about $2 to $3. However, once it reached the mainland, the wholesale price started at least 20 or 30, and if sold in places like Beijing and Shanghai, it could even reach 70 or 80, and during good market conditions, it could even surpass 100. The problem, however, was that this factory essentially had no core technology. The most advanced piece of equipment in the whole factory was just an injection molding machine imported from Sakura country. All other parts were purchased finished products, simply assembled upon return and fitted with outer shells and labels. Rather than being a modern factory, it was more like a slightly scaled workshop. It could not be blamed that Duan Jiwen was not ambitious, it was the entire economic environment of Hong Kong Island. In this era, running a factory and making a few million a year was already considered a good result. But if one used money to buy properties or speculate on land, it could easily turn into 10 million in profit. Or investing in the stock market, with the Hang Seng Index skyrocketing in recent years, putting in tens of millions could double in half a year. Everyone was chasing quick money, who would be willing to focus on manufacturing. Moreover, the colonial government had never encouraged local industrialization, allowing real estate and finance to dominate the economy. This has led to Hong Kong Island, one of the 4 Asian tigers, having an increasingly hollow industrial foundation. Currently, it was still fortunate that there were many small and medium-sized factories holding up the situation. Although their output value was mostly in the millions, the manufacturing industry had not completely withered away. In a few years, as the housing market heated up and rents skyrocketed annually, the factory's profits would be completely eaten up, and that would be the real dead end. Jiwen brother, let me be honest with you, your factory can make money in the short term, but in the long run it will be difficult to sustain. Once the mainland market saturates, how will you survive? After visiting the workshop and entering the office, Lin Yi spoke straightforwardly. Duan Jiwen poured a cup of tea for both of them and sighed with a bitter smile. I understand the reasoning, I want to transition to high-end, but we lack technology and talent, so how easy is that? Do you remember what I told you last time we were drinking at Lan Kwai Fong? Lin Yi smiled slightly. Are you saying you found a solution? Don't keep me in suspense, just say it. Duan Jiwen was momentarily stunned, then remembered that during their late-night conversation Lin Yi had promised to find him a way out. Suddenly showing up, could there really be a turning point? You'll know in a moment. Lin Yi smiled and winked at the bodyguard next to him. The man nodded and left. Moments later, two muscular men carefully carried in a brand new arcade machine. Here it is, the answer is right here. Lin Yi smiled confidently. Just this. An arcade machine. Duan Jiwen stared at the machine in confusion, waiting for further explanation. Duan Jiwen was certainly not unfamiliar with arcade machines, but by now this industry had already gained traction. The arcade machines from Japan had not yet swept the globe as they would in the future, but they were almost everywhere domestically. In Hong Kong Island, several game halls had emerged a few years ago. Who among the young people hadn't played names like Periscope B or Space Invaders? That's right, this machine is our Wansheng Electronics independently developed new arcade equipped with the game Huaxiao blocks that we just finished. You try it out first. Lin Yi didn't say much, simply letting Duan Jiwen sit down to experience it. Following that, under Qin Yuhang's operation, the game started. At first, Duan Jiwen was a bit rusty, but the rules of Huaxiao blocks were simple enough to understand at a glance. In no time, he found his rhythm and gradually became immersed in it. Damn, my hand slipped. What the hell, how did that fall off course? I didn't press it there at all. Hey, why is it falling faster and faster? Completely engrossed, Duan Jiwen kept voicing complaints and exclamations. In less than 3 minutes, the screen went black. Game over. Wow, impressive. Your machine is really something. Duan Jiwen stood up, still wearing an excited expression, as if he hadn't come back to his senses. How is it? Lin Yi smiled, handing him a bottle of water. If we took this machine out to sell, do you think anyone would buy it? It's too exhilarating. That thing called Huaxiao blocks is so addictive I can't stop playing. Duan Jiwen patted his thigh, his tone. Then, if your factory were to take over the production of this arcade, would you be willing to do it? Lin Yi's eyes flickered as he continued to press on. Duan Jiwen was taken aback. Let my factory produce this. Can it work? My factory's workers are only capable of assembling electronic watches at most. They've never dealt with this kind of high-tech stuff at all. High-tech? Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh at this. Don't scare yourself, arcade machines aren't as mysterious as you think. The circuit diagrams and program codes are all packaged up. We just need to send a technician over to guide them, and they can get the hang of it in a few days. It really isn't difficult. Really can teach. Then what do I need to do? Duan Jiwen still stared at Lin Yi in a bit of a daze. You just take care of your factory. It's best to expand the workforce as soon as possible. Lin Yi stretched lazily, speaking casually. Expand the workforce. Isn't there enough manpower already? Duan Jiwen looked puzzled. Not enough. Lin Yi shook his head, smiling. Far from it. Do you know how many units the Space Invaders released by Sakura Country's Taidong Company sold 2 years ago? Almost 40,000. They had thousands of assembly line workers just to barely keep up with global orders. And our Wansheng Electronics will not only have Huaxiao blocks. In the future, we'll release more games, arcade machines, home consoles, and even computer systems could be possible. The current scale of your factory won't last 6 months before it collapses. Thousands of people. Duan Jiwen's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Seeing his expression, Lin Yi chuckled lightly. Are you dumbfounded? Let me tell you, thousands of people is just the... In the future, my company will handle research and development while your factory will be responsible for manufacturing. The number of workers in your factory could break 10,000 or even 100,000, which wouldn't be surprising. At that time, your factory will open around the world. Even the person at the White House will have to nod and greet you. Can we really reach that level? Hearing Lin Yi's depiction of the scene, Duan Jiwen's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a fist. His mind was already imagining sitting on the sofa in the White House boasting with the president. That feeling would be amazing. Of course it can happen. So what do you say? Are you in? Watching Duan Jiwen almost drooling, Lin Yi grinned. I'm in. Not doing it would be foolish. Duan Jiwen slammed his thigh, blood rushing to his head, and reached out his hand. Brother, it's a deal. Smack. Lin Yi also raised his hand and slapped it heavily against his palm, laughing. Done. Don't worry, I won't cheat you. Of course. You're my brother in this business. If I can't trust you, who else can I trust? Duan Jiwen said with righteous indignation. Lin Yi felt warmth in his heart, smiled, and sat down seriously. All right, let's discuss the specific arrangements for production next. All right. You speak, I'm listening, and I'll execute it immediately. Duan Jiwen replied promptly. Your most important task right now is to wrap up the current work in the factory and prepare for the transition. As Lin Yi spoke, he pointed to Qin Yuhang, who was sitting in the corner. This is Qin Yuhang, the main creator of our Huaxiao blocks project. Starting tomorrow, he will be stationed in your factory to guide assembly techniques. You pick a few nimble and sharp-minded workers to learn soldering the boards and programming with him, while also rushing to expand the workforce. Duan Jiwen nodded without hesitation. Once he made up his mind, he never hesitated. By the way, one more thing. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and added, try to purchase some high-end equipment. Duan Jiwen nodded without hesitation. Once he made up his mind, he never hesitated. By the way, one more thing. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and added, try to purchase some high-end equipment. Even if you're just doing contract work, you need to have some reserves in the supply chain. Don't let someone cut off your supplies one day, or you'll be in a passive position. You're quite thoughtful, though I'll remember this. Duan Jiwen quickly took out a notebook and jotted down a few notes. Yuhang. Lin Yi turned to Qin Yuhang. Starting tomorrow, you go to Tengfei Electronics Factory and help them run through the production line. Don't worry, the labor compensation will not be less. This month's salary will triple. Are you willing? Qin Yuhang was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. Boss, no need. It's an honor for me to help out. Just keep my salary as is. His current monthly salary was 15,000, and tripling it would make it 45,000. This amount of money might not even be what high-ranking officials in the Hong Kong government could earn. Stop talking, it's settled like this. Lin Yi said, firmly, not allowing for any objections. Tomorrow morning at 8 be on time at the factory. One must walk the path step by step, and tasks must be done one by one. Just like this arcade game. Without a development team, it cannot exist. Even if Lin Yi had a complete vision in his mind and knew exactly how each game should be made, he could not conjure up code and chips out of thin air. Yet the current state of Gangdao was far from optimistic. Trying to acquire an electronics institute with real technical foundations. Easier said than done. As mentioned before, Gangdao's manufacturing heyday had long passed, many factories relocated northward, and talent drained away. If he couldn't buy one ready-made, why not build a team himself? Moreover, a research team assembled by his own hand would be truly under his control. Knowing their roots and capabilities would make him trust and use them with greater ease. After sending Qin Yuhang off in a taxi, Lin Yi and Duan Jiwen, who had not seen each other for some time, decided to go to a bar together for a drink. Since he had taken over this bar, Lin Yi had not set foot inside until now. Returning to the old haunt, he found the place almost unchanged. Perhaps because of the convenience his owner's status afforded, Xian Hisheng treated this unseen backer with special care, and several street brothers were stationed around to keep watch. Those men kept proper bounds. They did not disturb customers or cause trouble. If a female patron became too drunk, they would even help call a car to send her home. They would never allow predators to take advantage, a rare clean presence in Gangdao's nightlife. Additionally, any drug dealings were strictly forbidden inside the establishment. Rather than becoming desolate after the change of ownership, the bar's reputation rose. It became the favored nighttime gathering place for many wealthy heirs. As Lin Yi and Duan Jiwen seated themselves on the second floor, the manager hurried over upon hearing the owner had arrived. He said they had prepared a VIP booth and invited them to move there. Both men politely declined. They came for the buzz and atmosphere, not to be shut in four walls. What joy was there in a cloistered room when one could sit here, feel the breeze, listen to music, and watch the tide of people? They waved the manager away and asked for a few bottles of Baitusi to be brought up. When the wine arrived, Lin Yi swirled his glass of red and began chatting with Duan Jiwen. Jiwen, do you remember the matter you mentioned last time about Zhou Jingchuan and Chen Xiaofeng? Lin Yi gently shook his glass and suddenly spoke. Of course I remember. Do you have new information? Duan Jiwen blinked in surprise at the question. Lin Yi took a sip and a faint smile touched his lips. When you first brought that up, I happened to hear my dedicated lawyer discussing the same case. He added, it was about Wang Qinggan's death. Did you know? What? That useless Wang Qinggan is dead. Duan Jiwen's eyes widened so suddenly he nearly spilled his drink. You didn't know? Lin Yi regarded him with mild suspicion. Duan Jiwen laughed awkwardly. I've been buried in the electronics factory lately and haven't been following the news. When did he die? Around a few days before we last came to the bar. I can't be precise. Lin Yi nodded. Oh, what does his death have to do with Zhou Jingchuan and Chen Xiaofeng? Duan Jiwen circled back to the topic. It's a coincidence. My lawyer runs a firm. When I went to talk business that day, I overheard them discussing Wang Qinggan's case. Lin Yi recounted what he had heard that day, and then related the subsequent details Cheng Feiyu had uncovered. Holy, that's explosive. Duan Jiwen almost sprang from his chair, his neck chilled, and he gulped his drink to calm himself. So the person who killed Wang Qinggan may have also taken care of Zhou Jingchuan and Chen Xiaofeng. He swallowed, and his voice tightened. Yes, from the clues we have, it is very possible the same hand did all of it. Perhaps the three of them angered some ruthless figure at once, and were wiped out together. Lin Yi tapped the table. Christ, that's chilling. Duan Jiwen's hairs rose. No suspect yet. For now there is no lead whatsoever. Lin Yi shook his head. Those brutes had long been arrogant and caused trouble. They must have provoked someone they shouldn't have. After a moment, Duan Jiwen calmed and analyzed. That is indeed plausible. Lin Yi agreed, but lowered his voice. Still stay alert recently. I can't shake the feeling. This matter is not so simple. A nameless intuition rose in his chest. It seemed faintly connected to him, though he could not find a clear suspect. It was not that he had no enemies. Those grievances had either been quietly resolved or buried without a trace. Not that there were no cracks at all. At least in the case of Ma Zhengbang, there were aspects that looked bad for him. But the problem was the Ma family could not possibly be the killers. The crime occurred over a month ago. Back then he did not even know what Ma Zhengbang looked like. Even if Ma Zhengbang was dead, he had never met him in person. At most he had seen a photo in some file. They had never faced one another yet. By some twist, they had become mortal. One could only say that Ma Zhengbang had been horribly unlucky. He never met the protagonist in person before his final curtain, making him perhaps one of the most unfortunate supporting villains in history. Yes, don't worry, he'll be careful. Although he believed he had nothing to do with Wang Qinggan and the others, Duan Jiwen solemnly nodded at Lin Yi's warning. Do you want me to assign 2 bodyguards to you first? Lin Yi paused and added, you haven't had trouble recently. Never mind, I'll hire my own bodyguards. Duan Jiwen waved his hand. Don't worry. I own a security company now, over 200 people. Lending you 2 is no problem. Lin Yi smiled. Duan Jiwen was taken aback. He hadn't realized these bodyguards were part of Lin Yi's own enterprises. Even more shocking was that Lin Yi had actually set up a security company. Startled, Duan Jiwen did not refuse. Alright, I won't decline then. Lin Yi smiled, clinked glasses with him, and took a sip. His gaze, however, drifted to a figure in a booth downstairs, and he murmured softly to himself. Neon flashed, and music thundered. Shadows crossed the dance floor, booths clinked with glasses and laughter. Lin Yi held his stemmed glass as his eyes suddenly sharpened and his pupils narrowed. What's wrong? Duan Jiwen noticed his oddity and followed his line of sight, but saw only the noisy crowd and could discern nothing unusual. Nothing special. I think I saw a familiar face. Lin Yi's mouth curved slightly. He did not turn away, but stared at the figure below. The man tilted his head back and downed a shot in a rough, coarse motion, which made Lin Yi's brow knit involuntarily. Jiwen, stay seated. I'm going to see someone. He set his glass down and walked toward the stairs. Through the noisy crowd, he made straight for a corner booth. 4 young people occupied that booth. 2 men and 2 women laughing and chatting as if in harmony. Yet on closer look, the 2 men's gazes were wrong. They stared at the young woman opposite them with an unmistakable covetous hunger in their eyes. Come now, missy, meeting you is my good fortune. This glass is for you. The man in a deep gray suit raised his cup with a smile, his gaze burning at He Chaoqiong across from him. Thank you, but I can't drink anymore. My head is spinning. I need to rest. He Chaoqiong hiccuped, her cheeks flushed and eyes unfocused. She was more than half drunk. Chaoqiong, don't be scared. I'm here for you. Don't you remember? Even if you black out, I won't abandon you. Wei Xiao has such goodwill. Have another glass. The short-haired girl beside her patted her shoulder in a soft voice, but casually flicked an ordering glance at Wei Ming. Exactly, miss. What a coincidence tonight. Our fates have intertwined. What's wrong with drinking a few more? The slick-haired youth chimed in with a grin. You're not worried about it, yeah? All right, later the 2 of us will walk you back to school. You won't get lost, will you? Hick. All right. One more. He Chaoqiong nodded dizzily, her mind already fogged, and she believed them. Okay, one last drink. Wei Ming's eyes flashed coldly, his smile polite and smooth. But that look was like a serpent winding around her throat. The short-haired girl promptly refilled the glass and pushed it toward her. As He Chaoqiong's hand trembled, reaching for it, a bony, decisive hand suddenly grabbed her delicate wrist, and the other swiftly took the glass away. The abrupt interruption made the 3 in the booth startle and look up in unison. Hick, it's you. How are you here? He Chaoqiong lifted her eyes, and through the blur of intoxication a momentary clarity flickered. She broke into a silly smile. Lin Yi's brow tightened, anger rose at the sight of her in that state. He slammed his glass down on the table and sat coldly. Drunk like this, where are your bodyguards? Hick, bodyguards. I shipped them off a long time ago. My father won't let me go out, it's so annoying. I just wanted some air. She mumbled incoherently and leaned back as if about to drift asleep. A vein twitched at Lin Yi's temple. No wonder those wolves dared to ply her so openly. She was alone with no one to watch her. Sir, may I ask who you are? Do you know Chaoqiong? The 3 men, now suspicious, took note of the 2 burly men standing silently behind Lin Yi and felt a chill, unwilling to act rashly. Wei Ming, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, sent a quick look to Aya. She understood and forced a smile, answering in a gentle tone. Hello, I'm Chaoqiong's classmate. She was overly happy tonight and temporarily lost control. We didn't stop her. Sorry, it's late now, and we're preparing to take her home. Lin Yi slowly lifted his eyes, scanned the 3, and finally fixed his gaze on the short-haired girl. His voice was cool. Oh, you're her classmate. Do you know what status she has? The question struck the 3 silent, ashen-faced, exchanging glances without answering. Wei Ming grit his teeth and scoffed. What does her background matter? We're making friends. Do we have to check household registration? Even if she's the daughter of Ying Huang, that shouldn't prohibit others from approaching her. She can of course be friends with anyone. Lin Yi gave a cold laugh and leaned forward, his eyes like a blade. But if someone uses the pretense of friendship while thinking of something else, then I advise you to first understand your own limits. He finished and lifted a finger, signaling to the bodyguards behind him. Drag them out. The men, break their legs and throw them out. The woman, 20 slaps to teach her restraint. As Lin Yi finished speaking, the 2 bodyguards standing behind him instantly sprang into action. Arms outstretched, they lunged toward the 2 young men. What are you doing? A short-haired woman standing in the corner let out a piercing scream upon seeing them. What do you think you're doing? You've got some nerve. Dying for it, are you? Young Wei shot up from his booth, face pale, cursing wildly as he struggled to resist. Yet Lin Yi's bodyguards were no mere ornaments. They hailed from an elite special operations unit stationed along the frontier, rigorously trained in counterterrorism tactics. In close quarters combat, 10 arrogant gym-trained playboys wouldn't last a single round against them. With crisp efficiency, each delivered a precise knife hand strike to the side of the neck, followed by a heavy muffled blow to the abdomen. The two young men crumpled instantly, limp as boneless dolls, not even a whimper escaping their lips. What do you think you're doing? Who gave you the audacity to resort to violence here? The commotion stirred the bar's enforcers, who rushed over at once. Men loyal to Xinhe Sheng, accustomed to intimidation, and now cold-faced, sleeves rolled up, ready to pounce. But the tattooed youth leading the charge froze mid-stride the moment his gaze swept across the room and landed on Lin Yi, standing calmly at its center. His entire face drained of color, his voice choked off, utterly silent. Big brother, please spare us. We didn't start this. We're innocent. It was them who provoked trouble and harassed a woman. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the short-haired woman burst into frantic pleas, clutching at salvation like a drowning soul. Before she could utter another word, the fearsome entourage of bodyguards collectively bowed their heads, then reverently inclined before Lin Yi in unison. Young Master Lin. Lin Yi responded coolly, not even lifting his eyelids. Since you're here, take her outside and administer 30 slaps across the face. Let her sober up. Yes, young Master Lin. The enforcers chorused, turning toward the woman, their earlier awe instantly replaced by grim ferocity. No, help, murder. Terrified, she shrieked and whirled to flee. Shut your mouth, you wretched woman. Get over here now. The bald enforcer stepped forward in one stride, seized her hair in a brutal grip, and slammed her head first onto the floor, then dragged her kicking and screaming toward the exit. Meanwhile, the two bodyguards hoisted the dazed young men and followed suit. I'm warning you. I'm the son of the Hang Seng Bank branch manager. Lay a finger on me and you'll regret it. Wei Ming's defiant threat died mid-sentence as a bodyguard struck him hard at the base of the skull. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious just before crossing the threshold. Onlookers had already gathered in hushed clusters around the scene. What's going on here? Why did this suddenly erupt? TCH, didn't you see how striking that girl is? Most likely these fools got carried away by lust, and kicked a steel plate instead. Wait, wasn't that man the new owner who bought this place recently? Damn, it is him. I saw the ribbon-cutting news. He's the new proprietor, and they dared lay hands on his woman right in his own establishment. Something feels off. Doesn't he seem more like a true magnate? Didn't the financial headlines just feature Lin Yi, the billionaire who donated $600 million to build schools in mountainous regions? Could that be him? Lin Yi. Which Lin Yi? That name rings a bell. Holy hell, it is him. No wonder those goons acted like obedient grandchildren. Amid the murmuring crowd, Lin Yi's brow furrowed faintly. At that moment, Wang Jinshuan arrived with several security personnel, swiftly forming a protective cordon around him. Wang Jinshuan had not been nearby earlier because Lin Yi had specifically instructed him and the others to relax and drink quietly in a corner of the main hall. After all, this was his establishment, safety was assured. Yet chaos had still erupted. Young Master Lin, are you unharmed? Wang Jinshuan and He Jifeng scanned the surroundings while urgently inquiring. I'm fine. Lin Yi waved dismissively. Take them away first. Wang Jinshuan, investigate the backgrounds of those three outside. He Jifeng, dispatch 2 men to escort Jiwen home. Tomorrow morning, have Brother Lu send replacements. Keep things tight for now. Understood, young master. They bowed slightly and departed without delay. Lin Yi said nothing more, bending gently to lift He Zhaoqiang, who lay slumped in the booth, deeply intoxicated, and cradling her tenderly in his arms. As he rose, his gaze lifted toward the second floor. Duan Jiwen leaned casually against the railing, a faint teasing smile playing on his lips as he watched the scene unfold. A subtle twitch flickered across Lin Yi's lips. No explanation offered, only a quiet nod toward his friend, before he turned and walked away through the corridor cleared by his bodyguards. Just beyond the entrance, his private car awaited. A bodyguard stepped forward to open the rear door, and Lin Yi carefully settled He Zhaoqiang inside before sliding in beside her. Once the door closed, he glanced down at her, her cheeks flushed crimson, her head resting against the window, as a faint crease formed between his brows. Zhaoqiang, Zhaoqiang, where do you live now? She breathed evenly, utterly unresponsive to his repeated calls, deep in wine-induced slumber. With no choice, he lightly tapped her cheek. Hey, wake up, Zhaoqiang. His palm met soft, warm skin. Her face, flushed pink with intoxication, sent a quiet tremor through him. Don't disturb me. So sleepy. Dazed, she swatted his hand away, then almost instinctively wrapped her arms around his forearm and nestled her head into his lap, curling up soundly against his thigh. Lin Yi stiffened, gazing down at the woman resting peacefully across his legs, listening to her gentle breaths, feeling the yielding warmth of her quiet reliance against his arm. Suddenly the air within the cabin felt thick and heated. He drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing the unexpected flutter in his chest, then looked at her once more, softly commanding, drive. Where to, young master? The driver asked, glancing through the rearview mirror. Home. Yes, young master. Please sit back and relax. The engine hummed to life, and the car merged into the city's nocturnal embrace. 5 sedans wound along the mountain road, heading toward Beishuan's Weixiang estate. Roughly an hour later, the convoy eased down a smooth concrete drive and came to a gentle halt before a stately mansion. An elderly gatekeeper spotting the approaching vehicles immediately swung open the iron gates. The 5 cars glided silently into the courtyard like a breath of wind. As the lead vehicle pulled up before the main residence, light spilled warmly from the veranda, where only Zheng Shouzhong stood waiting alone. Though Lin Yi had repeatedly urged him not to, reminding him that such rigid customs belonged to a bygone era, and their household observed no archaic rituals of kneeling servants greeting masters. Zheng Shouzhong, though formally the family steward, was also treated as kin, a senior figure whose presence carried deep respect. Why must he always stand exposed to the chill night winds? Yet Zheng Shouzhong would merely smile, saying nothing, though he never ceased insisting on standing at the entrance until he personally witnessed Lin Yi step out of the car safe and sound. This old frame has little else to do at home. Just seeing young master once more brings peace to my heart, he'd say, and hearing that Lin Yi could only allow it to be so. Now standing atop the stone steps, Zheng Shouzhong watched the lead car settle smoothly into place. He Jifeng swiftly opened the door and stepped out. Then Lin Yi descended with calm composure. Zheng Shouzhong's weathered face softened instantly, eyes brimming with paternal warmth, until in the next breath his expression stilled. For Lin Yi, having just alighted, suddenly turned, half his body leaning back into the car. When he re-emerged, a young woman rested securely in his arms. Zheng Shouzhong's pupils contracted ever so slightly. Then his smile deepened, genuine and warm. Young master truly has grown, bringing home a lady companion at last. A quiet sigh of satisfaction rose in his heart, yet curiosity quickly followed. Why was she being carried? Was she intoxicated, or deliberately clinging, indulged by Lin Yi without restraint? Puzzled, he took a few steps forward. Beneath the eve's golden light, he clearly saw her features. Eyes closed, cheeks rosy, held gently, yet firmly in Lin Yi's embrace. Yet, hadn't he seen that face somewhere before? Young master. Zheng Shouzhong hurried forward. As Lin Yi approached, he noticed Zheng Shouzhong's lingering gaze upon the woman in his arms. Uncle Zheng, arrange a guest room. She's had too much to drink. Right away, young master. Zheng Shouzhong paused for half a heartbeat, then instantly understood, turning to lead the way toward a ground-floor guest chamber. Too much to drink. Did young master serve her the wine? He mused as they walked. Impossible. He would never do such a thing. Something else must have occurred. Soon they reached the door. Zheng Shouzhong deftly unlocked it, switched on the lights, and briskly unfolded the pale silk duvet laid neatly atop the bed. Having completed every task, he retreated silently to the hallway, closing the door softly behind him, whispering inwardly, must not disturb young master's tranquility. Lin Yi observed it all, a faint twitch tugging at his lips, but he said nothing. He approached the bed, slowly lowering He Zhaoqiang with meticulous care. Don't go. Even as he withdrew, she murmured drowsily, her arms reaching blindly into the air. Then she rolled over, hugging the pillow tightly, curling into a small peaceful ball before drifting back into slumber. Lin Yi gazed silently at her sleeping face, lips pressed thin, then bent gently to lift her feet and slip off her shoes. 2 slender ivory feet emerged, delicate flawless toes like polished seashells, warm and tender. Such a sight was not unfamiliar to him. Last time he had dared only a fleeting glance. Now, with no one watching, he allowed himself a quiet, unhurried inspection, yet restrained himself after only a moment, tucking both feet carefully beneath the covers. He drew the quilt higher, tucking it snugly around her shoulders, then switched on the bedside lamp, its amber glow casting a gentle halo. Without hesitation, he turned open the door, extinguished the overhead light, and slipped out soundlessly. The instant the door parted, he spotted Zheng Shouzhong standing at the far end of the corridor, watching quietly, intently from a distance. Thanks to his cultivation, Lin Yi's vision surpassed that of ordinary mortals. He caught with perfect clarity the brief, unmistakable flicker of disappointment that crossed Zheng Shouzhong's face the moment he saw Lin Yi emerge alone. Disappointment. A faint twitch tugged at Lin Yi's mouth, resignation settling in his thoughts. Do you take me for that kind of man? If I truly behaved as those 2 lecherous fools did in the bar, what would separate me from them? Uncle Zheng, he called out, voice level and calm. Assign 2 guards to watch through the night, in case Miss He awakens and becomes startled. Yes, young master. Zheng Shouzhong immediately composed himself, nodded sharply, and strode off to carry out the order. Watching him go, Lin Yi gave a slight silent nod, then ascended the stairs. A hot shower left him refreshed and alert. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom, sharp rapping echoed at the door. Who is it? Wrapped in a towel, his voice remained calm and low. It's me, Wang Jinshuan, came the steady reply from beyond the door. Enter. The door opened, and Wang Jinshuan stepped in, handing over a folded slip of paper. Young master, this is what we extracted from those 3. Lin Yi accepted it and skimmed the contents. The young man, surnamed Wei, was the son of the deputy manager of the credit department at Hang Seng Bank's Mong Kok branch. The other man and woman came from ordinary backgrounds. The man's father worked as a junior staff member under Wei Ming's father, also at the same bank, while the short-haired woman was his girlfriend. She and He Zhaoqiang had been classmates at university, acquainted only briefly. Upon learning He Zhaoqiang traveled with bodyguards, she deliberately sought her out and coaxed her to the bar. There they encountered Wei Ming. The moment he laid eyes on He Zhaoqiang's refined, ethereal grace, lust ignited in his heart, and he immediately signaled the couple to help intoxicate her, promising $5,000 upon success. Well done. Rest now, Lin Yi said, having finished reading. Yes, young master. Wang Jinshuan bowed slightly and withdrew quietly. Lin Yi glanced again at the note, his gaze darkening slightly, then made his way to the study. Opening a drawer in his desk, he retrieved a contact book and dialed a number. The line connected swiftly, answered by a calm, authoritative male voice. Hello, this is the He residence. May I ask who's calling? Lin Yi replied evenly. Good evening. This is Lin Yi of Tianmu capital Hong Kong. Please connect me with Mr. He. Deep within the He residence's main hall, light blazed as brightly as day, illuminating the entire estate. It was already 1030 p.m., and by custom every member of the He household had long since retired for the night. After all, Patriarch He Hongsheng had long suffered from frail health. His physicians had strictly prescribed early rest to nourish his spirit. No late nights permitted. As head of one of Macau's 3 most powerful clans, He Hongsheng's word was law, unquestioned, unchallenged. Yet tonight, not a single lamp in the He residence had been extinguished. Even He Hongsheng himself, normally abed at this hour, sat rigid and cold upon a rosewood chair at the center of the drawing room, his brows knotted with the gathering fury of an imminent storm. Brother Sheng, don't fret so. Xiao Qiong has always been quick-witted. She's likely just slipped out for some light-hearted fun, and will return soon, murmured a middle-aged woman beside him, her voice soft and soothing. Indeed, Brother Sheng. With the He family's name behind her, who would dare lay a finger on Xiao Qiong? Rest easy, there's nothing to fear. Another younger woman chimed in, her tone equally reassuring. Yet He Hongsheng remained silent, his gaze deep and still as frozen abyssal waters, chilling the very ding-ling-ling. A shrill telephone ring shattered the silence. The elderly steward standing vigil nearby stepped forward swiftly to answer. Hello, this is the He residence. May I ask who's calling? Understood. I'll inform the master immediately. After hanging up, the steward's face darkened. He approached He Hongsheng and whispered gravely, Master Afu just. He saw Miss He accompanied by a female classmate heading toward the bar district, but they've yet to locate her. He Hongsheng merely lifted his eyes, just slightly, and uttered that single unervingly calm syllable. The steward dared not speak further. Seeing no further instruction, he bowed deeply and withdrew. At that moment, everyone in the mansion felt it. The suffocating weight of suppressed wrath slowly coalescing within He Hongsheng. All knew fourth Miss He Zhaoqiang was He Hongsheng's most cherished child, raised like a jewel cradled in the palm. Now, having arrived in Hong Kong less than half a day ago, she had vanished without trace. How could this man, normally so composed and self-possessed, possibly sleep? Ding-ling-ling. Another urgent ring pierced the air. The steward answered once more, then hurried back. Master Ah Jian just phoned. The eldest young master and second madam have arrived in Hong Kong. Again, only that single syllable, his expression unchanged. Eldest young master He Guang was He Hongsheng's legitimate firstborn, now overseeing the clan's external enterprises, and widely regarded as heir apparent. Upon learning of his sister's disappearance, He Hongsheng had immediately ordered him to Hong Kong to handle the matter. Second Madame Lan Xiongying was, of course, He Zhaoqiang's birth mother. Hearing of her daughter's plight, Lan Xiongying had rushed off with her son, makeup still untouched, leaving everything behind. Brother Sheng, it's late. Perhaps you should rest first. The same middle-aged woman spoke again. Now that Xiao Guang and Xiongying are there to look after her, Xiao Qiong will be safe. Your health simply cannot bear such strain. Rest. Do you truly wish to watch me drop dead before you're satisfied? He Hongsheng let out a low, guttural scoff, quiet yet seething with rage. Brother Sheng, please don't get too worked up, ventured the other woman cautiously. Xiao Qiong is young. Occasional rebellion is only natural. Yet she's always been sensible. She'd never cause real trouble. Sensible? Then why did she ditch her bodyguards and go out alone? Why hasn't she returned home? Not even now. She means to drive me to my grave. With a thunderous slap, He Hongsheng struck the armrest, solid wood groaning under the force. As all held their breath, the telephone rang for the third time. The steward snatched it up, voice deferential. Hello, this is the He residence. May I ask whom you wish to speak with? Hello, I'm Lin Yi of Tianmu capital in Hong Kong. Please connect me with Mr. He. A calm, steady male voice emanated from the receiver. The steward hesitated. This name did not appear on any family register, yet asked carefully, Mr. Lin, greetings. May I inquire as to your purpose? Regarding Miss He Zhaoqiang. She'd had too much to drink at a bar. I happened to be there. Not knowing her address, I brought her home to rest safely in a guest room. I thought it best to inform Mr. He without delay, lest he worry unnecessarily. At these words, the steward's expression shifted instantly. Mr. Lin, please hold. I'll inform the master immediately. He rushed to He Hongsheng's side and whispered, Master, the gentleman from Hong Kong surnamed Lin says Miss He is staying at his residence. Linny. A flicker of recognition lit He Hongsheng's eyes. He recalled the poised young man from a recent banquet. Bring me the phone. Yes, master. The steward handed over the receiver without delay. He Hongsheng took it, voice measured. Mr. Lin, I am He Hongsheng. Hello. Mr. He, I apologize for disturbing your rest. The voice on the line remained serene. Not at all. I should be thanking you. He Hongxing's tone softened slightly, a faint smile touched his lips. No need for thanks. It was merely a... Lin paused, then summarized the evening succinctly. It was something of a coincidence. I happened to be present, noticed her condition was poor, and brought her home to care for her. Once she awakens fully, I'll arrange for her safe return. I called only to ease your concern. Mr. Lin, you're far too modest. He Hongxiang smiled warmly. Had you not intervened, the consequences might have been dire. I hear you enjoy deep-sea fishing. I'd be honored to host you on a charter sometime as a token of gratitude. Huh. Such a trivial matter hardly warrants mention. You flatter me, Mr. He. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before Lin added, it's growing late. I won't intrude further. Very well. Let's meet again soon. Goodbye. The call ended. Brother Sheng, is there news of Xiao Qiong? Both women leaned forward, eager for answers. He Hongxiang set down the receiver and said coldly she went drinking at a bar and was nearly intoxicated. Had Lin not found her in time, who knows what calamity might have befallen her. This reckless, undisciplined girl. Lin. The first woman frowned slightly. I've seen his name in the papers lately. He's barely 21. If Xiao Qiong spent the night at his home, what if? Short-sighted. He Hongxing shot her a sharp, cutting glance. If he dared call us directly, he bears no ill. Moreover, a youth who moves effortlessly among Hong Kong's political and business elite is no rash or impulsive fool. To doubt him is to demean yourself. But the papers say Lin lives alone, no family at home. If Xiao Qiong stayed. Enough. His gaze flashed, and he raised a hand to cut her off. This matter is closed. He turned to the steward. Quan, call Chiu Wang. Tell him his sister has been found. He and Madame Lan may stay the night in peace. There's no need to rush tonight. They'll collect her from Lin's residence at dawn tomorrow. Yes, master. The steward bowed and departed. At dawn the next day, Lin rose as usual. He casually asked the household staff about He Xiaoqiong's condition. They replied she had not left her room all night. Without further thought, he left with his personal bodyguard to practice cultivation, once again at the humble thatched hut of Master Yunyang. Since exhausting that 500-year-old ginseng root, his cultivation progress had slowed markedly, even nearing stagnation. Yet Lin showed no sign of slackening. He trained daily, unwavering through wind and rain. In truth, his physical prowess and reflexes already surpassed those of ordinary mortals, placing him among the absolute elite of his generation. Still, even such strength belonged to mere flesh and blood. If confronted with firearms, a single bullet could leave him gravely wounded, or worse, dead. At heart, he remained vulnerable, no more than mortal flesh, however enhanced. Hence, wherever he went, bodyguards were ever at his side. After training for a while with no breakthrough in sight, he felt no disappointment. He tidied himself and returned. Just as he reached the estate gate, a servant hurried out to greet him. Young Master Uncle Zheng asked me to find you. The house has guests. Seems to be Missy's family. Understood. Lin gave a slight nod and entered. He hadn't expected their arrival. After all, he himself had called He Hongxing the previous night, informing him that his unmarried daughter was spending the night elsewhere. Had they not come to retrieve her, it would imply her standing within the family was perilously weak. And their decision to wait until morning, rather than arrive immediately, had granted him quiet dignity, tacitly acknowledging his judgment in the matter. Stepping into the hall, Lin saw 3 figures seated inside. Besides Steward Zheng Shouzhong, there stood a man and a woman. One was a young man whose features bore a striking resemblance to He Hongxing, the other a graceful middle-aged woman whose eyes and brow echoed He Xiaoqiong's. Madame Lan Xiongyin herself, while He Xiaoqiong sat quietly, head bowed. Young master, you're back. Zheng Shouzhong rose at once. Turning to the guests, he introduced, this is our young master Lin. These are Miss He's family members. Lin knew little of He Xiaoqiong's mother Lan Xiongyin, but he'd heard of He Qiuguang. After all, the He family dominated the business world, and its eldest son had long been hailed as its brightest hope. Brilliant and influential in financial circles, He Qiuguang was destined, unless fate intervened, to perish in a car accident next year. Madame Lan, Mr. He, welcome to my humble abode. Lin smiled warmly at Lan Xiongyin, then extended his hand to He Qiuguang. Young Master Lin, far too formal. Please call me Qiuguang. He Qiuguang grasped his hand with a hearty laugh. Last night his father had revealed Lin Yi's background to him. In just 2 years, Lin Yi had built an empire rivaling the He family's own, exerting notable influence across Hong Kong's political and commercial spheres. Respect stirred naturally in He Qiuguang's heart. Then I'll call you Brother Guang. We're near the same age, no need for formality. Just Lin Yi is fine. Lin Yi laughed aloud, open, unpretentious. That easy, unassuming warmth deepened He Qiuguang's goodwill. He grinned, then, I won't stand on ceremony. I'm a few years older, so I'll take the liberty of calling you Yi. Brother Guang, please, have a seat. Lin Yi gestured them both to sit. Once settled, He Qiuguang began. Last night's incident owes entirely to your intervention. My younger sister acted rashly. I thank you on her behalf. Xiao Qiong quickly thanked with the He family's intelligence network and Lin Yi's earlier account to He Hongxiang. The entire affair had been thoroughly reconstructed by dawn. It had unfolded, openly witnessed by many. Verifying the full sequence required only minimal inquiry. Yesterday, thank you, Linny. He Chao-Chiong lifted her head. Her cheeks faintly flushed, her voice clear, but tinged with shyness. Too informal. You must call him elder brother. He Chao-Guang frowned, voice edged with gentle reproof. Lin Yi waved lightly, smiling. No need for formality, brother Guang. Don't frighten Chao-Chiong. We're already familiar. She visited my home not long ago. Friends among friends, no distance required. His words, spoken in simple sincerity, struck He Chao-Guang with quiet surprise, and drew a complex, searching glance from Lan Qiangying. He Chao-Chiong meanwhile shot Lin Yi a quick, playful glare, half chiding, half blushing, before ducking her head again. To Lin Yi, it was merely courteous banter, pure and unclouded. To He Chao-Guang and Lan Qiangying, however, it resonated with layered implication. Chao-Chiong had been in Hong Kong for mere days, yet she'd already visited his home. When had they met? And just how close were they truly? He Chao-Guang studied Lin Yi anew, his eyes gleaming with quiet approval, then laughed. Ha. In that case, let's dispense with formalities entirely. He paused, then added with sudden enthusiasm, by the way, Yi, are you free tonight? Let's share a meal and talk properly. Absolutely. I'd be delighted. Excellent. We won't impose further. We'll take our sister home now, and see you tonight. He Chao-Guang rose, grinning broadly as he bid farewell. Good. See you tonight. Lin Yi made no effort to detain them. He understood. They needed to report to He Hongsheng, and smiled as he escorted all three to the gate. Just before departing, He Chao-Guang turned back. Oh, one more thing. Those troublemakers last night. I've already dealt with them cleanly. No need for you to lift a finger, Yi. Understood. Lin Yi smiled faintly, utterly unconcerned. Mere clowns. Since the matter had been handled, he had no reason to intervene. Watching them vanish down the path, he stood motionless at the threshold. Dawn wind brushed his face, his gaze deep and still. Night at Gangdao Renqin Hospital. A luxuriously dressed couple burst through the hospital gates in haste. 9th floor. Room 916, this floor. Quick, hurry upstairs. The woman was voluptuous, a heavy gold chain at her throat, and several glittering rings on her fingers. She scanned the door plates one by one, finally stopping before a ward, and flung the door open. Mingzai. May heaven strike whoever laid hands on him. Whoever harmed my son, I will make his whole family pay. Seeing her son in bed, the woman screamed, lunged forward, and clutched his right leg lifted high in a cast, her tears and snot mingling. Wei Ming lay on the hospital bed with bruises mottling his face, a split lip, and one eye nearly swollen shut. At the sight of his parents, he choked on his words. Dad. Mom. I'm in so much pain. They won't give me painkillers. The man following behind was absurdly fat, his belly distended like a drum. He watched his son with a sullen face, his knuckles cracking as he balled his fists. Don't be afraid, son. Whoever did this, I won't spare a single one. The man growled through clenched teeth. A young nurse hurried over and cautioned, relatives, please keep quiet. This is a hospital, not a marketplace. A slender young nurse hurried over, frowning as she spoke. Hey, who gave you the right to speak like that? The wealthy woman snapped back with a sharp glance. My son is lying here struggling to breathe. Are you saying I cannot raise my voice? Call your hospital director. Now. Immediately. The doctors have finished their shift. If you need someone, could you come back in the morning? The young nurse, cowed by her fury, instinctively took a step back. Shift over. If anything happens to my son, your entire hospital will pay for it. Call them, make them come back. The wealthy woman spat, hands on her hips, her voice rising. The young nurse was left speechless with fear. Tisk, what a set of lungs, and making threats too. If you keep this up, we'll call the police. At that moment, a burly male nurse came down the corridor. This is public space. Do you think you're some local potentate? He said. Who do you think you are? The wealthy woman scoffed. A mere orderly dares stop me. One phone call from me, and you'll be packing your things tomorrow. Oh, how terrifying. The male nurse shrugged, mocking. If you're so powerful, call now. Give me the number. They'll be waiting for the pink slip. If you're going to be so domineering, why not convalesce in a 5-star hotel? Why bring all this commotion to a hospital? Exactly. You're disturbing everyone's sleep. What a shrew. Where's the upbringing? Look at her dress. So much money isn't, and probably rotten character too. Heads popped out of neighboring wards as chatter and reproaches rose in waves. You people. The woman stammered, fingertips trembling as she prepared to erupt. Enough. Shut up. The man beside her suddenly barked, cutting her off. He then turned, plastered on a smile, and cupped his hands in apology. My apologies, everyone. My wife is distressed by our child and has grown emotional. Please forgive us. He then shifted to the male nurse, his tone softer. Please arrange a private room. My son needs rest. This ward is far too noisy. None left, they're all full. If you don't believe me, go ask the director yourself. The nurse replied, neither yielding nor provoking. You. The woman was about to flare again, but the man pressed her shoulder and produced his phone with a faint smile. Very well. They'll call Director Chun and see if he can make an exception. After all, I'm a branch manager at Huifeng Bank. Surely that merits some consideration. Huifeng Bank. The nearby patients exchanged glances, and their expressions changed at once. No wonder the arrogance. Turns out he's a big shot in finance. Don't be surprised if even the vice director comes to attend to him. Watching the crowd's attitudes shift, a flash of triumph crossed his face as he raised his phone. "Nurse, may I will contact Director Chen directly." "This?" The nurse frowned, about to reply, when a measured set of footsteps echoed from the corner. 4 men in black suits approached. The leader fixed the portly man with a stare. "Mr. Wei Guodong, we are the compliance investigation team from Huifeng Bank. You are suspected of embezzlement and money laundering. Please cooperate and come with us to headquarters for questioning." "Wah. What?" Wei Guodong's face drained of color and his phone clattered to the floor. "You're under arrest." 2 black-clad agents stepped forward, seizing his arms with swift, decisive movements, allowing no chance of resistance. "Husband," the woman cried, lunging forward only to be gently but firmly held back by another investigator and sent stumbling to the floor. The entire ward fell into silence. No one dared speak. Yet this was only the beginning of the storm. About 20 minutes later, a band of youths in floral shirts and gaudily dyed hair burst into the hospital, brandishing iron pipes and wooden clubs, their eyes sweeping the ward like predators. They made straight for Wei Ming's room. "Well, if it isn't Minga. Last month he shook down my family for protection money. Today's his reckoning." The leader with yellow-dyed hair sneered and kicked the bed. "Oh!" Wei Ming's scream cut off as both his arms were smashed and broken. Then his legs were struck until bones cracked audibly. Before leaving, the attackers spat on the floor and strode away. That night, Lin Yi went to the Peninsula Hotel for a meeting. He Guang was courteous and personally waited in the hotel lobby with He Chaoqiong for Lin Yi. Upon his arrival, they welcomed him and rode the elevator up to the rooftop restaurant. Expecting a small gathering of young people, Lin Yi was surprised when, upon entering the private room, he saw a figure he did not expect. He Zuiji ranked among Guangdou's top 10 tycoons. He had once founded Xinguang Media. Though it later folded due to mismanagement, his prestige remained undiminished. Even He Hongxing, the gambling magnate famed across seas, addressed him respectfully as fifth uncle. Now in his 60s, He Zuiji was still vigorous, his brows and bearing betraying the authority with which he once commanded the business world. He treated Lin Yi kindly without the usual seniority. Throughout the meal, he repeatedly mentioned yesterday's matter with sincere thanks, which left Lin Yi favorably disposed. The atmosphere warmed, wine flowed through the rounds, and host and guests talked and laughed until pleased. Afterward, Lin Yi made no lingerings and took a car straight home. The next morning, after training in martial arts, Lin Yi drove to Wanxiang Media. The company ran as usual. His 30-day free distribution campaign had successfully concluded. As of a few days ago, Wanxiang Daily had resumed paid distribution, each copy priced at 3 Jiao 5, consistent with industry norms. Initially, sales dipped from a daily average of 190,000 to just over 150,000. Yet within days, readers returned and sales climbed again, now approaching 185,000 copies. Lin Yi was not surprised by this recovery. Habits are second nature. Over the past month, thanks to enthusiastic recommendations from newsstand owners, Wanxiang Daily had become woven into citizens' daily lives. Even those who tried only a single issue had their impressions altered. Moreover, this paper was far from an ordinary tablet. Not only was its content substantial, it also commissioned several university professors and economists to contribute commentaries. Today, many professionals engaged in financial research read Wanxiang Daily almost every day. Lin Xiao, our daily distribution has stabilized at about 185,000 copies and is still rising. We estimate it could break the 2,000 mark by early next month. Current daily turnover is about 568,000 yuan, with gross profit at 332,000 yuan and monthly gross profit approaching 1 million yuan. In advertising contracts signed this month total to 37 million Hong Kong dollars, and we expect about a 30% increase next month. Huang Bo stepped forward and reported the recent figures to Lin Yi. No sooner had he finished than Liu Hao arrived to report on Wanxiang Weekly. Lin Xiao, Wanxiang Weekly's current weekly circulation has reached 82,000 copies, with weekly revenue about 10,000 yuan, monthly income nearing 1 million after costs. The monthly gross profit is about 658,000. Advertising revenue this month recorded a total of 10,000 yuan. Client feedback positive. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Wanxiang Weekly had not enjoyed the same large subsidy promotion as the daily. Achieving today's results was no small feat. After hearing the two reports, Lin Yi took Mailinda to Sitong Building. Sitong Building had recently been sold for a total of 56 million, 8 million less than the seller's original asking price. The terms were strict, full cash payment. But to Lin Yi this was no problem. Once he signed, the title would be his. Arriving on site, Lin Yi surveyed the sleek modern lines of the building with satisfaction. Boss, the building currently still has over 200 tenants, mostly small and medium companies clustered on floors 1 through 20. The upper floors are entirely vacant. The original owner intended to occupy them, but could not move in after the capital chain snapped. Mailinda followed, closely reporting in a clear tone. She had completed due diligence before the deal and took over management immediately after closing, knowing the entire building intimately. Lin Yi walked slowly, pondered briefly, and said, Then clear floors 1 through 5 entirely for our own use. If existing tenants are willing to relocate, they may be moved to any floor below the 25th, choosing their spot, and offered 6 months rent concession. If they insist on leaving, refund their remaining rent and part on amicable terms. Everything above the 25th floor will be kept for headquarters. My office will be on the top floor. Also install a private elevator directly to my floor. Yes, boss. Any other instructions? Melinda took notes as she walked, her voice brisk but precise. Renovate the whole building. The style should be sober and grand, not flashy, Linny added. Understood, Melinda. Fine, I put this entirely in your hands. Good work. Next month your bonus will be doubled, Lin E said with a smile. Boss, you say that all the time. Melinda feigned anger. This month's work, why push it to next month? Morale is fragile, incentives must be timely. Hey, this month, I've already doubled your bonus. If I paid in advance, wouldn't that make it quadruple? Would I still be running a business? Lin E teased. You're such a stingy capitalist. Melinda sneered. Indeed, bosses are all the same. Can't help it. I'm wearing a suit, not a robe of charity. Lin E laughed aloud and led the group into Sitong building. At dawn, the sky gleamed with crystalline clarity. Lin E instructed servants to place a wicker chair in the courtyard and personally brewed a pot of Longjing tea. Sipping slowly, he leafed through the morning's newspapers. Just as he opened the Hong Kong Commercial Daily, a bold headline leapt off the front page. Sensational. Film star Hung Kingbo reportedly defects from Golden Harvest, facing 10 million Hong Kong dollars lawsuit. This Hong Kong Commercial Daily never fails to favor sensational phrasing, Lin E murmured with a faint wry smile, his gaze resting on the stark black type. After chuckling, he read the article carefully. The account aligned closely with intelligence already in his possession. Hung Kingbo had indeed moved with remarkable speed. According to Chen Weiqi's phone report last night, Hung Kingbo had formally brought his entire team aboard Wanxiang Film Television, substantially strengthening the company's roster. The original plan had been for Chen Weiqi to announce the abolition of the guarantee distribution revenue-sharing system across Wanxiang cinemas the following day. Yet Lin E paused in reflection and judged the timing premature. He consulted Chen Weiqi and agreed to postpone the announcement, reserving it instead for the official grand opening of Wanxiang Film Television. This way, the revelation would ignite public discourse, while simultaneously generating powerful momentum for the new venture. A dual victory, both elegant and efficient. He casually flipped through other dailies and found nearly all major outlets covering Hung Kingbo's defection, an inadvertent yet invaluable publicity boost for Wanxiang Film Television. Some even conducted deeper investigations revealing that Wanxiang owned its own cinema chain, 25 theaters strong, propelling it instantly to the top rank among Hong Kong exhibitors. Rumors circulated that Shaw Brothers and Golden Harvest, seeking to suppress this emergent force, had secretly allied to exert pressure, banning their contracted actors and directors from any association with Wanxiang. Fact and fiction blurred, whispers swirled through the city like wildfire. Lin E skimmed them briefly, then dismissed them entirely. The Hong Kong film industry, though bustling on the surface, remained confined in scale, far removed from the Pan-Asian dominance and global resonance it would one day command. In sheer profitability, it still paled beside real estate or shipping, industries whose returns dwarfed only when a single film could gross billions, or even tens of billions, of U.S. dollars, as Hollywood blockbusters would later do. Would it truly warrant his full strategic attention? To reach that day, Hong Kong cinema must shatter its present constraints, ceasing to huddle within this tiny enclave and casting its vision outward across borders and oceans. Global expansion is the sole path forward. To rest content with current achievements, to circle endlessly within these narrow confines, is to retrace the tragic arc of his past life, inevitably descending into obsolescence. For now, the nascent entertainment industry demanded no Hansen management from him. His strategy was already set. When the moment ripened, he would enter the United States, acquire several Hollywood production studios, and leverage their distribution networks to reverse export Chinese-language cinema, gradually establishing it on the world stage. As for Hung Kingbo's lawsuit by Golden Harvest, he gave it not a second thought. His in-house legal team stood fully prepared. Should litigation commence, he would meet it head on. Let them litigate, for 10 years if need be. Who would break first? Just as he prepared to close the paper, a modest item caught his eye, buried in the corner of the South China Times. Ma Zhengbang, chairman of the Eastern Daily, suspected of criminal involvement, fled. The article meticulously detailed how after the Eastern Daily's forced closure, Ma Zhengbang had vanished from company premises. Soon thereafter, reports surfaced of a car accident and hospitalization. Journalists rushed to the hospital, only to learn he had already been discharged. An anonymous nurse revealed that the men who collected him bore suspicious demeanors, possibly affiliated with Triad societies. Though physicians had opposed discharge due to a fractured femur, Ma Zhengbang insisted on leaving the hospital no choice but to sign off reluctantly. Another staff member confidentially disclosed overhearing one escort whisper, "The vessel is ready. Take him straight to the launch," upon exiting the gate. From this, it could reasonably be inferred that Ma Zhengbang, entangled in both legal jeopardy and underworld ties, had followed in his forebear's footsteps, fleeing Hong Kong, most likely now hiding in Taiwan. Finishing the report, Lin Yi's brows lifted slightly, unexpectedly impressed by the South China Times' sharp investigative acumen in unearthing such sensitive details. Fortunate, too, that they had acted a step too late. Had their surveillance overlapped with He Jifeng's team, the situation might have shifted unpredictably. But why did the South China Times pursue the Ma family so relentlessly? Lin Yi had heard whispers of it before. It was common knowledge across Hong Kong's publishing circles. Its roots traced back to the founding of the Eastern Daily itself. By then, the Ma family had long operated within the underworld and sought legitimacy through newspaper ownership. Initially, the Eastern Daily floundered in sales, prompting the Ma clan to take drastic measures. They launched a massive talent raid against the dominant South China Times. Being men of the street, their methods were ruthless and their purses deep. Within months, they lured away nearly half the South China Times' core editorial staff, bringing the publication perilously close to collapse. Its chief editor, Hu Wenguang, suffered a fatal stroke in fury and died shortly after hospitalization. His daughter, Hu Manqing, succeeded him as publisher and remained utterly convinced her father's death stemmed directly from the Ma family's machinations. Yet the Ma family's influence ran too deep, their local roots too entrenched, even after the two Ma's fled to Taiwan. Powerless to exact vengeance, Hu Manqing wielded her pen like a blade, relentlessly denouncing them in print, her only outlet for grief and rage. Now, sensing the Ma family's decline, she judged the hour ripe and dispatched reporters to track Ma Zhongbang's whereabouts, determined to expose old wounds once and for all. Lin Yi fell silent for a moment, then rose and entered his study, dialing the publishing company's office line. "Hello, this is Huang Bo. May I ask who's calling?" A calm male voice answered from the receiver. "It's me, Manager Huang." Lin Yi spoke evenly. "Please review today's South China Times. Page 2, the piece on the Eastern Daily. Launch an immediate investigation and publish a front-page follow-up tomorrow. The headline must pack a punch." Huang Bo paused briefly, then replied without hesitation, "Understood, young Master Lin. I'll arrange it at once." After hanging up, Lin Yi reflected a moment, then picked up the phone again. "Hello, this is Wanxiang Law Firm. I'm Chung Feiyu. How may I assist you?" A man's voice came promptly over. "It's me, Counselor Chung." Lin Yi leaned back, voice relaxed. "How is the acquisition of Eastern Daily shares?" "Young Master Lin, we've secured 28% so far, but the remaining 7% remains elusive." I suspect it may prove difficult." Chung Feiyu's voice carried a trace of hesitation. Lin Yi's brow arched faintly. "Oh, someone refuses to part with theirs." Two parties, Qin Shirong of the Hongtian Society, known as Agui, and Zhou Zhenwu of the Weixing Tong, nicknamed Abao, both served under Ma Jingnian and Ma Jingshan in earlier years. When the two Ma's fled to Taiwan, they each carved out separate paths, one joining the Hongtian Society, the other the Weixing Tong. Zhou Zhenwu is now a senior enforcer of the Weixing Tong. Qin Shirong serves as a strategist, the white paper fan, within the Hongtian Society. Chung Feiyu recited their backgrounds in one breath. Lin Yi fell quiet for a beat, his brow gently furrowing. "How many members do the Hongtian Society and Weixing Tong command?" The Hongtian Society operates mainly in Central District, with roughly 3,000 active members. Including affiliates, the total stands near 4,000 to 5,000. The Weixing Tong matches them in strength. Some say it holds a slight edge. Chung Feiyu spoke of Hong Kong's underworld with encyclopedic fluency, unhesitating and precise. Though Lin Yi had lived in Hong Kong for years, he remained unfamiliar with its triad landscape, not because he lacked interest, but because it was overwhelmingly complex. And in recent years, countless new societies had emerged, like an impenetrable knotted net bearing over 100 distinct names impossible to untangle. In early 1980s Hong Kong, the official population stood at approximately 5 million, yet registered triad members numbered nearly 300,000, with unregistered affiliates estimated between 400,000 and 500,000, accounting for nearly 1/6 of the entire populace. Put simply, 1 in every 6 Hong Kong residents bore a triad affiliation. Such was the staggering density of the underworld at that time. "You should have comprehensive dossiers on all major Hong Kong societies. Compile them and deliver them to me promptly." Lin Yi mused, then instructed. Practicing law inherently straddled the line between light and shadow, especially in Hong Kong, where ignorance of underworld protocols rendered even walking the streets perilous, let alone handling cases. "No problem." Chung Feiyu offered no resistance, replying crisply over the line. "By the way, if they refuse to sell, perhaps we wait a little longer." "How is the lawsuit against the Eastern Daily shaping up?" Lin Yi continued. "The court has accepted the case. Trial begins in about 10 days. Chung Feiyu replied. "Good, I understand. Press forward diligently." Lin Yi nodded. "Understood. Also, there may be developments at the film company. A production team recently joined us. Please assign someone to liaise with them and assess whether support is needed." Lin Yi recalled Hung Kingbo's recent move and added the remark offhandedly. "Right, I'll handle it immediately." Hanging up, he reclined against the sofa, back, his gaze sharpening inward. With his current stake in the Eastern Daily, and pending the conclusion of the trial, he would effectively complete full acquisition. Swallowing this media asset would elevate his own Wanxiang Daily to the pinnacle of Hong Kong's press landscape. After a brief rest, Lin Yi traveled by chauffeured car to Wanxiang Securities. Young Master Lin. Cheng Ziyuan greeted him immediately upon entering. How are market conditions? What's the current price? Lin Yi nodded lightly and strode directly toward the trading floor. Up roughly 80 cents from last Friday. Crude oil now trades at 32.65 per barrel. Cheng Ziyuan reported, keeping pace. What's our available capital balance? Lin Yi asked calmly, standing before the trading desk. Young Master Lin, our leveraged margin balance stands at 5 billion US dollars. Cheng Ziyuan answered. Today's the 28th, isn't it? Lin Yi asked casually. Yes, November 28th, Cheng Ziyuan confirmed. Lin Yi's pupils flickered, his gaze suddenly piercing. He raised his eyes to the massive electronic ticker screen before him and said slowly, today, we establish full positions. Oh. Cheng Ziyuan faltered in surprise. All positions? Yes. Lin Yi's lips curved faintly, as if speaking not of $5 billion, but of the cost of a few cups of tea. Seeing his unwavering resolve, Cheng Ziyuan hesitated no longer. Yes, young Master Lin. He turned sharply toward the command platform, voice firm and commanding. Attention, everyone. Commence position building. 5,000 contracts per order. Execute immediately. Acknowledged. Trading teams responded in unison. At the very moment, Wanxiang Securities surged massively into the market inside a lavish trading room at Wells Fargo Investment Bank in New York. A silver-haired Western elder stood at the center, issuing a cold command: begin. Eliminate every long contract in the market. Yes, boss. Several traders responded in chorus. Simultaneously, Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, and Bank of America activated coordinated operations. Capital flooded in like a tidal wave, unleashing furious sell-offs. Liquidate long positions, suppress oil prices. With 4 investment banks acting in concert, the international oil market convulsed, turbulent waves surging beneath a deceptively placid surface. Inside the second-floor office of Wanxiang Securities, Lin Yi sat behind a broad mahogany desk, cradling a cup of tea just delivered by Zhong Xiaoyan. He took a delicate sip, then swiveled his chair toward the floor-to-ceiling glass to gaze down upon the city's glittering nocturnal sprawl. A sharp rapping, 3 quick urgent knocks, shattered the stillness. Lin Yi turned back, voice low and commanding, enter. The door swung open to reveal Su, watching her steps, hurried, her tone taut. Boss, the trading director just called. He insists you come immediately to the top-floor command center. A subtle ripple crossed Lin Yi's brow. So close, and yet he had to be summoned by phone. Cheng Ziyuan never acted without cause. Had the market shifted? Without another word, Lin Yi rose and strode toward the elevator with calm, measured steps. Even before stepping inside the command center, he heard the thunderous shouts echoing from within. Hold the line. Add 5,000 contracts. Follow up. Inject 10,000 more. Voice after voice surged in rapid succession, tight and unrelenting. Each order swallowed almost instantly, demanding constant replenishment. Lin Yi entered to find a row of traders locked onto their screens, fingers flying across keyboards. At the center of the elevated platform stood Cheng Ziyuan, eyes riveted to the global futures ticker board, so absorbed he didn't even register Lin Yi's arrival. What's happening? Lin Yi approached, lifting his gaze to the main display. A flicker passed through his eyes. International crude oil had plunged to 32.28 per barrel. Just 2 hours earlier it had stood at 32.65. Half an hour ago it had even risen to 32.73. Yet now, in little over an hour, it had plummeted 45 cents, free-falling like stone. Such a seemingly trivial figure, if locked in at the peak, would represent hundreds of millions in unrealized gains. Young Master Lin. Cheng Ziyuan finally turned, striding forward the moment he saw him. It's bad. We've been ambushed by a rogue force, ruthless and precise. In under 30 minutes they devoured 30,000 short contracts. Oh, a faint predatory smile curved Lin Yi's lips, as though scenting prey. So swift, clearly starving. He paused, then asked quietly, any leads on their origin? Still tracing. Current signals point to the New York Mercantile Exchange in the U.S. And several clustered hedge funds behind it. But the accounts are deeply buried, untraceable for now. Cheng Ziyuan's expression tightened. Lin Yi offered no rebuke, only placed a firm hand on his shoulder. No need for self-reproach. To strike with such scale and speed means they came prepared. Any power capable of mobilizing this magnitude of capital is no ordinary adversary. If you'd identified them in 2 minutes, we'd have reason to call the authorities. At those words, Cheng Ziyuan's breath caught. Suddenly, he recalled a private conversation 7 days prior. Back then, global oil markets had remained eerily calm. Yet Lin Yi had said, this bull wave will inevitably rebound. And our adversaries won't act alone. They'll coordinate. And the timing, I suspect, falls around the 7th day. At the time, Cheng Ziyuan had been skeptical, now counting silently. He realized today was precisely the 7th day. Damn, uncanny. A silent gasp echoed in his mind as his gaze fixed upon Lin Yi, now filled with profound awe. If before he'd wondered whether Lin Yi relied on insider intelligence to forecast oil prices, he now had to concede this was not prediction, it was psychological calculus. Price fluctuations might hinge on chance, but forecasting an opponent's exact strike window 7 days in advance. That transcended logic. 7 days were enough to lay a perfect trap. Who wouldn't fear such an adversary? And what was more terrifying still, was this man barely past his 20s, calm, deliberate, every move like a master stroke on a celestial chessboard, as though destiny itself unfolded beneath his palm. How had he done it? Thank you, young Master Lin, for your guidance. Chung Ziyuan collected himself and bowed slightly. Then, how shall we proceed? Lin Yi smiled faintly. Don't panic. Let them eat. Keep posting orders as usual. I want to see how much ammunition they've brought to this war. Chung Ziyuan snapped upright, pivoted sharply back to the command console, and issued the order, 5,000 contracts per trader. Maintain rhythm. Confirmed. The response crackled instantly over the channel. Moments later, 5 colossal buy orders appeared sequentially across the global futures system, only to be executed in unison within the same millisecond, absorbed entirely by the unseen counterparty. Young Master Lin. Chung Ziyuan's face paled. They seem inexhaustible. Continuing like this carries enormous risk. Should we pause, even briefly? Lin Yi remained fixed on the time displayed in the lower right corner of the screen. 36 minutes until market close. No one noticed the faint knowing glint that flickered deep within his eyes, as though the long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Continue. Post another 5,000 contracts, but split them into 1,000 contract increments distributed deliberately. His voice was soft, yet carried absolute, unassailable authority. Chung Ziyuan clenched his jaw and relayed the command. As before, within 30 seconds, every order vanished, fully consumed. Lin Yi stepped calmly onto the command platform and murmured, "If they wish to play grand, then let us match them in full. Release all remaining positions at once." Chung Ziyuan froze, then jerked his head up. Seeing Lin Yi's unwavering composure, his resolve steadied instantly. He seized the comm unit, voice rising with sudden intensity. The boss commands. All hands, deploy every last dollar into long positions. Execute immediately. Understood. In an instant, 5 titanic orders detonated across the global futures network. Smallest 6,000 contracts. Largest over 12,000. Like a tsunami crashing upon the financial shore. Across the trading floors of New York's 4 largest investment banks, alarms flashed violently. A young trader shot to his feet, shouting, "Chief, a super buy order has erupted from China. Do we take it?" "Swallow them all." The gray-haired leader sneered. "Think a few thousand contracts can drive us off. This time we've marshaled $300 billion, even if central banks intervene. Chief, we've taken every single order." Bang! Before the sentence could finish, the heavy door exploded. "Chief, disaster." A sweat-drenched white youth burst in, voice trembling. Breaking news. Just moments ago, Iraqi fighter jets launched a surprise strike on 3 major Iranian oil facilities. On the 3rd floor of Wanxiang Securities, Lin Yi stood motionless before the live price feed, his gaze as deep and still as an abyssal sea. At his side, Chung Ziyuan and several traders stood utterly silent, not even breathing audibly, as they watched the numbers dance across the screen with rapt intensity. Order 7 executed. A trader announced as a massive entry vanished from the order book. Order 9, Order 3 executed. Order 1 executed. Order 6 executed. Each declaration rang out sharply, reverberating in the hushed chamber. With every transaction instantly devoured, hearts leapt into throats. They all knew. This duel entailed nearly $100 billion. One misstep, and they would plummet into an abyss beyond recovery. All eyes now fixated on the central display, the crimson digits flashing relentlessly as though their very pulse raced in tandem. International crude oil continued its precipitous descent. Within 15 minutes, it had crashed to $32.07 per barrel. In just over 20 minutes, Lin Yi's paper losses exceeded 120 million. Young Master Lin. All outstanding orders have been fully executed by the counterparty. Chung Ziyuan reported, his face ashen, turning to face him. Lin Yi gave a slight, unhurried nod, his expression unchanged. Seeing his silence, Chung Ziyuan pressed further. Young Master Lin, their assault is ferocious. Likely they'll continue driving prices down. Shall we step in to stabilize the market? His mind churned violently. Every cent drop cost millions, several million Hong Kong dollars, evaporating in a blink, suffocatingly real. Though the capital wasn't his own as trading director of Wanxiang Securities and frontline commander of this battle, his entire career, his future was irrevocably bound to this gamble. Watching the relentless slide on the ticker, cold sweat had long since soaked through his suit lining. Let the market breathe, for now. Lin Yi's tone remained placid, yet resonated with unshakable authority. Chung Ziyuan blinked, his thoughts momentarily blank. Breathe. What did that even mean? Then, like lightning, understanding struck. Though he couldn't recall which film had coined the phrase, Lin Yi's imperturbable calm, unmoved even as mountains crumbled, somehow anchored his own fraying nerves. He fell silent, returning his gaze to the screen, heart still hammering wildly. 32.07, 32.05, 32.04, 32.02, 32.01. Just as crude neared the psychological threshold of 32.00, the scarlet digits froze, utterly still, unmoving. It stopped. Actually stopped. Did their funding dry up? Huh. Thought I'd face margin calls tonight. Turns out that's all they've got. Damn. Nearly pissed myself just now. Instantly the room's suffocating tension dissolved. Everyone exhaled in unison, shoulders dropping with relief. After all, futures trading was nothing short of a cardiac crucible. Paradise one second, purgatory the next. Anyone with a pre-existing heart condition simply wouldn't dare enter such a realm. Because the risk was real, sudden death. Cheng Xuan wiped the damp chill from his brow with a handkerchief, his peripheral vision drifting instinctively toward Lin Yi beside him. There he stood, unshaken like an anchor sunk in the deepest ocean or a solitary peak piercing 10,000 feet. No trace of anxiety on his face, only the faintest enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A true sovereign of strategy. A quiet tremor ran through Cheng Xuan's chest. Months earlier, Lin Yi had deployed billions of Hong Kong dollars to bottom-feed oil. Now this meticulously orchestrated campaign. He had witnessed it all firsthand. Through each brutal, blood-soaked engagement, he had watched an ordinary man rise. Beginning as a modest player holding just over 100 million HKD, ascending swiftly to a dark horse capital force commanding 700 or 800 million. Then in mere months, he flipped markets like tides, amassing over 20 billion HKD, becoming the undisputed shadowed sovereign of Hong Kong's hidden financial currents. Now he wagered an unprecedented 2.5 billion. Could he forge yet another legend? Success would rewrite not just his fortune, but global wealth rankings themselves. Wait, price is rising. Crude is rebounding. God, jumped 3 cents instantly. What's happening? Damn, 5 cents. Who's buying so aggressively? Look, someone's storming the market. The previously hushed trading floor erupted. Traders leapt to their feet, eyes locked on the main screen in stunned disbelief. Data surged violently, lifted as though by an invisible colossal hand. Cheng Xuan looked up, and his pupils contracted sharply. The price, frozen at 32.01, had now rocketed to 32.17, 16 cents in under 30 seconds. Was this illusion? Who else, besides them, had entered so stealthily, so massively? It's still climbing, another 5 cents. How much capital did that require? Could it be Wall Street's elite investment banks? Before Cheng Xuan could process it, another shout tore through the air. Something's wrong. This isn't retail or speculative capital. The execution pattern is too precise. His mind ignited. Eyebrows knotted. He barked, quick. Activate our external intelligence network. Find out what just happened. This kind of surge doesn't occur without cause. The order snapped everyone into action. Phones flew to ears. Within moments, a young man in a gray hoodie sprang up, voice ringing clear. Young Master Lin. Director Cheng. Urgent update. European field correspondent just filed breaking dispatch. 1 hour ago, Iraqi Air Force conducted a surprise strike on Iranian oil fields. Multiple core production facilities hit by missiles. Preliminary estimates indicate at least 48 hours of production disruption. Once the news broke, the world erupted. The conflict between Iraq and Iran had gripped global nerves since its outset, and every power watched the unfolding situation with rapt attention. At first, both the media and military analysts generally believed that as winter descended on the continent, Iraq's strategic miscalculation had left it unable to vanquish Iran, and the war would inevitably lapse into stalemate. Most observers predicted that the next large-scale offensive would not commence until late spring of the following year at the earliest. For that reason, international energy markets had grown unusually calm. Crude oil prices had even fallen steadily over the past month, read by many as a signal that the market had topped and would retreat. Even when Lin Yi poured hundreds of billions of dollars into propping the market, the price only recovered by $1 or $2 before succumbing to pressure again. Yet no one anticipated that a seemingly quiet battlefield would erupt. Iraq launched a sudden lightning assault targeting Iran's core oil fields. Bear in mind, Iran is one of the world's premier oil and gas exporters. Its petroleum and natural gas revenues underpin the national economy. Our annual exports have long ranked among the top 5 in the world, at one point rising to second place globally. With the flames of war still alight and production already severely curtailed, a fresh strike on key producing regions would inevitably further shrink global supply. The financial markets reacted instantaneously and violently. At that moment, the Shingang Exchange was in its opening. Within 30 seconds of the bulletin, thousands of traders, fund managers, and institutional operators surged to their terminals, frantically snapping up crude oil futures contracts. A single buy order may be inconsequential, but when hundreds of thousands or millions of such orders flood in like a tide, the languishing international oil price ignites and rockets upward. US 32. 51 US 32. 67 US 32. 94 US 33. 10. In a mere 9 minutes, the price leapt from US 32.01 to US 33.10, an increase surpassing 3%. And that was only the beginning. More capital continued to pour in, triggering wholesale panic buying and hoarding. In the trading hall of New York Fuwa Capital, a silver-haired, brownied elder swayed when his assistant delivered the urgent report, steadying himself on the desk to remain standing. This veteran trader grasped the gravity of the situation. From a single message, the assault would utterly upend the short-term structure of the crude market. If he had not yet established massive positions, he could still turn and ride the upward tide. Reality, however, was stark. His account already held more than $3 billion in short contracts. Each dollar of upward movement meant losses starting near 100 million. The current trend suggested that without decisive intervention, the price could continue its frenzied descent. "Boss, what should we do?" Faces tightened across the trading floor as everyone turned to look at Wei Kaduo. "Quiet, I'll make a call." Suppressing his agitation, Wei Kaduo entered a soundproof room and dialed. "Luo, when did you see the news?" On the other end came a low sigh. "Yes, I just received intelligence." "What do you think we should do now?" Luo Wen said gravely. "We must step in to crush it. With our current pooled capital, we can suppress this wave of sentiment-driven gains." Wei Kaduo's tone was resolute. "No way, Kaduo, you'd be swimming upstream and slamming your head against a levee." Luo Wen vetoed the idea decisively. "Don't forget, we are backed not only by ourselves, but also by Mo Sa and Kowloon. If the four of us join forces, over 20 billion in capital is enough to sweep away these retail follow-the-pack positions." Wei Kaduo's voice rose. "Are you willing to watch billions evaporate? This is not a matter of courage, but of recklessness." Luo Wen cut him off sternly. "Pulling back now can limit our losses. Wait for the heat to pass, then try to pull prices back. Remember, delivery is in 2 months. If we stubbornly cling on now, we will be devoured to the bone." Luo Wen's words were like a bucket of cold water. Wei Kaduo finally exhaled and said, "You're right. I'll stabilize positions and contact the others first." After ending the call, he got in touch with the heads of the Mo Sa Group, and Kowloon Capital confirmed they had no intention of fighting the market tide, and then returned to the trading floor. "Boss, what's the next move?" When he returned, his subordinates asked at once. Wei Kaduo glanced at the electronic screen. Crude had surged to US 33.72, and the figures kept changing. A flash of regret crossed his eyes, but he ground his teeth and said, "Hold positions and observe." The words stunned everyone. They would neither reverse to pick a bottom nor force close. Instead, they chose to wait. After a brief silence, the team answered in unison, "Understood, boss." Wei Kaduo stared at the ever-climbing red curve and felt his face muscles twitch. Each basis point of movement meant losses of millions of dollars. He knew that any aggressive action now would amount to suicide. Even wielding hundreds of billions in capital before overwhelming public sentiment and the realities of supply and demand, they were merely driftwood atop the waves. Only endurance could win the day. Wait for the tide to recede, then seize the initiative to reclaim pricing power. 60 days remain. Time has not yet run out. He poured himself a glass of rye whiskey, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window watching the city lights, and murmured to the reflection in the glass. At Wanxiang Securities' third-floor trading room, every face wore an irrepressible joy. "Congratulations, young Master Lin. May fortune pour in. This is huge. What a brilliant move." The traders at the desks turned to congratulate Lin Yi loudly. Although the entire profit would ultimately flow into Lin Yi's account and not directly benefit them, they all understood the situation perfectly. Before the operation began, Lin Yi had said plainly, if it succeeded, everyone would be rewarded. If it failed, no one should expect a share. Who would expect him to lose his own money and still hand out bonuses? He was no market rescue saint. But now, with the market surging and funds doubling, matters were different. Lin Yi was known for his loyalty and largesse. He had a strong reputation in the circle. Many had helped him in the past, and this generous payout would not omit anyone. Lin Yi smiled and nodded to everyone, then called out loudly, "Thank you all for your hard work. There's another tough battle tonight. I've had a signature table booked at a restaurant. Let's fill our stomachs first. When this is over, I'll treat you to a proper feast." "Thanks, young Master Lin. Lin, you're magnanimous." These brothers picked the right leader. At these words, the trading room erupted in cheers. Lin Yi smiled, gave Cheng Ziyuan a knowing look, and then turned to leave the trading area. Cheng Ziyuan hesitated for a moment before following. "Young Master Lin." At the end of the corridor, he saw Lin Yi leaning by the window, gazing down at the street, and hurried forward. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and tilted his head. "Arrange what I mentioned as soon as possible." "Understood, I'll handle it immediately," Cheng replied. Cheng responded. Lin Yi added in a low voice, "One more thing. Markets always harbor uncertainties. Our contract still has a little over a month to run. Oil is surging now, but that does not mean it will keep rising. I suspect those major short holders will not sit idly by while we profit so easily." Cheng's eyes flickered as he tested. "You mean they might counterattack to push the price down? If you had taken such a massive position and saw your rivals making money, would you remain indifferent?" Lin Yi chuckled softly and said, "They show no sign of action because the situation has only just heated up. Hot money from around the world has its eye on this pie. Unless the treasury of country M suddenly speaks out or several major producers announce increased output, even the Federal Reserve would hesitate to intervene rashly at this moment." After hearing the analysis, Cheng nodded slowly. "I understand. I will closely monitor the market movements going forward. Good. Lin Yi patted his shoulder. Thanks for your efforts. Keep the rhythm. With that he turned and walked away, disappearing behind the elevator door. Shortly after Lin Yi left the firm, the senior executives of the 5 major banks on the island that had provided him with leverage were in an uproar. Lin Yi could conceal things from outsiders and even fool several major New York investment banks, but he could not hide from the 5 financial institutions that had provided his leverage. Such titanic movements of capital cannot lack risk control mechanisms. Ordinary managers might not know the details, but as presidents steering the Asia-Pacific region, how could they be unaware? From the moment Lin Yi's first tranche of funds entered, those executives had kept a close eye on the account and clearly saw that he had staked everything on international crude futures. At the time, the international situation remained uncertain, and without knowledge of Lin Yi's past record, most were privately skeptical of the gamble. They had even instructed their risk control departments in strict terms, if the account margin touched the red line, force liquidation immediately. Yet no one expected this low-profile Chinese investor to hit the geopolitical storms timing so precisely. News of Iraq's strike on Iran detonated the market and crude spiked instantaneously. Watching the numbers flash on their terminals, the bank presidents felt their hearts burn with alarm. Hello, this is the Lin residence. Butler Zheng Shouzhong answered calmly. Hello, I am Lu Sin Baker, president of Rain Asia Pacific. Is Mr. Chen available to take a call? The most impatient caller was Lu Sun Baker, who rang within half an hour of confirmation. Zheng Shouzhong quickly informed Lin Yi, who was sitting in the living room watching the news, and signaled to put the call through. Good evening, Mr. Lu, I am Lin. Lu Sun spoke bluntly. Chen, are you free? Come out for a drink. Old friends catching up. Lin Yi lifted an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Thank you for the invitation, but I'm afraid I'm at a critical moment. When the dust settles, I will certainly host a banquet in person to thank you. How does that sound? Ha ha ha, very well. Just don't forget me when that day comes. Lu Sun replied heartily. Lin Yi responded warmly with a hint of teasing. You jest that anyone could be forgotten, but Lu Sun, I wouldn't. Lu Sun laughed more deeply, then lowered his voice. By the way, congratulations. You really struck it rich this time. Lin Yi's smile did not wane. Thanks to your support. The money I make also bolsters your bank's performance. Ultimately, I am merely working for you. Oh, then I truly wish you were my employee. Alas, I'm afraid I couldn't afford your price. Lu Sun chuckled, the tone shifting from jest to earnest. Lu Sun said, I won't detain you further. When you're done, remember to fulfill your promise. See you. Certainly see you. As expected, in the following hour, Lin Yi received 4 more calls, one from each of the 5 banking titans. After hanging up the final call, Lin Yi leaned back on the sofa with a cold smile. Had these old foxes, what keen? It had not been long before they had all scented the opportunity. They had all caught the scent almost instantly. At dawn, the sky gleamed with crystalline clarity. 5 vehicles glided slowly into the underground parking garage beneath Wanxiang Securities Tower, bathed in golden morning light. Lin Yi stepped out of the lead car with unhurried grace. He glanced at his wristwatch. Exactly 9 o'clock. Composed and unruffled, he strode toward the building's entrance. Young Master Lin is here. The moment he entered the lobby, employees paused mid-step and greeted him respectfully. All knew well that this man, still in his prime, yet commanding hundreds of billions in assets, was the true helmsman of the firm. Lin Yi nodded gently in acknowledgement, his pace steady as he ascended to the 3rd floor. After security verified his identity, he pushed open the door to the core trading floor. The market had not yet opened. Only a handful of on-duty traders occupied the room, calibrating equipment and organizing data. It bore noting Hong Kong had not yet risen to its full stature as a global financial hub. To trade international crude oil futures, one still needed to await the opening of either the London or New York exchanges. Due to the time difference, even as London commenced trading, it was already afternoon locally. When New York closed, it was often deep into the night, or even past midnight. Thus, these young traders handling overseas markets had long grown accustomed to inverted circadian rhythms. Young Master Lin. At his appearance, the seated traders instantly rose, greeting him with deference. Relax, I'm only stopping by. Why don't you rest a while longer? Lin Yi waved his hand lightly, his tone calm and unhurried. We've been awake for hours, just using this time to verify tonight's data, replied a young man with an easy smile. Well said. Grind hard while you're young, so you may one day recline in comfort counting your wealth. Lin Yi chuckled softly. Such words spoken by another might have sounded arrogant, but from him they carried no trace of presumption. In a world that venerates tangible achievement, a man who has truly succeeded commands assent, even if he declares the sun rises in the west. By the way, pull up last night's closing data. Right away, young Master Lin. With swift keystrokes, the team activated the terminal, and moments later the massive electronic display lit up with NYMEX's final settlement figures. Lin Yi's gaze swept upward. There at the very top pulsed a bold, arresting figure: 37. Crude oil now traded at 37.86 per barrel. He recalled clearly at yesterday's close the price hovered near 33.59. In just a few short hours it had surged over 4, a staggering rise of nearly 18. His mind calculated instantly unrealized gains alone had already surpassed 5.8 billion. nearly 30 billion Hong Kong dollars. Yet this remained mere paper wealth. With delivery still weeks away, actual realization would incur brokerage fees, financing costs, and other deductions, eroding value by at least 5%. Moreover, markets shift like desert sands. No one could foresee how events would unfold over the coming month and a half. Yet despite all this, a subtle curve lifted the corner of Lin Yi's lips. This price point was neither surprising. Following recent geopolitical turbulence, international capital would no longer blindly short crude oil, and without sufficient bearish liquidity to absorb positions, even major players who had previously taken large short positions against him would struggle to suppress prices. Moreover, with oil now breaching 37, any attempt to crash the market would require hundreds of billions in capital, merely to stir the surface. But should they dare commit en masse? 1 month hence, when that pivotal event erupts, the collapse of their capital will echo like a death knell. Carry on preparing. Tonight we fight our decisive battle. With those words, he turned and left the trading floor, returning to his office. As he entered, 2 female secretaries sat quietly reviewing documents. Melinda, meanwhile, was fully immersed in overseeing the Wanxiang Tower renovation, the reconstruction of the former Sidong building. He gave the 2 rising assistants a slight nod, then turned to Zhong Xiaoyan, called Qi Hao and Shun Yan. Asked them to come immediately. Yes, young Master Lin. Zhong Xiaoyan bowed her head in affirmation. Wanqing, please bring me a cup of tea, Guanyin. Thank you. He added, turning to his other assistant, Su Wanqing. He stepped into the inner office and had barely settled into his chair before his tea arrived, when Zhong Xiaoyan tapped softly and entered. Young Master Lin, Manager Qi and Manager Shun are here. Show them in. She withdrew, and soon Shun Yan and Qi Hao entered side by side, approaching the desk and bowing respectfully. Young Master Lin, you're here, please sit. Thank you, young Master Lin. They seated themselves upright before the desk. I've called you in to review the progress of your respective funds. Manager Shun began. Lin Yi cut straight to the heart of the matter without preamble. Understood, young Master Lin. Shun Yan sat ramrod straight. Per your instructions, 70% of Jufeng Fund No. 1 has been deployed, primarily into blue-chip equities such as HSBC Holdings and Chung Kong Property. The remaining 30% remains unallocated, held in reserve amid heightened volatility. Lin Yi offered no comment, shifting his gaze to Qi Hao. And you? Reporting, young Master Lin. Jufeng Fund No. 2 has also completed 70% deployment, aligned precisely with your prescribed portfolio. I've preliminarily positioned the remaining 30% in Chongqing Industrial, with full settlement expected this week. Lin Yi gave a faint, deliberate nod, then spoke gravely. I reminded you both of the rule. Should your unallocated capital incur losses exceeding 30%, management authority reverts to me immediately. You recall this, correct? We hold it sacred, young Master Lin. They replied in unison. One more point, he paused. You likely understand this, but my assessment does not hinge on how much you earn. It rests on how skillfully you wield the resources entrusted to you. Qi Hao's eyes flickered with sudden insight. He rose swiftly and bowed deeply. Grateful beyond words for your discernment, young Master Lin. We shall honor your trust without fail. After reviewing several corporate submissions, Lin Yi exhaled softly, rose from behind his desk, and stepped out. Watching Xiaoyan. If there's nothing further, you may leave. Seeing the 2 secretaries idly sorting files, he spoke with quiet warmth. Thank you, young Master Lin. Su Wanqing and Zhong Xiaoyan responded in chorus, then briskly gathered their belongings. Lin Yi smiled faintly and walked down the corridor toward the 3rd floor. Young Master Lin. The moment he crossed the threshold of the trading floor, Cheng Ziyuan, eyes locked on the data screens, immediately sensed his presence and sprang to his feet. Given the colossal sums involved, no one, not even Cheng Ziyuan, held independent trading authority over the 3rd floor operations. Even within the same building, certain critical commands remained inert until Lin Yi himself stood before the console. You're here. No need for formalities. Lin Yi gestured dismissively, then moved to the master control station and scanned the International Crude Oil Futures Board. London's market had opened, and prices were climbing steadily, exactly as anticipated. Yesterday's close had stood at 37.86. Now within just 1 hour the price had surged to 39.31, an increase of 1.45, or roughly 3.8. Within that single hour, unrealized gains had swelled beyond 1.2 billion. Yet Lin Yi remained. Until positions were closed, even astronomical profits remained abstract digits, vulnerable to erasure by a single adverse catalyst. What truly arrested his attention was the current price, 39.33, 2 cents higher. According to his recollection, in the original timeline, oil had never breached 39.10 during this period. That peak would only arrive a month later, triggered by a seismic announcement. Under the original course of events, prices at this juncture should have lingered around 37. History has truly been rewritten. Gazing at the pulsing numbers on the screen, Lin Yi murmured under his breath, his inner world roiling with quiet awe. Since assuming this body, his actions had indeed sent ripples across Hong Kong, altering local trajectories, reshaping discrete events, but always confined within this island's shores. Yet now he had shifted the rhythm of global markets, distorting an entire segment of price history. As his influence expanded, ever greater uncertainties loomed on the horizon. A subtle alarm chimed within him, henceforth caution must deepen, unless certainty was absolute. This time committing 25 billion outright into the crude oil market was justified, not by speculation, but by irrefutable momentum. The supply-demand imbalance unleashed by impending war defied ordinary intervention. Before his involvement, the conflict would have stirred only mild fluctuations, perhaps lifting prices to 37 at most. Now in less than 24 hours, oil had rocketed toward the 40 threshold. Clearly he had ignited a cascade effect. Markets are realms governed by sentiment. A single retail trader holds negligible sway, but thousands chasing momentum in unison generate a torrent. And institutional titans, they rarely swim against the tide. Instead, they amplify trends, adding fuel to the fire, riding the wave to offload positions. Lin Yi surmised that international speculators were already colluding to inflate prices. Yet whoever maneuvered behind the scenes mattered little. So long as the direction remained upward, it served his purpose. Those adversaries who sought to crush his position at bargain prices were likely now drowning in despair. Short-term suppression had become fantasy. With delivery less than a month away, their window for counterattack narrowed by the hour. Still, Lin Yi felt no pity. Having chosen to target him, they had willingly embraced the risk of total ruin. After a brief inspection, Lin Yi departed without lingering. Meanwhile, the aftershocks of Iraq's strike on Iranian oil fields continued to spread, fueled by a deluge of unverified reports. Over these past 2 days, major outlets, including the Wall Street Journal, had devoted extensive coverage to the incident, highlighting crude oil's extraordinary single-day surge of over 18. Based on this, price volatility would persist for at least 5 to 6 days, and potentially longer if external capital accelerated the trend. For now, reversal posed no immediate concern. True vigilance would be required only 1 month hence, when major capital began positioning for exit. Leaving Wanxiang Securities, Lin Yi headed straight home by car. The moment the door opened, the family steward Zheng Shouzhong stepped forward. Young Master, Miss Guan has been waiting in the living room for some time. Oh. Lin Yi's eyebrows lifted slightly. Then after a pause, he recalled Zheng Shouzhong meant Guan Jiahui. Thinking back, it had been 2 or 3 months since he last saw her. She had visited during his European business trip, recorded in his memo log, but overwhelmed by duties, he'd never returned her call. He hadn't expected her to appear in person today. How long has she been here? Lin Yi inclined his head slightly, walking toward the house, as he asked quietly beside Zheng Shouzhong. Miss Guan said she felt a little stifled. I have sent someone to take her to the back garden for a walk, Zheng Shouzhong replied casually. Very well, I'll go and see. Lin Yi gave a slight nod and walked toward the rear garden. The estate's garden was modest, scarcely more than 100 pings in all, with a hexagonal pavilion at its center and beds of flowers around the edges. Situated on the southern coast, the climate was warm and humid. Even in early winter, crimson azaleas and pale yellow camellias vied to bloom. Breezes carried delicate perfumes. Lin Yi did not often come here. He could not claim any especial fondness for the plants. At most, they looked familiar to him. Stepping into the garden, he saw Guan Jiahui in a simple white dress crouched among the blooms, her head bowed, as she gazed at a purple jasmine in full glory. Her black hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her brows and eyes were so exquisitely delicate, they seemed almost unreal. A slender waist cinched her form, graceful and alluring as if a beauty had stepped out of a painting, quiet and captivating. Lin Yi's steps faltered, his heart skipped a beat, and he felt a faint warmth at the tip of his nose as though brushed by. He drew a deep breath, tamping down the sudden restlessness in his chest, and walked forward. Young master. The maid Li Sa, who stood nearby, hurried over and saluted when she saw him. Go tell Zheng Shu to prepare dinner. Lin Yi's tone was cool, but not unkind. Yes, young master. Li Sa responded and turned away. Brother Lin. Once the servants had left, Guan Jiahui looked up and ran over with a smile. You're finally back. How long have you been here? Lin Yi smiled. Quite a while. She bit her lip, lightly, a trace of grievance in her eyes. Are you not wanting? You don't come to see me or call. I've been swamped lately, I couldn't get free. He scratched his temple, feeling guilty, and changed the subject. How have you been recently? My parents divorced. Before she finished, her eyes reddened, and she flung herself into his arms, wrapping her arms tight around his waist, voice trembling. They argued for a year and finally broke apart. Only you are still by my side. Lin Yi stiffened. The person in his embrace sobbed softly, her hair brushing his jaw, soft, and he was silent for a moment, then lifted a hand and patted her back in slow, steady strokes, his voice low. Don't cry. Matters between adults are beyond our control, but you still have me. Even as he spoke, he felt the words were dry and offered little comfort. So he fell silent, holding her gently and letting time pass quietly. Suddenly, Guan Jiahui laughed out loud in his arms. She tilted her face up, tear stains still wet, but a smile already in her eyes. You are hopeless, so hopeless at comforting someone. Hey, I'm no master of sweet talk, Lin, he said with a self-deprecating smile, his ears warming. But thank you. She rose on tiptoe and planted a light kiss on his cheek, then spun away, laughter scattering through the little garden. Watching her flutter away like a butterfly, Lin Yi stood stunned, his fingertip tracing the spot at the corner of his mouth. As if some of that warmth and scent remained, he could not help but lift the corner of his mouth. The two sat idly in the garden. As dusk deepened, Lin Yi led her to the dining room. The table was already laid with dishes, steamed grouper, honeyed char, siu, abalone sauced, braised goose webs, the air filled with rich aromas. Guan Zhehui, having been here several times, was at ease and began to help herself. Brother Lin, I don't want to continue. She stopped mid-bite and looked straight at him. Lin Yi swallowed and asked, what's the matter? I feel like I can't keep going. My grades are bad. I'm always at the bottom and I want to get into a good school. Isn't continuing to study just a waste of money? She sighed softly. Lin Yi looked at her, his gaze darkening for a moment before he said, if you think studying is useless, you are mistaken. Reading widens your horizons and enlarges your mind. Otherwise, you'll be trapped, turning in a tiny corner your whole life. Without education, with your current qualifications, you'll at best find an ordinary job. A monthly wage of 1,000 or 2,000. After 10 years, maybe 3,000. In my office, I have 3 secretaries. Headhunter fees cost 80,000 Hong Kong dollars, and each starts at a monthly salary of 5,000. With good year-end performance, bonuses can double. I also provide company cars for business trips and entertaining. If it were you, which path would you choose? Guan Zhehui blinked, then suddenly asked with wide eyes, your secretaries. They're all pretty girls, right? The corner of Lin Yi's eye twitched slightly. He had been talking to her about her future, and she remembered only to look at appearances. Yes, they are, he answered helplessly. You flirt. She muttered, pouting. She puckered her lips and mumbled, then looked up. Then I'll become an actress. My father used to be in films. They say the pay is high, no overtime, and people attend to you all day. Easy. Lin Yi scoffed, his gaze sharpening. If you truly think that line is easy, go and try it. But if you fall and fail, don't come looking for me. Saying this, he bowed his head and continued eating, no longer meeting her eyes. Guan Zhehui's face immediately went pale, her eyes reddened, and great tears spilled forth. Tear after tear rolled onto the tablecloth, silent, yet overwhelming. Lin Yi kept his gaze down, quietly eating his rice, as if oblivious to the woman across from him weeping. He did not look down on the entertainment world, but toward Guan Zhehui there had always been a softness in his heart. When she mentioned auditioning for films, however, images of the scandals and storms that had surrounded her in his previous life surged unbidden into his mind. She had not yet experienced those things in this life. With him around, he would not allow her to suffer an ounce of injustice. Yet even so, Lin Yi could not bear the thought of her treading that old path. He could not say why. Perhaps it was the most primitive possessiveness a man feels. Which man could calmly watch the woman he cares for nestle against another before the camera, even knowing it would be only acting? His chest tightened. Although Guan Zhehui did not truly belong to him, yet from the moment she had risen on tiptoe in the rear garden and kissed him, his heart had no room for anyone else. If she insisted on returning to that predestined course, he would withdraw from her life. Guan Zhehui sobbed with her head bowed. Seeing Lin Yi continue to eat without disturbance, she felt a jolt of fear. She knew he was truly angered. Her face instantaneously turned pale. She pushed back her chair and hurried around to stand behind him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and pressing her face to his back. I'm sorry, Brother Lin, I was wrong. I won't act anymore. Please don't ignore me, okay? Her voice trembled, tearful and small like a frightened animal. Lin Yi set down his chopsticks and slowly reached to pull her gently away from behind. Looking at her tear-streaked face, he inhaled deeply, produced a plain white handkerchief from his suit pocket, and carefully wiped the corners of her eyes. Sit back down and finish your meal. His tone was cool, but left no room for argument. Guan Zhehui glanced at him timidly and nodded like a tamed kitten, returning to her seat and picking up her bowl to eat. After a short while, Lin Yi finished and rose, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. Guan Zhehui immediately put down hers as well. You haven't finished. Continue. He cast a look at the more than half-eaten rice in her bowl and said lightly. She pressed her lips together, dared not contradict him, and reluctantly picked up her chopsticks again, slowly swallowing each bite. Only when she had finally finished did Lin Yi stand and walk toward the living room. Guan Zhehui rose at once and followed closely behind, never more than a step away. In the living room, Lin Yi took the main seat, and a servant promptly brought tea, ware, and boiling water. He warmed the cups, placed the tea, and poured the water with composed, practiced motions. Guan Zhehui sat in the seat nearest him, her large eyes still moist, stealing glances as he brewed, and not. The space was so quiet one could hear only the water boiling and the faint rustle of tea leaves unfurling. When a cup of clear tea was ready, Lin Yi pushed one toward her and said, when you go back, study properly. Stop indulging in foolish notions. He lifted his own cup and took a sip, his gaze resting gently on her face. Guan Zhehui nodded, then pouted and whispered with wounded plaintiveness, but I really can't learn. I can't even get into college. If you listen carefully in class, you'll learn. Lin Yi frowned at her. Even if you can't pass the exams, I can get you into Guangdao University. If you want to study abroad, I can arrange that as well. Go abroad. I don't want to. Guan Zhehui pouted, resisting. Well, when everyone else scrambles to study overseas, you suddenly disdain it. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Guan Zhehui glanced at him, her cheeks flushed, and her voice grew low. I heard studying abroad takes several years. If I leave, I won't see you for years. Her words hung in the air for a moment. Lin Yi froze, a warmth swelled in his chest, and his previously stern expression softened without his realizing it. He was silent for a beat, then said softly, "Very well. Since you wish to stay on Gonggao, then stay." "Really? Thank you." Guan Zhou's eyes lit up as if she might leap. "If you thank me, don't disappoint me," he said mildly. "Study hard. When you graduate, I'll arrange a suitable job for you." I'll work hard," she exclaimed, nodding vigorously with an unprecedented seriousness in her eyes. "Finish your tea. When you're done, I'll have the driver take you home." Lin Yi glanced at the darkening sky. "It's late. Your father should be worried." "He wouldn't worry about me." Guan Zhou curled her lip in a sneer. "At this hour, he's probably still having a good time at that woman's house. Why would he remember whether I came back?" She hesitated, blinked, and then put on a plaintive expression. "Brother Lin, your house is so big. Could I stay here?" The moment the words left her mouth, she blushed, twisting the hem of her dress with nervous fingers. "Are you sure you want to stay?" Lin Yi turned his head to regard her, his gaze heavy with meaning. She lowered her head, bit her lip, ears flushed. "All right." He finally consented and called for the butler Zheng Shouzhong, instructing him to prepare a guest room for Guan Zhou. Under her slightly aggrieved look, Lin Yi turned and climbed the stairs to his own room. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Lin Yi rose early as usual to practice. After breakfast with Guan Zhou, he had the driver take her home. Not long after she left, Lin Yi changed into a deep gray suit and was about to go out when a hurried servant appeared. "Young master, there's a call in the living room. It's Duan Xiao." "Duan Jiwen." Lin Yi's brow tightened. If he was calling at this hour, could something have happened at the factory? Without pausing, he turned back into the room, entered the living room, and took the receiver from Zheng Shouzhong. "Jiwen, what's the matter?" he asked in a low voice. On the other end, Duan Jiwen hesitated, then lowered his tone. "Lin Yi, I just got some news. Li Yushan is dead." Lin Yi's eyes narrowed and his expression shifted. He did not know the man personally, but his past life memories told him Li Yushan had been the archetypal rich playboy given over to wine and women. In an instant, Lin Yi's pupils contracted and his voice turned icy. Was his throat cut as well? Lin Yi held the phone, his expression as grim as iron as he listened to the other party speak. "Yes, that is indeed the case." A low voice belonging to Duan Jiwen came through. "I have confirmed that Li Yushan was indeed slashed in the throat, dying from excessive blood loss." Lin Yi slowly closed his eyes and then opened them again, calmly asking, "Is there any concrete information? Did it happen at home or at a night venue?" "Neither." Duan Jiwen's voice darkened. "I heard it was a car accident. He was thrown out of the car after being hit, and while he was still alive, his throat was slit." He paused, unable to help but curse under his breath. "This is insane. Who would do something so ruthless? It's too vicious." "I understand." Lin Yi exhaled. "Make sure you stay safe. Although we have little to do with their circle, it's better to be cautious. Always bring your bodyguards when you go out." "Don't worry." Duan Jiwen chuckled, his tone suddenly lighter. "Your security company is truly impressive. I now have 2 bodyguards with me at all times." Even my father was startled when he saw them, thinking I had provoked some underworld figures. He chuckled. "Now I have people protecting me wherever I go, even more impressive than my old man's entourage. If you like them, keep them, but remember, don't be careless." Lin Yi said flatly, his tone carrying an After a moment, he hung up the phone, sat back on the sofa, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his brow furrowed in thought. He always felt that this incident was somehow connected to him. This feeling was vague and elusive, yet he never disregarded his instincts. From the very beginning, he had sensed that something was amiss. Initially, it was when he had just returned from overseas that he casually asked He Ji-feng about recent happenings in Hong Kong Island, only to hear about the first murder case. Later, from Cheng Feiyu, he learned about Wang Qinggan's death. His body was burned after death, but the fatal injury was the throat slashing. Subsequently, Duan Jiwen mentioned 2 wealthy young men, Zhou Jingchuan and Qin Xiaofeng, who were also found with their throats cut before their bodies were burned. In fact, even before Cheng Feiyu connected these cases, Lin Yi had already formed a judgment in his mind. These were by no means isolated incidents, but rather a series of premeditated killings. Now, with the recent news of Li Yushan's death, 5 bodies had met the same fate. All the targets were from powerful families, which was too coincidental. The murderer was extremely cautious, leaving almost no clues, and the police were still at a loss. Not even a hint of news had been released. He pondered for a long time, but still couldn't piece together the clues, ultimately deciding to proceed as planned. "Head to Wanxiang Media." He issued the order calmly after getting into the car. "Yes, young master." The driver responded, and Wang Jinchuan, sitting in the passenger seat, immediately used the intercom to instruct the escort vehicle ahead to clear the way. During the drive, Lin Yi opened the newspaper in his hand. First, he looked at the Wanxiang Daily. The headline boldly read, "Ma Zhengbang, chairman of the Oriental Daily, suspected of fleeing to Taiwan." The article began by mentioning that the South China Morning Post had published a clue yesterday, prompting this paper to send reporters to investigate at the hospital. According to the medical staff in the hospital, Ma Zhengbang had indeed left Hong Kong Island, and among his escorts some were wearing sleeveless shirts with tattoos clearly linked to gangsters. This was enough to indicate that even if the 2 Ma brothers had fled to avoid disaster back, then their family power had not been dismantled. The current leader, Ma Zhengbang, still had connections with the underworld. Earlier, there were also anonymous messages indicating that the Ma family was still controlling the distribution chain of the contraband cigarette market. The article also dug up old stories about the Ma brothers' past dominance over Hong Kong Island, revealing many previously unexposed scandal details. Upon reaching this point, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. The task he assigned to Huang Bo was executed smoothly and efficiently. People easily forget if the news isn't mentioned for 3 days, the heat will dissipate. Just like the Oriental Daily, back then, after the Ma brothers left 2 years ago, all major newspapers chased after the story, causing a drop in sales and turmoil. Yet in just 2 years under Ma Zhengbang's management, it had risen again to become the #1 publication on Hong Kong Island. Now that he had control over media resources, he didn't need to get his hands dirty. With just a word, there were people ready to charge into battle for him. He knew that once this report spread, it would surely spark a new wave of condemnation against the Ma family in the public sphere, perfectly paving the way for the lawsuit he was about to file. After finishing his own newspaper, he quickly glanced at other publications. A few others were also following the Ma family's movements, but they hadn't placed it on the front page, only sporadically appearing on secondary pages or in small corners. Lin Yi paid no mind to this. As long as exposure continued, even fragmented information could gradually piece together a complete negative picture. When all voices converged, it would be enough to shake public perception. About 20 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at the Wanxiang Media Building. Amid a flurry of respectful greetings, Lin Yi stepped into the third-floor office. Looking around, the empty secretary's room suddenly reminded him that he had recently been stationed at Wanxiang Securities. Several secretaries had already become accustomed to working on the go, and this place had long been unattended. He didn't care about such trivial matters and turned to Wang Jinshuan behind him, saying, "Go ask Huang Bo to come up." "Yes, young master." Wang Jinshuan nodded and immediately exited to carry out the order. In less than 5 minutes, the door was lightly knocked twice, and Wang Jinshuan led Huang Bo inside. "Young Master Lin." Huang Bo entered and immediately bowed to salute, his attitude respectful. Sit down." Lin Yi gestured with his hand, looking directly at him. "There is something I need you to do." "You can command me." Huang Bo immediately adopted a serious expression. Recently, a series of throat-slashing murders have occurred in Hong Kong Island. All the victims are children of the wealthy. Lin Yi's tone was steady, devoid of emotion. "Go to the law firm and get the case materials from lawyer Chung, then go to the police station to investigate the situation." He paused for a moment and added, "Another incident occurred last night. The deceased is named Li Yushan, whose father is the director of the transport department. Find out the details as soon as possible, but once this matter is exposed, it will undoubtedly shock the entire city." Huang Bo's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly nodded seriously. "Understood, I'll get right on it." The sky was overcast with low-hanging clouds, as if they would come crashing down at any moment. The air felt damp and oppressive. In a European-style villa halfway up the hill in the western part of the city, the study on the second floor was so quiet that one could hardly hear a sound. Due to the gloomy weather outside, the light inside was dim, and the figure at the desk appeared particularly blurred. Behind a large office desk, a leather swivel chair faced away from the door, occupied by a man holding a picture frame, his fingers slightly tense. The frame contained an image of a young man in a sharp suit standing beside a Bentley, his hands gesturing downwards with a smirk, his demeanor arrogant, and his eyes filled with disdain. After a long time, the chair slowly turned around. Though the light was weak, it illuminated a clearly defined middle-aged face. He gently placed the picture frame back on the desk, his movements steady, yet hiding some repressed emotion. He opened the drawer, took out a piece of paper on which 5 names were neatly listed from top to bottom. The names of the first 3 had been crossed out with a crimson line. The middle-aged man stared at the 4th name, picked up a red pen from the desk, and made a mark on it, the ink slowly spreading. Then his gaze fell on the 5th name. As Adam's apple moved slightly as he whispered 2 words, "Lin Yi." Lin Yi handed a stack of materials to Huang Bo and walked around the editorial department. After confirming that the layout was correct, he turned and left, driving towards Haigang Securities. He specifically came to the newspaper office not just to delegate work, but to ensure that this news would be published on time. In his view, once this report was printed, it would surely stir the entire city. First and foremost, this was a murder case. Moreover, it was a series of murders with brutal methods and horrifying details. Ordinary people would be captivated just by glancing at the title. Not to mention that all the victims were scions of wealthy families, either rich or noble with impressive backgrounds. Such a case inherently carried a topic of interest. The public would always be curious. Why would the murderer specifically target the children of rich families? Is there some hidden motive behind it? Moreover, this city has always been rife with complex emotions regarding wealth. Many people lived hard lives watching others revel in luxury and had long harbored resentment. Once this news broke, it would be like throwing a log on a fire. Lin Yi was certainly not pushing this matter just for attention. What he genuinely cared about was another thing. He always felt that this matter was related to him. He wanted to use the fire of public opinion to urge the police into action. Nowadays, although the police force was no longer as brazen in accepting bribes and protecting vice as in earlier years, they appeared much cleaner on the surface, yet still remained weak at their core. The streets at night were still the turf of gangs. Police patrols were still cautious, let alone delving into investigations. In such an environment, the case clearance rate was naturally dismal. Sometimes when there were no leads, they had to rely on information provided by street brothers, which was utterly absurd. If it were just an ordinary case, the higher-ups could turn a blind eye, and the lower ranks could handle it perfunctorily. But if it were thrust into the limelight and became a hot topic throughout the city, that would be another matter. The higher-ups would inevitably exert pressure, forcing the police to take action. Lin Yi didn't believe that a person could commit multiple murders without leaving a trace. As long as they began to investigate, there would always be clues. And he just wanted to verify one thing: whether that faint premonition in his heart was accurate. Huang Bo was always quick and efficient in his work, especially since this was a task Lin Yi had entrusted to him personally. After obtaining some internal documents leaked by the police, he immediately dispatched 3 teams of reporters to visit the police station, contact the victims' families, and verify the crime scenes. In just one day, a detailed investigative report was drafted. The next day, in the early morning, it boldly appeared on the front page of the Wanxiang Daily, the headline glaringly eye-catching: "A series of throat-slashing murders shock Hong Kong Island. 4 wealthy youths have died consecutively." Zhou Yifei was a low-level employee at an investment bank with a position that wasn't high. But through exposure, he had developed a habit of reading the newspaper every day. That morning, he overslept, hurriedly washed up, and dashed out, grabbing 3 copies of newspapers at the street corner newsstand, heading straight for the tram station. The tram was packed with people, and he struggled to secure a corner seat on the second floor. Once he caught his breath, he opened the Wanxiang Daily in his hand. At just one glance, his expression changed drastically. Damn, a series of murders. He sat up straight, his voice uncontrollably rising, drawing the attention of those around him. What happened? What's going on? Someone leaned in to ask, filled with curiosity. You all look for yourselves. Zhou Yifei trembled with the newspaper in his hand. Today's Wanxiang Daily front page says there's a serial killer in Hong Kong Island targeting the sons of rich families, slitting their throats. 4 have already died. Is this for real? Let me see. A man in a suit beside him immediately reached out his hand. I haven't even finished reading a single sentence yet. Zhou Yifei clutched the newspaper tightly, saying this while his eyes continued scanning down. The tram stop bell rang, and he suddenly stood up, squeezing towards the door with the newspaper. I need to get off. If you want to see it, go buy a copy yourself. When the doors opened, several passengers who weren't supposed to get off at this stop also jumped down, hurriedly walking towards the newsstand. Boss, 1 copy of the Wanxiang Daily, hurry. Give me 1 too. I need to see the news. 2 copies. The old folks at home love to read. A small queue instantly formed in front of the newsstand. As they opened the papers, people began to murmur in low voices, their tones filled with either fear, excitement, or indignation. My God, 4 murders, and they haven't caught anyone. Is the police just sitting around? How long has it been? Why was there no news before? Do you think? Is it revenge by a rival of some wealthy family? Rumors quietly spread through the streets, and that newspaper printed with a blood-red headline was being passed from hand to hand. As the pages turned, it was like a silent spark, quietly igniting the entire city. Inside a Hong Kong police headquarters office, an English-born senior officer in full uniform slammed the newspaper onto his desk, glaring furiously at the 2 subordinate officers standing before him. Sorry, sir. The 2 middle-aged officers bowed their heads in unison, one Chinese, the other Caucasian. They'll handle this, sir, declared the Caucasian officer, lifting his gaze with cold resolve. He'll silence that newspaper, permanently. Yang, step out for now. The commander turned abruptly toward the Chinese officer, speaking with quiet detachment. Officer Yang nodded calmly, turned, and exited, closing the door softly behind him. Yet even through the shut door, the commander's furious outburst echoed unmistakably. You imbecile, still trying to suppress news the old colonial way. Have your brains been devoured by swine, or are you already dreaming of retirement back in England? If you wish to leave, do it now, and get out. In the corridor, Yang Maochun allowed himself a faint, icy smile. This hollow-headed foreigner, what does he truly understand beyond extortion and coercion? He doesn't even know where that expose newspaper originated. The Wanxiang Daily has existed for only months, yet it forced the once dominant Oriental Daily into silent withdrawal. As Deputy Commissioner of Police, Yang Maochun dismissed the fledgling publication as trivial. What truly commanded his attention was the unseen hand guiding the Wanxiang Daily. Years entrenched in this post had honed his instinct for Hong Kong's true power brokers. Ever since Lin Yi's charity gala, he'd taken note of the young man and immediately ordered a comprehensive background investigation. Though earlier coverage of the gala had hinted at anomalies, Yang Maochun still felt a jolt when the compiled dossier landed on his desk. This man is no ordinary figure. That was his first thought upon finishing Lin Yi's file, because his ascent had been nothing short of uncanny. In just 2 years, more precisely 1 year and 3 months, he had scaled heights most spend lifetimes pursuing. After his father's death, he attempted to assume control of the family's modest investment bank, only to be collectively ousted by the entrenched elders. What those elders failed to grasp was that they hadn't banished an heir, they had unleashed a dormant dragon. Upon selling his shares, Lin Yi burst forth like a caged tiger. His first strike targeted the Yongtai real estate battle. According to intelligence, Yang later gathered Li Jiaqing of Cheung Kong Holdings also profited from that deal, but his gains were but a fraction of Lin Yi's. That disparity alone revealed Lin Yi's preternatural acumen, the audacity to stake his entire fortune on a single perilous gambit, and emerge unscathed. In both courage and vision, Yang judged Lin Yi equal to Li Jiaqing, and perhaps even superior. After all, Li Jiaqing, having acquired Luoshan Electronics, now ranked among Hong Kong's top 3 ethnic Chinese tycoons, his influence unmatched. Rumor even held he might soon claim the title of Hong Kong's wealthiest man. And Lin Yi, barely past 20, yet already commanding comparable power, a fact that sent shivers down spines. If Li Jiaqing might reign supreme in Hong Kong, Lin Yi's destiny could well be the pinnacle of wealth across the entire Sinophone world. Subsequent intelligence only reinforced that judgment. The Wanxiang Group, founded by Lin Yi, officially registered assets exceeding 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Add to that his on-site donation of 500 million Hong Kong dollars at the charity gala, and any astute observer knew his actual wealth dwarfed the widely cited 700,800 million Hong Kong dollars. Setting aside all else, the credit lines extended by 7 international banking giants, including HSBC, Citibank, and UBS, were staggering in themselves. After all, merely uttering his name could unlock loans of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Such creditworthiness, even the governor lacked it. Should one host a contest for whose face commands the highest market value, beauty pageant contestants would stand aside. The crown belongs solely to Lin Yi. Nor could one overlook the gala itself. Governor Morrison attended in person to extend his congratulations, and so did a host of high-ranking government officials, legislative council members, the Secretary for Justice, senior financial secretary aides. Even Yang Maoqian's own direct superior was present. Wealth authority networks. Could such a man be moved lightly? The foreigners inside still dwelled in a colonial fantasy, believing this land remained theirs to command. Reality told another story. What proportion of Hong Kong's population was now ethnically Chinese? How many British remained? Had they not witnessed year after year the inexorable rise of Chinese business power? Even the governor and major banks now tilted resources toward them. Today's Hong Kong Chinese were no longer helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. Otherwise, why would even the police commissioner hesitate to act? Yang stood silently outside for 5 minutes, until the same Caucasian colleague emerged, his face ashen. Spotting Yang, the man's expression turned livid. With a contemptuous snort, he snapped, "The commissioner wants you." "Thank you." Yang offered a faint, unruffled smile, and knocked once before entering. "Sir." He stepped in to find his superior composed, seated behind his desk. The police commissioner glanced up and said evenly, "Yang, this case is yours. By any means necessary. You have 10 days to solve it." "Understood." "Understood, sir." Yang replied, voice low and resolute. "Good. Go, and don't disappoint me." The commissioner gave a slight, not a flicker of approval in his eyes. "Yes, sir." Yang saluted crisply and departed. Lin Yi sat in his car scanning that morning's headlines. With the recent case breaking open, newspapers continued covering it relentlessly, dominating both front and secondary pages. This sustained media storm surprised him not at all. To Hong Kong's elite, the incident was nothing less than a seismic. Hong Kong was compact, no larger than a palm compared to mainland cities, home to millions, yet smaller than any provincial capital. Street brawls between triads were commonplace, screams piercing the night routine. Yet this crime, silent, spectral, a throat slit by unseen hands, sent chills down every spine. More critically, every victim hailed from prominent aristocratic families. Figures inherently newsworthy, entangled in webs of interest and influence so dense they defied untangling. Naturally, with families wielding immense power, public outcry exploded, and demands for justice reverberated across society. As Huang Bo reported last night, the story had driven sales skyward. Their newspaper sold nearly 30,000 extra copies in a single day, pushing total circulation past 220,000, surpassing the South China Times to claim the top spot in Hong Kong publishing. The car glided smoothly into the Wanxiang Securities Tower. Lin Yi stepped out and ascended directly to the 3rd floor, pulling up yesterday's trading data. His pupils contracted slightly upon seeing the international crude oil price. It had breached the $40 threshold, reaching $40.18 per barrel. He exhaled softly, a ripple of astonishment crossing his features. He hadn't anticipated that his subtle intervention would lift oil prices $3 full above their original trajectory. Judging by current trends, further escalation seemed inevitable. And once that pivotal event detonated, prices would likely double again. A development that for Lin Yi signaled extraordinary opportunity. The higher the oil price, the more staggering his paper profits. At current levels, settling his positions would yield nearly $9 billion in unrealized gains. After quickly reviewing stock indices, he rose and descended to manage daily corporate affairs. Boss attorney Chung is on the line. Just before noon, Zhong Xiaoyan's light knock sounded at the door. Put him through, Lin Yi replied, raising an eyebrow. Zhong Xiaoyan withdrew. The phone rang. Lin Yi lifted the receiver. "Hello, young Master Lin. It's Chung Feiyu." A deep, steady voice came through the line. "Speak." "The shipment departed yesterday, from Hong Kong to the United States. 20 days voyage. The recipients won't detect anything amiss for another fortnight. Sheng Feiyu reported with measured cadence. Maintain contact with the covert observers. Lin Yi's tone remained detached. Understood. He hung up, leaned back in his chair, steepled his fingers behind his head, and his gaze darkened. His scheme against the Zhou couple had originated in long-simmering vengeance. Back then, isolated and powerless, he needed leverage, carefully constructing his trap step by calculated step. Today he could erase them with a few phone calls, no subterfuge required. Yet the net was already cast. Why dismantle it now, when harvest time drew near? In another 10 days the Zhous would swallow their bitter fruits whole. What expressions would cross their faces when they finally stood before him? A cold, faint smile touched his lips, and something sharp and hungry flickered in his eyes. Knock, 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 knock. A sudden rap shattered his thoughts. Enter. The door opened. Su Wanqing stepped in, her expression subtly strained. Boss, Miss He Zhaoqiong is downstairs. She insists on seeing you personally. He Zhaoqiong. Lin Yi's brow arched faintly. What does she want? She didn't say. She's waiting at... Lin Yi paused briefly. Ask her up. A guest, however unexpected, deserved courtesy, not dismissal. Yes, young Master Lin. Su Wanqing nodded, her lips tightening almost imperceptibly, her gaze holding a quiet disapproval, as she turned and left. Moments later she ushered in a young woman. The moment she entered, the woman chirped, "Oh, Lin Yi, I've come to see you." Surprise. Shock. Lin Yi's brow twitched almost invisibly. Turning to Su Wanqing he said, "Wanqing, please bring Miss He some coffee." Yes. Su Wanqing inclined her head, cast a cool glance at He Zhaoqiong, and withdrew. Please take a seat over there, Lin Yi said, stepping out from behind his desk and guiding her toward the lounge area. What brings you here? I missed you, so I came. Do I need an appointment? She winked playfully. Lin Yi, long accustomed to her capricious nature, offered a faint practiced smile. My pleasure. But aren't you in class? How did you resolve that last incident? What else could I do? Dragged home by mom and my brother, then scolded thoroughly by dad. He Zhaoqiong pouted, feigning indifference. Now I'm shadowed everywhere I go. 2 bodyguards glued to my side. Look, they're standing right outside your door. Lin Yi suppressed a cold inner laugh and replied evenly, your father only acts from concern. Ugh, I live like a prisoner now. No bars, but worse, no bars needed. Can't go to bars, can't stay in dorms. Only allowed out for classes, must race home after school, trailed constantly by 2 human shadows. She sighed, dramatically collapsing onto the sofa. You're young. Alcohol harms developing bodies. Wait a few years, it'll be fine. Lin Yi lifted his teacup, voice serene. Oomph, you sound exactly like my dad. So boring. She waved dismissively, then brightened. Fine, fine. Take me on a tour of your company. You run a securities firm, right? I've never set foot inside one. Of course, Lin Yi smiled. After your coffee, we'll explore together. New York, inside a luxury hotel suite. Once again, the 4 financial titans were gathered, representing Fugua Capital, Mei Lin Securities, Mo Jin Shi Dan Li, and Meizhou Bank. Wei Kaduo crude oil has already surged above $40. In my view, we should take our gains and quit. Luo Nanku Lei, vice president of Mei Lin Securities, looked toward the silver-haired elder opposite him, his voice carrying a trace of anxiety. The man called Wei Kaduo was a veteran figure at Fugua Capital, managing nearly $20 billion in trade. He swirled the Bordeaux in his glass, a faint smile at his lips. Quit. Luo, and do you know what price we would pay? I'm telling you. Based on our current holdings, the 4 of us together would lose at least $2 billion, roughly 4 to 500 million apiece. That is more than 2 years of our net profit. Do you think anyone can accept that? And what choice do we have? Luonan frowned. The situation has changed. As far as I know, 7 or 8 hedge funds have entered to stir things up, and how many shadowy whales lurk in the background no one can say. If we do not get out soon, who knows whether oil might climb to 50 or even 60 whales. Wei Kaduo sneered, a glint of steel in his eye. Aren't we the whales? He rose slowly and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Gentlemen, the game has only just begun. There are 36 days until the futures contracts settle. Oh, I never believe a market will rise unilaterally forever. Well said. Beside him, the portly Ao Li Fu Hate nodded in agreement. Those short-term speculators cannot hold for long. I estimate at most half a month. Once they deem their profits sufficient, they will exit en masse to cash out. And that precisely will be our moment to strike. Ma Ku Siwei, Air president of Mo Jin Shi Dan Li, said in a low voice. Wei Kaduo turned and fixed his gaze on the silent Luo Nan. What, you're still worried about that mysterious buyer? You are giving him far too much credit. If I had people look into it. The orders he placed recently total about $25 billion. Almost all were taken up by other institutions, which is what pushed the price up. But how much capital could he possibly still have in his account? Even using 50 times leverage, the initial margin would have to start at 500 million. Can a single individual truly sustain such a massive position? Therefore, there is no need to completely crush. Wei Kaduo sipped his wine, his gaze sharp. We only need to enter when market sentiment is most fragile, press the price down to around $28, and he will be margin called into liquidation. Luo Nan's brow remained furrowed. It makes sense, but to push from 40 to 28 would require capital on the order of 30 to 40 billion to move the market. With only our current strength, I'm afraid we lack the capacity. No. Wei Kaduo smiled and shook his head. We do not need such gargantuan funds. All we need is to seize on retail panic when those speculators flee and the market quivers. We go heavy on shorts and trigger a stampede. If one falters 100 follow, then the price will inevitably collapse. He raised his glass with composure. Besides, do you think we are alone? Oh, Aoli Fu Hate raised an eyebrow. You mean? You've contacted others. Indeed. Wei Kaduo smiled calmly. I had our intelligence unit trace the destination of those orders. Besides us, Bosher Dun Company and De EG Bank also took on huge positions. Their combined positions even exceed ours. If settled at current prices, they stand to lose at least 2. A couple of days ago, I spoke with them personally. They agreed to join forces and to put up $10 billion to participate in this hunt. Brilliant, Wei Kaduo. Ma Kusiwei Air could not help clapping. With these two forces joining, the landscape is entirely different. This time our odds are overwhelmingly favorable. Wei Kaduo smiled slightly and turned to Luo Nan. So Luo Nan, what are you worried about now? Bosher Dun Company and De EG Bank are established conglomerates. Their strength should not be underestimated. With their backing, how could we lose? Would you really be willing to forfeit hundreds of millions for nothing? Luo Nan fell silent for a moment, his eyes flickering. At last he raised his glass toward Wei Kaduo. Since everyone has staked their chips, I will go all the way. One more gamble. Splendid. Come, cheers. Cheers. Meanwhile, on an island in the Far East, a young man slumped in the back seat of a car, his limbs drained of strength. Lin Yi sighed in resignation. Who would have imagined He Chaoqiong possessed such boundless energy? First she had dragged him to tour Wanxiang Securities, then insisted he accompany her shopping. He had no interest in retail, but she was a guest, and strikingly beautiful, and since he had nothing pressing to do, he reluctantly agreed. Once inside the mall, He Chaoqiong instantly became a consumer beast, sweeping from luxury boutiques to shoe counters, then to accessories and perfume. She even dragged him into a women's lingerie shop to look at styles, which made Lin Yi's cheek twitch with embarrassment. Watching her 2 bodyguards laden with shopping bags and his own 2 personal guards reduced to porters, Lin Yi inwardly thanked himself for bringing extra hands. All those bags were purchases He Chaoqiong had made for him: suits, shirts, ties, leather shoes, cufflinks, even 2 sets. He attempted to pay, but she cut him off with, "This is a token of thanks. If you will not let me thank you, how could I be at ease?" Lin Yi had no choice but to relent. After 5 continuous hours of shopping, Lin Yi felt more exhausted than after 10 days of seclusion. Yet He Chaoqiong remained radiant, as if powered by perpetual motion. Only after dinner, when she suddenly leaned in and stole a kiss on his cheek, did Lin Yi finally see her and the bodyguards back to the hotel. When the car entered the compound, he had his men carry the spoils inside, while he dragged his tired body indoors. He took a hot shower and changed into loose loungewear. Lin Yi walked into his study and picked up the phone. "Hello, may I ask whom you were trying to reach?" After a moment, a deep voice came through the line. "Hello, this is Lin Yi. Is Uncle Yang available to take a call?" Lin Yi asked gently, a faint smile at his lips. "One moment." The other party replied, followed by the sound of footsteps receding. 2 or 3 minutes later, the footsteps returned, and the phone was picked up again. Lin Yi, it's you." "Yes, it's me, Uncle Yang." Lin Yi smiled lightly, his tone tinged with apology. "Sorry to bother you so late." "Haha, no problem. In watching the news, I am not one to sleep early." Yang Kunshan laughed heartily, then said, "I've heard you've been busy lately. Quite a stir." Just trivial matters, pointless fussing." Lin Yi replied mildly with modest humor. He knew there was an implication in Yang Kunshan's words. After all, he had been negotiating financing with the 5 major banks. Although not public, it could hardly be kept secret. A man of Yang Kunshan's standing had ears everywhere and would inevitably catch wind. He did not know the exact figures, nor where the funds would ultimately be placed. Even so, Yang Kunshan could not say more. Lin Yi was now a core client of their investment division, holding resources and influence. Switching banks could be but a single thought. "You are fine in every respect, only you love being low-key too much." Yang Kunshan shook his head with a smile, then asked, "There must be something if you call at this hour." "Indeed, a small matter." Lin Yi paused slightly, his voice gentle. "A few days ago you mentioned you had long coveted Uncle Yes bottle of Luo Man and Ikong D, did you not? I see the weather will be pleasant tomorrow, so I wondered whether you and Uncle Yi are free to go out fishing and enjoy some wine. A leisurely day." On the other end, Yang Kunshan paused, raising an eyebrow. He had not expected Lin Yi to call at midnight merely to invite him out fishing the next day. Of course, Yang Kunshan was no fool. A sudden invitation at a non-weekend hour was plainly unusual. Moreover, the haste of the proposal suggested an ulterior motive. He had also heard rumors that Lin Yi had been in contact with the 5 big banks to discuss leveraged financing. The details were vague and the banks remained tight-lipped. But knowing Lin Yi, he would not act without certainty. If it went through, the scale would surely be staggering. Coupled with tonight's apparently casual invitation. "All right, then I'll be expecting you to bring the wine up." Yang Kunshan paused only briefly before laughing and agreeing. "Haha, Uncle Yang, rest assured I will bring it." Lin Yi's smile deepened. Shall we meet tomorrow then? Yes, tomorrow. After hanging up Lin, he considered for a moment and then dialed another number. After several transfers, a bold laugh rang out on the line. Yo, shall we? Calling at this hour. Do you have something good brewing? Uncle Yi, sorry to disturb your rest. Lin, he kept his smile, his tone sincere. I just wanted to confirm whether you were free tomorrow. I'd like to invite you and Uncle Yang to go out fishing and sample the bottle of Kong you have long treasured. Uncle Yang has been mentioning it for a long time and specifically asked me to make sure to invite you. Hearing this, Yi Hongjun had already formed an inkling. He knew Yang Kunshan to be exacting and rarely taking leisure on workdays. Especially on a Thursday, it would be almost impossible to step away. That he agreed at once suggested the matter was not simple. Coupled with recollections of the recent gala crowded with luminaries and the subsequent joint statement from 7 banks. Yi Hongjun's eyes flashed. He had guessed much already. Ha ha ha, you are right, he boomed. I have been saving that bottle for over a decade. I have been loath to open it myself. Since you asked today, it will be worth it. That's why I came to you right away. Lin, he chuckled. So it's settled then. I will not keep you longer. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After hanging up Lin, he sat for a moment, then took a book of philosophy back to his room to read. Night lay deep and silent. The next morning, after an hour of exercise, Lin, he returned home for breakfast and then drove to the marina. The yacht was already moored and prepared. Though it was habitually berthed there, it was cleaned, daily serviced weekly by dedicated staff. The crew were professionals, and the chef an old family retainer. When he arrived, Yang Kunshan and Yi Hongjun had not yet come. Lin boarded first and inspected the provisions. About half an hour later, a black BMW and a silvery gray Audi approached. Uncle Yang, Uncle Yi, welcome, welcome. Seeing them alight, Lin hurried forward with a bright smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yi Hongjun laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. I just finished a meeting, so I'm a bit late. Apologies. Yang Kunshan said with a smile. Not at all, I arrived not long ago myself. Lin waved his hand. Besides, it is right for the junior to wait on his elders. You always know your manners. Yi Hongjun looked at him with deep feeling. Having survived decades in commerce, he had seen too. Yet Lin, even now with a stature comparable to the venerable magnates, treated people, as before, respectful, modest, without a hint of haughtiness. Indeed, toward everyone he remained gentle, as at the start. How far a man climbs depends less on ability than on bearing. The boat is ready. Please come aboard, and we can talk as we cruise. Lin stepped aside, smiling as he extended his hand. Sunlight glittered on the sea. The sea was like a mirror, and a luxurious yacht was cutting through the waves. It glided like a silver shuttle amidst the azure waters, trailing a long snowy white wake behind it. Lin, Yi Hongjun, and Yang Kunshan were seated in the spacious lounge of the yacht, each holding a crystal-clear wine glass, gently swirling the deep red liquid within. A bottle of the long-sealed 1945 Romanticani. Truly extraordinary. With this sip, the aroma dances on my tongue, and the aftertaste lingers in my throat. Yang Kunshan took a light sip, closing his eyes to savor the moment as if he were deep within a vineyard. It's worth it. I've kept this bottle for over 20 years, waiting for an occasion like today. Yi Hongjun chuckled, the corners of his eyes crinkling with fine lines, his tone imbued with a hint of bravado and pride. Lin, however, took a sip and found the flavor pleasant, but not astonishing enough to leave him in awe. For him, it felt more like a sophisticated gathering where he had to go along with everyone else. Perhaps he ultimately wasn't charming enough. He sighed inwardly, yet his face revealed nothing. Instead, he smiled and nodded, saying, No wonder Uncle Lu always mentions this wine. Having tasted it today, it truly lives up to its reputation with a rich and robust aroma. Of course. Yang Kunshan laughed heartily. The 1945 vintage of Romanticani is a legendary year in the history of wine. Even if someone is willing to bid over $1 million Hong Kong dollars for it now, it might not be obtainable. Then I must thank Uncle Yi for this fortune. Lin clasped his hands and smiled. To think I could have a sip of such a rare vintage. You too. Yi Hongjun gestured playfully at the two, unable to suppress his laughter, and the three shared a hearty laugh, the atmosphere incredibly harmonious. Soon the conversation shifted towards the dynamics of the business world in Hong Kong. Both Yang Kunshan and Yi Hongjun were top local tycoons capable of shaking the financial sector with a stomp. Although Lin was still relatively inexperienced, his enterprises had taken off rapidly, rising to the ranks of a medium-sized conglomerate within just a few years. The most notable of which was the Wanxiang Daily, which despite being newly launched for only half a year, had quickly soared to the top of Hong Kong's circulation charts. As for the long-prepared technology project that was about to launch, it would likely stir a storm. As the conversation flowed, a subordinate suddenly reported in a low voice, "We have arrived at the designated sea area." Lin nodded in acknowledgement, and promptly invited the two elders to move to the deck for fishing. The attendant had already prepared the fishing gear, and the three took their seats in order, casting their lines into the water, patiently waiting for a bite. However, this time, neither Yi Hongjun nor Yang Kunshan mentioned any bets. The memory of Lin reeling in several rare big fish last time was still fresh in their minds. Before long, their worries came true. Lin's fishing line began to tremble frequently, and in no time, he pulled up a golden tuna about a foot long, shimmering under the sunlight. Then came another and another. It was as if the entire school of fish in the sea was following his lead. Yang Kunshan could no longer contain himself, his lips twitching slightly, and he forced a smile, saying, "Lin Yi, you're too ruthless. Can you take a break for a while? At this rate we might as well switch to being spectators." "Exactly." Yi Hongjun couldn't help but laugh and scold. "Come on, honestly, did you secretly sprinkle some magic potion in the water? Otherwise, why are all the fish flocking to you?" "I swear." Lin Yi feigned innocence, "I did nothing. How about we switch positions to see if my rod has an issue?" In truth, he knew nothing about fishing, he was merely casting his line randomly. Yet his luck was incredible as the fish came to him effortlessly. Forget it, forget it. Yi Hongjun waved his hand. "Listen to old Yang. You just sit back and relax for a while, or else old Yang and I might really start questioning our lives." "All right, I'll graciously accept that." Lin Yi readily reeled in his line, instructing the bodyguard to bring over a lounge chair and leisurely leaned back on it. While basking in the warm sun, he accompanied the two in casual conversation. In the midst of their banter, Yang Kunshan suddenly focused his gaze on Lin Yi and asked, "Lin Yi, you specially invited us out for fishing today. It can't just be to reminisce, right? So what is it?" Lin Yi raised the corners of his lips, knowing Yang Kunshan could no longer hold back. "You guessed, I want to ask for your assistance with a small matter. The weather is nice, so why not take this opportunity to invite you both to relax and chat while we play?" Yi Hongjun, who was beside him, did not interrupt, but continued to stare at the bobber, his ears quietly tuning into the conversation. He too was puzzled as to why today was the day. Moreover, he was able to draw the usually busy Yang Kunshan out. Seeing that both showed no intention of concealing anything, he decided to watch the unfolding drama. "Oh." Yang Kunshan raised an eyebrow. "Let's hear it." Lin Yi set down his glass, his tone gentle, yet commanding. "Like last time, I want to apply for a margin financing amount from you." As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Kunshan paused, his gaze suddenly sharpening, locking onto Lin Yi's eyes, as if trying to pierce through the intentions hidden within. After all, no one understood Lin Yi's financial capability better than him. Last time, during the International Futures event, this person had amassed $50 billion in a single night, shaking the global market with almost singular strength, directly ascending to the pinnacle of Hong Kong's wealth. Even the $30 billion in funds remained in their bank accounts, earning stable interest daily. Logically, if it were just a common investment arrangement, there would be no need for him to personally seek assistance. Moreover, rumors had already circulated that Lin Yi had secured substantial credit from several foreign banks, including Goldman Sachs. So why was he turning to himself at this moment? Could it be that there was another hidden agenda? Yang Kunshan's eyes flickered, his thoughts racing, and after a long pause he spoke slowly. "How much principal are you planning to use?" Lin Yi smiled faintly, his tone flat. $10 billion will suffice." $10 billion. The previously quiet Yi Hongjun was suddenly taken aback, his pupils contracting, and the smile on his face instantly froze. He couldn't have heard wrong, right? Lin Yi actually intended to use a full $10 billion as the principal to apply for margin financing. This was equivalent to nearly 80 billion Hong Kong dollars. Even he, who was known as the #1 businessman among Chinese merchants, had a total fortune of only about 30 billion Hong Kong dollars. Had this guy gone mad? Or was he joking? He looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Lin Yi, however, still wore a warm smile, speaking with ease. When he turned to Yang Kunshan, he found that his old friend wore a solemn expression. There was no sign of jest in his furrowed brow. Instead, an unspoken vigilance seemed to emanate. Yi Hongjun suddenly felt that the world was spinning too fast. Initially considering him a promising young protege, he had been planning to give him more support. Yet he never expected that the funds this young man held were far more substantial than his own. The feeling was akin to a mix of surprise and an undercurrent of wariness surging up his throat. "What exactly do you intend to do? Why do you need so much money?" Hearing Lin Yi's words, Yang Kunshan couldn't help but blurt out, his tone filled with astonishment. As soon as he spoke, he realized he had lost composure and quickly smiled, saying, "Sorry, Lin Yi, I was shocked," and spoke out of turn. "It's all right, Uncle Yang. It's not a secret, so it's fine to tell you." Lin Yi smiled gently, his demeanor calm. "This time, I'm seeking your margin financing for the same goal as last time." "The same goal as last time?" Yang Kunshan's pupils narrowed slightly, his voice lowering. He certainly remembered Lin Yi's previous operation, betting on international crude oil futures. That time Lin Yi had entered the market with $30 billion, having seized the opportunity as the Iran-Iraq war broke out, leading to a drastic fluctuation in the oil market. Within less than 30 days, he had reaped over $50 billion in profits, becoming a legend in the financial circle. Unfortunately, such a thrilling operation was known only to the core participants, who outsiders were almost entirely unaware. Now Lin Yi was actually planning to strike hard at crude oil again. According to him, the previous Iraqi attack on Iran led to a series of explosions in multiple Iranian oil fields, drastically reducing output, which had pushed up global oil prices. Could it be that he had already set up positions in the oil market with the financing from those banks at Goldman Sachs earlier? Yang Kunshan pondered. But if that were the case, why would he leisurely invite people out for fishing at such a critical moment? Shouldn't he be holed up in the trading room instead? Furthermore, if he had indeed entered the market, was he going short or going long? If he was shorting with the current bullish trend and the funds borrowed from 5 major banks, he must have been forcibly liquidated long ago. However, if he was going long given that oil prices were nearing their peak, he should not have needed to add leverage. According to Yang Kunshin's judgment, the current oil price was severely inflated. This round of increases was merely a result of international hot money collaborating to speculate, further entrenching numerous retail investors. Once the big players exited, oil prices would surely plummet. Unless another conflict erupted in the Middle East or the oil cartel suddenly announced production cuts, no one could halt the downward trend. But the question was, why did Lin Yi decide to increase his stakes at this moment? What was his true intention? At that moment, even Yang Kunshin, who managed over 100 billion in assets, found himself enveloped in a fog, unable to discern what this young man was truly plotting. Seeing Yang Kunshin lost in thought, Lin Yi remained unhurried, gently beckoning. The attendant served hot tea, and he personally poured a cup for Yang Kunshin and Yi Hongjun. How long do you need for this operation? After a moment, Yang Kunshin finally spoke. Lin Yi took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, about a month. After considering for a moment, Yang Kunshin nodded. 20 times leverage with the same rate as last time will be fine. Yi Hongjun, hearing this, was once again startled. He hadn't expected Yang Kunshin to offer such a high financing ratio. It was known that Lin Yi's principal had reached $10 billion, meaning a 20 times leverage would allow for $200 billion to enter the market. $200 billion would be enough to shake the entire Asian capital market. Yet Lin Yi shook his head, his tone calm. Uncle Yang, 20 times is a bit conservative. No need for 50 times. I only need 30 times, following the precedent set last time. How about that? Still not enough. Yi Hongjun almost choked, his eyes wide open. This was too bold. If 200 billion couldn't be suppressed, did he really intend to pry loose 300 billion? No way. Yang Kunshin decisively shook his head. The principal is too large and the leverage is too high. The risks are uncontrollable. Uncle Yang, I understand your concerns. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged, and after a pause he added, if you are worried about default, I can add another $5 billion as collateral directly transferred to your bank account. Seeing that Yang Kunshin still had doubts, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened and his tone grew colder. If you still don't agree, you'll have no choice but to withdraw all my funds from HSBC and seek another partner. Lin Yi was not a man without principles. He held respect for Yang Kunshin, but personal feelings were separate from business, and he would never allow sentiment to shake the larger picture. After hearing this, Yang Kunshin frowned tightly. He hadn't expected Lin Yi's attitude to be so firm, and he sighed softly. If Lin Yi truly withdrew nearly $10 billion in deposits, the board would surely hold him accountable. As for forcibly freezing accounts or setting up barriers, such underhanded tactics never crossed his mind. They would undermine his integrity and damage his reputation. Moreover, today's Lin Yi was no longer the youth of the past. If HSBC dared to pull such a trick, all he needed to do was expose the matter, triggering regulatory scrutiny and public doubt. The brand value of HSBC would plummet, far exceeding a mere few billion. All right, 30 times is acceptable. Yang Kunshin finally relented, but fixed a sharp gaze on him. But I have one condition. You say? Lin Yi smiled and nodded. The collateral is not 5 billion, but 10 billion. Yang Kunshin stated each word clearly. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, then smiled and nodded. All right, no problem. This amount was merely a drop in the ocean for him. He never believed he would lose. Furthermore, HSBC would definitely assign monitoring personnel. If any warning thresholds were reached, they would immediately force liquidation. This 10 billion was merely a formality. All right, bring your lawyer tomorrow to sign the contract. Seeing Lin Yi agree, Yang Kunshin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your support, Uncle Yang. Lin Yi expressed with a gentle smile. This is your decision. Yang Kunshin sighed lightly. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly raised his eyes to the two, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. By the way, I wonder if Uncle Yang and Uncle Yi are interested in participating in this venture with me. Listening to Lin Yi's words, both Yang Kunshin and Yi Hongjun fell silent for a moment. Lin Yi, are you really planning to engage in international crude oil futures? Yi Hongjun, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke up. Yes, that's correct. Lin Yi offered no further explanation, merely smiling gently and nodding. In fact, he had already devised a plan in his heart for inviting Yi Hongjun to go out to sea. It was not just about discussing cooperation. He aimed to draw this wealthy Chinese businessman from the island into his camp. Although Yi Hongjun had always looked after him, that kind of care felt more like support from an elder to a junior, not the relationship he truly desired. What he sought was not mentorship, but an ally to fight alongside him. Yi Hongjun, with his prominent status and substantial wealth, held great prestige in the business world, making him the ideal candidate. As for Yang Kunshin, although he was a British national, his approach had always been just and fair. His political views might be somewhat idealistic, but he maintained a consistently friendly attitude towards the Chinese community, which Lin Yi was well aware of. Having reached this point, he understood that the gap between people is often not as great as it appears on the surface. The direction of relationships has always been determined by interests. As long as interests align, even enemies can shake hands and make peace, how much more so between nations. Although he had already begun to stand out, his foundation was still not solid enough. Relying solely on one's own strength, it is difficult to achieve great things. Humans are ultimately social creatures. No matter how strong, one cannot dominate the island alone. As the saying goes, a lone goose struggles to fly, while a group travels far. If he could befriend a few powerful allies, his influence would naturally rise. This was the true intent behind his invitation for the two to join him in the deep sea. If it were just for funding, he could have directly gone to Yang Kunshin's office to discuss. There was no need for such elaborate arrangements. Yi Hongjun pondered briefly before saying, "Lin Yi, Uncle Yi trusts you. However, I'm getting old and my finances aren't as generous as yours. I can only invest $20 million. Besides, I'm not very knowledgeable about futures, so you'll have to take care of that. If I lose, consider it support for a younger generation. If I gain, I'll treat you to a grand feast." "Thank you, Uncle Yi, for your trust," Lin Yi replied with a smile. "But could we have that feast at your home? I've heard your chef is a descendant of the imperial kitchen. I've been looking forward to this for years." "Ha ha ha, no problem. You can come over anytime. My door is always open for you." Seeing Lin Yi's firm tone, Yi Hongjun laughed heartily. "Then I won't be polite. I will definitely pay you a visit." Lin Yi chuckled. "Don't be polite, it will be lively with you around." Yi Hongjun replied cheerfully. "In that case, don't forget to invite me too. I've never had a meal at Uncle Yi's house." Yang Kunshin also chimed in with a smile. "Old Yang is joking. If you honor us, it would be a great privilege." Yi Hongjun quickly cupped his hands in gratitude. Yang Kunshin smiled and turned to Lin Yi, saying, "Lin Yi, like old Yi, I don't know much about international futures, and the bank can't invest on our behalf. But I can personally invest $30 million because I believe in you. Thank you for your trust, Uncle Yang. I will never let you down." Lin Yi nodded sincerely. "Ha, don't feel too much pressure. Just do your best." Yang Kunshin laughed heartily, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Lin Yi smiled in response, choosing not to say more, and shifted the conversation to lighter topics. Some matters, no matter how beautifully articulated, cannot surpass the impact of results. This time marked the first collaboration among the three. Yi Hongjun invested $20 million and Yang Kunshin $30 million, reflecting immense trust. It's worth noting that even just $20 million converts to over 100 million Hong Kong dollars. He only needed to win the first battle brilliantly, and future collaborations would naturally follow, with their relationships growing closer. The next day, in the early morning, Lin Yi instructed Cheng Feiyu to lead the team directly to HSBC. They had already established a preliminary agreement, the financing plan was finalized, and the document review proceeded smoothly without any issues. However, Cheng Feiyu, who was responsible for the review, was once again stunned by the scale of assets Lin Yi submitted. He had offered $20 billion as collateral, $10 billion of his own funds, and $10 billion in asset pledges, unlocking a financing limit of $300 billion in one go. This figure was even more astonishing than the joint financing from Goldman Sachs and 4 other banks previously. In other words, Lin Yi's total investment had reached $30 billion, an astronomical figure. $30 billion equates to over 150 billion Hong Kong dollars. Not long ago, the South China Morning Post had published a list of wealthy individuals in Hong Kong. Though the data may not be precise, the wealthiest family, the Keswick family, had total assets of merely around 60 billion. Yet Lin Yi could mobilize over 150 billion in cash within just a few months. Such financial power is truly staggering. The signing process encountered no obstacles, and the 300 billion in funds would arrive within 3 days. HSBC would also dispatch monitoring personnel to Wanxiang Securities. Lin Yi had no objections to this. However, all personnel involved must be managed in isolation and sign confidentiality agreements. The penalty for breach of contract would reach $100 million. After all, this transaction involved funds amounting to $500 to $600 billion. If leaked, it would be enough to shake the global financial community. Without stringent penalties, how could one feel at ease? Not only HSBC, but all 5 banks previously involved in the transaction, and all personnel had signed confidentiality agreements of equivalent standards. Soon after, the investment funds from Yi Hongjun and Yang Kunshin arrived as scheduled. Once Lin Yi received the funds, he hurried to Citibank. Once again, he leveraged 20 times to finance $1 billion, injecting it into the main account. Now that the arrow is on the string, we await the opportunity. Lin Yi stood in front of the trading screen, his gaze fixed on the international crude oil price, which had soared to $39.96 at the corners of his mouth, slowly lifting in a cold smirk. In the following days, Lin Yi spent almost all his time at Wanxiang Securities, hardly leaving. After all, this transaction involved the capital flow of hundreds of billions of dollars, allowing no room for even the slightest negligence. Lin Xiaotiang's son is scheduled for surgery tomorrow. At noon, Wang Jinxuan suddenly pushed the door open and reported in a low voice. "What time?" Lin Yi, who had been staring at the data, looked up with a slight frown. 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Wang Jinxuan replied. "Okay, let's go after lunch." Lin Yi thought for a moment. "Understood, I'll make arrangements right away." Wang Jinxuan responded and left. After the lunch break, Lin Yi had a quick bite before getting into the car that had been waiting outside, heading straight for the hospital. Upon arrival, he was guided by the assistant sent earlier to look after Tian Gang's family. The group walked through the corridor and stopped in front of a room labeled Special Care. Lin Xiao, what brings you here? Seeing the figure at the door, Tian Gang was momentarily startled, quickly stepping forward to bow respectfully, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Yi waved his hand, speaking calmly. I've been tied up recently, and I heard that the child is having surgery tomorrow, so I came to take a look. Hearing this, Tian Gang felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He had originally entered Hong Kong as a refugee from the mainland, later marrying a girl from a local orphanage, which allowed him to settle down and have this son. Although he had local residency, his wife had no relatives since childhood, and in Hong Kong, he had no cousins or distant relatives. He had made a few friends in the past, but since his child fell ill and was hospitalized when he approached others for money, they were initially willing to help. After a few attempts, however, they all began to avoid him. They wouldn't answer his calls, and he couldn't find them anywhere. He understood that others were not wealthy families. With a whole family to feed, how could they afford to help him repeatedly? Because of this, since his son was hospitalized, he hadn't received a single visit or even a phone call inquiring about him. Who would have thought that the first person to step through this door would be Lin Yi? It was Lin Yi who in his most desperate moment had provided him with $2 million to save his son's life. It was also Lin Yi who, despite his busy schedule, personally appeared outside this cold hospital room. Sometimes what moves people is not a grand act. If the heart is hollowed out, no amount of wealth can fill it. But if warmth remains, a gentle word or a simple visit can ignite a lifelong loyalty. Lin Yi was unaware that this seemingly ordinary visit had etched an indelible mark in Tian Gang's heart. At that moment, he had already silently vowed, in this life, whatever you need, I would brave fire and water, no matter the cost. Lin Yi gestured to his bodyguard behind him, handing over the prepared children's gifts, which included several sets of educational toys and picture books. He then entered the room, gently patting the child's shoulder and saying a few comforting words. The little boy's complexion was pale, and he looked painfully thin. Instinctively retreating from the stranger, he clung tightly to his mother's arm, unwilling to let go. Seeing this, Lin Yi did not linger. He placed the gifts down and stepped back. I'm sorry, Lin Xiao, the child is shy and afraid of strangers. Tian Gang hurriedly followed out to explain, fearing misunderstandings. It's fine, kids are like that. Lin Yi smiled lightly, placing a hand on his shoulder. But you've worked hard. It's just that these days the company's project is at a critical period, and I need to keep a close eye on the command room, so I won't be able to attend the site tomorrow. If you need anything, just have Wang Jinshu contact me. I won't refuse if I can help. Thank you. Tian Gang's throat bobbed and his eyes turned red, his words coming out in a stutter. All right, go back and don't see me off. I'll leave first. Lin Yi gently shook his head and turned to leave. Returning to the company, he headed directly to the trading room on the third floor. The London market had already opened, and the international oil price had just surpassed the $40 mark, standing at $46 per barrel. He remained on duty there for several hours, not leaving until after 8 in the evening. On the way, he repeatedly recalled the market trends of the past few days, his brow slightly furrowing. Though not an expert in futures details, he could sense that the current oil prices were nearing their peak. The patience of those overseas speculators was likely running thin. He speculated that within the next 3 to 5 days oil prices would enter a phase of narrow fluctuations, followed by signals for large-scale withdrawals. Sure enough, the next day the fluctuations in international crude oil prices significantly slowed down, hovering slightly between $39.8 and $42. On the afternoon of the 5th day, Lin Yi was reviewing contracts in his office. Zhong Xiaoyan suddenly rushed in, looking grave. Manager Cheng wants you to go upstairs immediately. There's been a change in the situation. Lin Yi immediately stood up without delay, entering the command hall just over a minute later. Lin Xiao. The atmosphere in the room was solemn. All traders fixed their gaze on the screen, rising to greet him as he entered. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his eyes locked on the main control screen. The price curve, which had been stable and fluctuating, suddenly plummeted, falling below $39.5, with the latest quote at $39.41, and it was still accelerating downward. Lin Xiao. Cheng Ziyuan quickly approached. Speak. Lin Yi's gaze was sharp. You were right. International speculators have begun to liquidate their positions. Cheng Ziyuan spoke rapidly. Lin Yi's eyes flickered as he looked at the continuously plummeting data and said in a deep voice, let the bullets fly a little longer. Although he still did not fully understand the exact meaning of this phrase, he had heard it often enough to grasp its essence. Hold steady and observe the changes. Understood. Cheng Ziyuan immediately relayed the order to each trading position. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of New York's Fortune Securities, inside a glass trading room, Victor was intently staring at the candlestick chart, a cold smile curling at his lips. He dialed an internal line, speaking softly. Everyone, are you ready with your positions? The hunting time has begun. With the quiet withdrawal of foreign capital, the international crude oil futures market was swept by a tumultuous wave. In late December, oil prices once surged to $40 per barrel. However, before the market could react, prices began to plummet like a cliff. 39.8, 39.3, 38, 75, 37, 62, 36. 91, 36, 18. In just 3 days, the floating profit that Lin Yi had accumulated evaporated to nearly 1.9 billion. What was even more suffocating was that the decline showed no signs of bottoming out. The numbers on the trading terminal were mercilessly plummeting every day. The once lively trading room was now devoid of laughter. In its place was a heavy atmosphere that seemed almost palpable. Every trader was glued to their screens, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. This was not merely a market fluctuation. This was money being pulled directly from their pockets. Year-end bonuses were tied to performance. For every cent the stock dropped, their bonuses decreased by the same amount. Who could truly feel at ease? In fact, it wasn't just them who were restless. Even Lin Yi, who had previously been indifferent to market conditions, had not returned home for several consecutive days. He only had his personal bodyguard bring a few changes of clothes remaining overnight in the office. With billions of dollars hanging in the balance, he was not naive enough to stand idly by in the face of such a downturn. To that end, he declined numerous high-profile New Year's Eve party invitations, including a personal invitation from the governor's office. Even for the opening ceremony of his new film company, he was unable to attend and had to entrust Chun Mingde, Yi Hongjuan, and Yang Kunshan to host on his behalf. The three understood well the precarious situation he was in, and if the scale of funds he was involved in were to spread, it would surely shock the entire business community of Hong Kong Island. Therefore, they did not ask further and readily agreed. It was rare for a new company's chairman to be absent from the scene, with others holding the fort in his stead. However, the individuals stepping up were incredibly prominent. One was the president of HSBC, another was the most influential Chinese businessman locally, and the third was the political rising star Chen Mingde. The presence of these three titans on stage made many insiders' hearts race. Even more astonishing was that during the banquet, Lin Yi had secretly invited numerous figures from both the underworld and the upper echelons to gather together. These individuals, even if only one were to appear, would be enough to stir public opinion. Now they were all gathered at a celebration for a new film company. The scale of the event was unprecedented. As a result, speculation grew regarding what kind of immense power Lin Yi wielded. Even though he himself was absent, no one dared to speak out of turn. On the contrary, everyone was curious. What could he be plotting at this moment? Was he willing to forego the unveiling of his own enterprise to hold the line? Of course, the truth would not be easily leaked. It was not that no one knew, but those in the know would never dare to utter a word. For once this matter was exposed, it might shake the global financial landscape. Moreover, who would be willing to hold a grudge against a figure like Lin Yi just for a moment of careless words before the out? After all, no one could predict how far his territory would expand after this battle. Even if he ultimately captured only 10% of the 1 billion operational quota, it would be enough to place him above all the other powers on Hong Kong Island and even dominate the entire Southeast Asian capital market. Not to mention, the Lin Yi of today was no longer the reckless youth of 2 years ago. Now he had networks that were intricately intertwined and power that was deeply rooted. Even the Governor Morrison would think twice before attempting to move against him. Money may not be able to buy everything, but it can pry open 9999 possibilities. Meanwhile, another piece of news was quietly spreading across Hong Kong Island. The police had finally solved a series of murders that had persisted for months. The identity of the true culprit was unbelievable. It was actually Song Zikai, the third son of the Song family from the Nanyang group. Upon this news breaking, the city was in an uproar. No one had anticipated that this heir, who had frequently mingled within the upper echelons, was the mastermind behind a series of bloody murders. Song Zikai came from a privileged background, who, although his father Song Huai had 3 sons, he placed great trust in each of them. He managed a real estate company under the group's umbrella, living in a mountaintop villa and frequently accompanied by luxury cars and beautiful women. How could someone living such a lavish and carefree life fall to such depths? However, the paparazzi on Hong Kong Island were always keen to pick up on developments. Shortly after the incidents, major newspapers unearthed the hidden truths and pieced together the tragic root of the story. It turned out that Song Zikai's only son Song Ziyuan had been murdered earlier, and the manner of his death was particularly gruesome. He had his throat slit, resulting in excessive blood loss. According to media speculation, Song Zikai transformed into a harbinger of death in order to avenge his son. The individuals he killed had all held grudges against Song Ziyuan and met the same fate. Without exception, they all died from having their throats cut. Once this news was revealed, it triggered a massive panic among the elite class of Hong Kong Island. Why? Because there were simply too many wealthy youths who had grievances with Song Ziyuan. Although the Song family was not a top-tier aristocracy, they still held a position in the business world. Moreover, Song Ziyuan had been arrogant and reckless, known for his fights, and even for forcefully taking girlfriends. To call him the cream of the crop among wastrels would not be an exaggeration. It was roughly estimated that more than half of the wealthy young men on Hong Kong Island had conflicts with him. If Song Zikai truly intended to settle old scores, who could sleep peacefully? What terrified everyone even more was that Song Zikai had escaped. That's right, he was extremely cunning, and it was uncertain whether he had an inkling or had received inside information. He had completely vanished just before the police closed in. Clearly, he had already prepared a way to escape for himself, and his plans were so meticulous that even his relatives were unaware. The police searched for 3 days and nights, combing through all possible hiding spots across Hong Kong, yet they were unable to capture any trace of him, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Song Jikai had silently vanished from the map of Hong Kong Island. Regarding Song Jikai, Lin Yi actually understood more than others. After confirming that Song Jikai was the mastermind behind the scenes, although the police on Hong Kong Island had not been able to apprehend him on the spot, they had found a handwritten list in the secret compartment of his study. The first 4 names on the list had been crossed out in red ink, namely Zhou Jingshan, Chen Xiaofeng, Wang Qing'an, and Li Yushan. All 4 had met with unfortunate deaths, each in the same manner. Their throats were cut open, blood soaking their collars, each dying with a single blow. The 5th name on that list was Lin Yi himself. In other words, if following Song Zikai's order of revenge, he would be the next target. When Yang Maochen, the deputy director of the police station, arrived at Lin Yi's door with that list in hand, Lin Yi instantly saw through the entire matter. The reason Song Jikai embarked on this killing spree, just as the tabloids speculated, was indeed to avenge his deceased son Song Zhiyuan. However, the true culprit behind the murder of Song Zhiyuan had acted with great secrecy. There were no witnesses at the scene, nor were there any clear clues left behind. Moreover, Song Zhiyuan had already provoked countless enemies throughout his life. The cause of his death was a matter of much speculation, making it impossible to trace. However, after the loss of his son, Song Jikai had nearly gone mad, vowing to avenge his son by secretly hiring someone to investigate his son's past enemies, ultimately compiling this list. One must admit Song Jikai was indeed a madman. That paper was densely filled with over 20 names, each from a prominent background, either rich or noble, all from the upper echelons of Hong Kong Island. Any single incident involving one of them would cause a tremendous uproar, yet Song Jikai intended to settle them all at once. No, it wasn't merely an intention. He had already taken action. Zhou Jingshan, Chen Xiaofeng, Wang Qing'an, and Li Yushan all fell in pools of blood, meeting the same fate as Song Zhiyuan, dying at his hands. Upon seeing this list, Lin Yi felt a mix of emotions. He didn't know whether to call him ruthless or to scold him as a paranoid maniac. Yet he understood clearly that Song Jikai had killed the wrong people. The one who truly killed Song Zhiyuan was actually himself. Zhou Jingshan and the others were merely his innocent scapegoats, losing their lives for nothing. However, Lin Yi felt no guilt over this, as those men were certainly not good people. Bullying the common folk and seizing industries was a common occurrence, and some even lived freely despite being involved in criminal cases. Their deaths could be considered a form of cosmic justice in a certain sense. What Lin Yi did not expect was that the one personally bringing the list to him was Yang Maochen, the deputy director of the police station. This individual was essentially the second-in-command of the entire police force, wielding substantial power and rarely involving himself in specific cases. Lin Yi had initially thought this matter was simply a private vendetta, not realizing it had attracted such a high-level figure. Of course, this was also because he had underestimated his own weight. It was apparent to anyone with insight that although Lin Yi was still young, his rise had been astonishing. Since selling family company shares in just a year and a half, he had already reached a position that many could not achieve in a lifetime. For a figure like him, anyone with a discerning eye would recognize that his future was immeasurable. If connections were not made while he was still unestablished, it would be difficult to get close once he truly soared. Lin Yi naturally would not be negligent in receiving Yang Maochen's visit, speaking with him humbly for a long time. However, when Yang Maochen proposed to send officers for personal protection, Lin Yi politely declined. He disliked having uniformed figures shadowing him at all times. Yang Maochen did not insist on his refusal. After all, given Lin Yi's status, he was never lacking in bodyguards. Those accompanying bodyguards were all battle-hardened, with complex backgrounds that ordinary police officers could not hope to compare with. Before parting, Yang Maochen simply offered a quiet reminder. Song Zikai's whereabouts were still unknown, and he was likely still lurking on Hong Kong Island, so one must be extra cautious. No one could predict whether he would strike again. Lin Yi sincerely thanked him and personally saw Yang Maochen to the door. After Yang Maochen left, the first thing Lin Yi did upon returning to the office was to call Lu Wenchuan. He ordered him to immediately increase personnel and strengthen the security of the residence. Fortunately, he had previously customized 2 top-notch security systems for the mansion. Due to the mansion's size, even with several guards already present, it still felt insufficient at critical moments. Thus, he decided to have Lu Wenchuan transfer 5 elite personnel to reside in the house. Next, Lin Yi also called Tian Gang. His son had just completed heart surgery, and the postoperative condition was stable, with the doctors saying the danger period had essentially passed. Tian Gang was overjoyed to tears. After accompanying his family for 3 days, he proactively contacted Lin Yi requesting to return to work. Originally, Lin Yi wanted him to rest a bit longer and accompany his wife and child. However, given the sudden change in circumstances, he could no longer wait. Thus, he immediately allocated 10 million as startup capital, instructing him to begin establishing the Wanxiang Intelligence Company. This concept had long been in Lin Yi's mind. Mastering his own intelligence channels would prevent him from being passive everywhere. In the past, he had to rely on others for everything. Now, once the system was established, a single command could mobilize the entire city's intelligence. Just like this time when tracking down Song Jikai, if the intelligence network were already operational as long as the other party remained within Hong Kong Island. Of course, creating an intelligence network that can cover the entire island and even extend globally is not an overnight task. It requires not only a long period of accumulation, but also a significant investment of funds and countless efforts. However, Lin Yi is neither daunted nor impatient. At a young age, his future financial paths are already laid out. As for the physical labor and miscellaneous tasks, he naturally has subordinates to handle them. Therefore, Lin Yi has never wavered in his ambition to elevate the intelligence agency step by step to the pinnacle. Long before the planning began, he had secretly instructed Tian Gang, once the Tianyan intelligence is officially established, reports must be made directly to him and no contact with any other departments of the group is allowed. Tian Gang, who had already been thoroughly convinced by him, naturally remembered this well. With the initial capital in hand, he quietly contacted old informants and secretly recruited underground intelligence agents, beginning to form this covert team. No one would expect that a secret organization capable of rivaling the CIA of the United States and shaking the international landscape would be born in an unremarkable office building in Hong Kong. In the trading room on the third floor of Wanxiang Securities, the lights were bright and shadows flitted back and forth. On the trading screens, a series of glaring numbers continued to drop, and the air was thick with a stifling atmosphere. Although most people did not incur actual losses in this storm, the more oil prices plummeted, the greater Lin Yi's paper losses became. This means that their efforts over the past 3 months might ultimately leave them with only meager wages. Lin Xiao, it seems that besides the retail investors and speculators who withdrew early, there are still 6 forces continuously pressing the market down. In the command room, Lin Yi sat in a swivel chair centered among his subordinates. His calm gaze swept across the data flow as he listened to Cheng Yuan's composed report. "Oh, how did you figure that out?" Lin Yi slightly tilted his head, a hint of playfulness in his tone. Cheng Yuan smiled slightly and said, "It's not difficult. If you look closely, Lin Xiao, you can also find clues. On the surface, market transactions are frequent and appear orderly, but in reality most participants are merely scattered followers coming in and out. The true large-scale sell-offs are almost all concentrated within the same time frame. This indicates that these actions are organized and premeditated joint operations." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's gaze returned to the bulk selling records on the screen. Indeed, he discovered that those large sell orders surged in waves like a tide. However, discerning which major players were controlling this was no simple task. The data was intricate and complex, easily confusing. Only those with rich experience and sharp insight could untangle the truth hidden within the chaos. "Lin Xiao, should we make a move now?" Cheng Yuan looked at the screen and spoke again. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on the latest quote, $35.79. This means that since the peak of $42, the price of crude oil has plummeted nearly $4 dollars. Meanwhile, his paper losses have surpassed $3.5 billion. Lin Yi's right index finger lightly tapped the back of his chair, the rhythm steady, each tap resonating like a heartbeat. He glanced at the calendar on the corner of the table, pondered briefly, and finally spoke, "Prepare to act. It is expected to drop further, starting from $34. We will take over completely. All 1-month short positions, we will accept them all. Same old rule of bank credit guarantee is required." "Understood, Lin Xiao." Cheng Yuan's eyes sparkled as he slightly bowed his head in acknowledgement, then turned and walked towards the control panel. Once the order was communicated, the trading team, which had been lying in wait for days, instantly became invigorated. For the past 5 or 6 days, they had held hundreds of billions of dollars, but could only watch like a cheetah trapped in a cage, restless and anxious. At this moment, the prey finally stepped into the trap. On January 3, 1981, the international crude oil market continued to decline, closing at $35.23. The next afternoon, the London market opened and oil prices continued to drop. It fell by about 3 cents every 10 minutes, and pessimism spread globally. In the evening, the New York Futures Exchange opened and oil prices had already slid to $34.21 per barrel. 34.20, 34.15, 34.10. Everyone pay attention. Starting at $34, buy everything available. When the last deal on the screen fell below 34.1, Cheng Yuan suddenly stood upright and commanded sharply into the communicator. "Received. Boss, understood." The channel quickly echoed with synchronized responses. The entire trading room fell into a brief silence, everyone staring intently at the screen, their hearts racing with the fluctuations of oil prices. Until that line of numbers froze at 34.00. 3,000 short positions have been taken. 5,000 short positions have been taken. A series of reports sounded like the beating of war drums. Lin Yi stood tall, listening to the waves of good news, a cold smile slowly rising at the corners of his mouth. In Manhattan, New York, at the Securities Trading Department of the Guofu Building, it was daytime and sunlight spilled over the glass curtain wall, reflecting a busy scene. Traders focused intently on their computers, fingers flying. Boss, a sudden influx of buy orders in the market. As soon as we dumped our positions, they were immediately swallowed up. We traced the funding source to Hong Kong, and the downward trend in oil prices has stopped showing signs of a rebound. A middle-aged white man hurried into the office, handing the latest intelligence to Victor. It really is that mysterious buyer from Hong Kong. Victor, after hearing the report, was not surprised. Instead, he chuckled softly. I knew he wouldn't sit idly by. Unfortunately, this time it's our 6 major investment banks working together. Unless a miracle occurs, no one can. Since the international crude oil market fell into turmoil in late December as a large number of speculators cashed out and withdrew, the global futures market was in a state of panic. The crude oil price, originally stable at $42, collapsed as if a snow avalanche, plummeting rapidly. In just 7 days, the price fell more than $6, with a decline of nearly 15%. Even more unsettling was that several giant-level operators in the market were continuously suppressing prices, accelerating the already fragile situation. Many investors had already seen the situation clearly. Our retail investors were exiting en masse, and even some large funds began to quietly retreat. However, just as the oil price approached the $34 mark, a mysterious capital surged in like thunder. With a crushing force, it crazily absorbed long positions, abruptly putting the plunging oil prices on hold. Those traders who had originally planned to withdraw instantly became alert, rushing back to monitor the screens. They wanted to discern who was controlling this storm and whether there was still a chance to enter and share in the spoils. Just at that moment, a series of short orders suddenly popped up on the trading platform. Each order started at 5,000 contracts, with the largest single order reaching as high as 20,000 contracts, all crashing into the market, intending to suppress oil prices again. Witnessing this shocking wave of short orders, countless traders in trading rooms worldwide felt a chill in their hearts and broke into cold sweats. This round of selling pressure totaled over 100,000 contracts, corresponding to a trading amount of up to $4 billion. Clearly, the short sellers behind the scenes possessed extraordinary strength, far beyond that of ordinary retail investors or small funds. Such a scale of operations must come from a well-organized super consortium. Who exactly is targeting crude oil? This became the only question in the minds of all the hunters monitoring the market. Some even secretly considered whether to follow suit with several short positions. Although they might not get the main dish, even scooping up some leftover soup would suffice. But before they could act, they found that the hundreds of thousands of short contracts had evaporated like ice and snow under the sun. In less than 30 seconds, a total of $4 billion in short positions was completely swallowed by a single force. Hiss. In trading seats around the world, gasps of astonishment echoed. This is insane. Over 100,000 contracts worth more than $4 billion were cleared away in half a minute. What terrifying financial power is this? Is the Federal Reserve personally intervening? Or is Morgan Stanley or Guofu secretly using shadow warehouses? The originally eager small players immediately withdrew, exchanging glances, afraid to act rashly. After all, the futures market changes in an instant. If oil prices drop another $2 or $3, it could wipe out fortunes. Now it is clear that two giants are in a fierce collision. One side vows to crush oil prices while the other steadfastly defends. To enter the fray at this level of confrontation before the outcome is clear might even lead to having their bones crushed. Just as most onlookers held their breath, a new wave of short orders reappeared on the trading board. This time it was even more astonishing. Over 70,000 contracts totaling over $6 billion. God, are they about to start a financial nuclear war? God bless who is fighting against whom. Boss, the other side just dumped another 15,000 contracts. How should we respond? In the communicator, the voices of various trading group leaders echoed, waiting for the final decision. Lin Xiao. Cheng Xuan looked at the fluctuating numbers, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Although he was appointed as the frontline commander, the true helmsman sat behind him, Lin Yi. If it were anyone else, Cheng Xuan would have already given orders autonomously. But Lin Yi was different. His intuition for international futures was nearly supernatural. Long before the opponent appeared, he had predicted that a large-scale attack would occur and prepared $30 billion in reserve capital. It turned out he was right. The opponent dared to dump tens of billions of dollars in the first round, clearly trying to catch them off guard and shatter their defenses in one fell swoop. Take it all. Lin Yi stood before the command platform, his gaze calmly sweeping across the screen, filled with short orders, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his tone as calm as ever. Buy everything. Leave no order behind. As the command was issued, Cheng Xuan immediately relayed the order through his earpiece. Received. 60 seconds later, the entire trading system returned to calm. The over $6 billion in short positions had completely vanished. On the other side, in the top trading room of the Guofu building in New York, dozens of elite traders stared at the constantly refreshing data stream, their fingers icy. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Victor yelled at the trading board, his eyes bloodshot. The recent batch of tens of billions in short positions had actually lasted less than a minute before being completely absorbed by the opponent. Victor, what do we do now? The opponent's strength seems to exceed our expectations by far. A panicked voice came from another partner on the phone. What are you afraid of? Victor sneered. We are a coalition of 6 major investment banks. The other side is merely a mouse hiding in the shadows. No, a calm voice came from the other end of the microphone. Underestimating the enemy is a fatal flaw. Oh, we must reassess the situation. Victor, however, was unconcerned. I am not underestimating. I believe you all are overestimating him. Don't forget he has already invested nearly $20 billion to build his position, and now he has taken on our $100 billion in short positions. Everyone consider who in this world can mobilize over $30 billion in cash in such a short time. I rather think he is at the end of his rope. That previous move, swift and accurate, was merely a bluff to scare us away. He makes sense. There's no turning back. Are we 6 major giants still afraid of an unknown nobody? Before his words fell, another person echoed. Exactly, I don't believe he can keep throwing money. Then let's try again. All right. This time let's directly hit him with $10 billion and see if he can take it. Hearing the support from the crowd, Victor laughed heartily, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Inside the trading room of Wanxiang Securities, all traders were fixated on the massive market display screen, their eyes bloodshot. It has risen. A low roar suddenly erupted. On the screen, a row of numbers, still glowing red, was slowly bouncing upwards. Just moments ago, they had taken on 2 astonishingly large orders. First, they swallowed a short contract worth $5 billion, followed by fully absorbing $6 billion of sell pressure. A total of $5 billion worth of risk exposure was thrown into their positions. After a brief pause in the market, keen investors immediately sensed a change in direction. Some speculative funds began tentatively bottom fishing in crude oil, stirring the international oil prices that had been continuously declining to stop their fall and rise, increasing by 2 cents in just a few minutes. Though merely a trivial fluctuation, the significance behind it resonated like a thunderclap. Anyone with insight understood that the war was far from over. Recently, Iraq had launched a surprise attack on Iran, destroying 2 major energy bases which have yet to recover their production capacity. The global supply gap for crude oil this quarter has already become a foregone conclusion. Why had prices been declining all along? It was not because the market was bearish, but due to the rupture of a high-level bubble compounded by several overseas giants quietly withdrawing and a few invisible trading groups secretly pressuring the market. And now a man named Lin Yi had emerged. He had poured $100 billion in funds to staunch the plummeting trend, sending a signal to the entire world. Someone dared to bet long. Retail investors are always the most sensitive hounds. Seeing this mysterious major player act decisively, countless onlookers rushed to follow suit. This pushed oil prices from $34.2 to gradually climb to $34.6. However, at that moment, the market screen suddenly jolted. 6 brand new short orders suddenly appeared, each with a staggering 50,000 contracts with the delivery date set for the 4th of next month. The scale of a single contract was approximately $7 billion, with a total of 6 contracts amounting to $2 billion. This was not trading, this was a declaration of war. Oh my God, who did this? Are they trying to overturn the market directly? This is no longer speculation, it's practically a military operation. It's over, I have to liquidate my positions. This water is too deep, we can't wade through it. The entire financial world was trembling. Many people repeatedly confirmed whether there was an error in the data, as such a level of short orders almost surpassed what an ordinary person could comprehend about the market. In the Wanxiang Securities trading room in Hong Kong Island, the traders fell silent collectively. Such maneuvers completely defied logic. Typically, traders would take positions in batches to prevent opponents from becoming alert and escaping. Yet this party did the opposite, directly revealing all its fangs. It was a challenge. Do you dare to take it? Everyone turned in unison to look at the man sitting in the center. Lin Yi leaned back in his leather chair, gently tapping the armrest with his fingertips, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What? Are you stunned? Just absorb it all. His voice was not loud, yet carried an undeniable authority. Understood. Execute the buy orders. The sound of keyboards erupted abruptly, and the 6 massive short orders vanished from the market board in under 90 seconds. My God, they've gone mad. Everyone has gone mad. The global trading rooms were in an uproar. Countless institutions urgently accessed data sources, trying to uncover the true identities of the opposing parties. Unfortunately, whether it was the 6 Wall Street giants hidden behind the scenes or Lin Yi's team currently dominating the battlefield, they all employed the highest level of encryption channels, leaving no trace. Because of this, the battle became ever more mysterious, drawing even more spectators to hold their breath in anticipation. Bang! A loud crash of a heavy object hitting the ground shattered the silence in an office on the top floor of a skyscraper in New York. Victor hurled the entire cup of black coffee against the wall, his facial muscles twitching. Victor, we were wrong. A low voice came from the other end of the phone. This opponent is 10 times more dangerous than we anticipated. Before his words fell, another voice interjected. We must stop losses and adjust our strategy. We cannot proceed according to the original plan. Agreed. I also support Ronan's opinion. I concur as well. As soon as Ronan, the vice president of Merrill Lynch, finished speaking, the other three immediately echoed, not giving Victor a chance to speak. Wait, everyone, the situation hasn't reached. Victor, calm down. The president of Deutsche Bank suddenly interjected. We are a bank, not an army. The goal is profit, not martyrdom. Exactly, you have been led by your emotions. President of Bank of America Oliver said coldly. Now is not the time for finger-pointing. A third person slowly spoke. If we do not want to end up collectively at a loss, we will meet at the usual place at 8 tonight to re-establish our tactics. Agreed. The four voices fell in unison, and the call abruptly ended. Click. The moment the phone hung up, Victor grabbed the landline on the corner of the desk and smashed it on the ground, his roar echoing throughout the entire floor. Fuck. There is no shortage of speculators in this world. When witnessing 6 short contracts totaling over $10 billion being swallowed in one go, countless people instantly caught a whiff of the bullish market revival. Moreover, many already firmly believed in the bright prospects of international crude oil. Previously, oil prices had fallen from $40 to $34 in just a few days. It was simply due to numerous overseas giants gradually exiting the market, coupled with 6 major consortiums secretly collaborating to short the market. But now the bulls displayed astonishing strength. Market confidence rapidly warmed up and oil prices began to rebound. $34, $8, $34, $12, $34, $25, $35, $29. By the time the New York Stock Exchange closed, international crude oil had risen by $29 in a single day, an increase of 3.7. And this was not the end of the upward trend. It was simply because the duration of this long-short confrontation was brief. When Lin Yi took over those 6 short orders worth billions, there was less than an hour until closing. In just 60 minutes, he raised it by nearly $3, enough to make the entire financial market realize that crude oil still had significant upward potential. There is no doubt. When the market opens tomorrow, oil prices will surely reach new heights. By the time trading ended in New York, it was already 4 in the morning in Hong Kong Island. Lin Yi walked slowly to the command platform, picked up the communicator, and said, "Thank you all for your hard work today. I have arranged for a few tables of food and drink at the hotel. Have something to eat before resting." "Wow. Thank you, young Master Lin." "Young Master Lin is generous. Brothers can drink freely tonight." Upon hearing the order, the trading room erupted in cheers. Listening to the resounding cheers, Lin Yi smiled faintly, turned, and left the control center, heading towards his private suite. Having stared at the market all day, though he hadn't experienced the physical toil of manual labor, the mental strain was far more exhausting than physical fatigue. He rubbed his temples hastily, ate a meal that could hardly be classified as either dinner or breakfast, took a hot shower, and after drying his hair, he lay down heavily. At this moment in the United States, night had just fallen. The city was ablaze with lights and traffic flowed endlessly on the streets. Standing atop a 100-story building, one could see a dazzling urban landscape. In a luxurious suite on the 60th floor of a top-tier 5-star hotel, senior executives of 6 major investment groups gathered once again. The sound of champagne being uncorked was crisp, and the atmosphere appeared relaxed, yet secretly turbulent. Oliver, the president of Bank of America, took a sip of red wine and slowly spoke. "Has anyone uncovered the identity of that mysterious traitor?" "It's too secretive." Logan, the president of Deutsche Bank, shrugged. "I traced the funds back to HSBC's Hong Kong branch. But when I called President Yang Kenyanshan, he only said he signed a confidentiality agreement and wouldn't divulge a single word." "Marcus, what about you?" "This financing is routed through your Morgan Bank in Hong Kong." The president of First Boston turned to ask Marcus, the president of Morgan Stanley. Marcus took a light sip of whiskey and shrugged. "I've also inquired, and the response was the same as Logan's. Confidentiality agreement. And besides, this is no longer the old system. Although we have connections, we are not in a direct relationship." "Why would they tell me?" Both Stanley and JP Morgan were part of the Morgan family, originally one entity, but later split due to policy changes, forming the present competitive situation. Despite being nominally independent, they still belong to a closely knit financial network intertwined like vines. However, once significant interests are involved, boundaries still exist between them. Especially with the mobilization of hundreds of billions in funds, the current Asia-Pacific president of JP Morgan would never easily leak information. "Damn confidentiality clauses." Victor suddenly roared. In truth, everyone knew that the so-called agreements were merely excuses. The real obstacle was the astonishing profit structure behind it. "So what do we do now?" Ronan, the vice president of Merrill Lynch, frowned and asked, "With the opponent's identity unclear and the funding details unknown, shouldn't we reassess our strategy? Adjust?" "How do we adjust?" Victor sneered. "How much have we already invested? If we backtrack now, who will bear the losses?" "Victor, please calm down. We are discussing options, not questioning decisions," Marcus said solemnly. "That's right," Logan chimed in. "We are an investment bank focused on maximizing profits, not emotional confrontations. We cannot change direction just because of a temporary setback." The others nodded in agreement. Seeing everyone take such a stance, Victor's face darkened, and he fell silent, retreating to the window with his glass. "Ronan, what do you think we should do next?" Someone shifted their gaze back to the speaker. Ronan scanned the room and smiled faintly. As you all have seen the market trend today, the market's emotions have been ignited. If we want to continue pushing prices down, we must come up with $300 to $500 billion for margin calls now. Otherwise, success is nearly impossible. Is there money? Yes. Are you willing to spend it? No one is foolish enough to do that. Of course not. I absolutely refuse to be the big loser. Logan immediately stated. Exactly, the oil market is too abnormal right now, and that mysterious player is lurking. We cannot afford to fill the gap any further. Marcus also clearly opposed increasing investments. The others remained silently in agreement. No one could ascertain whether that person still had 200 to 300 billion in ammunition hidden away. Even a slight increase could lead to complete chaos. So my suggestion is don't go against the trend. Ronan's lips curled slightly, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Why not follow the trend and join this mysterious person to fuel the fire even higher? Hearing the words of Ronan, the president of Malin Securities, everyone's expressions subtly changed. Are you out of your mind, Ronan? Victor suddenly stood up, staring at him in disbelief. The other investment banking moguls also showed signs of doubt, their gazes falling upon Ronan, as if confirming whether he was in his right mind. Yet Ronan remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. He took a sip of the red wine beside him before slowly speaking. I know you all think my idea is absurd, but given the current situation, this is the only option left. We still have no clear understanding of our opponent. Who exactly are they? How many chips do they have left? If we continue to clash, heat in the costs could be devastating. The other side clearly has abundant funds, and what about us? After several rounds of hedging, my available liquid assets amount to less than $2 billion. Your situations must not be much better either. So what? Victor slammed the table. Combined, we still have about 12 billion, and I can urgently arrange another 3 billion in reserve. That totals to 15 billion. I refuse to believe that the person lurking in the shadows can withstand that. Ronan looked at him calmly. Victor, maybe you're right, he might really be running out of resources. But that's just speculation. What if he has a backup plan? Impossible. He has already invested nearly $5 billion. Even with a tenfold leverage, the principal would still be in the tens of billions. Where would such funding come from? It's simply absurd. Victor shook his head repeatedly. Calm down, Victor. Ronan's tone was calm, yet carried an oppressive weight. We are in finance, not gambling. You do not let emotions cloud your judgment. There is currently no data to prove that his funds have been depleted. This plan is based on a fragile assumption and carries great risk. Don't rush to refute. Let me finish my... Ronan raised his hand to stop Victor, who was about to argue again, and continued, since the enemy situation is unclear and oil prices are currently hot. International oil prices are about to soar again. Oh, why must we go against the trend? We might as well go with the flow, push up the oil prices first, and earn a significant profit to make up for our losses. Once prices peak, we can imitate those successful traders from earlier, cashing out at a high position for security. By then we will have more ample funds and greater initiative. When we withdraw from the market, oil prices will inevitably fall back as they did a few days ago. Do you all remember how the market behaved after various institutions cleared their stocks that day? This way we can reduce losses and even take the opportunity to suppress the market, laying out a reverse plan at a lower cost. Brilliant, this strategy is ingenious. Yuanfeng, you truly understand the rhythm of the market. Come, let me toast to General Lin. After finishing this cup, the prospect of a turnaround tomorrow looks hopeful. Upon hearing this, everyone applauded in agreement, raising their glasses in celebration. Haha, thank you all for your support. Ronan stood up with his glass raised, smiling brightly. Are we not after profits? Money is right in front of us. Why take the long route? Ronan, your plan sounds appealing. But don't forget, the person on the other side never acts without preparation. What if he has a trump card left? Wouldn't your push-up just be boosting him? Victor interrupted with a cold sneer, his gaze sharp as a knife. Ronan calmly replied, my plan may not be perfect, but it is certainly better than walking straight into darkness. A true expert knows how to assess the situation and act accordingly. Exactly, Ronan makes a valid point. If there's a chance to make money, why not seize it? Yes, being overly stubborn will only lead to elimination. Victor, you should learn to be adaptable. Seeing the other 5 major institutions unanimously support Ronan, Victor's face turned pale with anger. He coldly snorted, turned, and pulled open the conference room door, leaving in a huff. Sigh, still so stubborn. Old-fashioned ways, not understanding when to advance or retreat, will eventually be discarded by the market. As the door closed, several meaningful whispers immediately echoed in the room. All right, everyone, since Victor has chosen to withdraw, that is his decision. Next, we will continue refining our next step. On January 5th, at 5 p.m. Hong Kong time. At 10 a.m. in London, the global trading system opened on time. $29, $35, $31, $35, $43. Within moments of the market opening, international crude oil surged like a runaway horse, steadily climbing in price. On the trading screen, buy orders flew in like snowflakes, piling up in layers towards the high points. A familiar scene replayed, reminiscent of the frenzied rise during the Iraq invasion of Iran. In an instant, more retail investors and speculative funds caught wind of the movement, rushing in before the ink on their checks was dry. Even the international giants who had just withdrawn a few days ago sensed the smell of blood and quietly turned their ships around, preparing to reap another round of profits. By 4 a.m. Hong Kong time, when New York's closing bell rang, international oil prices had soared to $39.61. In a single day, the increase reached $4.32, breaking the 12 barrier. Young Master Lin, if this momentum continues, it's very likely to surge again tomorrow. It might even break the previous high of $42, setting a new record. Cheng Ziyuan stared at the jumping numbers on the screen, unable to hide his excitement. We haven't caught our nets yet, we cannot be complacent. Lin Yi smiled slightly, his tone calm as water. Cheng Ziyuan's heart trembled, suddenly awakening. Today's floating profit had already exceeded $5 billion, yet Lin Yi showed no sign of pride, remaining as steady as a rock. Indeed, young Master Lin's vision is beyond my reach. Understood, young Master Lin. He hurriedly nodded. Go have a meal and rest, conserve your energy. Lin Yi lightly patted his shoulder before turning to leave. Shortly after, a hearty and boisterous laugh suddenly erupted from within Lin Yi's room. Ha ha ha. History has been changed. Gazing at that glaring number on the trading screen, Lin Yi's heart suddenly jolted, unable to refrain from whispering to himself. Memories of the original timeline lingered in his mind. At this point in time, international crude oil should have been hovering around $37. But in reality, the oil price had already broken through the $42 mark. Indeed, just 2 days ago, the international crude oil price had suddenly surged, breaking past the historical high and officially entering the $42 era. And if calculated according to future decades of inflation, this equates to an astonishing price of nearly $126 per barrel. Historically, the peak of international oil prices occurred in 2008. At that time, due to the turmoil in the Middle East and the U.S. Department of Energy announcing a sharp decrease in domestic crude oil commercial inventory, the price was pushed up to a staggering $147.27 per barrel. However, now everything is happening ahead of schedule. It's all because of his intervention that the market's direction has been completely overturned, causing oil prices to be raised to such a shocking level at this very moment. Moreover, the most crucial part is, this is just the beginning. In the trading hall of Wanxiang Securities, the atmosphere had already changed dramatically from just a few days prior. At that time, oil prices were sluggish and everyone wore frowns. Now, however, it was a scene of ease and comfort. The soaring oil prices meant that the bonus pool was expanding wildly. Every trader wore a smile, staring at the screen, hoping it would continue to break through its upper limits. As for Lin Yi, he was naturally more excited than anyone else. Who wouldn't be happy earning money? Especially someone like him, whose floating profit had accumulated to over $13 billion. He didn't even dare to calculate it in detail. When this round of operations comes to a close, how much wealth will he ultimately possess? Will he ascend to the throne of the world's richest? Forget it, that's overthinking. At present, the true top tycoons are still the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, Morgans, and other century-old families. How could he, an outsider, easily shake them? Once international crude oil stabilized above $42, the market briefly fell into a stalemate, with prices oscillating around this range for 7 or 8 days. Ronan, I believe the time has come. We should withdraw. The oil price has already peaked. Exiting now can lock in profits and maintain control for future price reductions. In a closed office of the Americas Bank in New York, President Oliver was on a conference call discussing with senior executives from several other investment banks. I agree. After consolidating at this price level for several days, holding on could backfire on profits. We should withdraw to leave enough room for the next layout. Voices of agreement came through the receiver. I also support liquidating positions. Good, Ronan said in a deep voice. Since the opinions are unanimous, let's act in sync. Only through collective selling can we create enough panic and trigger a larger market reaction. At 2 p.m. New York time, the market suddenly changed. The originally stable international market surged violently, and oil prices sharply declined from the high of $42.5. In less than 30 minutes, they fell to $41.5 and continued to slide rapidly. Young Master Lin, a large institution, is withdrawing its position. In the Hong Kong trading room, the sudden movement caused everyone to turn pale, as if they were back in the nightmare of the market crash 2 weeks ago. Lin Yi stared at the changing numbers on the trading board, but suddenly a cold smile appeared on his lips. No need to worry, let them come at us. Yes. Cheng Ziyuan didn't understand why, but executed the order without hesitation due to his instinct honed over the years. By the time New York closed at 4 p.m., international oil prices had slipped to $82. Lin Yi glanced at the final data, his expression calm, lightly clapping his hands. That's enough for today. Everyone rest well. After saying this, he turned and left the trading room, returning to his room to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Less than 5 hours later, a rapid knocking on the door broke the silence, waking him up. Lin Yi rubbed his sleepy eyes, his voice slightly hoarse. What happened? Young Master Lin, Manager Cheng is waiting outside. The bodyguard replied softly from outside the door. When out in public, one must remain cautious. Although he is not a fragile person, he understands the principle of standing out. Joking aside, he is well aware that he has made plenty of enemies. Thus, no matter where he is, there are always people keeping watch. Hearing the identity of the visitor, Lin Yi glanced at the bedside clock, got up, put on his coat, and shuffled towards the door, pulling it open. Young Master Lin. Upon seeing him, Cheng Ziyuan immediately stepped forward. Lin Yi glanced him over, and quickly noticed something was off. The other party's hair was disheveled, and his shirt was wrinkled, clearly having been urgently called from sleep. Yet the most striking thing was the unmistakable excitement on his face, clearly bringing some monumental good news. Speak. Lin Yi responded succinctly. Young Master Lin, good news. I just received a tip-off 2 hours ago. At 7 p.m. Eastern, the U.S. Secretary of Energy publicly announced that they would significantly increase the National Strategic Petroleum Reserve to enhance the country's ability to respond to the energy crisis. Cheng Ziyuan spoke rapidly, his eyes shining with excitement. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi slowly smiled, silently thinking, finally it has come. On January 29, 1981, at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, the U.S. Secretary of Energy officially issued a statement, increased the National Strategic Petroleum Reserve. As soon as the news was released, the global market was shaken. The next day, around 5 p.m. Hong Kong time, the London trading market opened, and yesterday's slump was swept away, with international crude oil skyrocketing as if a fuse was lit. $40, $82, $41, $2, $41, $89, $42, $5. Within an hour, the oil price surged from $40, $82 to the previous high, and the momentum showed no signs of stopping. At 9:30 p.m. that night, the New York market reopened. The international crude oil market has gone completely insane. Initially, after Lin Yi's 2 rounds of strong intervention, the 5 major investment banks suddenly reversed direction and collectively bet on rising oil prices. The international oil price was rapidly pushed up, breaking through the 42 mark and setting a new historical record. Yesterday, the 5 major investment banks quietly withdrew their positions. In response, oil prices showed signs of volatility and correction, and the market was becoming calm. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the director of the U.S. Energy Agency publicly announced a large-scale expansion of strategic oil reserves. As soon as the news broke, the global oil market surged once again. On January 30th, oil prices quickly rebounded to 42.5. The next day, the upward trend continued. Prices soared from 42.5 all the way up to 44.82. By February 1st, the bulls unleashed their full force, directly breaking through the psychological barrier of 45, closing at 45.23. Cheng Ziyuan immediately contacted all the clients who took over and negotiate the delivery at a price of 45.5. For those willing, we can proceed right away. For those unwilling, let them wait. Looking at the soaring curve on the electronic screen, Lin Yi suddenly stood up and issued orders to Cheng Ziyuan beside him. Cheng Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback, frowning slightly. The current market clearly still had room for growth. Conservatively, it could reach 47A, and optimistically, it might even challenge the 50 mark. If it truly reached 50 per barrel, the profit from the price difference would amount to hundreds of millions of dollars. Moreover, there were only a few days left until the contract delivery date. Unless another heavyweight country like the U.S. intervened, it shouldn't be time to easily pull back. Despite his doubts, recalling Lin Yi's almost prophetic predictions from previous instances made him hesitate. That intuition, as if he could glimpse the future, left him with no room for doubt. He could only quickly turn around to arrange the team and make calls to contact buyers. In an instant, the trading room was filled with the sounds of ringing phones and conversations, the atmosphere suddenly tense. Lin Yi quietly sat on a corner sofa, leisurely sipping a cup of hot tea, waiting for the results. It wasn't until midnight, when the New York market closed, that a weary Cheng Ziyuan finally walked in with heavy steps. He handed over a completed report and said softly, "Young Master Lin, there are currently 257 orders completed for early delivery. In total, 608,000 hands, with a total transaction amount of 27,664 billion. There are still 725,000 hands under observation, and another 234,000 hands have explicitly refused early settlement. Thank you for your hard work." Lin Yi glanced at the document and nodded, saying, "I've arranged for the hotel to send meals over so everyone can eat something and take a break. Once everything is over, I will reward you separately." "Thank you, young Master Lin," Cheng Ziyuan replied, and turned to leave. After the door closed, Lin Yi opened the documents and silently calculated. If the remaining orders all settled at 45.5, he could earn over 43.3 billion. Adding the settled portion, the total income would approach 71 billion. However, this money was not entirely his own. He still needed to repay the 55 billion principal borrowed from banks like HSBC, and after deducting commissions and interest expenses, the actual amount he could pocket would be around 15 billion. If he were to also deduct his initial capital of 2 billion, the net profit would be around 13 billion. And this doesn't even account for the profit sharing with Yang Kunchen and Yi Hanjun. Damn it. He thought about how he had been working tirelessly for the past 2 months, battling wits with those old foxes on Wall Street. only to end up with this little amount. While several banks could comfortably take away hundreds of millions just from sitting idle, Lin Yi's anger flared. I must set up my own bank sooner or later. He made a silent decision in his heart. With his own financial channel, operations wouldn't be restricted at every turn. The thought crossed his mind, and he couldn't help but recall the Tianmu Capital Bank, which had once been mortgaged away. That was the enterprise his father had spent half his life creating. He'll find an opportunity to take back the family business. He sighed softly, his gaze turning cold. What he meant by taking back was not just redeeming the 35 equity, but to gain complete control of the entire company. The next morning at dawn, crude oil continued to surge. As soon as the London market opened, it jumped from the previous day's closing price of 45.23 to 46.13 within a short morning. This rapid rise completely disrupted the rhythm of some speculators. In half a day, it jumped nearly 2. The speed of the increase was astonishing, with no signs of correction. Many suddenly realized that if they continued to delay delivery, they might have to pay an extra few million or even $100 million in the next 2 days. Those clients who had previously refused early settlement could no longer sit still and began calling back, actively requesting to complete the transfer as soon as possible. But how could Lin Yi easily relent? At the beginning, he had given you the opportunity, but you didn't seize it. Now you come begging. Not that easy. He sneered and directly raised the delivery price to 46.2. Upon hearing the price surge, the other side immediately erupted in curses, calling him a robber, a plunderer, a modern. In response, Lin Yi merely smiled faintly, saying, if you don't want to do it, you can wait 2 days to see the price. Who knows, it might have broken 47 by then. The other end fell silent for a moment, then a voice of helpless compromise came through. After all, the numbers on the screen were still jumping, and the latest price had reached 46.28, refreshing the high point every minute. In the end, everyone could only grit their teeth and accept their fate, signing the agreement with resentment and agreeing to this high-price settlement. The international oil price continued to soar, seemingly climbing endlessly. On the morning of February 3rd, oil prices broke through 46.5 per barrel, setting a new historical high. Many traders who had completed early settlements saw this scene and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, secretly glad they had acted decisively. However, by the afternoon, 2 major pieces of news broke. The Soviet Union and the Middle East jointly announced a significant increase in oil production. As soon as the news came out, the previously soaring international oil prices collapsed instantly. In just over an hour, the price dropped nearly 3, closing at 43.62. Those who had left early were fine, but the speculators who hesitated and waited were almost driven to madness. However, all of this was already irrelevant to Lin Yi. His layout had been successfully completed, and all contracts had been settled smoothly. Despite the enormous sums involved, the funds had not yet arrived immediately. But from the moment Cheng Ziyuan acted, he had specifically chosen a counterparty guaranteed by the bank, so he didn't have to worry about default issues at all. Young Master Lin, the remaining 95900 hands have all been settled, and they are expected to start entering the account continuously from tomorrow, available for use within 3 days. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. Let everyone take a good rest for a day. Tomorrow night, I will book the top-floor restaurant at the Peninsula Hotel for a celebration. Thank you, young Master Lin. Cheng Ziyuan could hardly contain his excitement, his voice trembling slightly. After turning around, he immediately opened the broadcast on the command platform to relay the good news to the entire team. In an instant, the entire trading room erupted in cheers. Listening to the enthusiastic sounds coming through his earpiece, Lin Yi nodded slightly. He then picked up the settlement list handed over by Cheng Ziyuan and turned to leave the control room. In front of everyone, he remained calm and composed, but inside, he was equally tumultuous. In this battle, he netted over 14 billion. Converted to Hong Kong dollars, it exceeded 75 billion. The initially estimated profit was around 13 billion, but later a large number of holders were forced to close their positions due to panic. This inadvertently sent him an additional profit of over $1 billion. Thus, his total profit broke through the 10 billion mark in one fell swoop. Lowering his head to glance at the document in his hand, Lin Yi slowly walked to the desk, took out his personal lighter, and set the piece of paper ablaze until it turned to ashes and fell. If this detailed list were to leak, it would create a storm in the financial world. At that time, countless eyes would be. He had no fear of the local forces in Hong Kong. What truly worried him was that this massive wealth might involve funds from many world-class billionaires. Once someone figured out that he was the mastermind behind the scenes, unnecessary troubles would inevitably come his way. Moreover, keeping wealth hidden is a survival wisdom passed down through generations among the Chinese. Even though no one in Hong Kong dared to easily provoke him, now he knew all too well that one must know how to restrain oneself and not reveal their brilliance. Looking back at Shen Wansan from the Ming Dynasty, if it weren't for his flaunting of wealth that brought disaster, why would Zhu Yuanzhang have to confiscate his property and take his life? Throughout history, those who are arrogant and overbearing rarely end well. Only those who are low-key and endure can laugh until the end. Lin Yi, having been reborn, understood this particularly well. After burning the documents, he walked into the bathroom for a hot shower, finally shedding the heavy pressure he had been under for months and fell into a peaceful sleep. On the surface he appeared calm and composed, but only he knew how thrilling this journey had been. Especially when he realized that he had rewritten the original price trajectory of oil in his memory, he felt a surge of anxiety. He worried that his intervention might cause the U.S. Department of Energy to delay the release of critical information. He was also afraid that the Soviet Union and the Middle East would announce their production increase decision first. If any one of these links were to go awry, he could lose everything overnight. Fortunately, although the market price was stirred up by him, it did not shake the strategic decisions at the national level. It also did not affect the action rhythm of superpowers like the United States and the Soviet Union. This allowed him to narrowly overcome the difficulties. This incident also made him realize the importance of not blindly relying on memories from his past life. If he misjudged one day, it could lead to an irretrievable situation. Because of this, his nerves had been tense for over a month. Only when the overall situation was settled did he truly relax. He slept deeper and more soundly than ever before. When he woke up, the faint light pouring in through the curtain seams illuminated the head of his bed. He raised his hand to check the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. After a brief calculation, he realized he had slept for a good 17 or 18 hours. Sitting up, he felt a pang of hunger and called out Wang Jinshuan. The guard outside Wang Jinshuan immediately pushed the door open and entered, saying, "Young Master Lin, you're awake." Lin nodded. "Have you booked the hotel for the banquet?" "It's already arranged, young master." Wang Jinshuan answered hastily. "Good, thank you. I'm hungry now. Go prepare something to eat." Lin said. "It'll be ready soon." Wang Jinshuan replied and withdrew. Shortly after, Lin washed up and changed his clothes. The meal was already set on the table, consisting of hot dishes and rice sent from the company cafeteria. Wanxiang Securities has its own cafeteria, which is not common in the industry. However, Lin didn't mind this expense, so the employees' meals were always good with plenty of dishes and a mix of meat and vegetables. "By the way," Lin said, while eating, "have someone rent a few cars to pick everyone up and take them to the hotel tonight." "Young Master Lin, I just heard Manager Ching mention this. It seems he has already arranged the vehicles." "Oh, then go confirm it." Lin replied casually. Not long after, Wang Jinshuan returned, informing him that the vehicles had indeed been prepared and were personally arranged by Cheng Ziyuan. Lin said no more, finished his meal, took a short break, and changed into a more formal outfit. He then got into the car and headed towards the Peninsula Hotel. Once the car came to a halt in the parking lot, Lin elegantly stepped out. Behind him followed 4 impeccably upright bodyguards, marching in unison toward the entrance of the Peninsula Hotel. As he entered the hotel lobby and prepared to take the elevator, a familiar voice suddenly came from the side. "Young Master Lin, good evening. What a coincidence to run into you." "Oh, Mr. Zhao, what a pleasure." Lin turned to see a middle-aged man approaching with a smile. He immediately took a couple of steps forward to shake hands with him. This man was Zhao Jingqing, the president of Longting Real Estate. The financial company under Lin operated within his jurisdiction. Previously, someone had brought trouble to the new and prosperous company, and it had just happened to fall into his hands, where it was swiftly suppressed. Later, Zhao Jingqing personally came to take responsibility, but at that time Lin wasn't inclined to listen. However, after learning of his identity, Zhao's attitude became humble, and considering his connection to the elder Mr. Zhou, Lin finally relented and let the people go. According to Lin Zhao, after the incident, Zhao Jingqing even came to apologize in person, stating that he had dismissed the involved supervisor and had taken legal action against him for embezzling company funds. Lin had long forgotten about that incident, and he never expected to reunite with Zhao today. "Young Master Lin, are you here to dine?" After some pleasantries, Zhao Jingqing asked with a smile. "Haha, not for dinner. Tonight is the company's celebration banquet. I'm just here to make an appearance. If you have time, Mr. Zhao, please come up for a drink later. We are at the Blue Garden Western Restaurant on the 28th floor. "All right, thank you for the invitation. I will certainly show my support." Zhao Jingqing nodded repeatedly, a broad smile on his face. Ding! At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Lin nodded slightly to Zhao Jingqing and the young man beside him. "The elevator has arrived. Shall we go up together?" No, we will be there shortly. Young Master Lin, please go ahead." "Okay, see you later then." Lin did not insist, offering a mild smile as he stepped into the elevator with his bodyguards. It wasn't until the elevator doors closed that the smile on Zhao Jingqing's face gradually faded. "Dad, who was that just now?" The young man, who had been silent by the side, finally spoke in a low voice after the elevator had moved away. "That is Lin." Zhao Jingqing replied softly. "What? He is Lin?" The young man Zhao Yima's face was filled with astonishment, clearly having heard of him before. After a moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "I've heard that this person is shockingly young, but I didn't expect him to be this youthful." He is indeed young, but what he has accomplished is something that many people spend a lifetime striving for and never achieve. Your grandfather once said that Lin is not a genius, but a monster. Zhao Jingqing sighed, his tone complex. "All right, enough talk, Mr. Gong is waiting for us, let's go." Zhao Yimu responded. The two of them waited for the elevator on the other side to open and walked in together. Meanwhile, Lin, after entering the elevator, did not give another thought to the person he had just encountered. Moments later, the elevator arrived at the 20th floor. As the doors opened, he stepped out into the brightly lit hall ahead. Young Master Lin, you have arrived. At the entrance, employees from the securities company greeted him, bowing as they welcomed his presence. Hello everyone. Lin Yi raised his hand slightly to wave at the crowd. His gaze swept over several blushing female employees, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he then walked into the banquet hall. At that moment, the hall was bustling with activity, not set up in the traditional roundtable banquet style, but arranged in a European-style buffet format. Several long tables lined the space, adorned with an array of fine wines and delicacies, while the crowd exchanged toasts, creating a lively atmosphere. Young Master Lin. Recognizing their boss' arrival, the entire room stirred, and colleagues raised their glasses in salute. Don't hold back. Lin Yi laughed heartily. I don't bite, and I won't lecture anyone to drink and eat as you please. I don't want to dine alone just because I'm here. Haha. The crowd erupted in laughter, the tense atmosphere instantly relaxing, feeling that this young boss was incredibly approachable. At this moment, Cheng Ziyuan walked over with a champagne glass. Young Master Lin. Old Cheng, is everything arranged? Lin Yi nodded in response. All set, we can start at any time. Good, let's get started then. He did not delay any further and headed straight to the podium that had already been set up. Just as he stepped onto the stage, several security personnel collaboratively pushed in a large cart covered with crimson velvet, piled high and mysterious in outline. Noticing their boss had taken the stage, the originally noisy crowd gradually hushed, their gazes converging upon him. Good evening, everyone. Lin Yi adjusted the microphone and directly stated, I am young and want to speak in officialese. I know that no one enjoys listening to long-winded, tedious speeches. So let's cut to the chase. Haha. Applause and laughter erupted from the audience, reinvigorating the atmosphere. No one likes aloof leaders. Lin Yi was well aware of this. In his previous life, he detested those who could complete a task in 5 minutes, yet insisted on prolonging it into a lengthy report that left listeners dozing off. All right. He gestured with both hands for silence, continuing, I previously mentioned that as long as the project was successfully completed, I would not shortchange anyone who had worked hard. Now that the project is completed, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. As he spoke, he glanced at the 2 security guards standing by the cart. The 2 moved forward in unison and abruptly lifted the red cloth. In an instant, a small mountain made entirely of tightly bundled cash appeared, gleaming with golden light and imposing in presence, plunging the entire venue into stunned silence. Everyone stared at the pile of money revealed beneath the red cloth. Their eyes widened and their breathing became heavy. After all, what do people work so hard for? Is it for the social contribution, to realize self-worth, or merely a life of ceaseless labor? Who would believe that nonsense? If not for money, are they simply idle? Or are they relying on passion to keep their hearts beating? If one works hard yet receives nothing in return while being constantly pressured, would they continue? If you don't discuss treatment but only talk about dreams, you're not human, you're a capitalist. Although Lin Yi had now aligned himself with capital, he never felt that subordinates should work for him without compensation. He understood that whether in life or business, being too greedy or stingy would eventually lead to backlash, and ultimately, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Gazing across the faces in the audience, Lin Yi smiled slightly and slowly said, the successful completion of this task was entirely due to everyone's collective effort. I promised I wouldn't shortchange you before now. I keep my word. Wang Haohan. Here, young Master Lin. Upon hearing his name called, Wang Haohan immediately stood up, his back straight. Gather your team and bring them up. Lin Yi instructed. Yes. Wang Haohan, in his 30s, swiftly assembled his 7 subordinates, and they marched up to the stage in formation. Thank you all for your hard work over the past 2 months. This token of appreciation is not much. Each person will receive 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. Take it. He then pulled out 2 bundles of cash tightly bound like bricks from the mountain of money and handed them to the first trader. Thank you, young Master Lin. The middle-aged man receiving the money trembled slightly, tightly gripping the thick stack of cash, his eyes reddening as he deeply bowed to Lin Yi. Watching the sudden tears, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. Although he didn't understand why a handful of money could evoke such emotion, he clearly felt the sincere gratitude. This expenditure was merely a drop in the bucket for him. However, being able to genuinely assist his subordinates and receive their appreciation and loyalty in return was worth it. Keep up the good work. He called out, continuing to distribute bonuses. Thank you, young Master Lin. Each employee who received money held onto the stack, tightly bowing in gratitude. When it was group leader Wang Haohan's turn, Lin Yi directly handed him 5 bundles of cash. This is yours. Thank you, young Master Lin. The 50,000 weighed heavily in his hands, causing Wang Haohan's voice to tremble as he bowed repeatedly in thanks. After that, Lin Yi called up the next 4 individuals along with their respective team members to receive their awards. Ordinary team members received 200,000, while the leaders received 500,000. Additionally, there were 5 dispatchers from the control room, each receiving 200,000. Just this batch of bonuses amounted to 8,500,000 Hong Kong dollars. However, in terms of the rewards gained from this operation, this amount was merely a drop in the ocean. Once everyone had received their bonuses, there were still 150,000 left on the cart. Lin Yi raised his hand to call Cheng Ziyuan over, directly handing him 1 million. The remaining 500,000 was instructed to be delivered to the security team. After 2 months of day and night vigilance, those brothers at the gate had worked hard enough. 1,000 for each as a hardship allowance felt like a considerate gesture. Once the news gets out, it would likely blow up the entire Hong Kong island. A small company with dozens of traders actually splurged 10 million on bonuses. Starting from an average of 200,000 per person, even the lowest ranks received a share. If this matter were to leak, Wanxiang Securities would immediately ascend to the esteemed position of the dream factory in the hearts of everyone in the financial sector. Regarding this, Lin Yi was not concerned about fame, but placed great importance on confidentiality. He summoned the 5 group leaders on the spot and quietly instructed, "Let me reiterate the confidentiality agreement we signed last time. If anyone leaks information, the contract will be executed without mercy." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a tightness in their hearts, and no one dared to take it lightly. The agreement was clearly written. Once confirmed that a leak occurred, the compensation amount would be $100 million. With Lin Yi's current influence in Hong Kong, if he were to get serious, no one would ever have a chance to turn things around. The group leaders immediately returned to gather their subordinates, repeatedly warning them, "Control your mouth, or it will harm yourself and your family." Lin Yi was not a malicious person, but he would never show mercy. As night fell, he glanced at his watch, decided not to linger, and turned to leave the Peninsula Hotel with his bodyguards. As he stepped out the door, the car was already waiting by the roadside. Lin Yi opened the back seat door and silently got, "Young Master Lin heading home?" Wang Jinshuan, in the front passenger seat, asked softly. "Yes, home." Lin Yi leaned back against the seat, his voice low. "Understood." Wang Jinshuan notified the convoy through the intercom, and a fleet of black cars promptly left the city. The interior of the car was dimly lit. Lin Yi reclined and closed his eyes, replaying every moment of the entire operation in his mind. The ancient said, "I reflect on myself 3 times a day." He couldn't achieve the sage-like introspection of doing so thrice daily, but occasionally reflecting on the events was still necessary. Humans are not machines. Even machines can make mistakes. How much more so with people? Overall, this operation went more smoothly than expected. However, one hidden danger remained. His identity had inevitably left some traces exposed. But there was no helping it. There are no true secrets in this world. A paper cannot cover fire forever. It is merely a matter of time. Fortunately, having previously established connections with several foreign banks, they would not turn against him in the short term, allowing him to secure a buffer period. During this period, he needed to accelerate his plans and enhance the thickness of his trump cards. "Young Master." Just as he fell into thought, Wang Jinshuan in the front seat suddenly turned around, his voice low. "The brothers in the back have sent word. Someone is watching us." 5 cars glided steadily along the suburban road, their engines whispering like hushed conversations. Only the faint sound of tires brushing against the asphalt softly echoed in the night. On either side of the street, car lights flickered like fireflies, occasionally interspersed with a few impatient honks. Inside the car, Lin Yi listened to Wang Jiangxin's report from the passenger seat, his brow slightly furrowed. "Am I being targeted? Who would dare to act against him at this hour? Did you see who it was?" His tone was calm, yet he did not turn around. Though 3 escort vehicles followed closely behind, he knew that his vision could not penetrate the car's body. Even with his years of practicing ancient methods, his senses were sharper than the average person. "I didn't see their faces, but the brothers behind said they only spotted a white van." Wang Jinshuan answered in a low voice. Lin Yi's heart stirred. This brother did not refer to the obvious bodyguards, but rather to the inconspicuous gray Toyota at the back of the convoy. This was the hidden lookout that Lu Wenxuan had set up for him. In addition to the 4 security cars in front, there was another hidden piece. This vehicle did not communicate with the main team, nor move forward, remaining far behind to monitor the target. When Lu Wenxuan originally arranged this, he had laughed at her for being overly cautious. Now it seemed that this precaution was perfectly timed. Let them continue to follow, who do not alert the other party. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the street scenery outside the window. They had just driven out of the Nanhudo Peninsula, where traffic was dense. If they stopped abruptly, it could easily cause a commotion and even attract the police. He was not afraid of police intervention. He was worried that the target might take advantage of the chaos to escape. "We will act again when we reach Wuling Road." He paused momentarily, his tone remaining steady. "Prepare the brothers." Although Wuling Road was nominally a main road, it had few vehicles at night. Its remote terrain was most suitable for setting a trap. "Understood, young Master Lin." Wang Jinshuan responded, and immediately pressed the communicator, whispering commands. However, before the orders were fully relayed, just as the convoy passed the east gate and approached the Wuling fork in the road, Wang Jinshuan suddenly turned. "Young Master Lin, the situation has changed." That cargo truck turned towards Yuntai Slope. "Should we intercept it immediately?" "Yuntai Slope." Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, his tone slightly heavy. "Are you sure it's not just passing through?" "It doesn't seem like it." Wang Jinshuan shook his head. "The brothers in the back said that vehicle has been maintaining a distance of about 50 meters from us, moving steadily. If it were just moving in the same direction, it wouldn't control the distance so precisely." They have been tailing us closely since Nan Hudo, clearly prepared. Lin Yi nodded lightly, his expression unchanged, but his heart stirred with unease. Indeed, as Wang Jinshuan said, the other party was not coincidentally following. The real question was why they chose to deviate just as they were about to enter Wuling Road. Did they sense the hidden lookout behind, or had they already grasped his residence and deliberately chosen to disengage here? If it were the former, it suggested that the opponent was highly alert, and this operation might be difficult to succeed. But if it were the latter, it would mean that his dwelling had long been exposed to the enemy. Lin Yi was not too shocked by this. After all, he was also somewhat renowned on the island, a usual address could be easily uncovered with a little inquiry. What truly concerned him was when the other party began tailing him. Was it after he left the Peninsula Hotel? Or even earlier when he departed from Wanxiang Securities? It shouldn't be from Wanxiang. If there had been any abnormalities, the bodyguard system would have alerted him. Thus it was highly likely that he was tracked after leaving the Peninsula Hotel. In other words, did they inadvertently encounter him outside the hotel? Or was there someone who saw him entering and exiting and quickly reported it? The most crucial question was, who was that person? He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, sifting through the clues in his mind. So far he only had a couple of enemies. One of them was the Ma family. Ma Zhengbang's death appeared to be an accidental car accident on the surface, but it was actually orchestrated by his own directive. Despite the lack of evidence, the outside world was rumored to believe he had fled to Taipei. But would Ma Jingnian and Ma Jingshan believe that? During that time he had fierce disputes with Ma Zhengbang, almost causing a citywide uproar. Though the newspapers merely reported a war of words, the two parties had already established a life-and-death pact. Especially after Ma Zhengbang's accident with the Hong Kong police involved in the investigation, those within the circle were all aware. The two had already formed a blood feud. Now that Ma Zhengbang had been missing for a long time, it would be strange if the Ma family did not react. Given their vengeful nature, how could they not hold him accountable? It seems I should find an opportunity to eliminate the Ma brothers together. He had once underestimated the Ma siblings, but with today's incident, he could no longer afford to be careless. The other was Song Zikai from the Song family. His son Song Ziyuan had once harbored murderous intent over trivial matters, sending someone to ambush him, nearly succeeding. This deep-seated grudge, how could he not repay? He subsequently took matters into his own hands and had the assailants eliminated. Although Song Zikai was unaware of the truth, he had become deranged, secretly ordering people to investigate anyone who had conflicts with his son, vowing to bloodily avenge his deceased child. On that death list, he was the fifth name. The first four had all died violently on the streets, either burned in their vehicles or drowned in the bay. Therefore, those tailing him now might very well be new subordinates sent by Song Zikai. Everything depended on whether the vehicle lying in ambush could successfully capture that white van. Just then Lin Yi glanced out the window, and his pupils suddenly constricted. The convoy slowly entered Clearwater Bay, the roads lined with lush green trees. Due to a lack of pruning, the branches intertwined dense enough to almost obscure the night sky. The dim yellow streetlights slanted onto the ground, casting dancing shadows that twisted and elongated. It was as if a host of crouching, low-growling beasts quietly lurked in the dark, sending a chill down one's spine. As Lin Yi was lost in thought, while gazing out the window, he suddenly caught sight of a faint wisp of mist rising not far ahead. It seemed to seep from the ground, hovering close to the road. Immediately after, he saw a group of children in sportswear walking slowly by the roadside, giggling softly as they walked. About a dozen children clad in gray and blue gymnastics outfits moved with a slight delay. Lin Yi had exceptional vision, and after his training his perception was even keener. He could clearly see the smiles on their faces. Yet, that smile seemed off. It was too stiff, as if painted on. Their faces were pale, lips devoid of color, and their eyes were so hollow they appeared not to be alive. Before he could discern further, the car sped past. He abruptly turned his head to look back, but the group of children that had clearly been there just moments ago had disappeared into thin air. A dozen people who had been standing there just fine. In an instant it was as if they had vanished like smoke, as if they had never existed. Lin Yi's heart sank, a wave of coldness surged from his feet to his neck, and his scalp tightened suddenly. "Stop the car," he barked. Screech. Wang Jinshuan in the front row first paused in surprise, then quickly notified the vehicles behind and ahead to come to an emergency halt. "Young Master Lin, what happened?" As soon as the car stopped, Wang Jinshuan hurriedly turned his head. Seeing Lin Yi's face slightly change, his voice involuntarily lowered a few notches. "Did you see a group of kids in sportswear on the road ahead?" Lin Yi took a deep breath, his tone calm. Wang Jinshuan was taken aback, turning to look at the driver beside him. The driver also wore a bewildered expression and shook his head, indicating he hadn't seen anything. "I didn't pay attention, young Master Lin. Go ask the others in the other cars." Lin Yi pressed his lips together. Although he did not understand the reason, Wang Jinshuan immediately pressed the wireless communication button on his shoulder, contacting the four vehicles one by one. After a moment, all replied that no one had witnessed anything. "Young Master Lin did. Did you see something?" Wang Jinshuan hesitantly spoke up. Before he finished speaking, his gaze unconsciously swept toward the dark forest road outside, as if afraid of disturbing something lurking deep within. The driver in the passenger seat trembled, slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was understandable. Although Hong Kong was now under the jurisdiction of the Eagle Flag, the local populace was mostly of Chinese descent, deeply believing in the Yin-Yang philosophy and ghost legends. Just like Li Jiaqing of the past, who spent over 580 million Hong Kong dollars to invite a master to examine the layout of his residence. In this land, metaphysics was not superstition, but a living common sense. Lin Yi originally hailed from the mainland, and had always looked down upon such rumors in his past life. Yet now, experiencing this firsthand, and reflecting on his circumstances, he couldn't help but waver. After all, he himself had crossed over occupying this body for several months. The martial art he cultivated was granted to him by the mysterious Yin-Yang Taoist. That Yin-Yang Taoist was elusive, his words filled with heavenly secrets. Though his depth of cultivation was unknown, this set of techniques had already granted him vision beyond the ordinary ears that could discern far-off sounds, and sinews stronger than regular people. A single leaf could reveal the arrival of autumn, indicating that there indeed existed extraordinary paths in this world. He slowly closed his eyes, then opened them again softly, saying, "It's nothing, let's keep going." "Yes, young master." Wang Jinshuan dared not ask further, pressing the intercom to signal the convoy to resume its journey. Although his master spoke lightly, the driver still felt apprehensive, accidentally stalling the car once upon starting. It was worth noting that this driver, surnamed Zhou, had previously operated ocean freight vessels and had driven on mountain roads for gravel. With over 20 years of accident-free experience and a monthly salary of 3,200 Hong Kong dollars, he was considered a high-paying veteran in the industry. And this was the first time Lin Yi had seen him stall on level ground in the 6 months he had been in his car. "Sorry, young master." The driver hurriedly apologized, his voice trembling. "It's fine, just drive steadily, we're not in a hurry." Lin Yi's tone was gentle, his brow free of reproach. "Thank you, young master." The driver nodded gratefully and started the vehicle again, slowly driving into the night. The car returned to silence. Lin Yi leaned back in the rear seat, his gaze dimly reflecting the swirling darkness outside, yet his thoughts had already returned to that earlier scene. Why was he the only one who could see it? Had his physique changed? Or were those presences only visible to certain individuals? He furrowed his brow slightly, waves of unease rising within. Did this world truly have spirits? About half an hour later, the convoy arrived at the mansion. "Young Master Lin is back." The old butler Zheng Shouzhong heard the commotion and hurried to greet him. "Are you tired? The kitchen has prepared ginseng and goji berry chicken soup. Would you like a bowl to warm up?" "Thank you, Uncle Zheng." Lin Yi smiled and did not refuse. He headed straight to the dining room, drank a bowl of warm, nourishing soup, and then returned to his room to bathe. Just as he had changed into his bathrobe, a knock sounded from outside the door. "Come in." Wang Jinshuan pushed the door open, his expression serious. "Young Master Lin, I'm sorry we lost the tail." What do you mean?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, but did not appear surprised. The brothers said the person was already prepared. They abandoned the vehicle in a large village at Pingling and had a motorcycle waiting to pick them up. The terrain is complicated, and they quickly vanished into an alley. Wang Jiangxin's tone carried a hint of frustration. "Did you catch a glimpse of their appearance?" Lin Yi inquired. "They looked like a young man around 30. Wang Jinshuan replied. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and asked again, "What about the license plate?" "You must have taken a picture, right?" "I noted it down." Wang Jinshuan handed over a piece of paper. "Good." Lin Yi took it, glanced at it, and nodded. "You can go rest now." "Yes, young master." Wang Jinshuan slightly bowed and exited the room. Left alone in the room, Lin Yi held the small piece of paper in his hand, turning to walk toward the study. Pushing open the study door, Lin Yi sat down at the desk and casually picked up the telephone to dial. "Hello? Who's speaking?" A low, measured voice emerged from the receiver after a brief pause. "It's me, Gang." Lin Yi cut straight to the point. "Young Master Lin." At the sound of his voice, Tian Gang paused perceptibly before his tone tightened instantly. How have things been lately? Is progress smooth?" Lin Yi asked directly. "Young Master Lin, groundwork is largely complete. We've established 9 operational nodes and recruited our first cohort of 9 personnel. Next, we'll expand to a second tier, targeting 81 operatives." Tian Gang reported with crisp clarity. Lin Yi's fingertips tapped lightly on the desktop, offering no commentary. He simply asked, "Is funding sufficient?" "Yes, young Master Lin. I've calculated it carefully. The allocation you provided will sustain us for 18 months without strain. That gives us ample time to build out 5 tiers of intelligence infrastructure, covering all of Hong Kong." Tian Gang spoke with unwavering certainty. An island-wide intelligence network in just 18 months. Recruiting him to weave this web had indeed been the right decision. Yet such a covert operation came at no small cost, $1 million burned annually. Still, Lin Yi wouldn't so much as flinch, not even if the sum climbed to 10 million or 100 million. So long as this celestial net was fully woven, nothing would give him pause. "Very well. If funds run short, let me know." "Understood, young Master Lin." Tian Gang responded immediately. "By the way, log this license plate XXXXX. The vehicle is currently parked at the entrance of XX Village. It tailed me home last night. I dispatched men to intercept, but the driver slipped away. Assign someone to investigate thoroughly. See if you can uncover even the faintest trace. Only after confirming all operational matters did Lin Yi finally broach the main subject. Understood, young Master Lin. I'll begin immediately. Tian Gang jotted it down without delay. The receiver still pressed to his ear. Lin Yi blinked slowly, his gaze sharpening, hesitating for a breath, before adding quietly, "There's one more thing." "Yes, sir," Tian Gang replied instantly. "Look into any unusual incidents or major criminal cases in Qingshui Bay over recent years. Cases involving mass fatalities, say over a dozen deaths at once, the more obscure the better." He paused and lowered his voice further. Tian Gang clearly hesitated for half a beat, but asked no questions, only replying swiftly, "Understood, young Master Lin. I've noted it." "Good. Begin at once. Notify me when you have anything." Lin Yi's tone remained calm. "Yes, sir." Hanging up, he leaned back in his chair, fingers unconsciously tapping the desk surface. Tap, tap, tap. A steady, resonant rhythm echoed through the silent study. Then abruptly he stilled, nearly forgetting another matter entirely. His entrapment of the Zhou couple remained unresolved, not from neglect, but because it had lingered only faintly in his awareness. Now as his stature rose, the pair had dwindled in his estimation to little more than dust motes. Insignificant, dispensable. Compounded by his intense focus on global futures markets, the matter had quietly settled into the furthest recesses of his memory. Opening his eyes, Lin Yi paused in quiet reflection, then reached again for the telephone and dialed. "Hello, this is Cheng Feiyu. May I ask who's calling?" Familiar tones emanated from the receiver moments later. "Cheng Lawyer. It's me," Lin Yi replied succinctly. "Ah, young Master Lin. You finally emerged from seclusion." Cheng Feiyu's voice brightened, instantly laced with playful teasing. A faint twitch flickered at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. Seclusion. Was he cultivating some ancient art? Still, he was long accustomed to Cheng Feiyu's irreverent demeanor, outwardly polished in a tailored suit, inwardly irrepressibly glib. So Lin Yi played along, just stepped out of seclusion, mastered an unparalleled supreme technique. Care to test it? An unparalleled supreme technique. Surely not the long-lost 18 dragon-subduing palms. Cheng Feiyu laughed heartily. "No, you're mistaken. It's the great compassion to Thagata palm." Lin Yi improvised effortlessly. Hold on. I'd be shattered into soul fragments with a single strike." Cheng Feiyu shook his head with theatrical exaggeration. What he didn't know was that should Lin Yi truly strike, no palm technique would be needed. A single punch would leave him spitting blood by the quart. "Late night call. Something urgent." After a few light-hearted exchanges, Cheng Feiyu dropped the banter. "Yes." Lin Yi's expression hardened. "Regarding Yueshan Industrial, you said results would come within 2 weeks. It's already been a full month. Why no word? Has something gone awry?" "This matter has encountered an unexpected complication." Cheng Feiyu's voice grew markedly subdued. "What precisely happened?" Lin Yi's brows lifted slightly. "It's inconvenient to discuss over the phone. Are you free tomorrow? I'll come to your office for a detailed briefing." His interlocutor deflected rather than clarified. Lin Yi's gaze darkened momentarily, then he nodded. "Fine. Come to the securities building tomorrow morning." "Agreed. See you then. MM." After hanging up, Lin Yi's eyes gleamed faintly, his brow furrowing with quiet gravity. Had even this meticulously laid plan begun to ripple unexpectedly? He gently opened a drawer, withdrew a pack of cigarettes, and lit one. Normally, he never smoked. Both lungs and spirit suffered from the habit. But tonight his thoughts churned, his chest constricted, so he broke his own rule. Through the curling smoke, he closed his eyes briefly. When his mind cleared, he extinguished the cigarette and rose to retire. At dawn, before the sky had lightened, a pale bluish glow shimmered faintly along the horizon. 3 figures ran steadily across the beach, ascending halfway up a solitary mountain. Halfway up stood a thatched cottage secluded among trees and exuding quiet desolation. Gazing at the overgrown courtyard, Lin Yi sighed softly, then turned to Wang Jinshuan beside him. Jinshuan, upon returning, informed Uncle Zhang to dispatch several servants to clean the grounds. A house left unoccupied decays quickly. "Yes, young master." Wang Jinshuan bowed his head and complied immediately. Having delegated the task, Lin Yi walked calmly to a broad, flat bluestone slab ahead and seated himself cross-legged, eyes closed, senses drawn inward, as he silently activated his cultivation technique. His recent focus on crude oil futures had prevented him from coming here to practice in stillness. Though he'd meditated and refined qi within the city, this place, personally designated by Taoist Master Yunyang as a convergence point for spiritual energy, held tenfold greater potency than ordinary ground. Cultivation outside such auspicious terrain remained inherently inefficient. Though he'd never ceased practice, his realm had stagnated. Indeed, his meridian pathways remained blocked at the Dantian acupoint, with no advancement since severing his supply of spirit crystals. "Sigh, my innate talent must truly be mediocre," he murmured softly, then steeled his mind and drew qi inward once more. In that instant, boundless spiritual energy cascaded downward from the Baihui acupoint atop his skull, transforming into a clear, gentle stream that flowed into his already open meridians, ascending the Du Mai channel before descending the Ren Mai. Finally, it converged at the threshold of the Dantian, surging violently against the mist-like barrier obstructing passage. Boom! Time blurred. Then deep within a thunderous tremor shook his being. That long unyielding gate shattered instantly. Spiritual energy erupted like a breached river, flooding newly opened channels, scouring, nourishing, and tempering his nascent realm. Success! A subtle shift stirred in Lin Yi's heart. Eyes still closed, a faint, knowing curve lifted the corner of his lips. He'd spent over a month in seclusion without breakthrough. Yet now, barely stepping foot back onto this land, he pierced the barrier outright. Indeed, as Taoist Master Yunyang had declared, this place was a blessed sight, gathering wind and Yet he also understood, without the foundation forged by relentless daily cultivation, even such a sacred site could not have granted him such effortless transcendence. He knew his own limits well. Without further distraction, he guided the torrent of energy through his newly unblocked meridians, consolidating his realm for a full half-hour before concluding his session. Exhaling a long, heavy breath of turbid air, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, his pupils glinting like cold stars, fierce yet deeply restrained. Upon finishing, he rose without lingering and descended the mountain with Wang Jinshuan and a third attendant. After breakfast and freshening up at home, he boarded his black sedan and headed toward the city center. En route, the eerie anomaly he'd witnessed the previous night surfaced in his mind, sending a subtle chill down his spine. He glanced instinctively out the window. Then he shook his head, amused at himself. It was broad daylight. No malevolent force would dare manifest beneath the sun's sovereign gaze. Otherwise would not this world long since have become a realm of ghosts. Roughly an hour later, the sedan halted before the Wanxiang Securities building. With recent operations winding down, most traders had returned to their posts, and Sheng Ziyuan's recent expansion had brought in numerous new hires, making the entire tower far livelier than usual. "Good morning, young Master Lin." As he entered, the lobby, staff rose in unison, bowing respectfully. Lin Yi smiled faintly in acknowledgement, flanked silently by two bodyguards. They entered the elevator together and ascended directly to the second floor. Opening the door to his private office, he found three young female secretaries already seated at their desks, elegant and bearing immaculate in appearance. "Good morning, young Master Lin," they chorused, rising in perfect unison. "Good morning to you too," he replied with quiet warmth. "Wanqing, please bring me a cup of Longjing tea." "Right away, young Master Lin." Su Wanqing rose gracefully and glided toward the tea station. Just before entering, she paused and turned. "By the way, Xiaoyan and Melinda, I've scheduled a meeting with Counselor Chung this morning. If he arrives, please show him in immediately." "Understood, young Master Lin." Both women answered in unison. No sooner had he settled into his executive chair than two soft knocks sounded at the door. "Enter," Lin Yi called out. The door swung open, and a woman with golden brown curly hair stepped inside. She wore a flawlessly tailored black and white suit. Her long legs, sheathed in sheer black stockings, ended in slender-heeled leather shoes. Clutching a file folder, she strode confidently to his desk. "Boss." Her voice poured forth like honeyed wine. "What is it, Melinda?" Lin Yi lifted his gaze, his expression subtly amused. Melinda smiled faintly, her brows arching playfully, tinged with mock reproach. "Surely you haven't forgotten. This report has waited a full week for your review." "Oh." Lin Yi feigned thoughtful hesitation. "Such an important matter. I couldn't possibly forget. The headquarters renovation is complete, isn't it?" "Exactly, 1 week ago. You were immersed in the cross-border settlement case, so I didn't dare disturb you." She extended the file with practiced grace. "Per your instructions, public areas on floors 1 through 5, and executive zones above floor 25. Your own office has been fully renovated. Would you like to inspect it now?" Her tone was soft, yet her eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Lin Yi regarded her for a moment, then gave a gentle nod. "Yes. Arrange a schedule. I'll find time to visit." "Thank you, boss." Melinda's smile bloomed radiant. Before her words had fully faded, another knock sounded at the door. "Enter." The door opened once more. Su Wanqing entered bearing a delicate teacup. "Your tea, young Master Lin."